much about Sanhedrin. As well as mentioned the last part, Amrei, Mitihusa Bimar Amina Bituba. So it's interesting. The Canon of Sasra said that time about Hama, because you are so pleasant to deal with, they were able to share with you so much. Means Zihusa Bimar, Lohamina Babalokada. Had you been a little bit more difficult, right? Had you been a little bit more sharper, we would not have been able to share with you as much. For particular issue, Rashi says something so here. Zihusa Bimar. So it is beautiful. So a kind of sacrifice, because you are so pleasant and you are so humble, we're able to share with you so much. Conversely, you use it in our to the hospice model. If you want to be a contrarian, like if you want to be difficult, if you want to be that is, well, the house, so this is such a beautiful, incredible idea. What Rav Khan is saying is talking about how because you're so pleasant, we feel comfortable sharing with you so much. Your pleasantness, your kindness brings out so much kedusha from us. Had you been a little bit more caustic, and perhaps not as agreeable, it would have been more difficult to be able to share with you our Torah. So a really beautiful and profound idea that sometimes when we are in our interaction with people, it brings out what is inside of them as well.
Yo,
Act
go fuck yourself. I don't want to talk to you.
Versus when you have this, right? When you interaction with someone who's like that, like contrarian, some people just like, you know what? I saw that whatever interaction, whatever level of interaction I have to have, I'll have, and then I want to get out. I feel this interest in interacting with someone who's kind, and someone who's compassionate, and someone who's sweet, and someone who's just emotionally giving in the interactions. There's a desire to want to engage, and that brings out even more from the person who has so much to do. It's a very beautiful Gemara. That's like over. It's not good like that. I'd come up. What's this memory again? Which I highlighted the idea that halacha l'maisa, witnesses could be often in time up to 2 days. So the shaila is how far into the month can we go ahead and allow for people to be off in their time? So says the Gemara, to get to the middle of the month, called the majority of the month. In other words, you can't go up to the majority of the month. You could assume that people could be off a little bit in their timing. But once you get past the majority of the month, we can't really allow for any type of discrepancies in the timing. So it actually says over here, you cancel this up. English speaking your effort, able to talk about will allow. Remember, you said, for example, one week says it happened the second of the month, 1 week says it happened on the third of the month. So we can allow for that. So why? So maybe one of them heard about the fact that last month was a 30-day month, whereas everyone said it was a 29-day month. But the shame is, up until what point in time do we allow for that type of discrepancy? So that's the same of the up until the majority of the month. Amar Rabba, so we've done this solution as well. After all, there is also that point that, hey, it's Sunday table. If one it says the murder happened on the second of the month, one minute that it happened on the 5th of the month, the agents is about to ban neighbors is like so there is a way to explain the discrepancy if you don't get this. But how can you explain? So witness number one thinks that's 2 months with 29 days each. Witness number two thinks that the last 2 months with 30 days each. So what is that great discrepancy between 2 days? To which he wants to Rabbi Shema is a Ruba Yada. Because no, what do you see from there? You see from there that halacha l'maisa, once you get to the called the road, into the majority of the month, we assume everyone knows the exact date. So the Gemara says, it could very well be that he wants to get to the middle of the month. Not everyone knows because the previous cluster, right? That's how they know about the show for meaning what. And halacha l'maisa, shofar is blown, right? Actually, points out that the shofar is blown at the beginning of, so everyone knows about the shofar blowing, and therefore, again, halakha l'maisa, it'd be hard pressed to say that somebody didn't know what the previous month was or wasn't. The Chachikula Amiditoy, which is so it's possible maybe 1 month you missed the shofar blowing declaring the new month, but they say that for 2 months you missed the shofar blowing, so ultimately, again, that would be highly improbable. So as I say now, interestingly enough, because we're talking about the new month, so now we go ahead and transition a little bit here to a really great discussion. Up until what point in time can one recite Kiddush HaChodesh? That's how about it. Kiddush HaChodesh, what point into the month can you bench the new moon? So the month actually the smaller Kiddush myself until the deficiency of the moon is completed. So the Gemara says the comma, okay, how much is that? So what they're asking is, at what point up to what point in the new month is one permitted to say Kiddush HaChodesh? So the Gemara gives us an answer. Until the deficiency of the moon is filled in. Gemara says, what is that? What is that? Give me a date. Give me a time of the the comma, so the Yehuda says, up until the 7th of the month. Up until the 7th of the month, you can go ahead and say Kiddush Levana. Okay, so the Gemara says, and I'm saying up until the 16th of the month. So what's the 16th? It's everywhere. You can say Kiddush Levana for the 7th of the month. You can say Kiddush Levana up until the 16th of the month. Top of Mondays, 42A. Says another time, I've never looked at it. But the interesting enough, so here's what's says the rule. The rule is you can say Kiddush Levana, actually to smell it to the muscle. The deficiency of the moon is filled in. So there's a forecast in terms of what does that mean. The Buddha says, up that means until 7 days into the month, and then until 16 days into the month. So the Gemara says, both one says the moon has to look like a boat. So what's the opinion of Rabbi? 7 days. And then our time says it looks like a sieve. Now, a sieve means it's fully circular. Because by the time you get to the middle of the month, what does the moon like? The moon is complete. It's complete. So let's say something like the macro-case over here. We're using the macro-case and the macro-case. Up until when can one say Kiddush Levana, then you lose our 7th of the month, because at that point, again, the deficiency of the month has been, of the moon has been filled, that the moon no longer looks fully complete. Looks like a bow. Looks like a bow. Then I very know up until the deficiency is complete, that is the middle of the month, when the moon is completely full. So let's go back to this. So the Gemara says, so the Baruch had Tova Hamitiv. So maybe the bracha that you make over the moon should be at Tova Hamitiv. So we got to quite beautiful to look at Rashi. So the Baruch 3 lines down in Rashi from the top. The Baruch had Tova Hamitiv. As a Yehuda part, the Yeshiva Leka, Mechadish Chadashes, the Baruch had Tova Hamitiv, because Shah should meet the relative. Some methods to higher level. So that points out the way that this is really it's interesting, right? The Yehuda holds, halakha l'maisa, you can say Kiddush Levana up until the 7th of the month. So the Gemara says, okay, from the 7th up until the 16th, you should be able to say Tova Hamitiv. What's in Tova Hamitiv? Essentially, Hashem, everyone Tova Hamitiv are like sister brachas. So Shech is a bracha when you say something positive that benefits you. Tova Hamitiv is saying that benefits you, and also has the ability to benefit others. So that why do we say Tova Hamitiv on the filling in of the each and every one? So everybody would say Kiddush Levana up until the 7th of the month. And from the 7th up until the 16th, you should be able to say Hamitiv. So it should be that is ought to keep us over our feet on Dayan Ha'eres. So maybe then you should say that from the 16th and on, from the womb of Dayan Ha'eres. Right? At the end of the remember, Hatova Hamitiv, by definition, means, right? The set of means that the completion of the moon is something objectively positive, which would then have the converse would have to be true as well, which is that the diminution of the moon is something objectively adverse or negative, right? And therefore, again, if you're going to say as the moon fills in, you're going to have to go ahead and say Diana as the moon diminishes. To which the Gemara says, okay, fine. Maybe yes, maybe you should say that. Let's say October Hamitiv as the moon as is filling up, and Diana MS as the moon is diminishing. To which the says, no, Kivan, the Hainu are Chay, so I said, this is fascinating. Since this is the natural way of the moon, we don't recite the bracha. Now, what is it? Rashi, always writing Rashi. Hainu are Chay, the Kodesh Brias Onkim Haloki. The incomplete Holonos Bukhason, Holohas. Just so here, this is the natural way the world works. So because it's natural way the world works, it's interesting. There's not per se a bracha in the completion of the moon, and there's not a klala. There's nothing like in the diminution of the moon. The way that it. So let's say to me, I was last night, but I encourage you to take your guidance to the space manager site. Shmuel Armin is starting the next day of program here at the shul. Hashem, I was here last night. It was like 9:45. It was studio, Manish studio. It was beautiful. Also beautiful. So I was thinking about this. Tomorrow seems to almost fly in the face a little bit of like one of the things. So now, like I said, Gemara saying is Allah couldn't know it. Like the world kind of operates in a sort of program certain things. The moon gets bigger, the moon gets smaller. It's not bracha, it's not klala, it just is. So it is difficult to wrap my head around this because it just feels like it's not the way we're programmed to think. What we're programmed to think is that the Shulchan obviously directs everything, and everything in this world kind of fits into a bucket. It's either like a good bucket or a bad bucket, or positive or negative, or bracha or klala, or hatova miti or Diana MS. And what the Gemara is introducing us to is that there are certain things in the world that's just a program. It's just a program, like sunrise and sunset, right? In other words, it's not good, it's not bad, it is. There's certain functionality in the world that just by definition is. Just by definition is. Now again, is there beauty in it? Is there kedusha in it? Is there messages in it? Absolutely. But it's interesting, perhaps, the teach us over here, maybe you don't necessarily read to everything. Maybe there are certain things in life that just are. And I think this is so incredibly profound because remember, if this is true in our relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Alachas Kama V'Kama is true in our relationship with other people. You know, say one of the most difficult things in human relationships is we tend to read into everything. Right? Someone says something, well, why did you say that? Why didn't you say it like that? Why did you use this? Why did you use this? This on the marriage. And again, but there's all of this intuitive different things. And meanwhile, sometimes just what I said is what I said. There's actually no deeper root to it, right? There's no contra. There's no kidding. Like I don't need my faucet for its decoder ring to figure out. Sometimes it is what it is, and it doesn't have to have a deeper meaning in every single way. So as I said, because Bob is modeling this for us. You know what? The moon goes up, the moon diminishes. It just is what it is. It's beautiful. It's fantastic, and there are messages in it. But again, you don't have to read into it. MS or incredible. Let's get it. Let's say it's a beautiful Gemara. Whoever goes ahead and recites just Kiddush Lavana. Whoever recites Kiddush Lavana at the right time, it's as if he's receiving the Shekhinah. So this is such a beautiful Gemara. If you go ahead and you recite Kiddush Lavana at the appropriate time, now again, what's the appropriate time? That's on my foot. Not going to like the usually says up until 7 days, then I say 16 before how we pass him. He passed like in our time. That's why we do have the say Kiddush Levana up until the 16th verse in the middle of the month. In the middle of the month. We actually pass the reading until the night of the 15th is normally how it's out. That's how we pass. So the Gemara is usually for whoever Kiddush Levana, it's as if you are receiving the Shechina. The Gemara says, Ksiv HaChodesh Hazeh, or Ksiv HaSam, Zekiri Ba'anyo. It says ultimately again this month, this Chodesh has, and it says Zekir, so it's Zeh. HaChodesh has Kiddush Levana, and Zeh says that it's not like that. So really, that only one of the most neglected tefillos is Kiddush Levana. What is Kiddush Levana? Kiddush Levana is what stands call on Matzah Shabbos, right? It's the tefillah I need to like avoid eye contact with, like duck food, like get out of there. I would say, isn't that fascinating? So right, it is the tefillah where some segment of the population peels off, or if it's done, or just even if it's done, it's like chak, right? So it's fascinating. That's the tefillah that the Gemara says, if you say Kiddush Levana, it is as if you are receiving the Shechina. Let's say, one of the interesting things in Ruchnius, sometimes whether we recognize, many of us live with the fear of spiritual intimacy. We put the fear of closeness to Hashem, because I'm scared that if I get too close, the expectation is going to grow. If I have to make certain changes. So there's a certain fear of spiritual intimacy, which is why, whether we realize it or not, keep that Kaddish Baruch Hu at a distance. And at a distance, and we're always talking about this with Kiddush Levana. It can't be that so many people are so busy. Shabbos, they just kind of run out and this, that, and even if I say it, like, it's just like, it's the fastest food. I mean, Sukkot is always like a second, right? But when I say, what is it? It's almost like there's like a version, but what is it? I think it comes from a deep place. And a lot of us we have issues, spiritual intimacy issues, that I'm scared to get a little too close because I'm scared of what that's going to, or mean for me to get to the relationship. So subconsciously, I just blow past it. Because if I don't have to have a company of Shekhinah, then at the end of the day, I can kind of keep up on the chart at a distance. We can remain good friends. It's platonic. He's happy. I think he's happy. I'm happy. And I don't have to really up the expectations on me. It's so incredible. By the way, what does it mean that Kiddush Levana is Kilu Mikal Pnei Shekhinah? So let's say, so there's a beautiful Maharsha. The Maharsha, just listen to this. He says, I just want to read it to you. I'll post it later on in the chat. The Maharsha says, Ayin Bazel of Hirush Rabin, the so parak to us Shachar. Listen to this. Lefi Yesh Lama, Lefi Shei Sobek Alusan, Einon Zofer Yeres Pnei Shekhinah. Or Lechol Kumi Kabbalasa. That's why this is such a profound Gemara. Klal Yisrael and Galus. So it's Klal Yisrael and Galus. Often doesn't have the ability to really see the Shekhinah. Like what we lament most, and what's another I believe by this month of Shabbos will already become the same. When's Rosh Chodesh? Wednesday, Thursday, also it'll be close. I don't know when the mobile is. Okay, I don't know if it's whatever it is. The point is next week or two, this is going to be a very shy Gemara. So let's say, remember the Gemara says over here, the Gemara says, we are not Zohar, we are not able to see the Shekhinah. We're not able to say the greatest tragedy of Galus is that when there was a base on the bush, there was an acute lesion of the divine. We were able to see the Shekhinah, able to see the Shekhinah all the time. And God was able to see the Shekhinah in the same overt way. About Kiddush HaLevana, listen to this. But the renewal of the moon is a metaphor for the renewal of the Jewish people. And the same way that the moon diminishes and then it regenerates, that is the ultimate metaphor for cloud. That we too will regenerate. The fire of the Yocham, the Kilo of the Shekhinah, Kimo Shiora, Alzeh, Nisach Brachas HaLevana, Ulezek Shalom. But our code is Mano, she sing Shadasidim is Kaddish Kimosa by Anukil McCabe Hashkos. This is so beautiful. Kiddush Levana is the most inspiring tefillah. Why? The moon is beautiful and then it rains, right? And then it rains, right? And then it goes and it diminishes and it becomes almost invisible. That's the story of our people. That's the story of us as individuals. And so when we go out to do Kiddush Levana, we're making a bracha on a crescent of a moon, right? On a crescent. And we recognize that this moon is going to regenerate. It instills within us the confidence, the hope, the optimism, the belief that we too will once again be Zokat to be Makabo, Pinei Ashvina, and Rigo Tishalayim with a Beis HaMikdash. And therefore the Gemara says, when you do Kiddush Levana, it is as if you are being the Pinei Ashvina. Such an overwhelming and incredible and beautiful Gemara. Like it's on very slow. And one looks up and he's so. I like to have Yeshua Shemaim go hold the Shechodesh Dayim. But listen to this. So Rabbi says, if the only thing Klal Yisrael had the ability to do each and every month was Kiddush Levana, it would be enough. Wow. It would be enough. Now, once again, that makes sense. Why? Because what does Kiddush Levana do? Kiddush Levana instills within you the confidence and the optimism of renewal. And that is the most important episode as a people and as individuals to believe that no matter how far I sin, no matter how much I diminish myself, no matter how much I am diminished, I always have the ability to learn and to remake myself. This is true as a nation and true as an individual. And you can evolve. Therefore, again, if you're only going to sin one tefillah throughout the entire month, right? Only one tefillah, you just live on it. Incredible. Therefore, we have to make sure Kiddush Levana standing. It's such an important tefillah. Such an important. We have to. We'll say today's coming attractions. We have to discuss Kiddush Levana is going to take place in our huts, in our courtyard. So again, soon as the sun is out, the sun is out. That the clouds are not there, you can see them. Besides that, there's other issues, right? Like there's I don't know, so but again, like to create an atmosphere, like some people should run and what happens, you know, you're behind the wheel, ready to pick you up, something you put into it. So we begin to see the power and potency of this tefillah, incredible. One tefillah a month, if you only have one tefillah a month, Kiddush Levana it is. That's why I got the story. You have to say it standing up. Kiddush Levana has to be recited standing. Remar Mazutra, Mikasvi. Remember, people who were elderly and couldn't stand up on their own would support themselves on the shoulders of others in order to be able to recite Kiddush Levana. And you make a block of this one. What's the block? I'm going to back the other direction. I love Levanti. And then it's so they make the following bracha. Baruch Mechadish Chadash. That was a Kiddush Levana in Eretz Yisrael. Okay, you know what? I had a long time for that. I think I can get behind that. Right? Baruch Mechadish Chadash. That was it. Baruch Chadash Elokeinu melech haolam. Mechadish Chadash. Shkoyach. Right? That was like that's it. So what he did is I'm not so he said, how do you know you got nine bracha? It wasn't that what it sounds like over here is that's a woman's bracha. What is that? What does that mean? That's a woman's bracha. Like Talmud stuff, right? That's it. So then I step points out over here. He says, Rosh Chodesh, and again, now a topic for Rosh Chodesh is a reason. There's a special transition in Chodesh. So the problem over here is this only note of Mechadish and Rosh Chodesh. This one doesn't really make note of the moon itself. So the same is the bracha is okay, makes reference to Rosh Chodesh, which is beautiful, but it doesn't really make reference to the dynamic of the moon, which is what the highlight over here. Ella, because we don't know. Let's say, you're going to now go to the bracha. Kiddush Levana. As Katani Master, I just want for many years. I never accepted the bracha in a way like the Gemara highlights it. And the Sirah, so you just think it's like this. Like I said, usually for that reason, and what's the challenge in a rush? What we're in a rush for or rush to is not, and you can be clear. But we're always in a rush. So look at the Gemara says, so here's the bracha. Baruch, it's Baruch HaKasher Elokeinu melech haolam. Asher ma'amaro bara shecha. Through his words, through your words, you create the heavens. And ultimately, again, through the breath of his mouth, all of the hosts. So literally, again, chok means like a rule. Uzman and set times you have given to each of the celestial hosts. Shalom yishanu as tafkidam. Everyone has a job. And ultimately, again, no one switches their job. Everyone has a mission, and no one forsakes their mission for something else. Sasim Usmeifen Lasos V'Sonam. And they are so happy to perform the work of their Creator. Paul the MS. So I just want to point out over here, it's so beautiful, is the Marshak. It says, Shor Yishanas Tafkidam Perish, Shor Yishnu 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 Shalahem. Also, you know, it's incredible when you look up at the headline. Never say, you know what, today I'm going to be the moon. And the moon never says, you know what, today is my turn to be the sun. Everyone has a mission. And everyone in the celestial sphere stays on their mission. And there's a godless step in us. We spend so much time in life trying to be other people or trying to be other things instead of trying to max who and what we are. If the celestial hosts have their mission and they're godless, so my avodah in life is not, oh, I want to be like you, I want to be like this, I want to be like this. Of course, it's always good to emulate positive qualities of other people, but sometimes we spend so much time trying to be like others that we forget to maximize our own personalistic mission. And when I look up at the heavens and I see everyone being the best version of themselves, I recognize that is my avodah as well. Stay on point, stay on mission, stay on path, fulfill your shlichus. He goes on, he says, Paul the MS, again, they affect words, and the work is true. Both possess to the moon to renew and literally again there's a crown of glory to those who renew. They are destined to renew like the moon itself. Just as the moon renews, so the human beings are destined to renew as well. And the fire of the Yotzram Hashem Kivod Malkuso. And to go ahead and literally again praise the Hashem Kivod Malkuso through the name of your everlasting kingdom. Hashem Nadish Kadosh. Hashem, the renew. Interestingly enough, again, we use the same Chadish and we use that same bracha, or we just add on a little bit of text to it. Such a beautiful Gemara. Because again, with great strategy, you could affect the water. First of all, can who can wage the war of Torah? Who is capable of waging Torah? It's beautiful. Because if you learn missionaries, right, you're armed with a lot of knowledge. Science can get to knowledge. Now, again, it doesn't give you Gemara, which gives you a lot of Halacha. Give you a lot of insight, but it arms you with a lot of knowledge. Kari. That's like Kari. I'm not shaved, but I have tools for collapse. It's just the same. Some authors, but I might say in the Mishnah, the Gemara then goes in and switch. The only way to go ahead and going through one of the Torah is how is it yours. And what's the ammunition to read Torah? It's nice. At least again, because that's the general knowledge you need to go ahead and use six brachas in the Torah. I don't understand shows. I'm not Rashi. That's for ourselves. And then it's funny also that we do allow for some level of time discrepancy as well. Right? So if the guys right, we saw 2 hours into the day. When it says we saw, so we make 3 hours into the day. All works, right? That works as well. The Gemara says about Chodman Eitzachama, that after Eitzachama, it gives him death. But if one opinion says, I saw rain, right? What more you do with the Shem before sunrise, and then after sunrise, this is about the why, because that makes sense. That doesn't mean there's no discrepancy that before sunrise, after sunrise. Before sunrise is not light, after it's light. So what happened? The only way to explain that discrepancy is that how about someone's lying, or just someone that just doesn't have facts right. So the Rosh says, that's this. No, no, rather what's happening before sunrise, and the other one's sunrise. That's also obvious that the testimony doesn't line up. So it's not the ones who have thought, over here. He's saying the same thing. He says ultimately again that every sunrise wasn't really during, but again it was during the glow of the sun rays. Maybe they're really saying the same thing. Maybe it's reconcilable. Kamash Mo said that when you have discrepancies like that before sunrise, after sunrise, during sunrise, before, there are objectively observable events that essentially disallows so the Mishnah went on to say that halacha l'maisa, if one of the students in the Beis Din, one of the students in the Sanhedrin, we invite him onto the Beis Din and he remains there for the rest of that day. He says that you want to host it for the rest of the day and that's it, not more. So you want to invite him in Yishman Shpidvarav, if the student is saying good, like the student has something parallel to go ahead and say, like when the student was not the student. So, I was just focusing on sorry. We just invited ultimately again for that day, and no one doesn't get to stay on the day. If the student says, good, we invited to be part of the Sanhedrin, don't go ahead and take me down the Imam Shpidvarav, and you already called him Pulo. If what you were saying ultimately again is not really all that helpful. Why? So I'm Rabbi, if the student says, I seem to contribute to exonerate the defendant, so we invite him. If he has something good to say, we'll keep him on the basement. Going forward, if he doesn't have something good to say, we'll keep him on the basement that day. But afterwards, we'll go ahead and take off. The Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, so remember again, if the Gemara talks about over here, if they can't agree on an exoneration verdict, so what do they do? So go ahead and they go back and forth like overnight or something else into the next day. And the Gemara says that they go ahead and they don't drink wine and they diminish the food consumption. So what's a yai my time, why don't they drink wine? Already Akaba Hamakra, Rosin, Asian. So the translation is rulers, Asian card. What does this mean? Haos, Kibalava, Shalom, Alishtaku. Those who go ahead and
Yo, what up?
Those who go to the judgment should not go ahead and become intoxicated. Which makes sense. So if you
didn't want to fucking talk to you. Anyway, this athleticism.
Now, the Mishnah essentially said that if halacha l'maisa, they cannot reach a verdict. Like they can't reach a verdict. So then halacha l'maisa, again, the Gemara says they have to keep, let's say it's deadlocked. The main thing is deadlocked. They have to keep going back and forth until they're able to emerge a majority one way or another. Either a majority of one to accelerate, or a majority of two to implicate. So you have to do what the Gemara says, no wrong mind. What happens is you can't do it, you're deadlocked. Well, what do you do this? I'm not proposing it, but that's the same thing. A deadlock thing results in a not guilty plea. A not guilty verdict. That's what it does. So my says, but you know, you're proposing so deadlock will result in a not guilty and not guilty. So I'm not guilty verdict. I'm a Rabbi, is literally the case. Then God's leaders when the patient is deadlocked earlier on, when it was smaller. Why not go ahead and put it in the process of adding on to get to 72. So instead of doing that, why not assume the deadlock earlier on? You will not take you to. I'm like, I'm going to we don't like the deadlock case. It doesn't look right. Should be able to be decisive. Basin should be able to be conclusive, and Basin should be definitive. It doesn't look like different, and therefore we feel to try to work this through so they can. So let's get down. I'm going to talk about it. Why do you have to keep adding on elements? Essentially, once you see that we're deadly to them and there, and there's a kind of support you kind of deals with the shade for us, not business, so she had talking, like speaking of business in this show. It's similar to a vision of 71, no 53, or something 23. But if the basic is, that's, you know what? These are story words. Kind of, all the beginning of the meeting of them, they already doing some exactly like this. When it comes to financial abuse, we're saying exactly now what that really means is what? The judgment became old. When it comes to capital cases, you don't say these doctrine hadin. So what does that mean? Doctrine hadin, what exactly does the law cover? So what's the thing is the life that is saying this case is too difficult. And we can't write the verdict now. We have to give it to you by the way. And I'm also, you should say that by capital cases, not by monetary cases. I'm not putting about it. What does it mean? It means that that's really that we decided appropriately, right? We decided appropriately, so therefore again, so when it comes to union nomination, basically says you have decided even the partial thing that the client is working. Of course, the main story is the catch up. So the head of the judges, she makes the declaration that Dashing had been. So much as one second. If you want to say that ultimately again is that it means a declaration. We did good. We judged obviously, but Haisha Amar judged. Makes sense. The end of the baby surface. But if you have one I said means that the thing is too difficult and we can't find a resolution, why does the Gurgle have to say it? Enough that it has to be declared by the baby, but does the Gurgle, does the head of the baby say it? Isn't that embarrassing? So it's there's going to be some level of embarrassment. The basin can't reach resolution, but it is better to have the embarrassment come from the Dayan himself than to have it come from others. Incredible. So much that you get down. Others say, if you want to say that there's a declaration of faith and says, well, we can't reach a verdict. If you want to say that it's the definition, because the basin is making, the basin is saying, we did a good job adjudicating this case. Is the person supposed to praise themselves? The Pasuk says, you know, if you're deserving of praise, let other people praise you, and don't praise yourself. So how could the head of the basin be Sarah? We did a good job in adjudicating this case. Shiny words of the basin. No, it comes to a basin. Everything that comes from the basin always comes from the head of the basin. Any declarations always come from the head of the basin. Keep this man. How you maknisin also goes with the other Omer Irish Brody at the Zakai, Age Money at the High. In the same way that the judge of the basin would announce the verdict, any other announcements of the basin would come from the head of the basin as well, including if the basin did a good job, they would say,
no one wanted to talk to
adjudicated this case appropriately, and such an announcement ultimately again would come from the head of the basin. So both sides, Hajjin Allah, how you both Mazel Tov, okay? Short celebration. Let's go back to Nigmar Adin. Let's say Nigmar Adin. Once they see now, what's really fascinating about this is we just keep going through. So Nigmar Adin. If at the end of the day, again, they finished and they reached the verdict. So now let's say we're talking about the verdict. So we bring them out for ski. For ski. So you bring them out for ski. So let's say obviously we're talking about a case where the punishment was ski. So you're not for ski. So based on ski, the interesting was the place where they were stolen. And again, we're talk more about this in greater depth in a little place. Ultimately, again, where the Stila was outside of Gideon. And right, the Pasuk says again, so the execution spot wasn't by Bezin, it was somewhere removed from Bezin. Because the Pasuk takes on a Kalo. Echad Bezin is incredible. So let's say, witnessing Reuben killed Shimon, Reuben's been sentenced to death. Okay, so now they're taking Reuben out to be executed. They position one guy who stood by the entrance where the Bezin is. And ultimately, again, he had a sugar, like a yeah. Hello? Yeah. Something bigger, right? I think, but so the like City was in his hand. It's just rough up in the middle. Today, and listen, I watched this. Listen how this was set up. So there was a guy trying to make he had essentially like a flag. He had like a flag, right? Then there was a guy in the distance on a horse-mounted rider, right? And this guy was far enough away, but in ocular connection. So he was able to see the flag guy by the base. Now, why did they do this? Today, so they're leaving this out to be executed. But let's say they're leaving them out, some days drink, and they say, I have testimony. Remember again, reason was accepting testimony to exonerate Ruvain, literally up until the moment he was going to be executed. So therefore, again, they needed a mechanism that would last in the testimony that they would be able to get word would be executed. So that if somebody could intimidate them and say, last night I testimony, what would happen? Flag guy would wave his flag, horse-mounted rider would quickly go to the base and say, wait. And say, wait. And the man says, how long may this is that's his flag. So flag guy would wave his flag, horse-mounted rider would race off his love. I would tell everyone to pause. People only blamed our musicals. Reuben said, what's the deal? Reuben is not the executed. Reuben says, you know what? I just thought of it. It's amazing how you think about things. I just thought something that could exonerate me. You might have said, not zero self. We listen, we'll bring it back to base. Then, I feel the Chayish Pamin, even 4 or 5 times, or the last use management long is what? There's going to be some level of investigation over it, right? We're not just going to bring them back to the base. What do you got? Tell us, what information do you have that is new and necessary that is going to be helpful over here? So the Gemara says, "Ubeis haskila put the base." Another understand. The Gemara says, by the way, what's the base haskila outside the base? So in this example here, obviously, there's a place where they executed Ruvain was a good distance away, right? Because at the end of the day, it said, it sounds like he was a good distance away. So the Gemara says that should be seen behind. I won't say now. It makes it sound like all you had to do over here was put the base haskila somewhere out of base. It didn't have to be far. It just has to be somewhere away. So the Gemara says, is that true? About time, your base haskila hayakut l'shalosh chanos. In general, let's say the base haskila was outside of the 3 camps. Now remember again, the notion of 3 camps is usually reminiscent of the desert. But the Jews have the same 3 camp model by Rashi actually points out this earlier as with the Shalosh Machanos. B'Yushalayim would Yishayach Lemin Ma'ika Azara Ma'an Shkina, Rabbi's Ma'an Olivia, Ma'an Yisrael. This 3 camp model existed by the Beis Hamikdash as well. The Azor, the Beis Hamikdash itself, Ma'an Shkina. Right? Rabbi is that's called Ma'aviyah, Levitic camp, and Yerushalayim itself is called Ma'an Yisrael. Where was, if you had to stone someone, where was the stone? Outside of here, it's not enough for the execution spot, just to be a little removed from the basin, but it has to be outside. Yes, be outside. So what is right into the gamut? Yeah, absolutely. When we say that the base of skill is outside of the basin, it doesn't mean a little bit outside of the basin. It means we really remove what we call 3 camps outside of the basin. I must tell you up. So why does it come this way? So what is this? Now, for me, the nothing can do with yes, the short machanos. Adina base has skill put the base. Then, so you must listen to this. Once it comes to this following halacha, they either even if bathing, let's say a bathing that is convened outside of the city. So you already have a bathing that's kind of like outside of the three macros. I might have thought that since the bathing is already maybe outside of the three camps, therefore what? Therefore you can have the bathing skill anyway. The bathing itself is already outside of the three camps. Kamash Malon, that if bathing is outside of the three camps, the base has skill itself still has to be distant, but bathing even more. Why is that? You hate to go to the cousin. Sure, look like it's a bathing that really works. Sure, look like bathing with Jackson. So one bathing will be with Jackson. So because we don't want to look like bathing with Jackson, we always distinct the execution spot from the bathing in a significant way. Other possibility is Inami, Tihe, Hatsala. So furthermore, again, distancing the execution spot from the bathing is also the wise and beneficial. Because the longer it takes to get from bathing to the execution spot, the longer we wait breaking evidence that will exonerate them. Right? If the base schema is right next to the bathing, so then again you pass the verdict to execute the guy, making again the base schema further out. Ultimately allows us for a little bit of additional window of exoneration. And I doesn't for what you know, as much as Zuna pointed out, we understand that these three camps based on the way you camp right in the middle of the camp on the desert you had Shina, who lived around the Mishkan, the Levian. That's called Machan Leviah, the Levitic camp, and around that you had Yisrael, the Machan Yisrael. So essentially, that becomes like the domicile model for college. So that was replicating Yerushalayim. So you have the base on Mikdash, that's Machane Shvina. Rabbi is the Temple Mount, that's called Machane Leviah. And then the rest of the city, that's called Machane Yisrael. So, for example, Bathing operated again in the Mikdash, but the base of Skiva is outside of Yerushalayim. So you see whether the base of Skiva has to be outside of the three camps. Either liberal because you don't want it to look like Bathing. But that's way number two. By distancing the execution track for the base of Q, a little bit more time. So let's already know this. That ultimately, again, the base of Skila has to be outside of the base of the business. So we almost say, stop the river today. We're making great stuff. We're good. Let's say, truth is that I'm like Kiddush Levana. You can't rush to Kiddush Levana, right? You can't rush to the other of Gemara like that. Those guys, shkoyach. All right, have another great day, everyone. Just get off the truck from back there. Just how you know. All right, I want to say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor for the year of Tafshin KA 5785, the Chos Mishpacha, for dedicating all the Shirley Joshua's this year as his Chos for Besaros for Am Yisrael. Talmud Torah sponsors the Kelman Mishpacha for dedicating all the Shirley this month in memory of and David Levy, the brother of Itai Levy, who was killed by Gaza on the first night of Hanukkah. His precious Neshama having Aliyah and his family in Nechama. Our week of learning sponsors, Rabbi Aryeh and Chana Richter, in memory of Rabbi Richter's grandmother, who was just in us yesterday. The Levi is today. Sarah Bas Shimon is from the Bracha, on the merit of our Talmud Torah, the Neshama, and the family in Nechama. Let us begin. So today's topic is Monday 42. We are picking up a lot of details and really beautiful Gemara ahead of us on the next every day. So we left off on then Aleph on the days 41. We left off at we really left off the end of these years. Remember again, in the end of yesterday's daf, there was a beautiful exchange between the Tanur of Saka, we're learning Sanhedrin in the Yeshiva of Rabbi. So Rami Bar went ahead and Rabbi Chava said, "What are you learning?" And again, the Gemara recorded a really beautiful and special exchange between these rabbanim. So the Gemara follows. So remember again, that was Alalahu Ihaki Anisu bought two. So Rabbi Chava was very impressed by what Rav Sasra was saying. He said, you said this, he's talking so much about Sanhedrin. I just wanted to mention the last part. So this tradition, Rav Sasra said back to Rav Chama, because you are so pleasant to deal with, you're able to share with me so much. Had you been a little bit more difficult, had you been a little bit more sharper, we would not have been able to share with you as much. If you take a look at Rashi says something so beautiful here. You should not only to us, Mahmoud Sha'ata told Anov, so it's beautiful. So I'm kind of saying at the same time, because you are so pleasant and you are so humble, we're able to share with you so much. Conversely, if you want to be a contrarian, like if you want to be difficult, if you want to be combative, so this is such an incredible idea. But the tenor of Safra is talking about how it is so pleasant, feel comfortable sharing with you so much. Your pleasantness brings out so much kedusha from us. Had you been a bit more caustic, difficult, and perhaps not as beautiful, it would have been more difficult to be able to share with you our Torah. So a really beautiful and profound idea that sometimes when we are present in our interaction with other people, it's our greatness inside of them as well. When you think people who act kindness versus when we all know this, right? We have an interaction with someone who's like combative and contrarian. Some people are just like whatever interaction, whatever interaction I have to have, I'll have it, and then I want to get out. I have zero interest in interacting. When someone's kind, someone is compassionate, someone is sweet, someone is just emotionally in their interactions, there's a desire to want to improve. And bring out even more from the person who has so much to do. Effort over, more goes like that. I've come to again with that idea, that I love for myself, witnesses could be often their training up to 2 days. So the challenge is how far into the month can we go ahead, allow for people to be often there. So I come on. It says tomorrow. Until you get to the rules of what we call the majority. In other words, you can't go up to the majority of the month to assume that people speak off a little bit of time. But once you get past the majority of the month, we can't really allow for any type of discrepancies in it. So Rashi says over here, I come to the self, I told you that in this in other words, we'll allow. Remember, I will say, he said, for example, one 8 says it happened on the month, 1 8 says it happened on the third month. So we can allow for that, right? Why? You can maybe more than heard about the fact that last month was 30-year month, whereas everyone thinks that it was 29-year month. So the challenge is, up to what point do you try to allow for that type of discrepancy? The last is up until we start month. So Amar Rabbi, we don't have one of those folks that hey, if you something if one minute says the murder happened on the 2nd of the month, 1 minute says it happened on the 5th of the month, the Eidos is bottled, but I'm not. Neighbors should say, one of those is there is a way to explain what discrepancy between the 3rd and the 5th, right? How can you explain it? Right? Witness number 1 finished the last 2 months, the 29 weeks. Witness number 2 finished the last 2 months, the 30 days each. That explains that there's discrepancy between 2 days. We're going to allow you from because what do you see from here? You mean the halacha l'maisa, once you get to the road, into the majority of the month, We assume everyone knows the exact date. So the Gemara says, "We all know in the Kabbalah it could very well be that even once you get to the middle of the month, not everyone knows if the previous month was a Moed or a Chasser, right? That's possible. But what does everyone know? We know about the shofar blowing. Meaning what? And halacha l'maisa, shofar is blown, right? Actually, the shofar is blown at the beginning of that. So everyone knows about the shofar, and therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, it'd be hard pressed to say that somebody didn't know if the previous month was or wasn't. The fact she grew up, so it's possible maybe 1 month you missed the shofar blowing, declaring the month. But you say that the months you missed the shofar blowing, so ultimately, again, that would be incredible. I'm going to ask you, I've kind of regarded Allah. So they say now, interestingly enough, because we're talking about the new month and in transition a little bit here to a new year discussion, I'll take the other one and the site to the Shachodesh. That's Halabana. To the Shachodesh. When up until what point into the month can you bench the new moon? When once actually until the efficiency of the moon is completed. The Kama comes back. So what we're asking is, at what point up to what point in the month is one permitted to say so the Gemara gives us an answer. At the actual Ismaili Masa, until the deficiency of the moon is filled in. Gemara says, what is that? What is that? Give me a date. Give me a time in the month that I can say the month. So the Yehuda says, up until the 7th of the month. Up until the 7th of the month, you can go ahead and say Kiddush Levana. Okay, so the Gemara says, and now I go on the Achishasa, and I go up until the 16th of the month. So what's the interesting machlokas over here? Now Yehuda, you can say Kiddush Levana until the 7th of the month, and now I go Levana up until the 16th of the month. Top of many days, 42 age. It says in our Harai, Rabbi Yochanan, and both of them, but Rabbi Yochanan, I will say that, interestingly enough, so Rabbi Yochanan, the rule is you can say Kiddush Levana, until the deficiency of the moon is filled in. So this is machlokas in terms of what does that mean? Rabbi Yehuda says that means up until 7 days into the month, and then I don't say up until 6 days into the month. So the Gemara says both hold it. Rabbi Yochanan, one said it looked like a bow. So what's the opinion ultimately up until 7 days, and then I don't say has to look like sieve. Now sieve means fully circular. Because by the time you get to the middle of the month, the moon is confused. So let's say so fun machlokas over here. Reading has an important machlokas. Until when can one say Kiduvana that Yehuda 7th of the month? Because at that point again, the deficiency of the month has been of the moon is building up. The moon no longer looks fully complete. Looks like a bow. Looks like a bow. Then I go and no, up until the deficiency is complete, that means the middle of the month when the moon is completely full. So let's go back to the Gemara says, so maybe the bracha that you make over the moon should be at Tova HaNetiv. So it's actually quite beautiful to make Rashi. The 3 lines down in Rashi from the top. The Baruch HaTova HaNetiv. As Rabbi Yehuda Park, Mehi Nami, the Meshiva Ve'elef, Leka, Me'eman, Mechadesh Kadoshim, the Mia HaTova HaNetiv, Shekal Shosh, Netiv, Vela, V'Negisa, coming to Shimon Samples for higher Olam. It's really going to be good. Right? That's interesting, right? But you holds, and halacha you can recite Kiddush Levana up until the 7th of the month. So the Gemara says, okay, but from the 7th up until the 16th, you should be able to say Tova HaNetiv. It's the bracha. Essentially, Shech Yonah and Tova HaNetiv sister brachas. So Shech Yonah is a bracha what you say, something positive that benefits you. Tova HaNetiv is saying that benefits you, it also has the ability to benefit others. So why do we say Tova HaNetiv on the moon each and every month? According to the say Kiddush Levana on the 7th of the month. from the 7th up until the 16th, you should be able to say, if that's the case, so maybe then you should say that from the 16th and on, when the moon begins to diminish, you should say Baruch Dayan Ha'eres. Right at the end, in others, remember, naked by definition means, right? He said it would mean that the completion of the moon is something objectively time, which would then have to mean the converse would have to be true as well, which is that the diminution of the moon is something objectively adverse or negative. Right? And therefore, if you're going to say October HaMetiv as the moon fills in, you're going to have to go ahead and say Dayan HaEmes as the moon diminishes. To which the Gemara says, okay, so fine. Maybe yes. Maybe we should let's go ahead and say October HaMetiv as the moon as is filling up, and Dayan HaEmes as the moon is diminishing. To which the Gemara says, no, keep on the Hainu Archei. So I say this is fascinating. No, since this is the natural way of the moon, we don't recite the Rabbah. What is it? It's good Rashi, almost very close to Rashi. Hainu Archei, Bechol Chodesh Brias Olam Kimin Hagohi. Ve'in Kandin Polanos Bechasona, Velo Haftacha Lanu Chesed B'Melusa. So you might suggest over here, this is the natural way the world works. So because it's the natural way the world works, it's interesting. There's not per se a rough completion of the moon, and there's not there's nothing negative in the diminution of the moon. It just is the way that it works. So to me, I don't know, I was last night, I would encourage you to take advantage of this base mentorship at night. Shul Armin is starting a next day program here at the Shul. Hashem, I was here last night at 9:45. This night was quiet. It was surreal. Beautiful. Beautiful. So speaking about this, because this Gemara seems to almost fly in the face a little bit of like how we normally think. So you're telling me now, like, instead of the Gemara saying, like the world just kind of operates in a certain program, certain things. The moon gets bigger, the moon gets smaller. It's not racha, it's not klala, it just is. So it was a difficult time not to get my head around this because to a certain degree it feels like it's not the way we're programmed to think. The way we're programmed to think is that the Rothschild obviously directs everything, and everything in this world kind of fits into a bucket. It's either like a good bucket or a bad bucket, or positive or negative, or bracha or klala, or hatov HaMetiv or dayan HaEmes. And what was introducing us to is that there are certain things in the world that's just the program. It's just a program, like sunrise and sunset, right? In other words, it's not good, it's not bad, it is. There's certain functionality in the world that just by definition is. Just by definition is. Now again, is there beauty in it? Is there kedusha in it? Is there messages in it? Absolutely. But it's interesting, I think perhaps, what you are trying to teach us over here is maybe you don't have to necessarily maybe there are certain that this is something that we profound to remember. If this is true in our relationship with our Shvarach, Allah has come with His true relationship. One of the most difficult things in relationships is we tend to be into if someone says something, well, why did you say that? Why didn't you say it like that? Why did you use this word? Why didn't you use that word? They may not happen often again, but right, there's all of this tweeting different things, and meanwhile, sometimes what I said is what I said. There's no deeper meaning to it. There's no like double entendre. There's no hidden like frosted flakes decoder ring. Figure out like things that was said and how it was. Sometimes is what it is. And it doesn't have a deeper meaning every single way. So let's say the Hashbach is modeling for us. You know what? It fills up and it diminishes. It's what it is. It's beautiful. There are messages in it. I don't have to read into it. Dayan HaEmes or October HaMetiv. Incredible. Let's go back to it. I will say it's a beautiful Gemara. Whoever goes ahead and recites this Kiddush Ravana, whoever recites Kiddush Ravana at the right time, as if he's receiving the Shema. So this is such a beautiful Gemara. If you go ahead and you recite Kiddush Levana at the appropriate time, now again remember, what appropriate time? That's our machloek. Yes, but it says after 7 days, then our 16. You know how we pass. We pass like the paradigm. That's why we do have the ability to take Kiddush Levana up until the 16th is the middle of the month. The middle of the month. You actually pass really until the night of the 15th is normally how it works out. But Allah is how we pass it. So the Gemara is beautiful. Whoever says Kiddush Levana, it's as if they are receiving the Shema. The Gemara says, Ksiv ha-chadash hazeh, Ksiv ha-sam zekili. It says ultimately again, this month, this Chodesh hazeh, and it says zekili, so it's zeh. HaChodesh hazeh lachem, which is Kiddush Levana, and zekili. Let's point that fascinating. That probably one of the most neglected tefillos is Kiddush Levana. What is Kiddush Levana? Levana is what stands between the car and what's right? It's the tefillah I need to avoid eye contact, duck through, yeah. Let's say, isn't that fascinating? So it is the tefillah where some doesn't do it, or just even if it's done, it's like chit chat. So fascinating. That's the tefillah. The Gemara says if you say Kiddush Levana, it is as if you are receiving the Shema. Say, you know what? When you look at this, sometimes whether we realize it or not, many of us live with the fear of spiritual too close. The emotions are going to grow. It's like it's make certain changes. So there's a certain fear of intimacy, which is why, whether we realize it or not, we keep our Kadosh Baruch Hu a little bit at a distance. I always wonder about this. It can't be that so many people are so busy and let's say Shabbos that they just gotta run out. And even if I say it it's just like the fastest tefillah you see it as a close second, right. Why? What is it? What? It's almost as if not in a version, but what is it? A lot of us have intimacy issues, spiritual intimacy issues. I'm scared to get a little close because I'm scared of what that's going to do of me for me to give to the relationship. Consciously, subconsciously, I just blow it. I just don't mind because I don't have to even come up here. And at the end of the day, I can kind of keep up with the spark for a distance. We can remain good friends. It's platonic. He's happy. I think he's happy. I'm happy. And I don't have to really up the expectations. It's so incredible. By the way, what does it mean that Kiddush Levana is even the Kalpneach? So let's say, there's a beautiful Marsha. Marsha just he says, it's not really later on in the chat. The Marsha says, Ayin Vazega Perish Rabin. We saw Parak Tzvasa Shach. Listen to this. The Yesh Lama, the Fishi, Swabega, Lithin Miros, Neshila. Urechol Kabi Kabbalasa. Let's say this is such a profound Gemara. Follow and Golos. Peaceful and Golos. Often doesn't have the ability to really see the Shema. Right? What we lament most, and also that is going to point out, I believe, this month of Shabbos, we're already trying to say Rosh Chodesh, Wednesday, Thursday, so it'll be close. I don't know. Okay. I don't know if it's right, whatever it is. The point is, next week this is going to be a very shy Gemara. So I'll say, so remember the Gemara says over here, the Marsha says, excuse me, in Gavos, we are not vocal, we're not going to see the Shema. We're not even going to say that the greatest tragedy is that when there was a basic Mikdash, there was an acute manifestation of the divine will able to see the Shema in the second part all the time. We're not able to see the Shema in the same overt way. Kiddush Halavana, we see this. We seemingly Shema Sidim is Shmosa. But the renewal of the moon is the renewal of the Jewish people. And the same way that the moon waxes away, that the moon diminishes and then it regenerates, that is the ultimate metaphor for Klal Yisrael. That we too will regenerate. The fire of the Rothschild בקיום בני שכינה כמו שיעורה על זה נוסח פרחס הרבנו ובזה כשאנו מברכים על החודש בזמנו ושמים שלנו עשידים וסחדיש כמו בנו כאילו Kiddush Levana is the most inspiring tefillah. Why? Because the metaphor for Klal Yisrael, the moon is beautiful and then it wings, right? Then it wings, right? Then it diminishes. That's almost invisible. That's the story about people. The story of us as individuals. And so when we go out, we feel a bracha on a crescent of a moon, right? On a crescent. And we recognize that this will generate and instill the confidence, the hope, the belief that we once again use Rothschild, B'nei Ashchina, Yerushalayim, with Hamikdash. And therefore the Gemara says, when you do Kiddush, it is as if you are being Mekabel B'nei Ashchina. Such an overwhelming, incredible, and beautiful Gemara. All right, let's go back. Turn to Yishmael. El Moed Lozach Yisrael. Alach B'nei Adi Yisrael Shemayim B'Chodesh Chodesh Gayim. Plus this please. So the Yishmael says, if you only think Klal Yisrael had the ability to do each and every month, this Kiddush Levana, wow, it would be enough. It doesn't not make sense. Why? Why? Because what does Kiddush Levana do? Kiddush Levana instills in me the confidence and optimism of the Lord. And that is the most important episode as a people and as it was to believe that no matter how far I sink, no matter how much I diminish myself, no matter how much I am diminished, I always have the ability to rebound. This is true as a nation and true as an individual. Who gives me that koach? The Rothschild. Therefore, again, if you're only going to say one tefillah throughout the entire month, right? Only one tefillah. Kiddush Levana it is. Incredible. I'm not in the minimum. Rabbi says, therefore, we have to make sure to say Kiddush Levana standing. Such an important tefillah. Such an important tefillah. We have to listen to the attraction. Discuss Kiddush Levana in our huts and our courts. Just imagine it is good. So hopefully again, assuming that the sun is out, but the clouds are not there, we can see them. The sun is out this other issue. Right here, so I don't know, but again, like the atmosphere, internationally, see what happens. Your ride is right there, they're getting a piece on the wheel, they're ready to pick you up. How much money can you put into it? So we begin to see the power of this incredible. One tefillah a month, if you only tefillah a month, Kiddush Levana it is. Somebody tells the story. Therefore, Rabbi says you have to see it standing up. Kiddush Levana to be recited standing. Remember Zutra, Nikasi. Remember Zutra was saying who were elderly and couldn't stand up on their own, would support themselves on the shoulders of others. Kiddush Levana. What's the bracha? In Eretz Yisrael, they make the following bracha. Baruch Chadish Chadash. That was in Eretz Yisrael. Okay. Wrap my head around Kavanah for that. I think I can get behind that. Baruch Mechadish Chadash. That was it. Baruch Chadash Elokeinu Melech Haolam. Mechadish Chadash. Right? That was like that. That's it. That's it. So listen to this. Amalei said, "Hi Nashi Didan Nanivarchi." It wasn't that. What it sounds like over here is that's a woman's bracha. What is that? What is a bracha? It's like a good like Talmud stuff, right? That's what we'll say. So the man points out over here. He says, "Rosh Chodesh is a women's yom. It's a special reference to women and Rosh Chodesh." So the problem here is this whole makes note of Mechadish Chadash and Rosh Chodesh. This bracha doesn't really make note of the moon itself. So the same is the bracha is okay. Makes reference of Rosh Chodesh, which is beautiful for women, but it doesn't really make reference to the dynamic of the moon, which is what we're trying to highlight over here. Hello, we'll say we're going to now go to Kiddush Levana. That's finding us here. Okay, the same Kiddush Levana for years. I never said the bracha in a way like you do like so you just take like I said, usually for that reason, I was in a rush. What we're in a rush for or rush to is not usually clear. But we're always in a rush. So look at the Gemara says. So here's the bracha. Baruch. Now we see Baruch Atah Elokeinu Melech Haolam. Asher be'amaro bara shechaki. Through His word, through your words, you create the piv kol tzivar. Called Zaval, and ultimately again through the breath of his mouth, all of the hosts. Chok uzman nasan lahem. So little again, chok means like a rule, Uzman and set times we are given to each of the celestial hosts. Shelo Yishanu as tafkida. Everyone a job. Everyone has a job. And ultimately, again, no one switches their job. Everyone has a mission, and no one forsakes their mission for something else. Sasim usmeichim lasos v'sompono, and they are so happy to perform the work of their Creator. Paul MS. So I just want to point over here again. What's so beautiful is the Marashak comment on this. It says, "Shlo yishanas taperush, shlo yishnu yishanu yulu shalahem." Also, what's incredible when you're in the heavens? The stars never say, you know what, today I'm going to be the moon. Right? And the moon never says, you know what, today is my turn to be the sun. Everyone has a mission. And everyone in the celestial sphere stays focused on their mission. God to step in us. We spend so much time in life trying to be people or trying to be others, when instead of trying to maximize who and what we are. If the celestial hosts have their mission, and it looks this, they stay on task, they stay on mission. We might hold it and figure out, I want their mission. I want to get here, I want to get this. Of course, it's good to emulate positive qualities, but sometimes we spend time trying to be with others than to maximize our own mission. And I seek every the best version of themselves. I recognize that is my avoda as well. Stay on point, stay on mission, stay on task, fulfill your shlichus. So he says, again, they affect works of truth, and their work is truth. Who says to the moon to renew, and literally again it is a crown of to those who come from him. For they are destined to renew like the moon itself. Like the moon itself, just as the moon, so the human beings are destined to renew as well. And I had a little bit again praise their Creator, Hashem so through the name of the lasting kingdom. Baruch atah Hashem l'chayish kadosh. Right, blessed are you, Hashem, the one who is the new month. Interestingly enough, again, we use the same Mechadesh Kadoshim, we use that same bracha, but we just add on a little bit beautiful text to it. Such a beautiful Gemara. Because again, with great strategy you can affect the world. With whom can you find war of Torah? In other words, who could wage the war of Torah? Who is capable of waging Torah? It's beautiful. Whoever learns a lot of Mishnah, because if you learn Mishnah, right, you're armed with a lot of knowledge. It's conveyed to you knowledge. Now, it doesn't give you Gemara. It gives you a lot of, it doesn't give you a lot of this, but it gives you a lot of knowledge. Kari and Avshay, Rav Tukoach Shar. So also it's a beautiful idea over here. Opinions, right? Some authors. If I'm again, the Mishnah, the Gemara goes in and switches gear. That the only way to go ahead and wage the war of Torah is how? Is if you're armed with ammunition. And what's the ammunition to engage in the war of Torah? Mishnayos. At least again, because that arms you with the general knowledge you need in order to go ahead and be successful in the Muslim art. Fine. I'm going to stay shelves. I'm going to see you about Rashi. Those are the shelves. And I'm going to say, Mishnah also, that to allow for some level of time discrepancy between the witnesses as well. Right? So if they go ahead and one says that right, we saw Reuben kill Shimon 2 hours into the day. Other witness says we saw Reuben kill Shimon 3 hours into the day. Ultimately, that works. Right? That works as well. The Gemara says about Echad Omer Kodman Eitzachama, Be'echad Omer Achar Eitzachama Idus Mitila. But if one opinion says I saw Reuben, right? One opinion says so Reuben killed Shimon, before sunrise, and the other one says after sunrise, their age is proper. Why? Because that doesn't make sense. Right? That doesn't make sense. There's no discrepancy like that before sunrise, after to sunrise. Before sunrise, it's not light. After sunrise, it is light. So how do you, the only way to explain that discrepancy is that probably someone's lying, or just someone does facts right. So the Gemara says, "Pshit, that's obvious." No, rather over here. One witness says we saw living till Shimon before sunrise, another one says it was during sunrise. So that's also obvious that the testimony doesn't line up. So what won't you have thought? So say something what ended up happening, and the one who says again that it was during sunrise, again it was during the sun, and he saw the rays. So maybe they're really saying something. Maybe he's reconciling. Kamash Malon, you have discrepancies like that before sunrise, after sunrise, during sunrise, before sunrise, where there are objectively observable events, and the witnesses are not on the same page about it. That disallows the testimony. In fact, so remember again. So I went on to say that halacha l'maisa, if one of the students in the Beis Din, one of the students in the Sanhedrin, finds a reason to go and examine him, he invites him on, and he remains there for the rest of that day. Says the Gemara, not anymore. So we learn in the Ishmael if the student is saying good, right? The student had something positive to go ahead and say, right? And the student walks So the Gemara says, we just invite him ultimately again for that day, and no more. He doesn't get to stay on the Beis Din. But we learn if the student says good, we invite him to be part of the Sanhedrin, and we don't go ahead and ever take him down. And if what he was saying ultimately again is not really all that helpful, when we let him stay for the rest of the day, then not after that. Why? No, what it means is like this. If the student says, I have something to contribute to exonerate the defendant, so we invite him to join the Beis Din. If he has something good to say, we'll keep him on the Beis Din going forward. If he doesn't have something good to say, we'll keep him on the Beis Din that day, but afterwards we'll go ahead and take him off. Okay, so the Gemara says as follows. Matzah Mosefus. So the Gemara says, so remember again, if the Gemara talks about over here, if they can't agree on an exoneration verdict, so what do? So they go ahead and they go back and forth. They deliberate right overnight or overnight into the next day, and the Gemara says that they also go ahead and they don't drink and they diminish the food consumption. So Gemara says, "Yain my time, but why don't they drink wine?" Literally translated, rulers a sheikhar. The Gemara says, "Ha'oskim baraz olam al yishtak." Those who go ahead and with the secrets of the world, which is called judgment, those who deal with the secrets of judgment should not go ahead and become intoxicated. This makes sense. In other words, if you're going ahead and you're dealing with the functions of dealing with capital cases, one should not go ahead and become inebriated. No ra'ul mai. Now, the Mishnah essentially said that if halacha l'maisa, they cannot reach. They can't verdict. Right? They can't reach a verdict. So then halacha l'maisa again, Gemara says they have to keep. Let's say it's deadlocked. Right? The Beis Din is deadlocked. They have to keep going back and forth until they're able to emerge with a majority one way or another. Either a majority of one to exonerate, or a majority of two to implicate. Right? But they have to keep working. The Gemara says, "Lo ra'u mai." What happens if they can't do it? They remain deadlocked. Well, what do you do in a case like this? Essentially, it results in a not guilty verdict. That's what it does. So my says the thing or so a case will result in a not guilty verdict. If that's the case, then why don't you do this? Why don't you just basically is deadlocked earlier, smaller? Why not? It's the process. You keep adding on and adding to get to 72. So instead of that, why not as soon as they're deadlocked done, give them a not guilty plea? No, because we don't like a deadlock. It doesn't look right. Whereas Beis should be able to be decisive, Beis should be able to be conclusive, and Beis should be able to give a definitive ruling. It doesn't look like it can't, and therefore we feel compelled to try to work this through until they can. I got also this Rabbi says why do you have to keep adding on Dayan? Just exonerate him right and there. Rabbi Yossi, right? His right that supports you. It's actually Rabbi Shem Shem Yossi, now Beis Shem Ba'achad, Kach Yossi, now Beis Shal Esim Mushlosha. You see that you can't add on to a basin of 71. You also don't have to add on to a basin of 73. Sorry, 23. But if the basin is deadlocked, then you know what? Exoneration. That's the way it works. Omer beginning Mamonis is Dakin Adin. In Omer beginning the Fashas is Dakin Adin. What's the between Raisa? When it comes to financial Adin Mamonis, we say Nizdakin Hadin. Now, what that literally means is what? The judgment became old. But when it comes to capital cases, we don't say Nizdakin Hadin. So, what does that mean? Mine is Dakin Hadin. What exactly does that mean? Ilema Kash Dina. So, let's say if it means like this, Kash Dina, if it means that Halacha L'maisa Beis is saying, this case is too difficult for us, and we can't issue a verdict now. We have to give it more time. That's what it means. And if coming by the way, then I will say you should say that dafka by capital cases and not by monetary cases. So you're right, switch it around. No, don't switch it around. What does it mean? Mine is dakin adin. What does it mean dakin adin? Chacham dina. It means a declaration that we decided appropriately. Right? We decided appropriately. Again, Allah when it comes to giving evidence, Beis Din says we have decided appropriately. Even the Fashas, they don't make that declarative statement. So what's the Mesa is a kasha. So the head of the judges, he makes the declaration is Dakin Hadin. Second, if you want to say that Dakin Hadin means we did good, which means that Hayda are good. Makes sense. The head of the base, he says this. But if you say that Halacha said means that the din is too difficult and you can't find a resolution, because the gadol have to say it. Enough that it has to be declared by the base, but does the head of the basin have to say it? Isn't that embarrassing? So the rest says, yeah, there's going to be some level of embarrassment. The basin can't reach resolution, but it is better to have the embarrassment come from the Dayan himself than to have it come from others. It's incredible. So you get down, the others say, yeah, I'm a kashpina. If you want to say that it's a declaration of basis, says it's difficult, you can't reach a verdict. I know Eno Dublin bad. If you want to see a declaration that the basin is making, the basin is stating this case. Is a person to praise themselves. You know what? If you're deserving of praise, let people praise you, and don't yourself. So how could the head of the basin do a good job in adjudicating this case? Shining mills of the Beitina is a basin. Everything that comes from the basin always comes from the head of the basin. Any declaration always come from the head of the basin. Kidisnan. Gamru as Hadavar. Also, Omer Aish Ploni Akai, Aish Ploni Akai. Same way that the gadol announced the verdict and announcements of the date would come from the head of the basin as well. Including if the basin did a good job, they would say, we adjudicated this case appropriately, and such an announcement ultimately again would come from Sabra Bosai. Hajjun Allah, are you both Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov? Okay, short of celebration. Let's go back to Nigmar Adin. Nigmar Adin. What's really fascinating about this is we just keep going through the judicial process. So Nigmar Adin. If at the end of the day, again, they finished, they reached the verdict. So, and I will say it was a guilty verdict. So we bring him out for skila. So you bring the skila. So I will say, obviously, have a skila. So the base has, the interesting was that the place of it is stone. And again, we'll talk more about this in definitely a little bit. But the place ultimately, again, where they were was outside of the Shnei Hotzi Samakala. Like the pasuk says, again, so in other words, the execution spot wasn't 5 days. It was somewhere removed. Like the pasuk says, Echad Omer Al Pesach. So now, Reuben killed Shimon. Reuben's been sent. Okay, so now they're taking Reuben out to be executed. So one guy was stood by the entrance where they learned the adults, and ultimately again he had like a cloth. What? Yeah. For some reason, it's just rough on them. Today, I watched this. This is how it happens. So there was a guy stationed on a base. He had like a flag, right? Now there was a guy in the distance on a horse. Now the driver, right? The guy was far enough away, but in ocular connection. So he was able to see the flag guy by the base. Now why did this do this? Echad Omer Echad usually now watch this. So they're leaving out to be executed. But let's say as they're leaving him out, someone comes into Beis Din and they say, I have testimony that could exonerate you. Remember again, Beis Din was accepting testimony to exonerate Ruvain literally up until the moment he was going to be executed. So therefore, again, they needed a mechanism that if there was last minute testimony, that they would be able to get word so that Ruvain wouldn't be executed. So that if somebody came into Beis Din and said, last minute testimony, what happened? Flag guy would wave his flag, horse-mounted rider would quickly go to the Beis HaSkila and say, wait. And say, wait. Allah made it this regard. The flag would wave his flag, horse-mounted rider would race off to the Beis HaSkila. I would tell everyone to pause. Even said, let's do this. Reuben is not the execution. Reuben said, you know what? I just thought of something. Okay? I just thought of something. Makes me think about it, right? That's good. I just thought of something that could exonerate me. The Gemara says, so you listen to him. We'll bring him back to Beis Din. After the Arba, the Chamish Palms, even 4 or 5 times. We'll go back. As long as what? I would say there's going to be some level of investigation over here, right? So that's just going to bring me back to the Beis Din. What do you got? Right? Tell us what information do you have that is new and necessary that is going to be helpful over here? The Beis HaSkila puts this not on the Shabbat. The says, by the way, was the Beis HaSkila out of the Beis Din? I mean, it's not here, obviously. The place where they executed Reuben was a good distance away, right? Because at the end of the day, it says they took him out. So he was a good distance away. So the Gemara says that trip is too long enough. I will say now, it makes it sound like all over here was put to Beis HaSkila somewhere out of Beis Din. Far, it just has to be somewhere away. The Gemara says, really, is that true? Usually, I will say the Beis HaSkila was outside of the 3 camps. Remember again. The Rothschild of 3 camps is reminiscent of the desert. So it should just be also the same camp model by Yerushalayim. Right? We have these concepts over here. Yerushalayim is kind of the Magika Aslara Machanishina. Rabbi is Machanaludra. So Choleya Machan Yisrael. This 3 camp model exists by the Beis HaMikdash as well. The Azar, the Beis HaMikdash itself, right? The Harabayis, that's called Machane Levia, the big camp, and Yerushalayim itself is called Machane Yisrael. There was, if they had the stone, there was the stone out of Yerushalayim. So the Beis HaMikdash was outside, so you see from here, not enough to the execution spot, just to be a little bit removed from the Beis Din, but it really has to be outside. It has to be outside. Once it's right in the sky, yeah, absolutely. When we say that the Beis HaSkila is outside the Beis Din, it doesn't mean a little bit outside the Beis Din. It was really removed, or called 3 camps outside of the Beis Din. I remember the hardest 20 options. And so why does the Mishnah list this, right? So when it says this, now for me, comes to just finding that even if basin, let's say you have a basin that is convened outside of the city. So you already have a basin that's kind of like outside of the three mountains. I might have thought that since the basin is already outside of the three camps, therefore what? Therefore you should have the basin of skila anywhere because the basin itself is already outside of the three camps. That if basin is outside of the three camps, basin of skila itself still has to be distant from the basin even more. Why is that? Shouldn't look like it's a basin of murder. Meaning, what it shouldn't look like basin is eager to execute. So we don't want basin to look executed because we don't want it to be eager to execute. We always distance the execution spots from the basin in a significant way. Furthermore, again, distancing the execution spots from the basin is also beneficial. Why is it beneficial? Because I will say the longer it takes to get from Basin to execution spot, the longer we have from last minute late breaking, evidence that will exonerate, right? If the base of skila is right next to it, so then again you pass the verdict to execute by making again the skila a little bit further out, it allows for a little window, a little bit of a window of examination. So when we know the base of skila, so I just want to point out again, just to understand that this three camp model is based on the way we camped in the desert. Right in the middle of the camping of the desert, you had Mishkan. That's called Machane Shechina. Who lives around the Mishkan? Levia. That's called Machane Levia, the Levians. And around that, you had Israel, the Machane Israel. So actually, that sounds like domicile Machal. So it was replicating Yerushalayim. So in Yerushalayim, you have the base of Mikdash, that's Machane Shechina. Rabbi is the Temple Mount, that's called Machane Levia. And then the rest of the city, that's called Machane Israel. So, for example, it operated again in the base of Mikdash. But the base of Skila was outside of Yerushalayim. So you see, the Skila has to be outside of the three camps. Either, number one, you don't want it. Possibly number two, by distancing the execution spot from itself, we give the accused a little bit more time to be honest. We already know this, that ultimately, again, Beis HaSkila has to be outside of the Beis HaMikdash. And I will say, start today, we're making great, and don't worry about it, it's good. I said, again, truth is, that Amud Aleph was like Kiddush Labana. Kiddush Labana, right? The Rushman Amud of Gemara like that side, Shkoyach. All right, have a great day, everyone.
It's like, how about if you're gonna get one of these things and you truly are honored by it? Well, you honor the people who gave it to you. Just them. And don't go up there and talk about saving.
All right, girls. Good morning. Such a softball Hashem to be able to begin. Another week of that. And first of all, thank you again for everyone for your understanding as we still acclimate to our new surroundings. You see the farmer going in. Hashem, the article from the back over there, and there's Hashem. About the rattling noise.
Happy Jeff.
Not exactly sure what it is that's occurring, but I know that.
Happy GF. Happy GF. Can you hear me? Okay. So you're back in.
Back in the evil world, and people are wondering if you feel or deeper member in the church channel on there, questioning there. So if you think you could go say a little people.
Are there a lot of people in there?
Not too many.
All right, well, it's part of my mystique.
Oh, okay.
Puppy.
Please don't be settling, okay? That's a catch-all phrase for everything. You don't be settling. You don't be settling. We'll find out. Okay, this is your inception. Your inception. So we'll, thank you for your understanding again.
What up, Mrs. Bird? Yeah, she just came in. Some people were requesting my attention, and we'll see.
Oh, she didn't like it.
No, it's not that she didn't like it. I helped her, and now she's back in. Well, there's some people in here. What up? How are you? No. I'm probably the most positive person you've ever met. Oh, for sure, dog. Okay, excellent. Well, everything's going to be okay. You're an amazing person. And be very happy that you have the opportunity to be above ground today. A friend of mine, a little birdie, told me that I should pop in here. So, yeah, I don't talk in here. If you're wondering why don't you talk in here, I just talk in other servers, but generally I just leave my camera on. I give people a portal into my world. And, but to the person who was like, are you sad or whatever? Oh, I'm very positive, extremely positive. Each day I gain more positivity, more and more confidence, and more joy in my life. So how are you all? I live stream my life 24/7 on YouTube. So it's one of like, I've been doing so for 4 years. So it's one of like 33 different cameras that I have on myself. My whole life is a booty camera. Word. So yeah, if you ever want to talk with me, I don't normally ever talk in this channel. Maybe like in the last year that I've been in here, maybe 2 or 3 times. So this is a special moment. But if you ever need to talk to anyone, if you're an adult, come to my Discord server. The link is in my bio. I'd be happy to cheer you up. No, that's just the only angle that you see of my life. But I do a lot more than that. Welcome, gamer Bob. No, my video's not looped. It's always live. That's what you think. I just don't take a Discord camera outside. I go outside 2 or 3 times a day. Right. Just because I don't take a random tablet Discord outside with me, I mean I do not go outside. I have 33 different devices going right now. I mean, look, I'll just show you from the other angle that you never see. Look at these devices. So what I'm doing, from that one camera doesn't mean that. Like, I'm not going to take all these cameras outside with me. And plus, it's freeing. It's enjoyable to just every once in a while, a few times a day, not have to worry about ensuring that I'm in front of a camera. Though, like, we have security cameras, there's cameras outside. But nevertheless, those are being live streamed to YouTube. I'm live on YouTube 24 hours a day. I have been for 4 years. Boy, Gamer Bob is full of questions. So I'm a certified project management professional. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play, which has given me some financial independence, so I don't have to work. You don't know what an app is?
What is it? It's this type of living is
Okay, well, Mr. Nice, enjoy your day. All right, well, that's what I do. So I'm gonna go back to my Discord friends. I have one, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, nine people in my Discord over here, and then in Discords I got uh, that one has like 25. That one has 8. I'm live in like 12 different Discords, 24 hours a day. No, I don't listen to it.
oh shit.
All right, so enjoy yourselves, friends. I'm gonna go back to my. Thanks, dude. Yo, what up, puppy? Puppy. What up, girl? Puppy. Puppy. There you are. How was your day? Puppy, you Your microphone doesn't sound good. Shit. Swipe.
Don't forget to try to sleep. How you gonna deal with the heat next week? That'd be cooler. Nico. Hoodie shorts, but that's the recommendation from the folks in West Philly to keep cool about it. Neighbors and shit.
Folks, look at this. Lettuce.
You'll find it is. And it's like a flag that you can carry with you to let everyone know that you're an amazing person.
Fall 3 and fall. How you living, big man?
But always feel like a ward.
Kicking ass, taking names. Every day, every meal's a feast. What's good in your neck of the woods, son?
Chilling on YouTube, yeah.
Excellent. How'd you find out about me?
I'll see you soon.
Okay. Remind me, how'd you find out about me yesterday?
I'll try about you. I've been in this for a while.
Oh, Trey's invited you?
Yeah, but me, Trey, and Barry, we've been in this for a couple of days. It's been a while.
Oh, very cool. Okay, I've got you now.
Yeah.
Okay, so how was your day?
Yeah, there's no joke.
Still slanging dick like it's going out of style. Every day's a holiday, every day's a feast. What's on your agenda for this weekend?
Fun game.
Okay, what are you gonna play?
Fucking months, really.
Okay, what do you,
Whatever it's made.
did you know that a few nights ago I whooped Trey's ass in a game, and he's beating me now 5 in pool?
Not really.
It's really sad. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. He's cheating though, and so I'm letting him win, just to be a lesson for the world future of humanity that cheaters never prosper. So, but yeah, he's really good at pool. Have you ever played pool against him? Well, you're missing out. He's very, very good. Okay, so are you playing? Where wins meet? Is it what kind of game is that? In what Asian country does it take place? Oh, that's baller. You could have named them, though. They're all cool. Right, so it takes place in China. Like, what year?
Early 1700s.
Okay. So gunpowder?
I love it.
Oh, then it's with gunpowder like 2,000 years.
Okay.
All right.
Let's go with years. Yeah,
I want to know the exact fucking year playing this game. So just one moment. It's called Winds of what? Where Winds Meet. Yeah. In what year does the game Where Winds Meet take place? Where Winds Meet. It takes place in the 10th century. All right. Well, let me see when did they have and did they have gunpowder? The game Where Winds Meet set in 5 dynasties. Yes, gunpowder was used during this era, and the game reflects this historically accurate detail. Players encountered gunpowder barrels in the game world, such as the burning town area, which are key elements in combat and exploration. So, have you been to the burning town area? All right. So maybe that's on your agenda. Do they have manuscripts? Do they have written? Why isn't it on Xbox? Isn't it strange? I mean, let me just ask you this question. Fall 3 Info 27. You're going to make a game. Whatever your game is. I don't care what it is. You name it. Wouldn't you put it on Xbox and PS5 and the PC like by default? That's a good point. But don't you think you would just be like, fuck exclusivity. Let's just put this game out everywhere as much as we can? I bet it has to do with like you have to basically create a whole new game on the other platforms, and they don't have like a big enough team. But I like that's what I would do. I would be like, I don't care what the game is. Whatever. If we're gonna put out a game as a studio, it has to be on everything. That's the only way games get popular. The argument Grand Theft Auto comes out like a year later, but it always comes out a year later, like on PC. So I get that one. But it still comes out on all of them, and I just don't understand. When Grand Theft Auto first came out, though, it was only on PlayStation, and that's why I bought a PlayStation. I would not have had a PlayStation if Grand Theft Auto had come out on Xbox as well as PlayStation, or instead of PlayStation. But it was like, okay, I have to have that game, and so wherever it could have come out on Wii, and I would have gotten a Wii. All right, did you ever play Wii U?
I think so. Yeah.
All right, so did you ever play Wii?
Yeah, it's cute. Yeah.
Played Wii as a kid. You played Wii kid. Did you ever Switch?
No.
Have you?
I want to get a Switch. I haven't got one.
What's the best game on Switch 2?
Probably Zelda. Probably.
I knew you were going to say that.
Or maybe Pokemon. Maybe.
Are there any games on Switch 2 where you can kill somebody with blood?
Probably.
Yeah, like that. I don't know why Nintendo doesn't make like games for adults.
Yeah, it's more of a kids platform. Really.
I get that, but it can be both. It can be both. I don't understand. I mean, they don't just have to be one or the other. It literally could just be like whatever, you know how it is. You just play a kid's game if you're a kid, and you play an adult game if you're an adult. But it doesn't have to be like the whole system has to be a kid's game.
Yeah, so
I don't get that. I don't get why PlayStation and Xbox see themselves as like adult, like teen adult, whatever consoles, and Nintendo is just like, well, we can only like once you get to be 13, we're not going to sell to you anymore. It's like, dog, you could put a ton of cool in there. I get it though. They don't want to maybe. I don't get it. They could sell more games, but they don't want to hurt their reputation of being like super sweet and nice. But even still, they can still have it. No one says that people are going to think Mario is a serial killer if you get a good game on Wii. I don't get that. But I don't make those decisions. Did they ever release Grand Theft Auto? Or not Wii, but Switch or Switch. Right. And I never saw it if they did. I don't think they did. I mean, maybe they did. I'm not familiar. No. Did Grand Theft Auto ever come out on a Nintendo platform? Or no? Yes, Grand Theft Auto was released on several Nintendo platforms, though not on home consoles until recently. The fuck does that mean? The series first appeared on Nintendo handheld systems. The original Grand Theft Auto was ported to the Game Boy Color in 1999, followed by a port to Grand Theft Auto 2 on the same. Nobody cares about Game Boy Color though. I'm talking about like real shit. The third handheld title, Grand Theft Auto Advance, was released for Game Boy Advance. That doesn't count either. I'm talking about something that you could put on your TV. This third handheld, okay, Advance. Okay, this game, developed by Digital Eclipse, was a prequel to GTA 3 and featured a top-down perspective with some 3D elements. That is not Grand Theft Auto. I know that was 1 and 2, but that's 25 years ago. Like, Grand Theft Auto Chinatown Wars was released on Nintendo DS in 2009. So, like, still, these are all handheld things and combine a top-down view of 3D environments. So that's not Grand Theft Auto either. Like, at least not the one that is cool, serving as a modern homage to the earlier games. After these handheld releases, Rockstar Games did not release any mainline GTA titles on Nintendo home consoles for many years. However, this changed with the release of Grand Theft Auto, the Trilogy, the definitive edition on November 11, 2021, which included remastered versions of GTA 3, Vice City, and San Andreas, and was made available for the Nintendo Switch Okay, so it was on Switch. This marked the first time the main GTA series appeared on Nintendo. Okay, additionally, while not part of the main GTA series, Rockstar released other games on Nintendo platforms such as Manhunt 2. Yeah, none of that shit matters. Okay, here's the next question. Did it have the same soundtrack in Vice City, like with Michael Jackson being on Nintendo? Yes, Grand Theft Auto has been released, but many not so. Okay, regarding the song, Billie Jean was removed from digital versions of the game due to expired licensing agreements, including the Steam and updated PC CD-ROM games. This removal affected digital platforms like PC and PS4, but the original retail version, such as the PS2 release and the initial PC version, retained the track. The definitive edition for Switch includes a relicensed soundtrack from the game's most recent re-releases, meaning that Billy Jean and other previously removed tracks are not included, as Rockstar did not reacquire it. Dog. They don't even have the good soundtracks on these versions. So, I don't know. They're just not the same.
Yeah.
Do you like Grand Theft Auto?
Yeah, it's alright. I played 5 for a while for years, but then I stopped playing it.
Did you ever play
It's
Grand?
alright.
Did you ever play Grand Theft Auto Vice City?
Yeah, I finished a lot of them.
Yeah, it's baller as fuck. Did they have the original soundtrack with Billie Jean?
I can't remember now. It's been 10, 15 years.
Yeah, no, I know. There was just something about it when I played Grand Theft Auto Vice City, and I heard Billie Jean. I was like, I can't believe they got the rights to Michael Jackson. Do you know how hard it is to get the rights to Michael Jackson in a video game? It was damn, they were fucking around. And that soundtrack is like the soundtrack of the 80s. It's incredible. It's like oh, it was so good. Grand Theft 3, its soundtrack was not like a soundtrack. Grand Theft Auto City had a real soundtrack. Grand Theft Auto San Andreas had a real soundtrack. That was a great one. Grand Theft Auto Liberty City. Grand Theft Auto Liberty City. I guess it's Grand Theft Auto 4. I didn't really. I couldn't tell you a single song from it. Let me look it up. I mean, I beat that game, but I don't remember doing it. I know that sounds strange, but it's like it was a long time ago. Grand Theft Auto 4. What was its soundtrack?
Yeah, it's different. 20 years ago.
Did you just burp and cough at the same time?
Oh, yeah.
No. All right. I really be baller. So they didn't have anything that good on it. I mean, really, nothing. Okay, Grand Theft Auto 5. What was the Grand Theft Auto 5 soundtrack? Yeah, they don't have anything super good. Like, yeah, no, dude. Grand Theft Auto Vice City had like every fucking banger song from the 80s. And I don't know how much they paid for it, but that soundtrack made that thing. And, you know, I think they moved away from paying all this for all these different artists because you can port your own music into them with like on certain consoles. So why pay a whole bunch for like music that is already that you're not even gonna listen to perhaps? There are rumors, I don't know if it's true, that Joe Rogan Experience, at least some versions of the podcast are going to be Grand Theft Auto 6.
It's from the asphalt. That's what I get. I think it comes out
November 19th, 2026, dog. It was gonna be May 26th, 2026, but they pushed it back again. They say they want it to be the most polished game of all time, but it's like, okay, there's an argument to be made that a lot of people make, and I understand this argument. They say, look, for as good as Grand Theft Auto is, it's amazing, but we don't want to wait 10 fucking years between games. It's going to be more than 10 years. It'll be 15 fucking years of a wait. That's too long. Don't make it the best game ever and give us Bully 2 and Midnight Racing 4 or whatever, and Red Dead Redemption 3 and like Hitman, or not Hitman, but Manhunt. Like, give us more of the smaller games and don't make us wait 15 years between games. And I agree with those people. It's ridiculous.
It's going to be like $150 a year. Some bullshit.
And for as good as Grand Theft Auto story game was, it was tight, but it was not so great that I'd wait another 15 years for it. Like, you got it done in, I don't know, like a week or two. I mean, or maybe 3 weeks or something if you played a lot. It's not like it was people still playing the story mode, but the thing that made it take off, of course, is online role. Even still, it's not like the map got any bigger. There's like, it's not, it's I'm the biggest Grand Theft Auto fan, and it doesn't, the map is not that impressive in comparison to waiting 15 effing years for this thing. It's like, if you're going to make me wait 15 years for the next one, well, then the map be worth like a lot bigger, I guess, like, and more stuff. If you played Grand Theft Auto 5, is that correct?
Yeah. But it's not, yeah.
All right. So you know.
That's a level 7. Still playing. That's like a 4.
So you know that game is basically the city in the south, and then a bunch of open map in the north. Like, really not anything of substance north of the city. It's like just empty wilderness and stuff. And, a lot of people complain about that. Like, hey, they say their map's really big and it's got all this stuff in it, but not really. It's not like the whole map is a city. It's like kind of a southern, I don't know, southern tenth of the map is actually like has buildings. And the other thing is you can't go in all the buildings. So it's like you're spending 15 fucking years on this game and you can't go all the buildings. Like, I'm telling you, if you were going to tell me, hey, we're going to 15 years on a game, I would say, well, then I better be into every single building and do stuff and like change the wallpaper in every building if I want to, or change the paint. You should be able to customize everything. 15 years? Do you know how much like technology advances in 15 years? And so when they show me what the graphics are, I'm not really that. And I hate to say it, like 15 years is a long time. It doesn't look that much different than Grand Theft Auto 5 does. I know it's good. I know it's on it. And when it comes out, I'm probably like, this thing is so sick. But even still, 15 years, that's a long, long time. That's basically a generation. Yeah, exactly. And then for, like, this is what I would expect from the game. Much like when we saw Grand Theft Auto 2 go to Grand Theft Auto 3, and it went 3-dimensional, and it had the shit, and it wasn't top down, It changed everything. And then Grand Theft Auto Vice City had this amazing soundtrack, and it allowed you to like swim, or no, you couldn't swim yet, but it had boats, which I don't think the other one had as much. And it had like a little bit of a plane, like it had helicopter. That was a big difference. Like there were some changes. Then Grand 4 came along. There wasn't that big of a change. Like graphics weren't that bad, much better or anything. Grand Theft Auto 5 came out, and the map was really big. And you could, I guess, Grand Theft Auto, at one point, you could do flying. Okay, that's actually San Andreas. You could do flying. That was the big one that came out with flying. Or yeah, the planes and stuff. Okay, but like that's not that big of a change to the game. Like we went 2 dimensions to 3 dimensions between Grand Theft Auto 2 and 3, and now you're just telling me like I guess Grand Theft Auto City you couldn't swim, so Grand Theft Auto San Andreas you could swim. That was a big change. Okay, I expect changes, and Vice City is, unless the map is, I would expect the map to be 3 times bigger than any map that's ever been in a game for 15 years worth of development, and I should be able to go to every building, including like every floor of the towers and stuff. I should be able to literally buy everything. Like there should open real estate market, and there should be a real stock market, and there should be a real like I should be able to customize art. For 15 years of development, I'm just expecting like amazingness, and I know that the game's not going to have that much. I don't want to set myself up for disappointment, but I would expect the ability to customize every car. You know what is interesting? They still don't have kids in the game. There's only been one kid. I think there's only been one kid in any Grand Theft Auto game ever. And I think he was in Grand Theft Auto 5. I remember him, but someone told me that there was a kid. And the reason is they don't want kids to watch the game and want to play it. Like, hey, there's a kid on the screen. Why can't I play it? Which I get. Then, I don't know. If you told me we're going to have a game with 50 years of development, well, then I should be able to, like, have pets and have the pets mate. I should be able to have family. It should be like The Sims. Like, that's what I expect for 15 years worth of development. And I just don't think I'm going to get that. They're saying that you could be a male character and a female character, and really the female is the protagonist, like the main character. And I mean, Grand Theft Auto 5, you had 3 main characters. So why did you go back down to 2? To me, they just keep pushing this thing off, and they say they want it to be as polished as possible, but there's the other issue that this is still running on like older consoles. So it's not even like new technology. They've been allegedly working on this since at least 2016. That's 10 years of development specifically on this game. I'm sure it'll be amazing when it comes out, but I just don't see the advancement in the game I would have expected. We've kind of hit like a ceiling of like cool shit that they're gonna allow in the game. Did you ever play Red Dead Redemption 2?
Yeah, it's really good.
Everybody says that's like one of the best games ever, and it's like super realistic, and they're saying that Grand Theft Auto is supposed to be bigger than that, and like the thing was just how realistic. Like I don't know, like when it would be cold, like the guy you could see his breath, and like the big thing that everybody talked about was that you could see the horse's testicles. People flipped out over that. But that game was out like And Rockstar has done nothing since then. So I don't know. I don't run the company, but I I would expect really if you could be 3 different characters in the previous game, you should be able to be 10 different characters in the new one. But no, I mean that's just not how they're going to do it. Like it should continue to expand instead of contract, and how many characters you can be. But I'll do my best to get it. Here's another question: is it a peninsula or an island? What do you think? Yeah, it makes it easier. It makes it easier to design the game with an island because a peninsula, you have to worry about like what do you do when you continue on the land? Like, do you hit mountains? Red Dead Redemption did it. They said Red Dead Redemption did it better than any game because you can't fly. You just would hit a mountain and then you just couldn't go any higher. But it didn't. It wasn't like an immediate wall. But in Grand Theft Auto, you can fly in a plane. So like, what would they do? There have been discussions like once you get to a certain distance, they just bomb you, or like they just send fighter jets to kill you, or fun. Um, I probably would rather have them just make it an island too, because then you can just drive a boat around. Can you imagine if it's a peninsula and you have to drive a boat all the way around the fucking thing? It's just, um, I'm sure they'll have some kind of like intercoastal waterway or something that you could get through, or canal, just to make it easier. Apparently, there's the big, which is Vice City. Then they're gonna have a city like Tampa, which is gonna be like the second city, and they might have like a Disneyland kind of deal, or Disney World, and like a Lake Okeechobee. They're gonna have lots of gators, which Grand Theft Auto Vice City did not have. There's gonna be a lot of drug running missions. Um, yeah, I'm excited for it, obviously, but they keep pushing it off. And if they push it off again, it will have been 17, 17 years. 17 years between a game. That's an entire generation, basically. That goes from you could have been born basically on the day that Grand Theft Auto 5 launched to being a full-on adult and still basically just then get a game. That's way too long. Basically, the studio hasn't put out anything since in the last 10 years, and I get it. They can just sit on that online money. But at a certain point, I think you piss your fan base too. In the game, it was Grand Theft San Andreas, which was an excellent game in my opinion. It had 3 different real cities. It had um, Los Santos. It had San Fierro. It was a cool city. It was like San Francisco, but it was like a full-on city as well. They had Los Venturas, which was like Las Vegas, which is another full-on city, and you could go in a lot of the buildings there, which was baller. And it was all in a much smaller map. Los feels bigger. San Andreas bigger than Grand Theft Auto 5 did, even though um, Grand Theft Auto 5 is like 10 times bigger. It just felt bigger because you were in 3 distinct, and the way they made it feel so big is because they used fog of war, so you couldn't see past certain distances, but it and so they limited plane usage. Like you had planes in that game, but it was only like vertical takeoff planes. It wasn't like full on like you need runway planes, if I recall. Um, you did have helicopters though. But that game was tight, and you could also go into the different casinos and gamble. Do you remember that game, San Andreas?
Oh yeah, it's one of my favorite games.
Yeah. And then the coolest part of that game, you could lead your own gang. How sick was that?
You know, the gang wars to control, man.
Absolutely. That
Store that game was the best.
that made it amazing. And then you could get guys who would like take your side if you could recruit I think 3 guys as bodyguards or whatever you want to call it. And they would go around and like help you. And then they also very few people ever knew about this, but they had multiplayer for the first time in the game. You could play multiplayer, but you could play with another person, and not a lot of people knew about this feature. But at least on PlayStation 2, you could. But you could not go off screen, so you guys had to stay on the same screen. But that was another like interesting aspect. Oh, Frosty, how you living, man? Frosty, Frosty, Frosty's my friend. Yeah, he's doing it. Um, he he'll be back. He hops in and out all the time. Sometimes he just likes to talk to be alone, and if he sees other people in here, he bounces. Um, I think that it's incredible that you got to have your own game. You got to have other. Well, they had a multiplayer aspect to it. You like that whole game, even like Los Santos was seemed like a huge city. I remember just being like, "This is a giant city," and there are 2 other cities in this game, and then they had an Area 51, if you recall that, which was which was interesting, and then they had like, for the first time they had like country, like the game with trees and stuff, and I always thought that was interesting. Um, that game was just that was a brilliant game. To be honest, I am kind of disappointed at Grand Theft Auto 5. At the time, it was mind blowing. I don't want to say mind. Grand Theft Auto 3 was mind blowing. It was really cool, but I thought I'd get something that like at least like 2 or 3 years later, or at a maximum 5 years later. Like I would, if you were to ask me, and I'm sure you're the same way, in 2010 or whenever it came out. All right, I think it came out in 2011, 2012 maybe. All right, you're gonna have to wait 15 years for the next one. I would have told you bonkers. I would have said they put out 20. Number 1 came out like 1998. Number 2 in 1999. Number 3 in like 2003. Number 4 or 2002. Grand Theft Auto Vice City, like they were coming out every year and a half to 2 years, and then you go to 15 years. I would have said you're bonkers. But boy, I would have been wrong.
I'll be back tomorrow. By tomorrow, the age actually takes the next one here. All right, we invite thanking all of our sponsors, supporters, and thank our annual counter for adoption and consumer stuff about yourself. We get your own sugar and drug shops as you host for the start of and so on. It is have already been covered. Come to spot on. And then we are on the event of the brother of Eat Already is on the first night, and we make them come to us. Someone family in the cover are definitely responsible for Matt and Diane Marks of Matt's mother, Sylvia Marks, Sarah Hesha, Bas, Shem Mordechai, Zubin Rabbi, the Mertzbach Hamzora, and the Shabbat Harabia, and her family in the cover. First of all, says always be dedicated during the schools of our holy Catholic and the sprouts of America and the rest of them home to Shalom and to Karam and the merits of our holy souls that we have brought without to be successful. To this, let us be a beautiful, a really incredible dot ahead of us today. So like I said, today got this Mem Aleph 41. We are picking up the Nez Hashem on Mem Amud Beis 40b, 5 lines up, 6 lines up, and 10 up on it, right? 2 dots. Makir Matamos. So we are continuing in Nez Hashem with we'll call it the cross-examination of the witnesses, right? So making sure the Jews are accurate. Do you recognize the perpetrator as the defendant? So Lara, did he kill a non-Jew? Yisrael, did he kill a Jew? Space and bone. Did you give him Asra? Kibalov. Asra, did he accept the Asra upon himself? Hitcher Atzmo Misa. The last thing I thought of Hitcher Atzmo Misa is literally, did he permit himself to death? Which is another way of saying, did after he heard the Hasra, after he heard the warning, or did he still proceed anyway? Right? And again, did he essentially, when he actually gave Nasra, did he go ahead and violate immediately afterwards? So how would I this up? Did somebody worship idolatry? Right? So the witness is coming forward to say that we worship idolatry. We asked the witnesses, what type of idolatry did he worship? Nepal, about the Markolis, did he worship Markolis? How did he offer a carbine, the keter, insult, a libation, ishtachava, castration? I guess we have questions. Fine. So Allah says, Minayim from the Torah, Allah says, from where Hasra. So Allah says, so from where do you know this concept that someone would be warned before they go ahead and commit an Avera in order to be viable? So the Gemara says, Shneimar, V'ish asher yikach esachoso, bas aviv ubas imo. The law is erbasa, because it says if a man will go ahead and have a relationship with his sister, the daughter of his father, the daughter of his mother, and he will see her erbas. The Gemara says, what does sin have to do with it, right? There's nothing about sin. The issue over here is one of actual relations. So what do you mean, V'Allah is erbasa? Ella achiu. So this is interesting. Rabbi, the Gemara says what it means is as follows. The halacha one is only chayiv only until the witnesses point out to the defendant.
I get random motherfuckers
that he's doing wrong. So Shir is actually reference to the witnesses Hasra. They have to point out to the defendant what the defendant is actually doing wrong. So the Gemara says, maybe in the Shar, so what happens to be over here, the prohibition that they're referring to over here is a current-bearing prohibition, right? Incest is a current-bearing prohibition. It's interesting enough, you don't need Hasra for any punishment by Kares. Why? Because again, Kares is Kadosh Baruch. You only need Hasra, only need a warning for an infraction that is going to be punished by a human being. So the Kares, I don't need constant Hasra for a Kares-bearing infraction, type of Mem Aleph 41, to make it in Lamarcus. Go ahead and give me the second way you see this invitation to read with a card the sole concept of Hasra. So the key was illustrated the heart of the eyeball. So the Pasha says if a man will go ahead and kill another person, that means with cunningness. What does this mean? Shehistubo by diagonalism, which means they weren't in and Halomesa, she was still acting intentionally. Okay, so this here was like all six different sources to the concept of Hasra. Today, Rabbi Shmuel Hamotzion Osam Mikoshishism, so it says they found him gathering with this one of the Mikoshish. This was one of the Jews who violated Shabbos in the desert. Shehistubo by diagonalism. So watching over here is Hamotzion also Makoshish. They found him gathering. So the idea over here is they warned him, Shehistrabo, Va'adan Makoshish, and he was still gathering the wood. Today, Rabbi Tana, Al-Davar Shekli, Asher Ina. So the idea, it's about what here says, Rothschild now escaped deeper. So again, a reference to the idea that they warned him, and so that now they still went ahead and violated the Sukkah. So essentially, you have all of these different sources for the concept of Hasra. So we want to just point out each of the points. As much as incest is punishable by curries, so you still get penalties for that. It just brought down the concept of Hasra by a sister. I would have said, stop comes by things that you get penalties for, that halacha l'maisa you get Hasra. But then they're hiding these, so you don't. Therefore, concept Rahman of Kiyazit, therefore, sort of brings up Lashon of Kiyazit, right? Because that's an intentional Avera. That's an intentional Avera of courage that is punishable again by death. So that shows that this car is also by Nisa's business. Okay, so you must be because I'm sorry, because of Rahman of Kiyazit, and if it would have just said, ultimately again, that's what can halakha myself. I'm trying to go ahead and give Hasra by an act which Nisa's based in having the recite to kill. What type of theater? So only the head, but by a sword, which is considered to be a meaningful form of death. Now we're talking about expire. So let's say, again, it's strange to talk about death. He says more lenient, but less lenient. What it means is really more painful and less painful. So I thought again that there's Hasra by science, which is considered to be more common than science, but not. Which the Gemara says, the Tartib is going on. But why do I need two sources that both talk about Skila? So eventually we should need to include Srifa, because he knows that Srifa is a lesser form of Skila. But Rabbanah knows that the Asib Gavahomer, Tarek the Kasha Mekra. Rabbanah will say, sometimes you have this concept that he is something to be learned by Kabbalah. Sometimes the concept will still go out of its way to mention it, nevertheless. I have a little Dobrach, one of in his skulls, so why not just write it by Skila? I want to say written by Skila, everything else by Skila is considered to be the most common form of death penalty. Most of that's the Kavahomer. You're right, but sometimes even Sunday by Kavahomer, Tarek out of its way to explicitly write it as well. The takeaway is that Halacha l'maisa is constant Hasra. Hasra is Doraisa. Three different sources of Hasra. Three different ones. Either again by a wholesale incest, by intentional murder, or ultimately again a Jewish violation of Shabbos. All three sources necessary for the aforementioned reason that we just stated. Beautiful. Interesting. But back now to the Gemara. The Gemara said, one of the questions we witnesses. So number one, did you give Hasra? Did you give Hasra? Did you warning? And number two, Hitir Atzmo Nisa. So ultimately again, did the individual literally give himself over to that? Which means after the Hasra, did he still proceed the commission of the infraction? That was the Shiloh. So that was the statement. So the Gemara says, so the Gemara says, from where do you know this? From where do you know this? So the Gemara says, okay, so we know Yumas Hanes. The pasuk says, Yumas Hanes ad sheyatir atzmo l'misa. And it's not saying, well, we're saying something like this. For the defendant to be guilty, it is not enough that he received Hasra. Yes, he did process it and still clearly gone forward despite it. That's what it means. So the defendant received the Hasra, he understood the Hasra, and nevertheless, he moved from the commission of the Adir. So the Gemara says, how do you know this? Because the Lashon is Yumas Hamesh. This is double Lashon. This double Yumas Hamesh means he heard it, he processed it, but he violated the Adera. So the Gemara says, Ashiyatya Atzmo Lumisa. Again, he permits himself to death, which means he moves forward even though he received the Hasra. I'm not, think about this just a moment. It sounds so crazy. Right? Can you imagine this? Right? The Hebrews say to live and live. If you kill Shimon, you're going to death. And yet what? And Reuben proceeds with it, knowing that there's 8 there. Right? There's 8 there. So these are the children base there. You like that. See what it's all. What's the shot? How could someone do something so crazy? So the truth is, we do the same thing every day, right? Every time I come out here, deep down, no, it's wrong. Not even so deep down. I know that I'm like, okay, maybe there are some that I do that I know not correct. Or there's such things with it. Maybe there might be some things I do that perhaps I don't know that's incorrect. Right? Maybe I'm just ignorant in certain areas, which happens to all of us. But there are so many other things that I know that I'm still doing that are incorrect. And yet, I still do it. Sometimes, day in and day out. Human nature is that sometimes we just do what we need to do, even though I'm fully aware of the repercussions. Why is that? A variety of reasons, right? It could be just a bloated sense of self, right? A bloated egoism that what I need and what I want is just more important than anything else. I just don't care about ramifications. I just care about making myself happy. But again, it's just interesting to see me read these commands and it's ridiculous that anyone could act this way. But it's important to note that so often we do this, we engage in this very pattern of behavior day in and day out. And as bizarre and ludicrous as it looks to us here, kind of bring that same sense of bizarre and ludicrously, into our own lives as well. And next time I'm ready to Avera, like, come on, ridiculous. It doesn't even make sense. I have Hasura, the social season, what I'm doing, and whatever it is, it's simply not working. And yes, bizarrety and ludicrousity, 2 new words, just quite here every day's message. Should I have everyone put the timestamp on that? All right, let's go back there. Send the Gemara. Você segue mais vai. Ele nada nossa chegou is the case of a Naro who is betrothed, right? Erusin, but has not yet had Yisur. Now, if that girl commits adultery or has relations with another, that's adultery, and she's put to death, right? As is the man with whom she had relations. We have this interesting definition. It says, Anaro Murasa. So witnesses come forward. The witnesses say, we saw Rachel, right? Rachel is the Nara, who is less as right? She's engaged. We saw her have relations with Shimon. So let's say, so now, what's the issue? Let's say second set of witnesses come along and they say, you cannot have seen why. You were with us, you claim that you saw her commit adultery on Monday. You were with us in Florida on Monday. You cannot have seen that happen in Baltimore. You weren't there. So the Gemara says the witnesses can't be getting to agents over. Why? They can't be killed. That wasn't our general again. It's next to Masechta, but we'll see in next what happens in Roman reciprocal punishment. In this case, you can't impose reciprocal punishment upon the ignorant. Hasra. What's Hasra? What's that? What would be the Hasra that they would be giving Rachel? Rachel don't have relations with Shimon. You know why? It's smoking people over here. He's not your husband. But that's called adultery. And adultery is controlled by death. So you give her Hasra. Which is what's the Asra day. They're going to give her Hasra. They give her Hasra. You know, Hasra. If you look below, 1 second. If they didn't give her Hasra, how could they execute her? So someone said, the Isha Chavira. But this is what we talking about over here. A very wise woman. She might be young, she might be narrow, but she's got a question of yours. So we must decide that we will go over Chaver Eno Sarek Hasra. A Chaver Kam doesn't need Hasra. This is what we've seen from Yossi before. Yossi holds that Hasra is only there for people who don't know. People who do know don't need Hasra. So therefore, perhaps we're dealing over here with Rachel, who is a Chavira. She's a well-learned woman. And therefore she knows that adultery is usher. So because she knows that it's usher, therefore what? Therefore, halacha l'maisa, no hasra is necessary. So the official written hasra el hafkin that show the release. Hasra is only there to distinguish between someone who's intentional and unintentional. And if Rachel is a wise woman, she does not need the hasra. Either paper the will literally or second. Witnesses is fascinating. Witnesses can't be death, right? So if there's no Hazan witnesses, they can't possess. Therefore, what? They have no ability to put her to death either. So the Gemara says, because why? How do you like English Shiata Hazima? Because English Shiata Hazima, Lo Shma English. So let's say this is fascinating. A fascinating testimonial fact over here. Any testimony, like anytime witnesses can't be made into even zoning, they're not fit to testify. So let's say, what's the happening? Like this is fascinating. If you're going to give testimony, essentially, what Allah says, you have to have skin in the game. All right? And what's your skin in the game? What's your skin in the game? That if you're found to be lying, we're going to execute you. Or we're going to visit upon you reciprocal punishment. So if you can't receive reciprocal punishment, you essentially don't get testimonies. Therefore, if you tell me over here that the witnesses should come testify about Rachel, but they themselves can't be executed because they can always claim, no, we didn't come to execute her. We just came to ask her upon her husband. Then if they can't be executed, they're not subject to Azama. If they're not subject to Azama, we can't accept their testimony. So then what are we doing over here? So the Gemara says, hey, how can that be such as how can that come on? You're talking Eragim, so you're right, that's what I'm saying. Since these witnesses, now why can't they be killed? Because they declared we weren't coming to kill Rachel. All we were doing was coming to make her asura upon her husband. And then they give her asura. So you might say, yes. So too, she can't be killed. The Havila she just an interesting case over here. Elo, the Isha Chavira, the Kaimel of the Mikvah, I was going to be the Ekenishkat Masal. So let's say, it's okay. So where is there ever a case of a wise woman, Isha Chavira, according to Yossi, I remember, according to Yossi, a Chavira, a learned person, doesn't require Hasra. So according to Rabbi Yossi, would there be a case of an Isha Chavira who can be executed? To which the Gemara says, the Chazar is Insa, the case in which she committed adultery, and she did it a second time. So the Gemara says, so that would be a case, look at Rashi, it's almost right across the Rashi, because she did to the Chazar is Insa, the Hanaf Edes Nis Shady, Area Paloma Osra Banu Shoy Karnes, who's Misli shown to Laval Lahara. Because let's say in that case, the second witnesses can say, we're only coming to bring her upon her husband. Why? She's already bringing upon her husband. What if she already bringing why is she already bringing upon her husband? Why? Because halacha once again, she already did adultery the first time. So she must already be prohibited. This says, Gemara says, no, so therefore the only reason they become testified is to have her executed. The Gemara says, the higher calling Lomar, Lo Osra al Bala Shane, so they need to testify coming to God and put her upon the second man with whom she committed adultery with. As the Gemara says, she's in some involved Rishon. Because she committed a second act of adultery with the same man. Inami, she's in some or she went ahead and she committed adultery with one of her relatives. And therefore, Allah reminds her she's already prohibited upon this individual to begin with. Okay, nice not nada mulasa. So you might say, do not go. I feel you sweat nami. I feel you nami. Listen, by the way, why are you illustrating this with the nada mulasa? You can go and illustrate this exact case with what? With a regular matter. So why are you illustrating it over here with Nara Mulasa? To which the Gemara says, I feel this one only. So what is in? I feel high the lo yosfa to say Yehova Lomar no also outside Rabbi. No, because the Kiddush of Rabbi says like this, that the witnesses could say, when the witnesses show up and they testify originally, that Rachel committed adultery with Shimon, but they could claim that they're coming to ask her upon Reuben. Even though what? Rachel's not living with Reuben. I'm not a thought that such a claim like that should just be rejected outright. because she's not living Ruben. So what do you mean you're coming down upon Ruben and not living the halacha might say even the claim of the witnesses is okay. I'm not pissed off. I can oversight. So what's the interesting thing here? So now, good. I'm not pissed off. I can oversight. This is good. I can oversight. Listen to this. When does it show up? When does it show up? Now, the witnesses come up and make a claim that Ruben killed Shimon. Now, let's remember again, we saw part of the breaches of the Hakirs is what do we ask? How did Ruben kill Shimon? Right? And specifically, what weapon did he use? What did he use? So what happens? One witness says Ruben used a sword, and the second witness says Ruben used an axe. An axe. So let's say, so now the Gemara says, this is not a fit testimony. They're contradicting each other. So because they're contradicting each other, therefore, again, the testimony is thrown out. So let's say, so remember again, because this obviously is a very specific detail that needs to be ironed out. The contradictory testimony over here essentially nullifies the Aegis. Means their testimony is not a cohesive testimony, and therefore, again, is discarded. Again, let's say, to be clear, we're not claiming that they're lying, right? Remember, again, there's no reciprocal, like, these are not even zoning. It's just that the testimonies don't line up, so essentially it's inadmissible. So let's say, but again, let's say, if one of the witnesses says, Ruben, the murderer, the accused murderer, Ruben was wearing a white shirt, and the other one was saying Ruben was wearing a black shirt, so then halacha in that case, the testimony is fine. So we don't care about that. But let's say why. This is very important. Why? Because the truth is, what the cause of Ruben's thing is really insequential act, right? What instrument to use to kill Shimon, that's very consequential. So in other words, the idea over here is we don't need them to line up. We need the information to line up, but we don't need every piece of information to line up. Incredible. So basically, when I kasha, Nachon, Shi'in Nachon. So the pasuk says Nachon. The lashon of the pasuk by Eagles. The lashon of Hakar v'Shaltei Tivei Emes Nachon Hadavar. So let's say, so what does Nachon mean? So Nachon means over here that, again, when giving testimony, the testimony has to line up. So what does it mean? She Nachon Echad over the side Hargo, Echad Bari and Hargo. And so let's say, for example, one of the witnesses says Ruben killed Shimon with a sword. The other one says that he killed him with an axe. Echad Omer Kelev Shcholim, the Echad Omer Kelev Levanim. One says Ruben is wearing white clothing. Ruben is wearing black clothing. So what's the halacha? Ultimately, again, the testimony doesn't line up. So let's say, so watch this. We just contradict what we said before. According to the advice now, if they contradict each other with the color of clothing that Ruben and Killer was wearing, the testimony is discarded. So which one is it? Is clothing important or is clothing unimportant? So what's the halacha? So this is incredible. So you want to finish the no. It's Sudan Kubo. No. When the Raisa says that there's a clothing, what's the case? This is where we're coming on and saying Ruben strangled Shimon. And what's the protest? One witness says he strangled him with a white shirt. The other thing he says he strangled him with a black shirt. Now, we'll say that is material information. Because in this case now, it's not just a bit of clothing, it's about the murder weapon. So the murder weapon, there has to be explicit clarity amongst the witnesses what was. So the Gemara says as follows. Okay, well, if that's the case, then again, it's the same thing as saying one said a sword and one said an axe. So everybody chose it different ways. So Tashma, listen to this. Echad Omer Sandal Shcholim. The Echad Omer Sandal. Listen to this. One says that the murderer was wearing white shoes, and one says in black shoes. Okay, interesting style sense also. You don't say so. The Maestro again. So one says wearing white shoes, one says wearing black shoes. So the guys, what's that? Ain't that nothing? So the testimony doesn't line up. So I'm going to both say. So the we just said before itself. And I saw that the clothing of the murderer doesn't matter. But yet here you see the clothing of the murderer absolutely does matter. So what's going on here? So the U.S. is Hasanan if you go Shabbat and both the sandal of the heart. No, what's the case? The case is where Ruben kicked Shimon and killed Shimon by kicking him. If that's the case, the shoes are the murder weapon. If the shoes are the weapon, then I walk on nice and exclusively clarify as to what there is. Tashma, nice, but the Zakab of Sheteina, So it's another again, it's from the Mishnah. So one time, Ben Zakkai was examining witnesses, and he asked them, they claimed that Reuben killed Shimon underneath the fig tree. And remember, what does Ben Zakkai say? Ben Zakkai says, okay, tell me a little bit about the fig tree. Tell me about it. Right? What were the stems? So the stems thin, were they thick? Tell me about them. So the Gemara says, I don't time love. So what does that seem to indicate? It seems to indicate that even other details that are not about the murder itself is important. You still have to check those boxes when testifying about what's going on here. Pignon Tursi, Pignon Akats Te'ina B'Shabbos, Ga'alav Kamikto. Now what's the case? The case over there was where the guy actually detached a fig from the tree on Shabbos. That was the case. That's the capital case. So remember again, uprooting the tree, like detaching a fig from the tree on Shabbos, is in and of itself. That's capital crime. That's capital crime. So that's what we're talking about here. So the Gemara says, that's not what the Mishnah said. The Mishnah said, the witnesses said that Reuben killed Shimon underneath the tree. That's what happens. That's what happens over here. To which the Gemara says, Sheshabzo b'yichud shel te'ina. Now what's the case over here? The case over here is halacha l'maisa again. Halacha l'maisa, Reuben killed Shimon with a stem of the fig. That's what happened here. Killed himself and he used the stem of the fig as the murder weapon. Which says, Tashma, Amalahan, Te'ina zu tzad basim. Te'ina shkoros, te'ina levanos. That's not what it says. It says, Ben Zakkai asked them, tell me, were the stems, were they thin or were they thick? Were the figs themselves, were they light or were they dark? Rabbi Yosef, Ben Zakkai Yosef, shiny Ben Zakkai did the decos kick out to Mashulay. Don't bring a riot from Ben Zakkai. Why? Because Zakkai, he was knocked both with Shadikos and Chakios, right? He essentially made them the same. So in general, we'll say, there's a distinction between Bidikos and Chakiros. What distinction? Distinction is that Chakiros are questions specific to the actual event itself. Bidikos are general questions. So generally, do we care necessarily what color the murderer's shirt was? Not really. Not really. Does it again if the figs underneath which the murder occurred white or black? Not necessarily. Ben Zakkai himself was of the school of thought that both the Dikos and Chakios are exclusively necessary and both must be dealt with together. Both must be dealt with. That was asking about the figs and the stems, and according to Ben Zakkai, the clothing is also important as well. To which we must remember Ben Zakkai. By the way, Ben Zakkai, who is Zakkai? So says the Rothschild. Who's Ben Zakkai? Who's Ben Zakkai? Do you know how much Ben Zakkai essentially saved Esau in the aftermath of the destruction of the second Mikdash. Ben Zakkai is responsible for all of the takonos we have. Zecher the Korban, Zecher the Mikdash. We'll get into two different types of takonos. So this is what Mark says. 1 second. Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai made the Sanhedrin. Was Rabbi Zakkai ever part of the Sanhedrin? Logically, it doesn't make sense. Watch this. I know Kolshno, so Zakkai, Mayar Shana. We'll say it's a great Gemara. Look it to 120. Get ready for this. Get ready for this. Our boy Shana, Asaf Bipratmatya. For 3 years, he was in business. He was in business, right? Nev Shana Lamart, for 40 years, he learned, right? He did his stint in business and he learned. And our boy Shana, and for 40 years, he went ahead and he became a Rabbi. Right? He taught students. He's going to point out something amazing. So first of all, it doesn't mean that for 40 years he was in business, he didn't learn, so to point out. But what it means is he was in business. So without being in business, again, you cover Torah, you have Charusa, you come to a shir. Learning was not his full-time occupation. At the age of 40, he decided to go, or after 40 years, he decided to pivot. So such an incredible yisod. You sometimes think that like great people are just born that way. Right? They're just born with a Talmudic spoon in their mouth, right? Like this is what they know, this is what they're born for, this is what they're destined for. This is, I would say, people make choices about the lives they want to lead and about the kind of people they want to be. It's not an accident. Think about it by the way. There are 3 people who follow the same path, right? Same people who live the same Moshe Rabbeinu, Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. All this 40 paradigm. Right? 40 paradigm. Now again, that's what the Mepharshim says. You see three people, 40 paradigm. Is it exact? Maybe it's not. It doesn't even matter. It doesn't matter. What it means is make a choice to become great. Three people hit a crossroads and they realize, okay, moment now, I have a choice. I can just keep going. I can just keep on going, right? The path that I'm on is very nice. The path that I'm on is very comfortable. The path that I'm on is very convenient. I can continue down that path, and it's good. It's good. Or I can choose to pivot, go in a different direction, actualize. Moshe did not have to turn to see the burning bush. Rabbi Akiva did not have to take the Musar from the rock. And Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, I don't know what his pivotal event was. I don't know what his pivotal event, but I guarantee you something. Each of the men could have just moved down their path. And can you imagine Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai? Life is all about making the decision at those crossroads, those pivotal moments, to go in a different direction. Okay, often our pivotal moments are not necessarily as dramatic as these. Listen, but we all have it. We all have it. Sometimes we're just too distracted to even see the correct of life that we're at. But this is tremendous. Just because my life has been a certain way up this point, just because I've been this way, doesn't mean I have to be the same person or have this same life going forward. Change is always possible. Pivoting is one of the most exciting things in life, and that's your true personalistic greatness. So real quick, so that the time down trying to go to Rabbi is also Sanhedrin. 40 years later, the Sanhedrin was destroyed. The Sanhedrin was exiled. That means that the Sanhedrin only sat in the temple compound, chamber of hewn stone. 40 years before the Sanhedrin was destroyed, it was no longer in the chamber of hewn stone. Rather, where was it? Via Shamanos. It was in destruction. So let's say, by the way, there are excavations now in the old city, right by the Kosel. So it's like the Chanos were areas in front of the old Sanhedrin, in front of the retaining walls. They literally again had stores there. They had two things there. Mikvah, because they had to unearth these mikvahs with two sets going in, one going out. And again, stores. What were they selling at the stores in front of the selling? What were they selling? What were they selling? Like oil, wine, sheep. You don't want to schlep your sheep, right? It's not right. It's a. Listen. Can you imagine packing up the car with livestock? Like I'm just saying, like just a family is enough, right? So now again, so there are people. The good part is Jews are industrious. There are people who set up shop, literally set up in front of the right before they went into the Harbais. So the Sanhedrin was relocated to one of those storefronts, by the Harbais. And while they were there, they did not adjudicate Knassel. Why not Knassel? They also adjudicate capital cases. It's none of them. We should hurt some. So remember, the Sanhedrin itself was exiled from Rothschild 40 years before this was destroyed, which means there are no capital cases adjudicated already 40 years before the destruction of the second of the base of the second edition of the. Furthermore, again, the Gemara says that ultimately, again, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai was the one after the destruction of second edition, which was the leading stage. Which, let's say, makes it just chronologically. Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai was not sitting on the Sanhedrin when the capital case was being adjudicated. The Ben Zakkai Obedishna that's asking about things can't be the Yochanan ben Zakkai. It can't be. Which the Gemara was like, it's always exciting. Yeah, I always find it exciting. I guess I don't know that much, but honestly, just like when the Gemara gives you history, but it's just classic because a lot of times what we're missing when we learn Gemara is any type of historical context. Whereas everybody learning what's happening over here. So here, this is a major piece of Jewish history over here, right? Because Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, the Gemara says, could not have been a member of a Sanhedrin which adjudicated the capital case. Because Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai is the ranking sage when the Beis Hamikdash was destroyed, and there were no capital cases being adjudicated for at least 40 years earlier. So the Pashtas, he was never involved, at least as a sitting judge on a capital case. So the Gemara says, Ella ben Zakkai da'alma. It must have been another guy named Ben Zakkai. Not Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. So it's hard on it seems to be clear. He saw that Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai ben Zakkai. So I said, first of all, because if it was him, how can you call him Ben Zakkai? Ben Zakkai. How can you do that? How can you do this? This is a Gregor Hadar. How can you go ahead and just call him Ben Zakkai? It doesn't make any sense. To which the Gemara says, my soul, Ben Zakkai, so it's again the Brisa. And the Brisa says it was Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai who was asking the witnesses about the thickness of the stems of the fig tree. So it sounds like it is him. But how could it be him? We'll say watch this. Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai is never a sitting judge on the Sanhedrin that was adjudicating the case. But where was he? He was in one of the rows. He was a talmid. He was a student. He was in one of the rows in front of the Sanhedrin. To which the says, "V'amar mil." So was stopping the timing. So it happened. So they were getting a case. And Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, remember, it was like Rabbi Yochanan, they took from the students sitting in the rows before the Sanhedrin. Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai was a student. He's piped up at Hebron. What about asking the witnesses about the stems of these? And they liked it. And what happened? And again, remember, in general, whatever they could do to exonerate, they always want to do that. So they could, if they could go ahead and find the defendant guilty or innocent by asking about the size of the stem of the fig tree, and ultimately, again, exonerating him like that, they're going to do that. The Kabbalah Shmei, and they liked it so much that they established it in his name. They established it in his name. So the Gemara says, Ki hava lomar, ben Zakkai hava, ki hava karli hava l'ushlet be'rabo, ki hava libi, hava karli Rabbi ben Zakkai, ki karli Zakkai ashim d'mei. If he carried Rabbi ben Zakkai ashim d'hashka'ah. So now I understand it. When he said this, he was a talmid. He was a talmid. As the talmid was his name, what was it? How was he known? Ben Zakkai. So therefore, when he records it based on where he was holding at the time that he said it. That was Ben Zakkai. Obviously, now we know him as what we know him as Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. Incredible. So nice to bug up. So it says, remember again, when it comes to Hakiros, the big distinction between Hakiros and Kedikos, what's the big distinction? The big distinction is as follows: that when it comes to Hakiros, if the witnesses go ahead and contradict each other, or again, contradict each other, if they get something wrong, they're disqualified. By Kedikos, if one gets it wrong, even if two get it wrong, fine. So the Gemara says, Maya fiu shnayim omrim. Even if two get Kedikos wrong, that's obvious. Ki amar echad ein yodea, it gives some tayanas. Kami they train this was what's interesting. If when it comes to the Kedikos, right? If one of the witnesses says, you know what, I don't know. So we'll say, what's the halacha? One of the witnesses says, I don't know. It's fine. Everyone say, there's no difference if one witness says, I don't know, or if what? Or if two witnesses say they don't know. Or once one witness says, I don't know, then by definition, what we don't have is a cohesive unit of testimony. So once that happens, what does it matter if one says, I don't know, or if two say, I don't know? So I'm not sure, when it comes to Hakiros, I want to remember again, Hakiros are the questions that are absolutely indispensable in order to have a proper testimony. The Hakiros, afilu shnayim omrim yadanu, ve'echad omer ein yodea. So ultimately, again, when it comes to Hakiros, even if two people say we know, and one says I don't know, they do some betela. Ultimately, again, the Eidos is bottle. Kiman Kabi Akiva did not give Shlosh. So here's what's interesting over here. Let's say you have a group of three witnesses. Right? And what happens? And one of them says, no. One of them says, no. So what's the halacha? So nevertheless, the Eidos is still batal. This is like Hakiros, right? So you have three witnesses, you're asking the Hakiros, two answer correctly, one says, I don't know. What's the halacha? The Eidos is batal. Why? Like Rabbi Akiva, what did Rabbi Akiva say? Did not give Shlosha Mishnayim. Rabbi Akiva says a testimonial unit is a testimonial unit. And three is the same as two. So once you present as a group, then by definition, you're a group. As a group, in order for the group to be an effective Eidos, what has to happen? They have to be able to go ahead and answer all of the Chakiros together. So therefore, again, if one is unable to answer the Chakiros, then Halacha L'maisa, again, it disqualifies the Eidos. On the Rav, you do some kind of mishkafani. But we learned elsewhere that the Eidos is still good. So if you want to say, on the Rav, Hakiko, as you need to say, I think the Chakiros, even when it comes to Chakiros, Shnayim only do some kayamas. Kiman, do not Rabbi. Rabbi Marsh, which is gives much as no. When you have a group of three witnesses, we'll say, as long as two out of the three can get the Chakiros, together, to get the Chakiros correct, this is good even if the third messes up. That's how Halach messes up. Halach L'maisa is still good. Not like Akiva. So one second, I want to point out that there's a fascinating machlokes. We've actually seen this before, which is when you have three witnesses, in order for the testimony to go ahead and be upheld, do I need all three to be certified, or is it just enough to get two out of the three? I mean, Akiva says you need all three. We don't pass in that way. We pass in that two out of the three, because we also pass in that witnesses can even be strung together independently. So as long as two out of the three are getting the fact is correct, we're good to go. Rav Kahana of Safatam Sanhedrin, made out is great. Rav Kahana and Rav Safar, we're learning Sanhedrin in the Yeshiva of Rabbi. It's incredible, right? They learned Sanhedrin, not Sanhedrin of God, because they're not Sanhedrin. But they were learning the Sugi of Sanhedrin in the Yeshiva of Rabbi. Pagabulai Kamo. Shabbat bumped into them. I'm like, oh, my amazing Rabbi, what did you learn? Who wanted to learn? What did you learn? What did you learn in Sanhedrin in the Yeshiva of Rabbi? I'm leaning on the Sanhedrin great us. I want to really go ahead and hear about. Well, my passion, right? What do you have questions on? I don't know. How the term Mabin Chakiros Lebdikos? What is the distinction between Chakiros and the Chakiros? Echad Omer Inyo Dei do some Tiva. When a Chakiros, if one of the parties says, I don't know, then ultimately again the Eidos is bottle. This is bottle. The Dikos, when it comes to the Dikos, Echad Omer Inyo Dei, after Stein Omer Inyo Dei, they do some Kayamas. So this is a fundamental thing that we've seen and over again. Kilos, which remember again, 7 questions. We look at in the beginning of our Mishnah, right? According to the OC, only 7 questions. Those 7 questions, if you can't answer it, either you answer it wrong or say, I don't know, it is out. The Dikos, if you get those wrong, you're still in. What's that? The Diko question, for example, the Diko question, right? Stems of the fig tree, color of the figs. They're important. Now, again, they are important. And remember, Beis Din use discretion with those. They're important, but they're not necessarily part of the core duties that occur. So, therefore, again, one or both witnesses gets Chakiros wrong, you're out. One or more witnesses get Badikos wrong, you're in. Rabbi Marsh says, but one, Nifti, Idi, I see. But I don't say, why is that? They're both Doraisa. Both Chakiros are Doraisa. They're both Doraisa. Then why do you have latitude with the other? And do something the argument is a Yachol La'azimo. Because Echad Omer Mehen in Yodea, Kayames, Eidu Shati Yachol La'azimo. So we'll say it's a very simple issue. By Chakiros, so we'll say all of those questions are what are meant in order to make the Eidim acceptable to our summer. Right? Remember again, we'll say the cloud level is witnesses who cannot be so have no skin in the game. Therefore, their testimony is not accepted. Any of the Chakira questions, if they get those wrong, those leave them susceptible to made into even Zomanim. Legal questions, if you get them, it doesn't lead to Hazama. So because Chakira's other questions that make them self-difficult punishment to Hazama, therefore they're indispensable. But the other ones, again, are not necessarily in reality. They're not in Hazama. That's why, for who Amaru, so it's interesting. Remember again, this whole exchange over here is an exchange between right? So a kind of Safra runs into Rabbi, right? And also, I'm sorry, run into Rabbi Kama. So Rabbi Kama asked them what you're learning. So Rabbi Kama says, wow, shkoyach, boys, incredible, and absolutely fantastic. So the Gemara says as follows. Rabbi Kama said, incredible, you learned a lot. They said back to him, I'm sorry, this is actually quite beautiful. Rav Kamer of Safra say back to Rami Bar, it's only because you're so gracious, they're able to share with you more Torah. Had you been a little bit more, ultimately we were not able to give you back so much Torah. So what they were saying was we're able to share with you because of your ecclesiastes, it will be more difficult to share with you Torah. Now we're gonna pick up with that last piece tomorrow. Finish up. We end off with the distinction between the Dikos and Chaki. Again, that last piece in between Rami Bar Chama and Rav Kaner of Safra will pick up with that because there's a tremendous and beautiful, magnificent Musaskil. In that though, I know I read it. We'll pick up with that tomorrow. What do we say? Shkoyach.
So, I just wrote it on paper, got a tablet like that.
All right, Josai. Good morning. Such a schos Hashem to be able to begin another week of Daf Yomi. And first of all, thank you again for everyone for their understanding as we still acclimate to our new surroundings. For the Sfarim are going in, and the Arzkol Shasana and the there, and there's Hashem. Or some will trickle in. Also, apologize about the rattling noise in HVAC. There's nothing living up there. Not exactly sure what it is that's occurring, but I know Menachem Shofel is on it. He's building settling. Okay, that's our catch-all phrase for everything. Building settling. We'll find out what that is in Eretz Hashem. So we'll thank you for your understanding again. Until get our feet under. All right, begin by thanking all and also our microphone hopefully by tomorrow. I'm sorry. We have. Okay. Hopefully by tomorrow. By tomorrow, the HVAC will be fixed and the microphone will be here. Everything will be up. All right, begin by thanking all of our sponsors this morning. To thank our annual sponsor for Tafshin Pehed, Pilsen Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Rothschilds as a zuchus for Besoros Fellows Am Yisrael. Our sponsor for the month of Sabbath, the Kamim, in memory of Amit Levi, brother of Itai Levi, who was killed in Gaza the first day of Chanukah. We hope that the merit of our Talmud Torah is Neshama and Aliyah and his family in the Chama. Our Daf Yomi sponsors for today, Matt and Diane Marks, in memory of Matt's mother, Sylvia Marks, Sarah Pesha Bas Moshe Mordechai, Torah from the Shabbat Aliyah and her family in the Chama. And because of us, his always dedicated our learning in the schools of our holy hostages, and the message of bringing the rest of them home, the Shalom and the Karov, and the merit of our holy soldiers. The whole man say this let us be a really incredible daf ahead of us today. So like I said, today's daf is Namal of 41. We are picking up the Meretz Hashem on them on the days 40b, 5 lines up, 6 lines up in the bottom. Two dots. Bakir Matam also. So again, remember we are continuing in Eretz Hashem with the cross-examination of the witnesses, right? So making sure the drishas of the chakiras. Also, say the witnesses, do you recognize the perpetrator? Do you recognize the defendant? So Nachri Harag, did he kill a non-Jew? Yisarag, did he kill a Jew? Yisrael, did you give him Asra? Kibalov, Asra, did he accept the Asra upon himself? Atzmo Lamisa. There was an interesting Dalshan, Hita Atzmo Lamisa means literally, did he permit himself to death? Which is another way of saying, did the Asra as the warning, or did he still proceed anyway? Right? And again, did essentially, when you have to give Nasra and violate, and afterwards, somebody worshipped idolatry, right? So the witness wanted to say that Reuben worshipped idolatry. We asked for witnesses. What type of idolatry did he worship? Our Avad, Lamarko Avad, did he worship Balbar? Did he worship Marcellus? Ugama Avad, how did he worship? Is he Buach? Did he offer a carbon? The Kitar, incense, the Nisla, libation, Ishtachava, prostration, and we asking all of these questions. Fine. So Ula says, Ula says, from where do you know Hasra? Ula says, from where do you know this concept that someone has to before they go ahead and Avera, it will be liable? So the Gemara says, Shneimar, Ish Asher Yikach Choso, Bas Avik Ubas Imo, Ula Es Emasa. Because it says that the man will go ahead and have relations with his sister, the daughter of his father, and the daughter of his mother, and he will see Erevos. The Gemara says, what does seeing have to do with it, right? There's something about the issue over here is one of the actual relations. So what do you mean Erevos? Actually, so this Rabbi, the Gemara says what follows: that halacha, so one is only chayiv only until the witnesses point out to the defendant what is that he's wrong. So Shagir is actually reference to the witnesses. They have to point out to the defendant what the defendant is actually doing wrong. So it says, the prohibition that they're referring to over here is a kares bearing prohibition, right? Incest is a kares bearing prohibition. Interestingly enough, you don't need hasra for anything punishable by kares. Why? Because remember again, kares carried out by a you only need hasra. Only a warning for an infraction that is going to be punished by a human being. So in a courage, so I don't need the concept of Asra. In fact, top of the Mala 41a, Tineu Inyan Lamal. This is Uber's interpretation. So from here we see the Makar, the source for the concept of Asra. Beautiful. So the key. Yosef ish areyu laharga arma. The pasuk says, "A man will intentionally go ahead and kill another person." But arma means with cunningness. What does this mean? Shisrubo ba'dayin, which means they warned him, and he is still acting intentionally. Okay, so again, we'll say different sources for the concept of Hasra. Today, Rabbi Shmuel found him gathering with his bushes. This was one of the Jews who violated in the desert. Shehisrubo v'ais hamotsim oto mekoshish. They found his gathering. So the idea is they warned him. Shehisrubo v'adan mekoshish. He was still gathering. Today, Rabbi Tana al davar asheria. So the idea is the most of escape people. So reference to the idea that they weren't so by now Amurasa and violated. So essentially we have all of these different sources for the concept of Hasra. So we want to just point out each of these sources are important. Why? Because because they would have just said something by a choso, by the case of the sister, incest. Remember again, as much as incest is punished, so halacha l'maisa still get malchus for that. So had it just brought on the Kant Hasra by a sister, I would have said, oh, it's tafka by infractions that you get malchus, that halacha l'maisa Hasra. But maybe that you don't. Therefore, Kasar Rahmana Kiya, for the Torah brings up Lashon of Kiyazit, right? That's an intentional Avera. That's an intentional avera of kares. So that shows that this kares also by misas beis. Okay, Gemara says v'chi kasa v'chwana kiyot, and if what is just said ultimately again, that's what the halach, which has misas based in honey safe to kill, which is considered to be a more. Let's say again, it sounds talk about death penalties as more right and less lenient. What it means is really more painful. Again, that there's hasra about skila but by skila, which is considered to be more chomer than saif, perhaps not. So which the Gemara says the Gemara says the tartib is spelled lawali. But why do I need two sources that both talk about skila? The Gemara says Rabbi Shimon la'asuye misrafin. So friends said Shimon to include streifa, because he knows that streifa is a lesser form of skila. Rabbanon knows that aseh b'kal v'chomer tarach v'kasav l'kra. And according to the Rabbanon, this concept to learn that by Kabbalah, sometimes the pasuk will still go out of its way to mention it. Nevertheless, I have a list of Rahman bin Iskalin, the late Suhana from the Gloomy. So why not just write it by Skila? Why is it written by Skila? Everything else by Skila, because Skila is considered to be the most common form of death. Hanami, Milsa the Asif Kalakomer, right. Sometimes people say that you learn by Kalakomer, Torah goes out of its way to explicitly write it as well. But most of the takeaway is that halacha comes to Hasra. Hasra is Doraisa. Three different sources of Hasra. Either again by Achosa, by incest, by intentional murder, or ultimately again the koshish violation of Shabbos. And again, all three sources are necessary for the aforementioned reasons that we just did. Beautiful. Here to ask me this. Going back now to the Gemara. The said, we asked the witnesses a series of questions. One of the questions we asked the witnesses is, did you give hasra? Did you give a warning? And number two, hitir atzmo lemisa. So ultimately, again, the individual literally give himself over to death, which means after the hasra, did he still proceed with the condition of the infraction? That was the shayla, or that was the statement. So the Gemara says, so the Gemara says, from where do you know this? So the Gemara says, okay, so Yumas Hames, the pasuk says Yumas Hames, Sheyatir Atzmoisa. Those words like sing over is like this. Defending to be guilty enough that he received hasra. He has to have received it, processed it, and still clearly forward despite it. That's what it means, Alashon of Yasmo Lemisa. So the defendant received the hasra, and nevertheless he moved forward with the condition of the Avera. So the Gemara says, how do you know this? Because the Lashon is Yumas Hames. This double Lashon, Yumas Hames means heard it, he processed, but he nevertheless found the Avera. So the Gemara says, Shiyatya Atzmo Lemisa. Until again, he permits himself, which means he moves forward even though he received the hasra. I'm not, you know, say, think about this just a moment. It sounds so crazy. Like, can you imagine this? Like, even say to Reuven, if you kill Shimon, you're going to be put to death. And yet, what? And Reuven proceeds with it, knowing that there's Eidos there. Right? There's Eidos there. So these two Eidos are going to show up amazing. So you wonder to yourself, what's the pshat? How could someone do something so crazy? I will say, but if you think about it, so the truth is we do the same thing, right? Every time I commit an Avera, deep down I know it's wrong, not even so deep down. I know that it's wrong. I get hasra every single time. It's not like, okay, maybe there are some things that I do that I know that are not correct. Or maybe there might be some things I do that perhaps I don't know are correct. Maybe I'm in certain areas, which happens to all of us. But there are so many other things that I know that I'm still doing that are incorrect. And yet, I still do it. Sometimes, day in and out. Human nature is that sometimes we just do what we want to do, even though I'm fully aware of the repercussions. Why is that? A variety of different reasons, right? Just a bloated sense, a bloated egotism that what I want is just more than anything else. I just don't care about ramifications. I care about making myself happy. But again, it's just interesting to see these commercials. I think it's ridiculous that anyone could act this way. It's important to know that so often we do this, we engage in this very pattern of behavior day in and day out. And as it looks to us here, we have to kind of bring that same mindset of tricity, into our own lives as well. And the next time I'm ready, like, come on, this doesn't even make sense. I have hasra that Ibn Shalom sees doing, and whatever it is, simply not worth authority and ludicrousy. 2 words, Jeff's coined here on our new base medrash. Like everyone, just put the timestamp. All right, let's go right there. Let's begin. I'm going to say second white line. I'm going to Nara Moshe. It's interesting case. This is interesting. Nara Murasa is the case of a Nara betrothed, right? But has not yet had Nisa. Now, if that commits adultery or has with another man, that's adultery, and she's put to death, right? As is the man with whom she had relations. So now, that makes an interesting observation. He said, Nara Murasa. So watch this. Witnesses come forward. The witnesses saw Rachel, right? Rachel is the Nara, who is less, right? She has Irison with Ruvain. We saw her have relations with Shimon. So let's see now, what's the issue? Let's say second set of witnesses come along. They say, first set of witnesses, you cannot mean that. Why? You want to go with us. You claim that you commit adultery. You were with us in Florida. I might not have seen that happen. Baltimore, you weren't there. So the Gemara says the witnesses can't be made into agents of wine. They can't be killed. That wasn't a general. Again, it's next to Seth Damascus, but in their session in general, what happens in Eidim Zolman is punishment. In this case, you can't impose a reciprocal punishment upon the Eidim killed. And why not? The Gemara says because at the end of the day, they can claim we weren't coming to impose the death penalty on Rachel. What were we coming to do? We were coming to give it her to her husband Ruvain. So therefore, you can't kill us. We were trying to. So the Gemara says, "I baha is Shubah." Wasn't they weren't there? Yeah, that's why it's here. She said, "There has to be Asra." What's Asra? What's that? Well, we don't have don't have relations with Shimon. You know why? It's slow detail every year. He's not going to have. That's called adultery, and it is controlled by that. So give her Asra. Which was the law Asra. No, they didn't give her Asra. They didn't give her Asra. You know. Asra, taking this to law. 1 second. If you give her Hasra, then at the end of the day, how could they execute her at all? Rabbi also with this interesting. Who are we talking about here? A very wise woman. And she might be young, she might be an Nara, and in the course of the Yosef, was Rabbi Yosef. So the design of Yosef is the Omer, Chaver Eno Tzarech Hasra. Chaver in Chacham doesn't need Hasra. This is also we've seen it from Yosef before. But Yossi holds that Hasra is only there for people who don't know. But people who do know don't need Hasra. So therefore, perhaps the giving of know who is an Isha Chadera, shall learn his woman, and therefore knows that adultery is so because she knows that it's there for what? Therefore, Allah myself, no Hasra is necessary. The Gemara says, the fish of Nitna Hasra Hafkin Ben Shomes. Hasra is only there to distinguish between someone who's intentional and unable. And if Rachel is a wise woman, she does not need the Hasra. I have a favor on the Ilu Loli, Iu 1 second. If witnesses, this is fascinating. Witnesses can't, if there's no Hazama by the witnesses, they can't put to death. Therefore, what? They have no ability to put her to death either. So, why? Havila Eagles Shata Yafola Hazima. Eagles Shata Yafola. Lo Shma Eagles. Notice that this is fascinating. Testimonial factor here. Any testimony, right? Any time witnesses can't be made into even so, they're not to testify. So I'll say, what's the happening? This is if you're going to give testimony, what Allah says, you have to have skin in the game. All right, and what's your skin in the game? What's your skin in the game? That if you're found to be lying, we're going to execute you, or we're going to visit upon you reciprocal punishment. You can't see reciprocal punishment. We essentially don't accept your testimonies. Therefore, if you're telling me over here that the witnesses could come to testify about Rachel, but they themselves, no, we didn't come to execute her. We just came to testify her upon her husband. Then to be executed. They're not Sama. If they're not Sama, then we can't accept them over here. To which the Gemara says, "Hey, so that's what we're saying. Since these witnesses can't be killed, now why can't kill? Because they can claim we weren't coming to kill Rachel. All we were doing was make her asura upon her husband. So too, she can't be killed. Okay, so it's just an interesting case here. The Kalan, the Mikla, okay. So where is there ever a case of a wise woman? Now remember, according to Rabbi, a learned person doesn't require hasra. According to Rabbi, would there be a case of who can be executed? To which the Gemara says, the case where she committed adultery and she did it a second time. So the Gemara says, so that would be a case. Look at Rashi. Some try to cross Rashi. The Hana it is most shiny. Witnesses can't say we're only going to permit her upon her husband. Why? She's already permitted upon her husband. Why is she already permitted upon her husband? Why? Again, she already committed adultery, so she must already be prohibited. So therefore, the Gemara says no. So the only reason they would become testimony is to have her executed. The Gemara says maybe they can testify we're coming to go into the second man with whom she committed adultery with. The Gemara says Shizin Sami Bushon. The case where she committed the second act of adultery, the same man. Inami Shizin Saval, or she went and she committed adultery with one of us, and therefore Allah might prohibited upon this individual to begin with. Okay, so the knockout. I feel Mislami. I feel the tsunami. By the way, why are you illustrating this with the Lasa? You can go ahead and illustrate this same exact case with what? With a regular married woman. Why are you illustrating it over here with Nara and Lasa? To which the Gemara says, I feel the tsunami. The Gemara says, in I feel high lo yosfa to say Yehovah Lomar Yosra al Bai Lavan. No, the condition is like this. That the witnesses could say, when the witnesses show up and they testify only that Rachel committed adultery with Shimon, that they could claim that they're coming to us, even though what? Rachel's not living this movement. I might have thought that such a claim like that should just be rejected outright because she's not living this movement. What do you mean you're coming to us upon moving when they're not living together? Allah, in that case, the claim of the witnesses is believed. Okay, I'm going to this stuff. Besides, what's the interesting case over here? So now, good. I'm going to this stuff. Besides, this is great. Witnesses show up. Now, the witnesses come up and they claim that Reuben killed Shimon. Now, let's remember again, we saw part of the drishas that we asked how Reuben killed Shimon. Right? Specifically, what weapon did he use? What happens? One witness says Reuben sword, and the second witness says Reuben axe. An axe. So what says? So the Gemara says, enough. This is not a fit test. They're contradicting each other. So because they're contradicting each other, therefore, then the testimony is thrown out. So what says? So remember again, because this is a very specific detail that needs to be ironed out. Their contradictory testimony over here essentially nullifies the testimony is not a cohesive testimony and therefore again is discarded. To be clear, we're not claiming that. Remember again, there's no right. These are not even zonin. It's that the testimonies don't lie. So essentially, it's inadmissible. Ain't enough. Similar to Echad Omer Kilav Shkorn, the Echad Omer Kilav Vanim. How is enough? If one of the witnesses says, Ruvain, the murderer, the accused murderer, Ruvain was wearing a white shirt, and the other one was saying Ruvain was wearing a black shirt. So then, in that case, their testimony is fine. We don't care about that. We'll say why. Why? Because the truth is, what the color of Ruvain's clothing is really inconsequential to the act, right? What instrument he used to train him, that's very consequential. So, in other words, the idea over here is we need them to line up. We need the information to line up, but we don't need the information to line up. Incredible. Memorize the kasha. Nochon, shehi nochon. Moshe said it from the lot. Watch down the passing by the dash. The chakar the shal they gave. Dine ms. Nochon had davar. So what does nochon mean? So nochon means over here that when giving testimony, testimony has to line up. She nochon echad ol hargo. Echad bari go. So we'll say, for example, says they killed Shimon. The other one says that he killed him with an axe. Echad omer gelish. The Echad Omer Kilav Levanim. One man is wearing white clothing. One man is wearing black clothing. Ultimately, again, the testimony doesn't line up. It's supposed to say so. Just contradict what you said before. According to this Bryson now, if they contradict each other with the color of clothing that Ruvain and the killer were wearing, the testimony is discarded. So which one is it? Is clothing important or is clothing unimportant? So what's the halacha? This is incredible. No. The Sudar Shechabo. No. Says that there's Macholzak clothing. One is saying Ruvain strangled him. And what's the Machol guess? One witness says he strangled him with a white shirt. The other thing is that he strangled him with a black shirt. Now, we'll say that is material information. Because in this case now, it's not just that they didn't clothing, it's about the murder weapon. And when it comes to the murder weapon, there has explicit clarity amongst the witnesses what was used. So the Gemara says as follows: Hainu sai bariyos. Then again, it's the same thing as one said a sword and one said an axe. So everybody had to. So Tashma, listen to the one side. Echad omer sandal shchorim, the echad omer sandal levanim. Listen to the one says that the murderer was wearing white shoes, and one says the murderer was wearing black shoes. Okay, interesting style sense also. I know says so. One says when white, one says when. So the Gemara says, "What's that? In said no, the testimony doesn't line up." So one's gonna say, "So we're trying to do my saw." The clothing of the murderer doesn't matter. But yet here we seem to be saying the clothing of the murderer absolutely does matter. So what's going on over here? So the Gemara says, "Hasanami kigon shebat both kandala b'harba." No, what's the case? The case is where Bain kicked Shimon, killed Shimon by kicking him. If that's the case, the shoes are the murder weapon. If the shoes are the murder weapon, then I'll tell Maisu explicit clarity about it. Tashma, Maisu, but then it's from the Mishnah. So one time, Ben Zakkai was examining witnesses, and he asked them, they claimed that they killed Shimon under the fig tree. What did Ben Zakkai say? Ben Zakkai says, okay, tell me a little bit about the stems thin. Tell me about them. So the Gemara, so what does that seem to indicate? It seems to indicate that other details that are about the murder itself are still important. The witnesses still have to check those boxes when testifying about what's going on over here. Kigon says, no. Amran Archam Kigon Sha'akat Teina B'Shabbos. The Allah Kamik. Now, what's the case? The case where there was is where the guy actually detached a fig from the tree on Shabbos. That was the case. That's the capital case. So remember again, rooting the tree, right? Detaching a fig from the tree on Shabbos is in and of itself. That's a capital crime. That's a capital crime. So that's what's right over here. So the Gemara says, "Vatanya Amri." That's what happened. That's what happened over here. To which the Gemara said, "Hamakigon shishabdo yichud Rothschild Te'ila. So what's the case over here? The case over here is where halacha and moving children stem of the fig. That's what happens here. Killer he used the stem of the fig as the murder weapon. It says Tashma Aralahem Te'ina Zu Tzadakim Tzadasim. That's not what it says. It says the guy asked them, tell me, were the stems, were they thin or were they thick? Were the figs themselves, were they white or dark? Rabbi Yosef, mi ben Zakai Losif Inish, Ben Zakai Dibidikos Kifs Mashvile. Don't bring it from Ben Zakai. Why? Because Yosef Ben Zakai, he was marked both with Bidikos and Kiros, right? He essentially made them the same. So in general, right, there's a distinction between Bidikos and Hakiros. What's the distinction? Is always like Hakiros are questions specific to the actual Bidikos are questions. So generally, do we care necessarily what color the murderer's shirt was? Not really. Not really. Does it matter again if the figs underneath which the murder occurred? Not necessarily. Then Zakai himself was of the school of thought that both Bidikos and Hakiros are exclusively necessary and both must be dealt with together. Both must be dealt. That's why Ben Zakai was asking about the figs and the stems. And according to Ben Zakai, the clothing is also important as well. To which the Gemara says, Man Ben Zakai. By the way, who's Ben Zakai? Who is Ben Zakai? So says the Gemara, Mama Ben Zakai, Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakai. So what's Ben Zakai? Who's Ben Zakai? What's Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakai? Do you know how much we owe to Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakai? Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakai essentially saved Klal Yisrael in the aftermath of the destruction of the second beast. Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakai was responsible for all of the takanas we have. Zecha the Churban and Zecha the Mikdash. We'll get into two different types of takanas. So this is 1 second. Rabbi Yochanan, if it's Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakai, he had a percent. Was Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakai ever part of the Sanhedrin? Chronologically, it doesn't make sense. Watch this. That cultural social Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakai may have the Esrim Shana. We'll say it's a great tomorrow. Rabbi Yochanan Ben Zakai lived till 120. Get ready for this. Get ready for this. Shana. 40 years he was in business. He was in business, right? Mem Shana Lamad for 40 years he learned, right? He did his right. He did his stint in business and he learned. And Arba'im Shana Limate, and for 40 years he went ahead and he became a Rabbi. Right? Taught students. So it's something amazing. So first of all, it doesn't mean that for 40 years he was in business. He didn't. So God. But what it means is he was in business. Linear business again. Yeah, you could eat. Learning was not his full-time occupation. At the age of 40, he decided 40 years. He decided to pivot. So it's such an incredible result. You don't think that like great people are just born that way. Right? They're just born with a Talmudic spoon in their mouth, right? Like this is what they know. This is what they're born for. This is what they're destined for. This is, let's say, people make choices about the kind of lives they want to lead, the kind of people they want to be. It's not an accident. If you think about it, there are three people who follow this son, right? Same people. Who are the same people? Moshe Rabbeinu, all this 40 paradigm, right? 40 paradigm. Again, that's what the Mepharshim says. When we see three people, 40 paradigm is exact. Maybe it is, maybe it doesn't even matter. It doesn't matter. What it means is great people a choice to become great. Great people at crossroads in life, and they realize, okay, in this moment now, I have a choice. You just keep on going. Right? The path that I'm on is just very comfortable. The path I'm on is very convenient. I continue down that path, and it's good. Or I pivot, go in direction, and sexualize. Moshe Rabbi did not have to learn to see the burning bush. Rabbi Akiva did not have to take the Musar from Ra. And Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, I don't know what his pivotal event was. I don't know what his pivotal event, but I think it was something. Even men could have just found their path. And what the world would be like without him. Rabbi Akiva ben Zakkai. Life all about making the at those crossroads, at those pivotal moments, to go in a different direction. Okay, often our pivotal moments are not necessarily as dramatic as these. First of all, we all have it. We all have it. Sometimes we're just too distracted to even see the crossroads of life that we're at. But listen, this is tremendous. Just because my life has been a certain way up until this point, because I've been a certain way, doesn't mean I have to be the same person or have this same life going forward. Change is always possible. Pivoting, the most exciting things in life, and that's where your trust goes to greatness comes out. It's incredible. That's what happened. The time our Bible trying to call the bias, Golsa Sanhedrin. 40 years before the base of English was destroyed, the Sanhedrin was that means the Sanhedrin sat in the temple compound in the Lishkas HaGaz's chamber. 40 years before English was destroyed, it was the chamber of hewn stone. Was it It was in the structure. It was there are excavations now in the city, right by themselves. So also the husk were areas of the walls where they sat in front of the retaining walls. They literally again had stores there. They had two things there: mikvahs, right? Because they had to sensitively unearth these mikvahs with two sets of staircases, right? One going in, one going out. And of course, what we got the stars in front of the selling? They're selling oil, water, sheep. You don't want to schlep your sheep. It's a. Let's say, can you imagine packing up the car with livestock? I'm just saying, just the family is enough, right? So there are people. So the good part is Jews are industrious people who set up shop, literally set up right in front of the before they went into the basement, in front of the Rabbi. So this was relocated to one of those storefronts. One of those storefronts by the Harabayas. And while they were there, they could not educate Knas law. Why not Knas law? They weren't able to educate capital cases. It's not Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. So here we have it. So the Sanhedrin itself was exiled from Lishkas HaGazis 40 years before the base of English was destroyed, which means there were no capital cases adjudicated already 40 years before the destruction of the second base of English. Right? Again, the Gemara says, ultimately again, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai was the one who, after destruction of the second base, was the leading sage. Which I will say, just chronologically, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai was living on the Sanhedrin when a capital case was being. The ben Zakkai over here in the Mishnah that's asking about victories can't be Ben Zakkai. It can't be him. The Gemara says, it's always exciting. I guess I don't get that much, but it's like when the Gemara gives you history. Right, it's just fascinating because a lot of times what we're missing when we learn Gemara is any proper context. What is everything happening over here? This is a major piece of Jewish history over here, right? Because Rabbi Yochanan had been a member of the Sanhedrin which adjudicated the case. So Rabbi Yochanan is the ranking sage when it was destroyed, and there was no capital cases being adjudicated because he was never involved as sitting judge on a capital case. So the Gemara says, Ella, there's been another guy named Ben Zakkai, to be clear. These are guys from Yochanan ben Zakkai, Karilei, Yochanan ben Zakkai, Ben Zakkai. I'll say, it can't be. So because if it was him, how can you call him Ben Zakkai? How can you do that? How can you do that? This is a Gadol Hadar. How can you possibly go ahead and call him Ben Zakkai? It doesn't make any sense. To which the Gemara says, "But kind of my soul about the Yochanan ben Zakkai, but okay, so it's a big again with the price up, and the price says it was a Yochanan ben Zakkai who was asking you about the thickness of the stems of the fig tree. So it sounds like it is him. And how can Ella come in touch with Rabbi? Oh, we'll say, watch this. Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai was never a sitting judge on a Sanhedrin that was adjudicating a case. But where was he? He was in one of the rows. He was a Talmud. He was in one of the rows in front of the Sanhedrin. Jewish Gemara says, "Va'amar mil stabli taimei." So what happened? So they were adjudicating a case, and Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, they took input from the students sitting in the rows before the Sanhedrin. Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai was a student. He piped up and he said, "Chevra, what about asking the witnesses about the stems of the figs?" And they liked it. And what happened? So remember, in general, what they think to do to examine, they always want to do that. If they could go ahead and find the defendant innocent, by asking the witnesses about the stems of the fig tree, and ultimately, again, exonerating him like that, they're going to do that. And they liked it so much that they established it in his name. In his name, so the Gemara says, "Ki hava lomar, ki hava lamad, ben Zakkai hava." Because Karli the Talmud Rosh Rabbi, ki hava limei, hava Karli Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. Ki Karli ben Zakkai Hashem demei Kara. Ki Karli Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai Hashashka. Oh, so now understand. When he said this, when he said he was a Talmud, as a Talmud, what was his name? What was it? How was he known? Ben Zakkai. So now again, so therefore, when he says it, based on where he's holding at the time that he said it, that was Ben Zakkai. Now we know him as what? Now we know him. Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. Incredible. Remember again, when it comes to chakiros, between chakiros and bedikos, that's the big distinction. The big two, when it comes to chakiros, if the witnesses go ahead and contradict each other, or again, maybe contradict each other, get something wrong, they're disqualified. By bedikos, by both, if one gets it wrong, get it wrong. Even if two get it wrong, they're fine. What do you mean, even if two get the bedikos wrong? That's obvious. Here's interesting. If when it comes to the bedikos, right? One of the witnesses says, you know what? I don't know. So I'll say, what halacha? One of the witnesses says, I don't know. Fine. They'll both say, if one witness says, I don't know, or if two witnesses say they don't know, or once one, what you don't have is a cohesive unit of testimony. So once that happens, what does it matter if they don't know, or if two don't know? So I'm not sure. When it comes to chakiros are the questions that are absolutely indispensable in order to have a proper testimony. The chakiros hafilu shnayim omradanu, the echad omriyah. So ultimately, again, when it comes to chakiros, even if two people say we know, and one says no, it do some beteva. Ultimately, again, the edus is bottled. Kiman kabi akiva, the maki. So let's say here's the thing over here. Let's say you have a group of three witnesses. Right? And what happens? And one of them says, I don't know. So what's the halacha? So next the edus is still bottled. This is chakiros. Right? So you have three witnesses, you're asking the chakiros, two answer correctly, one says what's the halacha? The edus is bottled. Why? What does Rabbi Akiva say? Rabbi Akiva says a testimonial unit is a testimonial unit. And three is the same as two. Once you present as a group, by definition, you're a group. As a group, in order for the group to be ineffective, what has to happen? They have to be able to go ahead and handle the chakiros. So therefore, again, if one is unable to answer the chakiros, then halacha l'maisa, again, it disqualifies the edus. But elsewhere, that even when it comes to chakiros, Rabbi switches gears. Says, no. When you have a group of three witnesses, we'll say, as long as you agree to get the chakiros, together, to get the chakiros correct, then the edus is good, even if the third one messes up. You throw one messes up, halacha might say the edus is still good. Not like Rabbi Akiva. So we'll say, I'm going to point out over here, there's a fascinating. We've actually seen this before, which is when you have a group of three witnesses, In order for the testimony to go ahead and be upheld, do I just enough to get 2 out of the 3? Rabbi keep 3, we don't paskin that. We paskin that 2 out of the 3 because we also paskin that witnesses can even be strung together independently. So therefore, Allah myself, as long as 2 out of the 3 are getting the chakiras correct, we're good to go. Rav Kahana of Safra Tanu Sanhedrin, they Rabbi, he's great. Rav Kahana and Rav Safra, we're learning Sanhedrin in the Yeshiva Rabbi. We'll say it's incredible, right? They learned Sanhedrin, we learned Sanhedrin, I mean, their Sanhedrin looked a little different than our Sanhedrin. But they were learning Fuji of Sanhedrin in the Yeshiva Rabbi. Pagaba were learning about Amal, Shabbat Halabam, Amal, oh, my Amrisa, Bob, this Sanhedrin, what did you learn? Right? What did you learn? What did you learn in Sanhedrin in Yeshiva Rabbi? Relay, Umay Aminon, they Sanhedrin grade us. What do they say about Sanhedrin in general? Right? What in general do we go ahead and hear and learn about? Well, my question, right? What do you have questions on? Our love, may have Tiktani Madin Hakiro. What is the distinction between Hakiros and Beditos? Hakiros, when it comes to Hakiros, if one of the parties says, I don't know, then ultimately, again, the is bottle. Egos is bottle. Egos, when it comes to egos, so again, this is a fundamental thing that we've seen over and over and over again. Hakiros, which remember again are the 7 questions listed in the beginning of our mission. Right? Currently 3, but we asked you 7 questions. Those 7 questions, those need to be answered. And if you can't answer it, either you answer it wrong or you say, I don't know, the halacha is you're out. You're still in. What's getting the question? For example, the question, right? Right? Stems of the figs, color of the figs. They're important. Now again, they are important. Based on discretion, important, but they're not necessarily part of the core details of what it is that occurred. So therefore, again, one or both witnesses gets Hakiros wrong, you're out. One or more witnesses get the Vikos wrong, you're in. Everyone else is both huge. I don't understand. Why is that? They're both Doraisa. Both Hakiros and Vikos are done. They're both Doraisa. Then why do you have latitude with one now? We do something. In your day, KMS, so say it's a very simple distinction. By Hakiros, all of those questions are what are necessary in order to make the susceptible to us. The Kal Gadol is witnesses who cannot be made in Eitim Zomamin. They have no skin in the game. Therefore, their testimony is not accepted. Anything that for any of the fewer questions, if it's wrong, those leave them susceptible to naming things. If you get them wrong, it doesn't lead to hazama. So the heroes are the questions that make subject to reciprocal punishment. Therefore, they're invisible realities, but these ultimately again are not necessarily indispensable realities. That's why you can get them wrong. So it's like I said, remember again, over here is an exchange between running to Rabbi, right? And also, I'm sorry, running to Rabbi Kama. Rabbi Kama asked them what you're learning. Rabbi Kama's koyach. Boys, incredible and beautiful, absolutely fantastic. So the Gemara says as follows: Amar Lahu, Ihavi Amrisuba Tuba. Rabbi Kama said, you learned a lot. Amrisuba, they said back to him, Amar Levi Tubasa the Marminon, Mitibusa Demar Amina Betuva. Meaning, Mitibusa Demar, Lo Amina and Ba Balo Chash. So what's actually quite beautiful. Rav Kahana of Safra say back to Rami Bar Chama, it's only because your souls they are able to share with more Torah. Had you been a little bit sharper, ultimately we would not have been able to give you back so much Torah. Most of what they were saying was we're able to share with you because of your pleasing countenance. Had it been as nice, it would be more difficult to share with the Torah. Now we're gonna pick up with that last piece tomorrow. Just wanted to finish up the sugya. How do we end off with the future between Bedikos and Chakiros. Again, that last piece of the conversation between Rabbi Bar Hama and Rav Chanan of Sami up the deck, there's a tremendous and beautiful, magnificent Musar skill in that soap. I know I ran through it. We'll pick up with that tomorrow. What a way to start. I'll say just that housekeeping, but just first of all, say just for the cover that there's plenty of seats. Cover who has stuff on middle chairs, bring those up because we need room for everybody over here in the basement. Just cover in the back. There's plenty of room by the tables. Just going to make a request. Please do not sit in the Ezras Nashim. Leave that as a dedicated women's section. Again, even there's plenty of room still up front over here. Move forward, take a table seat, enjoy yourself, make yourself comfortable. Shkayach, everyone.
I drink light beer, I don't drink hard alcohol and stuff like this. And as the doctor said, stress is one of the worst things in the world.
All right, Javon, say good morning, or good Javon. A still smart question to be able to begin another week. That's fantastic. Together, begin by thanking all of our sponsors to thank our sponsors for tough shipping 5785. The dedicated publishing and Russia this year as a support of the story of Paulos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud sponsors for the month of payday Sabbath living in the common family in memory of Amit Ben David Levi, supporting the Bracha. The Levi was still fighting in Gaza on the first Hanukkah. We hope that we make our comments already. Shabbat Havnaviyah and his family in the common. Of course, we have sent people to the Castel for the return of 4 of our hostages. As I mentioned, irrespective of what one view is about the particular deal, whether it's a good idea or not a good idea, leaving everything aside, the fact that Baruch Hashem, for precious Hashem is back to local families, and we hope that in Hashem, hostages will continue to come home, and hostages will be everything possible with the family, with the people, with the land. He's looking at Hashem. See all them call our holy soul should be successful. How am I saying? And indeed, be a lifetime of the soul's troubles for us. So as we bet, so let us be. We are picking up the new Sheriff Kinnetz Hashem on that men. Great dot yesterday, incredible dot yesterday. So let's figure out the new part. How you working Osam Sheva Hakiros? So remember, we've spoken about this before in the past a little bit about the Drishas Hakiros, the idea of these questions that we ask to the Edu when they come to go ahead and give testimony. So the Mishnah now says that we check the witnesses with 7 Hakiros, right? Seven different types of questioning. So you might say, what are the examples for Hakiros? The Ezer Shavua, the Ezer Shana, the Ezer Chodesh. So, for example, here's an example. Now, these aren't examples, these are actually specific questions that are asked. So, again, for example, the Ezer Shana. Well, what's the first? The Ezer Shavua. So, Rashi points out here, the Ezer Shavua, Shal Yoga. Right? What is, remember again, there are 7 Shmita cycles within a Yoga cycle, right? It's Yoga. So, 7 Shmita cycles. So, you ask the readings, what stage of the yoga cycle would you see for the capital cases to see this particular murder occur? So the Ezer Shavua, the Ezer Shana, what the Ezer Chodesh month, the Kama Chodesh month, the Ezer what day of the week, the Ezer Shana, the Ezer Makom, what place. So it's like some very specific questions. Remember again, for capital cases, so we need to ask absolute certainty that the witnesses are telling the truth. He says, there is a shot, there is a muscle. And he says, there's 3 questions. Question number 1, what day did it occur? Question number 2, what time did it occur? And question number 3, where did it occur? That wasn't happy. This is after the witnesses have given information about everything else. So after they've given so even Joe Shimon, so then again, he says principal witnesses. Essentially, what time, what place. Makir Osam, sorry, Makir Natan. Then we asked the witnesses other questions. Makir Natan, the defendant, right? This racist woman, how old they Avodah Zarah? For us, we wouldn't accuse the worship of Avodah Zarah. So, as me Abba, which Avodah Zarah did Reuben behead and worship? Kama Abba, how much he worship? Oh, sorry, Ubana Abba, how did he worship? Because what's the difference in worshiping Avodah Zarah? Bow down, you could kiss, the Baal, you could defecate. So then on one side doesn't fit all. Like there's someone that will do that. So you know, we're not about Kamarka the because I is in Shua. So what is interesting? So whoever what the understanding over here is the basic application. But the more criticos patient could do, the better was also a lot of this probably was also very subjective, right? Basically giving testimony or sometimes things will probably feel folds a little bit more. The Mishnah essentially says over here, we're kind of giving the general outline, but of course you can go ahead and amplify and add on to this as well. Right? Then Zakai will appear. We've actually seen this mentioned a number of different times. One time, then Azai. So witnesses testified that they saw a still shimmy underneath the fig tree. So then Azai says, tell me, what did the stems of the figs look like? So depending on the season, ultimately, you know, to see if there's understand also, this is all part of the same motif as well. And that halacha l'maisa, that we try to do whatever we can in order to exonerate in circle. We always try to exonerate. So as such, like what did the stems of figs look like? Would this be helpful in the exoneration of the defendant? Not in chakiros. So remember again, the sections that we outlined over here are what are called chakiros. So now the Gemara says, what's the distinction between chakiros and chakiros? First one, why large? Chakiros, echad omer inu grade, we indicate that. So I'll say to the chakiros, which are the questions mentioned in our Mishnah. If someone responds to any of the chakiros and he says, I don't know, like the witnesses say, I don't know, that is grounds for automatic disqualification, which makes sense, right? If you can't identify which month, what day during the month, which day, what time, where, these are very specific questions. You can't answer them. If that one is automatically disqualified. The Gemara says, for example, well, being example of the ghost. So let's say you ask the witnesses, what color shirt was Reuben wearing? That would fall into the category. So at the end of the day, the witnesses can't answer that. Even if one can't answer, both can't answer, disqualify the witness. Okay? So it says, this makes some Ephesians a decent material. So let's say one thing is clear. Both with the Bigos and Hakiros, I should say Hakiros and the Bigos, if halacha l'maisa, the witnesses contradict each other, automatically disqualified. Halacha. Echad omer b'shnayim b'chodesh. Ve'achar b'shnayim b'chodesh. A decent premise. Let's discuss in two cases. So let's say witness number one says, we saw you in Shimon, and it was the second day of the month. And the second one says, no, the second one says it wasn't the third day of the month. What's that about? A decent bayanas. But let's say why? What do you attribute it to? They say that they have Rosh Chodesh. Is there any of them Rosh Chodesh? So let's say it could be quite simple. Remember, again, a bunch could have 20 dollars that it was a Malay, a month for 30 days, and one did not. One did not. So, in other words, what you begin to see is, and it was the other day of the month, falls on to the more severe questions. So here again, we see that we accept the fact that definitely could be some margin of errors. And in this also is on the Hamisha, they do some drilling. But if witness number one says, we didn't mention on the third of the month, and witness number two says, no, it's on the fifth of the month, then the English is bottle. Echad Omer, because let's say again, that's a sense, which you be able to see with dates, there can be up to a 1 day discrepancy between the ages. More than 1 day you can't have. Okay, next. Now we're going to go to time discrepancy. After the statements, after the show shows, it's a kind of scene again. If let's say, who they said, right? That's the accusation. Witness number one says, he's looking for Shimon after 9 o'clock in the morning. Shimon says we saw it. Sorry, second witness says we saw it at 10 o'clock in the morning. So what's the halacha? Edus and kayanas. Ultimately, again, the edus is good. Edus is good. After number the shalosh, after the chamisha, edus something. But again, something that truly is really what the saying is like this. Witness number one says, witness number one says, I saw moving towards Shimon in the third hour into the witness number two says, I saw Shimon moving towards Shimon in the fourth hour into the That's fine. That works. But let's say, well, essentially, Rashi points out over here is what we allow for two discrepancies that we accept. More than 2 hours, we cannot. So I'm just saying, remember, when you ask the witnesses what claim you see this, they're actually not asking for that, 8:15. What they're asking is a general hour of the day. So therefore, again, if there is up to a 2-hour discrepancy, the testimony can combine. More than a 2-hour discrepancy, testimony cannot combine. But you look at this kind of thing, he says, no, halacha l'maaseh, even in a case where there is a more than 2-hour discrepancy, again, you can still accept your testimony. And Rashi says over here, the kuli high tight and she will make mistakes, even more than 2 hours mistakes. And here's this interesting, but over the Chumash, after Rabbi Sheva, they do I won't say that. Interestingly enough, you agree. Let's say 20 minutes says Reuben goes Shimon in the 5th hour, and everyone says Reuben goes Shimon in the 7th hour. That ultimately again is reconciled. Why? Because remember again, I both sides. 5th hour is before noon, 7th hour is afternoon, and the sun is in 2 fundamentally different positions. So with that already again, that is considered to be a reconcilable contradiction. Okay, so you must follow. That's what's it. So all of this is how we go out and we cross examine this. So that after we do all of this with the first witness, then we repeat the same process with the second witness. So it turns out now we've done our chakiros and our bedikos with the witness. So it turns out now testimony checked out. Okay, now what do? What's the first thing you do? Engaging with the capital case? Post-skin discourse. And also remember what post-skin discourse you can tell the defendant, worry. Reuben, you didn't show shame, you have absolutely nothing to worry about. I think what discourse.
It's very civilized. One of my cousins was a great critic plus the captain.
It says, I have the ability to go ahead and done something in favor of Reuben. That's just give you full context over here. The way this works is, the witness is King's Basin, right? What the witness is there for? The witness is about to say that Reuben killed Shimon. That to the witnesses give testimony. One of the witnesses turns around and he says, oh, you know what? I actually now have something to say in favor of the defendant. Right? Or one of the students, remember again, what this refers to the rows of students who sit in front of the nation. One of the students say, I think I find a way, I have a way to find Reuben guilty. In either of these two cases, we trust me. So we don't listen to the different people. Now, we don't listen to different reasons. Remember what it says in the last paragraph. Once witnesses give testimony, and they're there to go ahead and find Reuben guilty, we don't accept that. We now go ahead and say, oh, I have something positive to say here. Because what does it look like? I think that's a little bit, right? So that doesn't look appropriate. Same idea over here. If one of the students comes along and says, oh, I have some information that could be damning, we also don't listen to him. Again, if he has the ability to come along and say something positive, we will absolutely accept his testimony. Okay. Let's hear this. If one of the Talmudim says, I have something to exonerate you, right? I have some information that I think could be helpful to you. So what's that? So we invite us on the baby, right? So one of the students types up, I have something good that could be helpful to your usage. Show on that, right? And we bring it ultimately again to seeking our base. So you guys listen to this. How you going in the show? Call you on Kulo. And we keep them there. We keep them there till the end of deliberations. Maybe Yesh Mamish Bidvar Shom, if it turns out that the guy had something meaningful to say, then you listen to him. And even if, and by the way, even if the defendant, Ruben says, I have something positive to say in my defense, so we must we listen to Ruben. You absolutely listen to him. But again, assuming, of course, that what he's saying is meaningful and substantive. What's Elizabeth? Patrol. It's a reason finding it, isn't it? What happens? Patrol is done. Done, case closed, we're done. Million love. So I said, now, what happens if the patient can't find grounds to examine? What do we do under those circumstances? Navi also Mahar. We never issue a guilty plea on the day of. Like what? Ahead and wait to get guilty plea until the day after. So the next morning. So what do we do then? So what was incredible? So when we start the roast, and we would wake up kind of a couple of things. And they would go on and discuss the case. How you not how you so they would minimize the amount that they were consuming with the tape. How you show CI coming on, they were not incredible. It's like this highly stressed the importance of what it is that they are living. This is literally it's liking that as such that he is the amount of pedagogy, the amount of seriousness with which they approach this entire situation. So they don't have to fast, they do diminish their assumptions. They won't one. This is the notion called a light law. And they would go back and forth the entire night. The Maharas was doing about the basin. The next morning they would wake up early to come to the basin. Mizaka Omani and Mizaka. Or Mizaka, I need to come. So the ones who think, they said, okay, if that's our position, and we stand firm in our position that Ruben is innocent. And the Chaim, like one of the times Ruben guilty, Omer, I need a Chaim. I need to tell me. Once you thought that Ruben was guilty, they'll say what I say. We still find Ruben guilty and we stand in place. Malamed told him, Malamed spoke. And they say that anyone who wants to find Ruben guilty, but then wants to switch teams, you can switch teams for example. However, about Malamed Zuhus, Eno Yahal Latzo Ulamed Kova. But ultimately, again, once stress, once a dynasty, and he wants to find Ruben innocent, doesn't have the right to turn around and then find him guilty. Incredible. You might have said, fine. Tell me this. I just mentioned how incredible this is. Just two tremendous ideas. First of all, the idea is to make some general sense. You can't deliver your verdicts there. You have to sleep on it. Was there tremendous motion hospital that said, always have judgment on someone or something? Sleep on it. It's easy to go ahead and to like snap judgment, quick judgment. And sometimes you just take a little bit more time to be deliberate before you pass judgment on another person. Sleep on it. Sometimes you end up avoiding tremendous empirical mistakes. Other pieces also sometimes it's good to give you time and also the formulation of opinions. Because sometimes in life, just when you become rooted in an opinion, it's very difficult to back out of it. So sometimes it's good to go and give yourself a little bit of time to formulate those opinions. Now here, you see that once the guardian says innocent, that's it, no backsies, right? You can't get out of it. Now again, that's good over here because the goal is to exonerate. So sometimes we back ourselves into certain opinionated corners. And we got ourselves in it and we can't get out. Take a little bit more time. A little bit more time to practice our ideas, our hashkafas, our thoughts, our approaches, our opinions. They come out so much better. You remember that? So tell the devil. Good. Tell the devil. They suffer that devil was at the table judge who yesterday again said, well, we found Ruben guilty. Today he's saying innocent or opposite. So don't worry about it because remember there are stenographers. We spoke about this before. Remember again, 3 stenographers. Right? One to go ahead and record the opinions of the judges who exonerate. One to record the opinions of the judges who find guilty. And one to go ahead and record all of the opinions of all of the judges together. So the last again are all of these stenographers. So one of us that makes a mistake, the stenographer will be about So let's say much of those much more labs. So we'll say so once again, can you go to generate and let moving move on like the lab and it's not only the meaning. So we count. Shame us on the Zaki that comes from the 5 in Zakai. So 12 innocent and 11, you know, there's a division of 20 right now. And 12 fine and 11 fine guilty is innocent. All you remember again for innocence is what? Simple majority of 1. However, Shame us on the 5 in Zaki. 1 if 12 are guilty and 11 findings, which now have a majority of 1 for a guilty verdict, and remember, at least the majority of 2. The Akiva Akadas and Zaki Akadas, even if there are 11 who exonerate and 11 who find guilty, the Afkat Omer in your right? And one says, I don't know, but we saw before. What happens when the judge says, I don't know? What is I don't know? I don't know means you don't exist. I don't know means like you don't exist. That's the basic context, right? So we get him out of there. That even asking the shrine is that overtied, and even let's say if you have 22 judges, you either find guilty or exonerate. That's over 80 or there, and one just says, I don't know. So see who had that on us. Once again, we're reiterating the problem here. But when you have a judge who says, I don't know, as if he's not there. So for this is actually interesting. So let's say, for you have a situation of 22 judges who say Ruben is innocent, or 22 judges who say Ruben is guilty, and one judge says, I don't know. Again, essentially what happens is as if he doesn't exist, which is the division of 22. You can't put up cases with a division of 22. So it essentially simplifies the process. So what do you do? How much do you actually have to judges? How many additional judges do you have to add on? How much do you think? 9, I'm sure that. We add on judges to the bench. Until we get ultimately again to a total of 71. A total of 71. So the Gemara says, Shloshim ve'achad, Shloshim v'shishim v'zaki, Shloshim v'chamishin. See if you have 36. 36. You go ahead and find the innocent, and 35 who finds the guilty. He's not going to ultimately. Again, he's going to go ahead and do the mission decision of higher mission of mission exactly. But if you go and you find 36 that find him guilty and 35 that find him innocent, Zion able to everything. So it's a surrender again. Here's the issue. Once you get to 71, like once you get to 71, so that's it. Like we got that. So then remember, one of two things has to happen. Either you get to a majority of 2 in order to convict, or you need to get to a majority of 1 in order to exonerate. And that point, interestingly enough, the group has to work it out, right? So in other words, if you get 71, you keep adding on judges until you figure out what the final verdict is. Once you get to 71, that's the end. That's the end. And halacha l'maisa again, they have to figure it out until they get to a verdict. Incredible. I was supposed to analyze. We're not having it. So ask the what do you know? So what do you know what? So remember the Mishnah said that there are 7 fakiros. 7 fakiros. In other words, how do you know that there are 7 fakiros? First, actually simply looking at for a scriptural allusion to this. So the Pasuk says, "V'gasha v'chakarta v'sha'alta hitev." Right? V'omer v'vgad lecha mata v'darashta hitev. V'amar v'darshu hashoftim hitev. So it's actually interesting enough. So one of the things like this: every time the Torah uses the word of darashta, chakarta, and hitev, that refers to chakilos, shishas kilos. So then you have darashta, chakarta, hitev, v'darashta, hitev, and v'darshu hitev. That gives you 7. That gives you 7. 7 the Gemara books, and then we're going to see in just a moment that this is actually three different contexts. One is talking about here in Dachos, a city which worships idolatry, an individual who worships idolatry, and the third is talking about Eidim Zolvin. Get together, because they all utilize similar Rishonos, ultimately of investigation, and that gives us 6 questions here. Give our applicable source for 7 fakiras. On the base. I the Ima Chad the Kid Siba, which Kid Siba. Maybe one of these ones say, why don't how do you know to go ahead and combine all of these in one discussion? Maybe at the end of the day, what it actually means is what? Maybe each section has its own Jushas V'Chakiras, and each section has its own amount of Jushas V'Chakiras corresponding to the time that Rashi V'Chakarta is in their context. Which the Gemara says, the increase. Because if not, if the intention over here was to go ahead and keep everything together, then why not write everything in just one context? To which the Gemara says, because they are all really close to each other, therefore Allah consider enough one another. The since they can be one after one another, also because they're similar expressions. You could say that is as if they were already in one single context. But each one will say again, these three things are going to see some of them are not similar to each other. They're not comparable. You know, for example, here Hanidachas Lahanash Kazi here Hanidachas, Nanamidachas is a city where the inhabitants worship idolatry. Everything is wiped out. Here Hanidachas is not comparable. Why? The Gemara says, Shekin, Mamona, Pala. Remember, by here Hanidachas, everything is destroyed. People are wiped out. Possessions are wiped out. Everything is destroyed. So that's the thing. By a person, an individual works with Avodah Zarah, he may be executed, but his property is not destroyed. They didn't steal money. They get the reciprocal punishment for that. Maybe Avodah Zarah, as long as not this is an individual stuff of Zarah, she's not going to be why she's signed because Avodah Zarah should by signing. Aiden Zorah in the Hana Kajiva Dana, Aiden Zorah is not comparable to Aaron Dachas or Avodah Zarah. Why? She keeps speaking Hasira because it requires a warning. Requires a warning. So that's an 18 Yafi on the Adavi. Ufzir Shalomot. Much as you like, it's about 18. And ultimately, again, this is a Shalom Mufna. What is the Shalom Mufna? Mufna means the word itself is open because it's used for any other word. So you must be able to mufna with that because it's a clear shot of that mufna. If it wasn't open, you could ask the following question. There is a good effect. It could be a good effect. But you have one, if we didn't mufna, it's clear shot of that these words are not used for anything else. And if our local might say, yeah, they are in fact fit for the Dachshund. They have it in the Dachshund, but the Dachshund should talk to since the Rothschild could have said that just the Dachshund, the Father giving you Jewishness, the Shem covenant, and the Torah goes out of the solution of 18 says, right, Hashta, the Hakarta, hated, thoroughly. You don't need that word hated. So therefore, again, Shmamina Achmiyeh, that comes to show will be again, bring up the other words for use for the Zir Shabbat. I, Bakar. But again, it looks like it only tells me that the word is free on one side of the scripture. When it comes ultimately again, ultimately again, because it could have just said Sha'alta B'Chakarta. You're only down plus my Havana, but by you're down plus what else should be? Oxylocul. Some non-use so open to the other why. It's Darash Tidrash. Oh, Kakar, Kakar. The Torah was use a double expression in the same word. Darash Tidrash. Or Kakar Taka, first white line. The Shani Krab would be great. The hate is the Torah goes out of this way, changing the verbiage and uses the hated Shmamina Lafni. The extra word is there to free up some phrase to make the Zir Shabbat. Everyone say, since you have this new Zir Shabbat between Aaron Dachas, Avodah Zarah, and Aiden Zorah. What that halachic triangle, like that triangle Zir Shabbat does, is allows me to pull all of those words and recognize the expressions of Karashta, Kakarta, and Hated appear in total of 7 times. And that gives me again my biblical source for 7 factors. Incredible. Va'asim Nechlokin, Shmuel says, Va'asim Nechlokin, the Kabbalah discovered. And so ultimately, again, those subjects of Tantra could be learned out from the Kabbalah from those subjects. causing the stuff and the couple of the stuff again. Those stuff next week off, and the women will have the first deal. It's one hammer, this makes sense. All the machines are straight for hammer. My God, but the machine says that straight for is more hammer. What is it saying? And I'm like, you got the MS no. MS nothing. Which the commercial really says. Which the market says MS not only MS sorry, so what's the issue? And you add that MS nothing, that gives you going of left. If we're dancing, everyone can have Darashta, Karta, and adding MS nothing, 11 to which the Gemara's Sheva, Kakilos, so you set that 37 Kakilos, dollars less 80. Go ahead and take out 50 Sheva, partially cut off, leave one left. With the sweet something, take them from these two goals. For those things, we are subject to thought. Rabbanon knows that the acid Kabahomer, Kartakasa. They're going to Rabbanon in sometimes that the Kabahomer kind of goes out of its way to stay in the passage itself. Okay, the guy gave Rabbi Avo did not like any of this. Avo didn't like these drushes. Ava last week, Shmona Kashus. So Rabbi Avo says, maybe he's got 8 Kashus, but those are good 8 Kashus. What? Shmona Kashus, and they got you to go. Wow, potential 7 Kashus. Why not? Why can't it be an 8 Kashus? Or even 8 Kashus? But you can see the come off the shot. So that's what I can do is the deposit. Sorry, maybe there's a big Kakira. What time? Let me again finish this Kakira was hours. What hour? Maybe I'll be about to there's a big Kakira. Kakira is not from the hour. What time during that hour? Fine, tell me 8:37. 8:37. Okay, you got a whole much. So maybe the calculus exactly what time. That's the horse says, well, you both know. So it's more calculus. It's actually by sense. The Rothschild says that there were 7 calculus like in the so the actual calculus altogether. So it's remarked a lot by a layer. So this makes sense, right? This makes sense. I'm going to learn there. The Amra in the other a little quote. These next 2 lines there. The narrative person has the ability to be absolutely precise. Absolutely precise. And therefore, because a person has the ability to be absolutely precise, therefore what? There's nothing wrong with adding in that 8 Kakira. What's the 8 Kakira? What time? Not what hour, what time. And because a person has the ability for completely, it should be able to answer that appropriately. So if you Shmonami Gamra and Swam Mushroom, Shaka, which is energy is significant over the person is exact precise. Okay, so you still get into the ballpark. So there's one that says, really somebody goes to 40. Another one says, I was like, okay, that's fine. In other words, even if we're willing to accept some level of imprecision, that's fine. Allah, buy it, everybody read the Amar, I don't draw Khatsi shot. So I say, but trying to buy it, expensive you the person can make a mistake up to a half hour. Or up to a half hour. People could go ahead and mistake for a while, but people can make dramatically different. I just went out over this. Just fascinating. It's fascinating to see that people treat kindness with kindness. One of the things that drives me crazy, and it is one of the most important things those person could possess kindness. If you take something, if something is really important to you, there's another time for a message that you transmit. It's not important. It's not important. Never excuse for anything and everything in the world. If you're not on time, whether it's for your job, whether it's for it's true, there's never a shortage of excuse. But if you're not on time, it means that it's not important enough for me to make a concerted effort to show up on time. And it's pretty little to myself. The things that are important to us, we're always on time. We're always on time, right? The things that I really enjoy, I'm on time. But it's interesting. So, it says like people treat time differently. People do time differently. So it's interesting. So you have a Rabbi there, and there says the contract the ability to be exact. Right? Either the 12 or the club. And then again, you see other opinions that say a person, maybe it's a little bit right here and there. And then this third category, Tall Ishikuba. Who's this third category? This third category of people just can't get it together. Just can't get it together. Right? They're all over the place. Always is. And also, it's interesting. So again, first of all, it's all about it because there are people. There are different kinds of people who are wired differently when it comes to time. It's certainly that a person has some kind of reason why they can't on time prepare. It's just important for us to check for ourselves. We have all the most wonderful reasons in the world. But at the end of the day, if you're not on time for something, the message you're broadcasting about that thing, but intend to broadcast it or don't intend to broadcast it is not important enough for me to be there. Now, again, you may be saying, other things are more important than this, and that's why I'm going to be like, it's just understanding there's a lack of timeliness when a person is communicating is a hierarchy of importance in life. So it's important because sometimes these things happen, we don't realize the messages that we're kind of emoting to other people, giving off to other people who don't even intend to do. But when I say again, I'm thinking of, but it's interesting to see this range of people when it comes to timeliness. Is a fakira. So what if he said in the fakira in what time, in the exact time that a person gets right at the event occurred? That's fine. But not everybody holds that people have the ability to go to a fast level of precision. So what could be the fakira? And last year, the come up to yoga. What year during the yoga cycle with the so that's one of the first questions, right? What year in the Shemitah cycle is going on? Yoga. No. The question is, what's another again? Yoga like yoga are numbered. Like it's interesting. It was like how it's all part of the same time motif, right? It's about it. Think about what the youth count. We count hours, right? We count hours. We count, well, actually, we can't count minutes, right? And God has appreciation of minutes, right? What's the Mola? Whatever, right? So, whatever, 1 minute and 2 come up in, after this. So we count, right? We count hours. We count days. We count weeks. We count months. We count years. Years in the Shemitah cycle. We count Shemitah cycles in yoga, and we count yoga as well. We count every single unit of time. Because the lesson is the same lesson over and over and over again. Time is the greatest resource. And therefore, time management is the most important to it. That's why, again, going back to Friday's back, you saw the accounting of the Norwegian day. Every hour was for granted, not every hour was great, and every single hour was accounted for. The key to success in life is actually complete time management. Again, are we doing a bounce of Kawakin? If I want to feel like I was doing marriage, right? Also, Kawakin, right? But maybe I'm not managing the minute to minute then. That's probably good. How do I get to that level? But at least not let the hours slip through our fingertips with you is the key to personalistic success. So maybe again, you might just maybe the idea is what number of yoga are we up to? Hey, what number are we up He even validates it. So the thing is, no. You know, you don't need to talk about as long as the witnesses know what number in the Shemitah cycle it is, that's enough. So once so therefore, interesting enough, just be okay. So what's the takeaway from this? Here's the takeaway. The takeaway is we have 7 hakiros, and what we might taught us is interesting enough the source for those hakiros, not hakiros themselves, but the source for the concept of 7 probing questions to ensure that the witnesses really saw what they saw, were present to be able to see what they saw. That concept of 7 hakiros comes from the conglomeration of the Dachos, individual words of Obizara, and Ibn Solomon. Out of those 3 contexts, we have Dalashka Hakarta, Dalashka Darshu. There's an opinion that says that there's a lot. Halacha might say we reject that opinion. We look at the 7 hakiros as discussed in our Mishnah that have no source. Incredible. That's said the Rabbi Yossi, the Muslim Imam, said that the guy's getting too complicated. Rabbi Yossi said there are only 3 questions. What are the 3 questions? What day did Reuben kill Shimon? Shah, what time did Reuben kill Shimon? So whenever you see Shah never means 8:40. What Shah mean is that day, 9th hour of the day, something like that. And there is a makom. Place. What place? That's Rabbi Yossi's 3 questions. I'm going to say the following. With the very Amar Emesh Harvey. Let's say witnesses show up, right? Let's say Monday. So what happens? Witnesses Monday, and they say yesterday, Reuben's Monday, and he says yesterday. Are we going to say Omelo, the Chodesh, the time of the Chodesh? It's interesting thing. The Muslim fashion is like this. If witnesses show up yesterday, Sunday, Reuben came, now the witnesses with these questions, right? Which year of the Shemitah year was it, right? He just told you yesterday. So like, that often all of these hakiros that Chacham are espousing necessary. Guys voting saying yesterday, so because that we also see 4 questions, and this is all what day, okay, you answered that yesterday, what time, and where did it happen? All questions could just be totally unnecessary. That's what he also says. So the Gemara says, so Amr's Varaka, so back to the Yossi, that is very Yishabava Amar Akardu. Amr Loka Asia Yom, the Asia Shabbat. Let's say Witness Shabbat, they say literally, we just saw Ruvain kill Shem, just saw it. So it comes up to Yossi, are you going to ask them what day? You're going to ask them what time. You just think of back on you. Ella, Afakap will say, Raminon Alik, the Shimon of water. Rather wants to talk to Rabbi Yossi like this. It could be that sometimes questions are unnecessary, but you will ask them anyway. For what purpose? We want to impose the share misinformation and Rabbi Shimon of us. The Shimon of us was one who said that we try to confuse the witnesses in capital cases in order to get them to contradict themselves, and ultimately in order to get them not to slip over. Remember, our goal is we want to. So therefore, again, the conversation we say we fully realize that there are times when all of these questions may be unnecessary, but we ask them anyway. In effort, first of all, to ensure that they're really telling the truth, and if it ends up that they trip over themselves with the information, then again, we're happy for that to occur as well. The Gemara says, Rabbi Yossi says, Emesh Hargu, Shia, Perolejos, Akshav Hargu, Leshem Perolejos. Rabbi Yossi will respond, no. Rabbi Yossi will respond that witnesses coming in and saying that Allah when I saw, we didn't kill Shimon. Yes, that's a common case. Witnesses coming in today and saying, we just saw we didn't kill Shimon. That's not common. And then Allah again, we're not worried that is going to actually occur. So bottom line, we have these fundamentals. They're coming giving these 7 hakiros, which Chacham hold have their source. Rabbi Yossi says 3 basic questions. what time, what I'm not asking is like the and if I look when I say capital is we employ these 7 questions, 7 calculus. Incredible. Right, doesn't it? Stop over there for today. Shkoyach, okay? You have to show an incredible week ahead of us.
I think it's a skill thing.
Yeah, sure, everyone. Well, nothing.
And so that odds thing is to me exciting.
All right. Everyone soon. Have a good day, everyone.
If it's a game, you start talking about players, chose the outfield, this and that. This guy, so he's stealing bases. I'm factoring that in, and the odds become a part of the discussion. But yeah, it is ultimately the problem is. First of all, kids are addicted to apps as it is. They use them. They're always on their damn phone. And they'll go from TikTok to Instagram to X to, they'll check this and then they'll check that.
All right, so we'll say good morning. Good morning, Al-Kutava. So smart Hashem to be able to begin another week. Oh, that's fantastic. Together begin by thanking all of our sponsors. To thank our Talmud Torah sponsors, Rothschild, KA 5785. Muslim Mishpacha. We're dedicating all the Shurim and Rosh shows this year. This is for Besoros Tovos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Paydays Sabah living with the family in memory of Amit Ben David Levi, from the Bracha, brother of Itai Levi, who was killed fighting in Gaza on the first night of Hanukkah. We remember our Talmud Torah, Shamor Adnavia, and his family. And of course, we say Hodu Hashem Kitov Ki Yovan Chastel for the return of 4 of our Jews. As I mentioned, irrespective of what one feels about it, it's a good idea. Leaving everything aside, the fact that Baruch Hashem, 4 President Shammos are back home with their families, and we hope that our hostages will continue to come home. Our hostages will continue to be reunited with their mishpach, with their family, with their people, with their land. See all of them come home. Our holy soul should be successful. And indeed, it should be a lifetime of the Soros Tavos for Am Yisrael. So with that, so let us begin. So we are picking up the new paragraph on men. So let's pick up the new paragraph. How you both in Oson the Sheva Hakilos. Remember, we've spoken about this before, asked a little bit. The idea of the question asked to the agent when they come to go ahead and give testimony. So the Mishnah now says that we check the witnesses with Hakiros. Right? Seven different. What are the examples for Hakiros? Be'eza Shavua, Be'eza Ana, Be'eza Chodesh. So for example, here's some examples. Now these aren't examples, these are actually specific questions that are asked. So again, for example, Be'eza Shana. What's the first? Be'eza Shavua. Rashi points out that Be'eza Shavua Shal Yuda. Right? And what is, remember again, that there are 7 Shemitah cycles within a Yovel cycle. Here's the Yovel. So 7 cycles. So we asked the witness, what stage of the Yovel cycle did you see the murder? This is from a capital. Did you see this particular murder occur? So Be'eza Shavua, Be'eza Shana, what year? Be'eza Chodesh, what month? Bekama B'Chodesh, what the month was it? Be'eza Yom, what day of the week? Be'eza Shah, what time? Be'eza Makom, what place? So we'll say some very specific questions, because remember, for capital police, so we need to be able to answer with absolute certainty that the witnesses are telling the truth. Rabbi Yossi says, Be'eza Yom, Be'eza Shah, Be'eza Makom. Rabbi Yossi says, no, there's 3 questions. Question number 1, what days did it occur? Question number 2, what time did it occur? Question number 3, where did it occur? Obviously, after the witnesses had given their information about everything else. After they've given their information and so on, then again, Rabbi Yossi says 3 simple witnesses. Essentially, what day, what time, what place. Makir, this is Makir also. Sorry, Makir and Atem. So then we ask the witnesses other questions. Makir and Atem, do you know the defendant? Right? His face symbol, did you give him a sword? Did you warn him? Avodah Zarah. For example, let's say Reuben is accused of worshiping Avodah Zarah. So, as me Avad, which Avodah Zarah did Reuben go ahead and worship? The Kama Avad, how much did he worship? Oh, sorry, how did he worship? There's most of the different ways of worshiping Avodah Zarah. You can bow down, you can kiss, in case of Baal or you gave, right? One say that one size doesn't fit all, right? There's something for everyone that holds out. So the Gemara says, confident that because Harry is a Mishnah. So what says it's interesting. So what the Mishnah is outlining over here is essentially the basic application. But the more the details things you do, the better you are. So in other words, also a lot of this probably was also very subjective, right? Based on the testimony. And sometimes based on the probably feel they need to probe a little bit more. He says over here, we're kind of giving general outlines, but of course feel free to go ahead and amplify and add on to this as well. Maisil Bada Ben Zakai we've actually seen this mentioned a number of different times. One time Azai, so witnesses testified that they saw Reuven kill Shimon underneath the fig tree. So then Azai says, what did the stems of the figs look like? Depending on the season, clearly we don't see figs. Understand also, this is all part of the same motif as well. We have to go ahead and try to do whatever we can in order to accelerate. Like always our goal. We always try to accelerate. So as such specific questions like what ends of the figs look like, potentially helpful in the exam of the defendant. Not in yours, so let's remember again, the 7 questions that we outlined over here are called Chakiros. Now the Gemara says, what's this Chakiros and Pedikos? Why lie? Chakiro Chad Omer Enio, the idea so what's like for the Chakiros? The questions mentioned in Nana, if someone responds to any of the Chakiros and he says, I don't know, right? The witness to say, I don't know, that is grounds for automatic disqualification, which makes sense, right? If you can't identify which month, what day during the month, which day, what time, where, these are very specific questions. If you can't say them, the one is automatically disqualified. So the Gemara says, Chakiros Echad Omer Enio Dea, it is a Pedikos Echad Omer Enio Dea. For example, so let's say the witness says, what color shirt was Reuven wearing? That would fall into the category of Pedikos. So if at the end of the day, the witnesses can't answer that, even if one can't answer it, both cannot disqualify those. Okay? So the Gemara says, the one thing is clear, both with Pedikos and Chakiros, actually Chakiros and Pedikos, if halacha l'maisa witnesses contradict each other, automatically disqualified. That's the halacha. After Omer b'shnayim b'chodesh, or b'shlosha b'chodesh, produce a kind of assessment. So let's say witness number 1 is going to a Shimon, and it's the second day of the month. Right? And the second witness says no, the second witness says it was the third day of the month. What's halacha? Hey, do some chayamas. They will say why? What do you attribute the error to? We'll say it could be quite simple. Remember again, a month could have 29 or 30 days. One guy knew that it was a malay, a complete month with 30 days, and one did not. So in other words, what you begin to see is, and we'll say, remember again, what day of the month falls under the umbrella of Chakiros. Those are the more severe questions. But we see that we accept the fact that there definitely could be some margin of error. But if witness number 1 says Reuven killed Shimon on the 3rd of the month, and witness number 2 says no, he killed the 5th of the month, then is batal. Omer, because once again, that's it. So what you should be able to see is with dates. The dates, there can be up to a 1 day between the ages. More than 1 day you can't have. Next, now we're going to go into discrepancy. After the shows a decent time. Assuming again, if let's say Reuven said, right, Reuven killed us, that's the accusation. Witness number 1 says we saw Reuven kill Shimon at 9 o'clock in the morning. Shimon says we saw it. Second witness says we saw it at 10 o'clock in the morning. So what's the halacha? They do some kayana. Ultimately, again, it is good. This is good. But again, if some really what they're saying is like this. Witness number one says, I saw Reuven kill Shimon in the 3rd hour into the day. Witness number 2 says, I saw Reuben kill Shimon in the 4th hour of the day. That's fine. That works. I will say, Rashi points out over here, what we allow is up to an hour discrepancy in time. That we accept. More than 2 hours, we cannot. So just understand, remember, when the basin asks the witnesses what time you see this, they're actually not asking, in 8:15. What they're asking is the general hour of the day. So therefore, again, if there is up to a 2-hour discrepancy, the testimony can combine. More than a 2-hour discrepancy, testimony cannot combine. But Rabbi says, he says, no, halacha l'maaseh, even in a case where there is a more than 2-hour discrepancy, ultimately, again, you can still accept the testimony. And Rashi says over here, it's fully high, tight, and shoot. People make mistakes. Even more than 2 hours, people make mistakes. And here's what's interesting. Echad omer b'chamish ve'echad omer b'sheva eidusim b'teva. And we'll say that. Interestingly enough, even Rabbi would agree. Let's say if Reuben killed Shimon in the 5th hour, and the other witness says Reuben killed Shimon in the 7th hour, that ultimately is irreconcilable. Why? Because remember, again, on both sides, 5th afternoon, 7th hour is afternoon, and the sun is in two fundamentally different positions. So with that already, again, that is considered to be irreconcilable contradiction. Okay, so this says follows, right? Good. So that's what so all of this is how we go ahead and we cross the witness. So that after we do all of this with the first witness, then we repeat the same process with the second witness. So again, it turns out that our chakiros and our it turns out now testimony is checked out. Now what do? What's the first thing we do in Basin with the capital case? This schos. I also remember what postum is with the defendant. Don't worry. If you didn't kill Shimon, you have absolutely nothing to discuss. If one of the witnesses, I have you to go ahead and bring down some favor of Reuben. I want to just to give you full context over here. The way this work is, the witnesses get into the basin, right? What are the witnesses there for? The witnesses are there to say that Reuben killed Shimon. After the witnesses give testimony, one of the witnesses turns around and he says, I actually now to say in favor of it, right? Oh, Talmidim, Yeshli Lefkov, or one of the students, Rabbi says, refers to the rows that sit in front of the basin. He can say, I think I find a way to find Reuben guilty. In either of these two cases, Shaskino, so we don't listen to either of these people. Now, we don't listen to these different reasons. Remember, Rabbi says in the last paragraph, once witnesses have testimony, and they're there to go ahead and find Reuben guilty, we don't accept them to go ahead and say, oh, I have something positive to say in favor of Reuben. Because what does it look like? It looks like they're hedging their bets a little bit, right? So that's appropriate. Same idea over here. If one of the students comes along, I have some information that can be for Reuben. We also him. Again, if he has the ability to come along and say something positive for Reuben, absolutely accept his testimony. Okay. Here it is. So one of the Talmidim says, I have something to exonerate Reuben, right? I have some information I think could be helpful to Reuben. So we invite him to this. Interesting, right? Student pipes up, I have something good that could be helpful to Reuben. Come on, that. Right? Yeah, we bring ultimately again to seat him on the. So the Gemara, listen to this. And we keep him there. Keep him there till the end of deliberations. So if it turns out that the guy has something meaningful to say, then we listen to him. And even if, by the way, even if the defendant, Reuben says, I have something positive to say in my defense, so the Gemara says, we listen to Reuben. You absolutely listen to him. But again, assuming, of course, that what he's saying is meaningful and substantive. If So say Basin finds him innocent. What happens? Natural. It's done. Case closed. We're done. Ve'im lav. So say now, what happens if Basin finds grounds to exonerate? What do we do under those circumstances? Ma'avirin al mahar. So you know, said we saw this before. We never issue a guilty plea on the day. Right? We'll always go ahead and wait to give a guilty plea until the day after, until the next morning. So what do we do that? So what do we do in between? It's incredible. So Mizdavkin Zugos, and the base would break up kind of with the Chavusas. You know, they would break up into pairs. And they would go in and they would discuss the case. So they would minimize the amount that they were consuming, their food intake. They were not drinking wine. This highlights just the importance of what it is that they are moving on. This is literally again, this is that. I think that as such, there has to be a certain amount of COVID roach, a certain amount of seriousness with which they approach this entire situation. So they do generate fast, they do diminish their consumption. They won't drink wine. The Gemara says, "V'nosin kalalayra," and they would go back and forth the entire night. The next morning they would wake up early, come to Bezdin. So the ones who found Ruben innocent, they said, "Okay, that's our position, and we stand firm in our position that Ruben is innocent." But the one who found Ruben guilty, Omer ani mechayev, Omer chayev ani bin komi. But the ones who thought that Ruben was guilty, they also had the right to say, "We still find guilty and we stand in place." Shabbos saying that anyone who originally wanted to find Ruben guilty, again, wants to switch teams, you could switch teams to exonerate. However, Aval Hamalame is of course Eno Yahol Lats. But ultimately, again, once the dying expresses that he wants to find Ruben innocent, he doesn't have the right to turn around and then find Ruben guilty. Incredible. Gemara says, fine. Tell me, so I'll just mention how incredible this is. Just two tremendous ideas. First of all, we see from here, just on a general sense, you know, we can't deliver capital verdicts. We have to sleep on it. Well, it's tremendous that sometimes before we pass judgment on someone or some, sleep on it. It's easy to go ahead and rush to like snap judgment, quick judgment. And sometimes we're wrong, often we're wrong. You can just take a little bit more time to be deliberate before you pass judgment on another person. Sleep on it. Sometimes you end up averting tremendous imperative mistakes. Other pieces, sometimes you go ahead, it's good to time yourself time also in the of opinions. Sometimes in life, once you become rooted in an opinion, it's very difficult to back it. So sometimes it's good to go and give myself a little bit of time to formulate those opinions. That you are seeing that once the dying is innocent, that's right? You can't get out of it. Now again, that's what we did because the goal is to exonerate. But sometimes we back ourselves in certain opinionated comments and we've dug ourselves in there and we can't get out. Take a little bit of time to deliberate, a little bit more time to concretize our thoughts, our approaches, our opinions, and make out so much better. Gemara goes like there. So, good. Nay, so far, who yesterday had, he found Ruben innocent. Today he's saying innocent or opposite. So don't worry about it because remember, there are stenographers. Remember again, 3 stenographers, right? One to go ahead and record the opinions of the judges who exonerate, one to record the opinions of the judges who find guilty, and one to go ahead and record all of the opinions of all of the judges together. So the nice again are all these stenographers. So the most supportive of that, the stenographer will be telling him about his opinion. So the most in Matsulos was patrol the imla. So we'll say, so once again, if we find the ability to exonerate, we exonerate and run his way. The imla, and if not, so we count. So 12 find innocent and 11, because remember there's a reason of 23 right now. Right? 12 find innocent and 11 find guilty. Innocent. Remember again, for innocence is what? Simple murder. simple majority of one. However, what if 12 find 11 find innocent? I have a majority of one for a guilty verdict, and remember, you need at least a majority of two. Or even if there are 11 who exonerate and 11 who find guilty, right? And one says, I don't know. What happens when a judge says, I don't know? What does I don't know? I don't know means you don't exist. I don't know means I exist, at least in the basic context, right? So we get him out of there. And even I will say, if you have 22 judges who either find guilty or exonerate, and one judge says, I don't know, Yosifu Hadayan. So we'll say, remember again, we're reiterating the call over here, that when you have a judge who says, I don't know, it's as if he's not there. So this is actually an interesting case. So let's say, for example, you have a situation of 22 judges who say Reuven is innocent, or 22 judges who say Reuven is guilty, and one judge says, I don't know. So again, essentially what happens is as if he doesn't exist, since you only have a base of 22. You can't get capital cases with a base 22. So it disqualifies the process. So what do you do? You must have how much do you add? Say after this. How many additional judges do you have to add on? Remember again, we add on judges. Remember, take them from the bench. You show us from the bench, two at a time. Add until we get ultimately again to a total of 71. A total of 71. So the says, so ad shivim ve'echad, shloshim v'shishim v'dakin, u'shloshim v'chamishim v'chayim. See, if you have 36 who go ahead and find him innocent, and 35 who find him guilty, that guy ultimately again is going to go ahead and be guilty. Shloshim v'shishim v'chayim, u'shloshim v'chamishim v'dakin. But if you go ahead and you find 36 that find him guilty and 35 that find him innocent, Elu connected. Elu was this number again. Here's the issue. Once you get to 71, right? So that's it. Like we tapped out. And then remember, one of two things has to happen. Either you need to get to a majority of 2 in order to convict, or you need to get to a majority of 1 in order to exonerate. But at that point, interestingly enough, the group has to work it out, right? So in other words, from 23 to 71, you can keep adding on judges until we figure out what the final verdict is. Once you get 1, that's the end. And halacha l'maisa again, they have to figure it out until they get to a verdict. Incredible. All right, so let's analyze. What do you know what? Remember again, the Mishnah said there are 7 chakiros. 7 chakiros. Gemara says that there are 7 chakiros. Gemara actually seems to be looking like for a scriptural allusion to this. Gemara says, because the pasuk says, "V'darashta chakarta v'sha'alta hitev." Right? Omer, v'gad lecha v'shamata v'darashta hitev. V'amar shashoftim hitev. So it's interesting enough. So it goes like this. Every time the Torah uses darashta, chakarta, and hitev, that refers to chakiros. So again, you have darashta, the chakarta, hitev, v'darashta tiv, and v'darshu hitev. That gives you 7. That gives you 7. Says the Gemara Bus, and now we're going to see in just a moment that this is actually 3 different. One is talking about Iranidas, a city which worships tree. Second is talking about Israel who worships idolatry, and the third is talking about Insulit. Okay, but with them all together, because we utilize similar Rishonos to do an investigation, and that gives us 7 expressions here. Give us our biblical source for 7 chakiros. How many days? Maybe what it means was what we know to go ahead and put all of these into one discussion. Today, what it actually means is each section owns Jishas Chakiros. Each section has its own amount of Jishas Chakiros corresponding to the time that Rashi the Chakiros in that context. Which the Gemara says, Yengay lifted Rahman al-Khadra. Because if not, if the intention over here was to go ahead and group everything together, then why not write everything just one context? To which reminds us, because they are all written close to each other, therefore Allah knows that they learn not from one another. The Haven, the Yafi, since they can be learned not from one another also because they have similar expressions. So to say that it's as if they were all written in one single I, the hollow Daniel Hadari. But the three, let us say again, these three things, as we're going to see in just a moment, are not similar to them. They're not comparable. For example, Irani Dachas, again, Irani Dachas is a city where the inhabitants worship idolatry. Everything is very wiped out. Irani Dachas is not comparable. Why? Look, Gemara says, Shmamona and Palak. Because remember, Irani Dachas, everything is destroyed. People are wiped out, possessions are wiped out, everything is destroyed. So that's the thing. By a person, an individual worships Avodah Zarah, he may be executed, but his property is not destroyed. 18 Shomanim, they get the reciprocal punishment, whatever that may be. Avodah Zarah, again, Avodah Zarah, is an individual Avodah Zarah, is not comparable to cases why she came Saif, because Avodah Zarah is controlled by Saif. And Aiden Zona is not comparable to Ernie Dachas or why? She keeps Sweden Asra because it requires a warning. It requires a warning. Versus you write about right? And ultimately, again, this is Xer Shalom Mufna. What does Xer Shalom Mufna mean? Mufna means that the word itself is open because it's like any other word. Because Xer Shalom was not Mufna, it was open. You can ask the following question. So the fact that you appear to see the difference this morning. Right? Why? If you get moving, the Xer Shalom is open. These words are not used for anything else. And therefore, Allah says again, they are in fact the having of the Mikdash, the Darshan, the Fakul, since the Pasuk could have said that just the Darshu, but they're giving you Jewishness, the Shani property where they hated. And the Torah goes out of his way to use Lashon hated. It says, right? Darashta, the Hakarta, hated, thoroughly. You need that word hated. I don't need that. So therefore, again, that comes to show you ultimately, again, that the Torah is free of the other words for use for the Xer Shabbat. But again, I will say that only tells me that the word is free on one side of the scripture. Which ultimately again to even zoning up. Because ultimately again, because Sha'alta the Kakar, Ella Irani Dachas, that by Irani was what else should be a thing? Still open for Xer Shabbat. It's a having a limit of Chakar Kafkar. Torah was could have used adoption utilizing the same word, Darosh Kidrosh, or Kakar Kafka, first white line. The Shani Krabiti Bure, basically, the Torah goes out of its way, changes the verbiage, and uses the word hated, Shmamina Lafniye. That extra word is there to free up the rest of the phrase to be able to make the Xer Shabbat. Okay, therefore, let's say, since you have this three-way Xer Shabbat between Yeri Dachas, Avodah Zarah, and Edom. What that halachic triangle, right? What that Shabbat does is allows me to pull all of those words and recognize that the expressions of Darashta, Chakarta, and Hated appear a total of 7 times. And that gives me again my biblical source for 7 fakiros. Incredible. Ba'asim Nechnakim is the word. Ba'asim Nechnakim, the Kalpar Miniskalin, Ominei Ragin. And also, ultimately, again, those the subject of any God. Could be learned at the top of from those subject of Uminera, in Ba'asim Nisraf, and the Kalpar Miniskalin. And ultimately, again, those subject to Sreifa can be learned from the Kalpar from Skila, which reminds us of Rabbi that is Skila Hamura. Since Rabbi say that Skila is more Hamur, this makes sense. Al Rabbi Shimon Gamar Sreifa Hamura Maija Neymar. But according to Rabbi Shimon, who says that Sreifa is more Hamur, what is there to say? Alam Rabbi Yehuda, Dine MS Nochel. Dine MS Nochel. To which the Gemara says, that the pasuk says, sorry. So we'll see. Here's the issue. Yehuda says if you add in the MS nachon, that gives me a total of 11. Right? In other words, for every single time you have darashta, karta, and why not add in MS nachon? That gives me 11. To which the Gemara says, Sheva hakilos, 7 of that, 37 hakilos. Dal plus the Sheva. Go ahead and take out your views of the Sheva. Partial Chada. That'll give me 1 left. The Bishim last week something. First time we should come to include those, or those cases that are subject to Sreifa. Rabbanan, most of the Asib Kabahomer, Karach the Kasif of God. Rabbanan, even some kinds of Bria from Kabahomer, Karach goes out of its way to state it in the Kasif itself. Okay, the guy before Rabbi Abo. Rabbi Abo did not like any of this. Rabbi Abo he did not like this. Ema last week, Shmona Chakis. So Rabbi Abo says maybe there are 8 Chakiros. I come to do 8 Chakiros. First thing is, Shmona Chakiros means what? But that's what the 7 is. So 7 Chakiros. Where are you getting 8 Chakiros from? Allah, why not? Why can't there be an 8 Chakira? Why be the 8 Chakira? But if the last week, the Shah. So also again, here's what's interesting. Rabbi the Pundits. Sorry, Rabbi Abo. Maybe there's an 8th Chakira. What's the 8th Chakira? What time? Remember again, Mishnah's Chakiras, the Chakira was what hour? What hour? Right, maybe Rabbi Abo says, maybe there's an 8th Chakira, it's not only the hour. What time? Give me time, tell me 8:37. 8:37. Okay, we have a margin of error. Maybe the 8th Chakira is telling me exactly what time. I don't know, Rabbi Abo supports this as well. Are you both know? So, Shmona Chakiros. Is that your Bryce that says this? The Bryce says that there weren't 7 Chakiros like the Mishnah. There are actually 8 Chakiros altogether. To which the Gemara Abaye, this makes sense, French Abaye, right? This makes sense. Amra, in Adam Toah, below Klom. Let's say these next 2 lines are absolutely fascinating. Under there, the Mayor says a person has the ability to be absolutely precise. Absolutely precise. And therefore, again, because the person has the ability to be absolutely precise, therefore, what? There's nothing wrong with adding in that 8th Chakira. What's the 8th? What time? That hour, what time? Because the person has the ability for complete, therefore, it should be able to answer the appropriate. So this is for the Hachlish, Nanami Gamra Adam Tuan Mashahu. Shapir, let's say, and the truth is, even if you hold that a person isn't exactly precise, okay, they can still get it in the ballpark. So, in other words, if one witness says, we saw something kill Shimon at 8:40, another one says, I was 9 o'clock, okay, fine. In other words, even if we're willing to accept some level of precision, that's fine. Allah, but according to Bayer's Strength of Yehuda, the person can make a mistake up to a half hour. Rabbi the Amar, people could go ahead, people could make a mistake for a long, but people can make dramatic mistakes. I explained that over there. Just fascinating. It's fascinating to see by people how people treat timeless. People treat one of the most important person could possess is timelessness. If you do something is meaningful and important to you, there's no time for it. And if you're not on time for it, something's you're transmitting, so it's not important. It's not important. You keep whatever excuse like this is an excuse for anything and everything in the world. If you're not on time, whether it's for your job, whether it's happening, whether it's for, when you're supposed to be home, whatever. It's true. There's never a shortage of excuses. It's an incredibly old. But if you're not on time, it means that it is important enough for me to make a concerted effort to show up on. And it's a window into ourselves. Because the things that are important to us, we're always on time. We're always on time, right? The things that I really enjoy, I'm on time. But it's interesting. So the Gemara says, people treat time differently. So it's interesting. So you have Rabbi Meir, and Meir says the person has the ability to be exact, right? And then again, you see other opinions that say a person maybe a little bit late here and there. And then this third category, Tal in Shituva. Who's this third category? This third category of people just can't get it together. Just can't get it together, right? They're all over the place, always late, always this. It's interesting. So again, first of all, it's always about it because there are people, there are different kinds of people who are wide when it comes to unless a person has some company why they can't be on time for things. It's just important for us to do a self-check for ourselves. You can have all the most wonders in the world, but I think if you're not on time for something, the message you're broadcasting about that thing, whether you intend to broadcast or don't intend to broadcast, this is not important enough for me to be here. Now, again, you may be saying other things are more important than this, and that's when I'm going to be big. Just understand when there's a lack of time, what a person is committing is a hierarchy of importance in life. Of course, sometimes these things happen. We don't realize the messages that we're kind of promoting to other people or giving love to other people. We don't even intend to do it. But when I say again, I'm still giving up. But it's just interesting to see this range of people when it comes to timing. Okay, hey then. Right, don't Mark. Allah Sweet become the other. So we're trying to just figure out according to Rabbi Avo has this Ifchakira. This Ifchakira. So what is this Ifchakira? So the US, okay, so it'd be tempting to say maybe Ifchakira is what time. You mean exact time that a person is dead, right, that the event occurred. That's fine, but not everybody holds that people have the ability or the capability of that level of precision. So what could be the Ifchakira? Allah Sweet become of Biyovel. What year during the Yovel cycle did the murder occur? We already asked that. How many days of Shavuot? So we saw that right. That's one of the first questions, right? What year in the Shemitah cycle is going on? No. The question is also again, Yovels are numbered, right? It's all part of the same time of motif, right? If you think about it, think about what the yid counts. We count hours, right? We count hours. We count minutes, right? Gabe has a true appreciation for this, right? What's the molar? I don't know, whatever, right? So whatever, 4 minutes and 2. So we count, right? We count minutes. We count hours. We count days. We count months. We count years. We count years in a Shemitah. We count Shemitah cycle in a Yovel, and we count Yovlos as well. We count every single time. Because the lesson the thing is, it's the same lesson that doing over and over again is the greatest resource. And therefore, time management is the most tool. That's why, again, going back to that, we saw the accounting shows day. Every hour was accounted for. Granted, not every hour was great, so every single hour was accounted for. The key to success in life is absolute, complete time management. Again, I'll read it down to the halakim and what a chiluk was. And you'll learn a little bit better, right? I don't know what the halakim. Okay, maybe I'm not managing the minute to minute. That's probably Halavai which gets to that level, but at least to manage the hours of life, not to let the hours slip through our fingers. Just what is the key to personal success. So maybe again, you might suggest maybe the eighth hakira is what number Yovel are we up to? Hey, what number are we up to? The dot even nowadays a Shavuot not by the East Yovel. The other thing is no. You don't need to know the number of Yovel. As long as the witnesses know what number year in the Shemitah cycle it is, that's more than enough. Shavuot side. So therefore, interestingly enough, what's the takeaway from this? Here's the takeaway. Takeaway is the Mishnah told us we have 7 chakiras, right? And what is in car source for those chakiras, not themselves, but the source for the concept of 7 probing questions to ensure that this is so. Okay, so at least we're present to be able to see what they saw. That concept of 7 heroes comes from the Torah. Where does it come? It comes from the conglomeration of Dafas. The Greek word Out of those three contexts, we have Darash Karta Hativ, Darash Hativ, Darsh Hativ. There's an opinion that says that there's a Chakira. Halacha Maisa, we reject that opinion. We go into 7 Chakiras as espoused in our Mishnah that have their biblical source. Incredible. Let's go back to it. Says the Gemara. Rabbi Yossi, I remember Rabbi Yossi came along and said that the guy's getting too complicated. Rabbi Yossi says there are only 3 questions. What are the 3 questions? Is it Yom? What day did Reuben kill Shimon? Is it Shah? What time did Reuben kill Shimon? And we see Shah. Shah never means 45. What is Shah? 8th hour of the day, 9th hour of the day, something like that. And Be'ez Makom. Be'ez Makom. What place? What place? That's Rabbi Yossi. That's Rabbi Yossi's. So the Gemara says, we're telling you, I'm going to Rabbi Yossi Chachamim. But the very famous thing is, so Rabbi Yossi says, show up, right? And when it says yesterday, right? So let's say Monday, right? Right? So what happens? When it says show up, they say yesterday, Reuben told Shimon. Yesterday. Are we going to say, oh no, it's a Shavua, it's a Shana, it's a Chodesh, so let's say, Rabbi Yossi's logic is like this. You know, if it's a shop and they say that yesterday, Sunday, Reuben killed Shimon, you're going to start asking now the witnesses all of these questions, right? But which year, which year was, right? Which year, which month, what day of the month? He told you yesterday. So in other words, what Rabbi Yossi's highlight is that very often all of the akiras that you are espousing, they're unnecessary. Guys rolling into days and saying yesterday Reuben killed Shimon. So the akiras, so because that Rabbi Yossi says, I'm going to tell you the 3 core questions, and this is all you need. What day? Okay, you answered that yesterday. What time? And where did it happen? All of the other questions are just totally unnecessary. That's what Rabbi Yossi says. Gemara says, because when Amar Chacham said back to Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yossi went into Yava Amar Achshav Harbi. Amar Ezi Yom Ezi Shav Ezi. Rabbi Yossi went to your logic. Let's say witnesses show and say literally, we just Shimon. We just. So I say to Rabbi Yossi, are you going to ask them? You're going to ask them what time? So the words of Allah, Alpha Kapare, Raminon Arabi Shimon ben Elazar. Rabbi Yossi saying to Rabbi Yossi, you're right. It could be that sometimes questions are necessary, but we will anyway. For what purpose? And according to Rabbi Shimon ben Elazar, Rabbi Shimon ben Elazar said that we try to confuse the witnesses in capital cases in order to get them to contradict themselves and get their testimony not just to vote. Remember, our goal is we want to exonerate. That's our goal. Therefore, again, the Chum essentially say we recognize that there are times when all of these questions may be unnecessary. Ask them anyway. We ask them anyway in an effort, first of all, to ensure that the witness is really telling the truth. And if it ends up that they trip over themselves with the information, then again, we're happy for that to occur as well. Rabbi Yossi says, Emesh Hargu, Shchi, the Rav Edros. Akshav Hargu, Lo Shem, Rav Edros. Rabbi Yossi will respond, no. Yossi will respond that witness coming in, witnessing in and saying that Halacha Maisa, we killed Shimon yesterday, that's a common case. Witness is coming into Basin and saying that Reuben just saw Reuben kill Shimon, that's not common. That's not common. Therefore, Halacha Maisa, again, we're not that is going to occur. All right, then we'll say, so bottom line, Halacha Maisa, we have fundamental the Chum giving these 7 chakiras, which the Chachamim hold really have their source in Midaraisa. So Rabbi Yossi says 3 basic questions: what day, what time, what place. But I'm not asking like the Chachamim, and therefore, Allah, for all cases, we employ these 7 questions. 7. Incredible. Was not stop over for today. Shkoyach. Okay. There's a Shem in a week ahead of us. Yeah. Going down. All right. Everyone's Zoom. Have a great day, everyone. So it has 75. No, I think when you say it's sharp, it's more like middle of the hour, end of the hour. Days I know. People still do that. They definitely measure hours, that's for sure. But we want to be exact. Yeah. So I think there was still.
I wonder if that's just from the pressure, essentially, like one of the first guys to ever canceled. He just probably lost his mind. Potentially, right? But absolutely, you would think that citizen Kane is your passport to a lifetime of being financed for
All right,
whatever.
girls, good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Beginning by introduction to all of our sponsors for this morning should be paid. Our commentary sponsors for your touching day. It's also rough. I realize that sometimes I neglect to thank our annual commentary. We don't just sponsor that, we sponsor all the shiurim. And somehow I only end up mentioning it over the course of the question that's what we could thank. Our annual commentary sponsors, the Toast and the Shloch, and we're dedicating all the shiurim to Rothschilds. The schools of the Solar Snowballs and Israel, we hope that in your edition will be a Shabbos with additional hostages returned to Hashem. Shabbos in which we see additional families being united. And I wish we Zoch and Hashem to thank Toast and Shloch again. Our commentary sponsors for the month of Teves, Haba Ali and Tova. The Kalman family, in memory of Amit Ben David, and ladies upon the Rabbi, brother of Ethan Rabbi, who was closing guys on the first night of Hanukkah. We hope that in America, that Talmud Torah, to the Shema HaMaliyah and the family even. So with that, let us begin. We have a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem, a lot to accomplish. Today's daf is in Eretz Hashem daf Lamed Ches 38. And we are picking up on Lamed Zayin on the days. We left off Haviyodim. Right? Yeah, excellent. So in the wide lines on the bottom, the bottom 3 lines. Okay, so let's begin. As follows. So I'm not even done. Great left here. The lobby should also claim the heaven. Okay. Kabbalah, seals. So an incredibly tragic turn over here. That when Cain killed Hevel, remember again, there was never an act of shed beforehand. So when Cain killed Hevel, Cain had no idea how to Hevel. So he went and he hit him, struck him multiple times. When he got to his neck, then he was able to write him and tell him, I'm going to be with should know Shepachta Aretz Respira. He bound to a double Shahadon, that the earth opened up, swallowed up the blood of Hedon, should never open its mouth again. In the MR, Miknafa Aretz is a new Shamanu, Sli Letzadik. Miknafa Aretz, what only PR. They say it's a Hispia often say. Is that true? That the earth never opened its mouth again after it swallowed up the blood of Hedon. The Pasuk says that Kifta Aretz is Pino. The Pasuk says that the earth opened up its mouth. This is like Korah. It opened up its mouth to swallow up Korah and his followers. Amalei, Mila Pascha, the Tova Lo Pascha. The earth opened up its mouth for negative things, for terrible things, for punishment, for punitive things, but never went and opened its mouth for some positive again. Galus has the ability to atone for half of one's sins. They can't sit by you see no benard, like originally it says, after Hevel, what's the punishment? I'm going to be not benard, going to be a wanderer. And what's also said, by Yeshe the Eretz Node. And then again, if you notice again, it says the Kain the Eretz Node. So you want to understand over here that it took away half of the punishment. He was supposed to be not, but it turns out that it's only going to be an Eretz Node. I'm not going to do that. Let's look up our social dwelling. It was exile. Had the ability to atone for three things. You might Shana and Mar, Kol Amar Hashem, Hayushe Ben הזאת יומוס בחרב עבדו בדבר. ויוסיף enough הצור מערכת יחיה של שלל. So the idea is the Margash is that as we go to the Makata for carrots, the law of family never provides the video. It says, go with Makata on home. Go with Makata on everything. Go with Makata on everything. The people of God is so and yet everybody is so profound that he's really mechaper on everything. Shenamar, Kama Hashem, Kiss Ish HaZa'ariri. Never lo yitzlach lama, lo yitzlach l'za'ar Yoshi Rakisi David, Moshe Od Bihudo, Basar the David Sif, Obrei Chonyo, Basar Shaltiel, Beno, Basar, if I saw this at just a moment. So you are actually going here based on the speaking by Chonyo, is to seal here that halacha makes it goes on everything. So let's say just point out how important this is for us. You know, there's certain times where in everything we experience in life, and even in Godless, which is so sad and so overwhelming and so profound, yet we find the cover in the fact that Godless is Mechata. That great even that here, it was 2,000 years diaspora. The core good news is that very going to transmit people at home for all of our ideas, both national as well as individual. Incredible. So the Gemara says, why does it talk about the son of Yehuda in Asir? Why is he in Asir? His mother became pregnant with him while Asir's parents, Yehuda and his wife, were incarcerated together. His mother became pregnant during incarceration. So the Gemara says Shaltiel. Why is his name Shaltiel? Sheshasu El Shaloti Derashtoel. Because he's becoming pregnant with him in a natural way. What does it mean? So the Gemara says, B'miri, if you have a tradition, Shein Ha'isha Misaderes Ye'od Mu'umar, that a woman can also come pregnant to the act of religion with the courage standing up, top of one, festive, the Venus Adam Umar, again, Shaltiel's mother became pregnant when she was standing up. She points out over here that Shaltiel's mother, who was Yechonya's wife, Yechonya and his wife were incarcerated together in like a narrow dungeon. So they were there together, so they had relations. She became pregnant in this particular fashion, which you might understand was a little bit miraculous. So you might say this all. Why is he called Shaltiel? Shemishal al Olwasa. Because ultimately, again, it's a father who released him from his oath. Now, not that his oath, but ultimately, he went ahead and made a promise that Yehuda was not going to have a child. And again, if his father who released him from that vow and he had a child, I like the Babel, because his mother was in Babel, who what is the actual name of Zubada? Nehemiah ben Chacham Yishmo. Rabbi Nehemiah. Yehuda is his here. They are here. So what's his story? Yehuda was the son of Rabbi Yehuda. So Yossi, the Suda, said when he became Rabbi, they sat in the Suda. They had this beautiful. They were sitting at a Suda in front of Rabbi. Below Mishi. And they didn't say anything. There's one thing. They weren't sharing any different Torah at the table. Right? So again, this is a good listener. I guess that's someone's table. He prepared with it tonight. So what happens? Example. So Yehuda, the other sons of Rabbi Yehuda, come to the Suda, come to the Torah of Rabbi. So he says, Agadu Chamra Adiki, Sheheki Beremri Yosa. So again, gave him this. So sorry. So essentially, that was supposed to happen. You drink too much, you don't to say Torah. So when you drink a little bit too much. Now this one was a good, listen to the Torah. Ein ben David Achiyichu Shnei Avos Yisrael. Like Mashiach, two families cease to exist within Klal Yisrael. Who are these two families? The Elohim, Rothschild, the Ishkulik family, Shemer Baba, the Nazi Shemer Yisrael, and the Nazi's family in Eretz Yisrael. Mashiach will only come once these two families cease to exist. Shene'emar. והיה במקדש, ולאבן נגע וליצור מכשול לשני בתי ישראל. אבל למען זה, that was the part. There's only one problem. Rabbi, right? Rabbi was the Nasi, right? Rabbi was the Nasi, from the family of the Nasi. So Rabbi says, what are you doing? You're putting thorns in my eyes? Thorns in my eyes? After all, again, you're essentially telling me when the Mashiach comes, if my family goes ahead and had NCC, by the way, as an aside, what exactly does this mean? If Mashiach comes when these families cease to exist. So the Pasha Shach is saying that these two families, meaning the families of Nasi and the families of the Rishon represent Jewish leadership. Right? At the end of the day, so remember, it's important to understand, Mashiach comes, he's going to replace those two families. He's going to become a leader. And again, going to replace previously established leadership constructs. That's what it means. It doesn't have to mean that those families are going to cease to exist. What it means is their authority is going to be by the machine to be a recalibration of power or authority within Klal Yisrael. I was very distressed by the Baritone. We've asked someone who was Baritone at the table, and then afterwards, like, oh, that was a very bad idea. Right? So again, this was one of those company faux pas, right? We asked the wrong person to share a bite. Right? So then what happens? So Rabbi's obviously very distressed. I'm going to be I'll give it a the father of the boy says to Rabbi, don't get upset. Don't be upset. After all, again, Yagin Nitan B'Shivim Osios. The same Nitan B'Shivim Osios. Right, so again, Rashi says, Yayin B'Shivim Osios, the gematria of Yayin is 70, right, Yod and Yod, and Sod Nitan B'Shivim Osios, and the gematria of Sod, which means secret, is also 70. What do we learn from here? Nichnas Yayin, Yatzah Sod. That when the wine comes in, the secret wine comes in. So what does this mean? So ultimately, again, on a punch level, but if he was saying is, let's say, you don't understand some people who say, like, they see certain things and they say, like, I just have to say what's on my mind, right? So you ever hear, I just have to say what's on my mind. What's the response when someone says, I just have to say what's on my mind? What's the response? No, you don't. No, you actually don't have to say what's on your mind. You do not need to share that because there are certain things that are on your mind that should absolutely stay in and on your mind and should not be shared with other people. That's it. Not everything needs to be said, but everything needs to be shared. So the idea over here is what the sons of Rabbi Kiva were saying was correct. It was absolutely correct. But it shouldn't have been said. So it wasn't a need. It was only going to create a certain sense of sadness, a certain sense of despair, and therefore it's fundamentally and totally unnecessary to be said. But yet again, what ends up happening? Nichnas Yayin, Yatzah Sod. So that's like the power of Yayin is we all put up barriers. So sometimes again, when wine comes in, what ends up happening? The barriers come down. When the barriers come down, certain things that are normally kept a little bit closer to the chest now come flowing out. So it's not beautiful. So when I'm eating sons have a little too much to drink, what came out? Mashiach. Now, like the Gemara says, you tell a lot about a person in three ways. Koso, Kiso, Kaso. What does a person do when they drink? How does a person get money? And does a person get angry? And how do they get when they get angry? When you look at those three things, you tell a lot about a person. There's something really beautiful over here that when these boys, these young men, drink a little too much, what comes out? A discussion about Mashiach. Granted, may have been a little bit of a wrong discussion about Mashiach, considering it spoke about the cessation of certain mishpachos, but again, that's what came out when we started deep, right? When the wine came in, the desire and the want for Mashiach for who came out again. So tell a lot about a person when they drink the wrong out. What comes out? All kinds of foolishness. There's one like singing, but the inner me really comes out with a little bit of yayin or a lot of yayin. I'll look up. I'm a Krista Darish Mari Mike Sid. What's the meaning of the pasuk? Mari, what's the pasuk? From by Yishkot Hashem Al by Yvi'ei Alinu, Kitzadik Hashem. So ultimately, I guess, literally translate peace in people, because Hashem is a tzaddik. I said that you shouldn't be tzaddik Hashem, I got Hashem Al Hara by Yvi'ei Alinu, because Hashem is a tzaddik, he hastened the evil and brought it upon us. What does that mean? So when it says, Tzedakah Asa HaKadosh Baruch Hu in Yisrael, Shehiktin Golos Tzidkiyahu. So I say, this is incredible. HaKadosh Baruch Hu did a chesed with us, in that he hastened the Golos of Tzidkiyahu. Remember that both like so Yecholia and Tzidkiyahu, just historically, you understand the beginning of and Gil's Esther, when you're introducing those two, right? What does it say? Where did Mordechai come? And I go, Shek, what's up? So again, so Yecholia again is first base on the crush and the first base on the crush together with Tzidkiyahu. That's why again, remember, the Gil's Esther happens in between the first and the second base on the crush. So the chesed that the chesed that he did is that he hastened the exile of Tzidkiyahu. So again, we see this moment. Because at that point when Tzidkiyahu was exiled, Yecholia was still alive in Babel. So we can Galus Yecholia, the city of Galus Yecholia, the first white line. Chorash, the Hamasker, Aleph, Chorash. It says Aleph. So what happens? As it talks about again, the craftsman and the gate. That is a column of Harash. So this is talking about the Chanya. Such a horse thing, Hakona Harash. Chanya such a becomes having opened his mouth, having what became masker. The leader is a gatekeeper. Even so should impose them. Once they determine a particular matter in halacha, the matter is closed. There's nothing else to talk about. The Kama Hayu Hamas were there. Aleph, Ula Shekhish, Shan Ula says exiled Tzidkiyahu 2 years before the numerical value of Yoshan. The Prophet talks about the idea of the we're talking about over here is he's so abundantly upon him. Shant them Baratz. You have children, grandchildren, and shant them, and they were all astray. So here's he's talking about when Klal Yisrael does not do the right thing. The Shchasem, V'asisna, V'asisna, V'ayasha, Agacha, Lachisa, Chachal, Gavos. So the time you see the Lord says to them again, these gifts like Pokemon, like items. The idea is, what's really fascinating, is that there's brought about the punishment of child a little bit earlier than it was happened. Because had we waited longer, the cost would have been more severe. So we expedited the exile. Or I should say peace, re-exiled by a Lord in order to mitigate the effects of the exile. So the word says, what do you see from here? Definition, right, of haste. We have to follow 350 years. That's the value of Shanta. So I said, this is tremendous skill. But sometimes because of the Ribono Shel Olam manifests itself, sometimes bringing about the person a little bit earlier than it. Right? So sometimes it's hard to see, regardless of the Ribono Shel Olam, that he's able to see everything that goes on. Right? He's able to see that. So when you try to allow things to continue on, go down an irreversible path. If I extract punishment now, then there's a chance of rehabilitation. There's a chance ultimately I can achieve it. And I will say, as human beings, because we're so limited, all we see is the punishment, right? All we see is the negativity, the hurt, the pain. We don't see the entire picture of it. So yet, I'm not going to say we don't know what all of them does. Really, it's incredible in terms of how we just have to view our circumstances and our situations. Incredible. Let's here we go. Back to Adam Rishon. Adam is created as a singular being. And we came out, why not create an Adam from the outset? So the Gemara says, in order that the heretics should not say that there are many different gods in the heavens. In other words, that, remember, had multiple human beings being created at the same time. What could people have said? People might have said this God is creating his guy, and this guy is creating his guy. So therefore, who creates one man, one human being. That's the first thing. In order to be no doubt that there is only one Shalom. You must love that. The means that it can make beautiful. Because if you shalom, you are taking only under the example, or you shalom only under the Russia. Why? Let's say why one person? That the tzaddik would say, right? Remember, if there are people, so tzaddik would say, oh, we're the descendants of the tzaddik, and then the Shah say, oh, we're the descendants of the Russia. But let's say, when we take a quick look at Rashi, it's really profound. Rashi says, over under the tzaddik, it's a person in those short lines of Rashi, are eating in Israel. The Bichaf, under tzaddikim, the eight minavera. So a person would say, we're the sons of tzaddikim, so we're inherently righteous. There's no need for us to take additional precautionary measures in life because, hey, we are already the children of tzaddikim. And again, what were the children of Hashem? Saying, Anabale Rasha, the aim on his recruiting the tshuva with the tzaddik, he lo yoyo. So this is incredible. So, and the children of the Rasha will say, for us, there's no point in trying to develop. Since we are children of a Russia, there is no way for us to be working ourselves. Once we be religious, how to create two human beings to start out. So one fellow would say, we're the descendants of the tzaddik, we're the descendants of the Russia. The descendants of the tzaddik would say, we're impervious to sin, we're good to go, we're golden. Nothing wrong, we're not doing anything. We're fine. The children of the Russia would say, we're showing in our DNA. And because we're showing our DNA, there's nothing that is going to help us do tshuva. Incredible. That's what the Torah will do. The Torah makes us all the descendants of one person. Of one person. So no one can say, I'm the descendant of the Rothschild, I'm the descendant of the tzaddik. We're all the descendants of adoration. So what was adoration? Was he a tzaddik? Was he a Rothschild? What was he? The tzaddik. It was a tzaddik. He made mistakes, like every single tzaddik. And just like again, when a tzaddik makes a mistake in that moment, they'll make a mistake. We have a mistake in that moment. But when I see we rehabilitate himself afterwards, we all say to ourselves, we all trace ourselves to an original ancestor who was about tshuva. Started out a tzaddik, made a mistake, and then became about tshuva. So effectively, we're all about tshuva. That's how to our ancestry. That we are about tshuva. Incredible. We'll say, why is this link us back to one ancestor? Because of fighting that goes on because of evils. So what happens is, let's imagine there are multiple original people, like multiple originals, right? Multiple other originals. So what happens? This mishpach will say, Tris equals to this one, and this one will say, Tris equals to this one. And what ends up happening? You see all the fighting that goes on. Even though we all trace ourselves to the same exact ancestor, like we all go back to the same person, and yet there's so much more to that because Allah has come to come up. From the options, never yucked in the scales. Never try Allah has come to come up. It's incredible. So say what there's one who traces us back to one central ancestor in order to go ahead and avoid because one and Hamas. The thieves, Rashi says, Shilomu, Karka Zeh, Lubne Avi Harishon, Haisabalo, Lubne Avi. If there were multiple originals, this cover would say this land originally belonged to my ancestor. And this one would say this land originally belonged to my ancestor. So the Gemara says as follows. Uma Akshash in the region is on the fence in Mishara is Kama. By the way, even right now, we do have one ancestor. Yet you see the mathematics that exists regarding what belongs to what. Even all of humanity to trace itself by ancestor. You imagine the mathematics that exists with multiple original ancestors. Incredible. Okay, Lahagi do us. Lahagi do us. Listen to this. And listen to this. A person could a number of different coins. And what happens? What was incredible is the wholesome effort, the Kulam Domin Zelazep. Right, a person could mint a whole bunch of coins, and amazingly, every single coin can come out the same. Every single penny looks the same. Like every coin, every coin looks exactly the same. Incredible. The speak means every human being in the image of creation. Right? Adam is the original human being, and every human being is minted, so to speak, in that model. Yet with that cinematic is happy to perform the first of these. That's what we wish. And yet, interesting enough, a appears to say and domains again at the end of the day, yet even though all man is moving the same way, none of us look alike. None of us look alike. Hebrews and domains why? This is incredible. Shalom Adam Dirana, Yudi Shana, Yomer Shalibi. This is incredible. What would happen if everybody looked alike? What would happen? That's like, so therefore, if everybody looked alike, and so like Reuben saw Shimon's wife. It's like, I'd like to be that guy. Right? Reuben saw Shimon's house. It's like, I'd like that. So if Reuben looked just like Shimon, could happen. Reuben could assume Shimon's identity. You think it's, hey, it's mine. How can you disprove it? Right? I'd rather like the owner, but everybody looked like each other. We get into these very difficult situations. By Maimon Shan, Oram Tanya, Pioneer, and there said, the social divine of the Mishnah Mechavera. Say there are three ways in which every person is different from the other. How? With voice. Right? It's interesting, right? Voice differs from person to one person to the other. Then appearance with the das. Now das means intellect, but really what it means is your feelings, your emotions. So the call of a matter, the shirpa. So it's a mix that a person has to listen to different things from his fellow with voice and matter and with in order not to lead to any immorality. What could happen is when people sound the same, it would be easy for people to indeed morality for each other, not knowing or being able to deceive das. What about those feelings? Or with knowledge, what about themselves? Let's say if all of us shared the same knowledge, then what? You would know where I hide my gold. And I'm going to tell anyone where I hide my gold, right? So if you have to meet my das, you would know where I hide my gold, and you'd be able to go ahead and take my gold. Let's say there's also an incredible idea about this. If you think about this, three ways in which we from each other, in which we distinguish ourselves. Whole could also mean the way that we speak, the way that we talk, the way that we verbally present is so essential. It really says a lot about who we are. Mara doesn't just mean about our appearance, it also means how we present. How does a person present themselves? How does a person present it to us? And das is what I do. Das doesn't just mean my secrets, doesn't just have to mean where my goal is. My das, my goals, my dreams, my aspirations. What do I want to be like? What do I want to do when I grow up? How do I want to be? So these are the three things that tell a lot about a person. In these things called, how does a person speak? Mara, how does a person thermal? This is so incredibly important. We like to say that externalities don't matter. Externalities mean a lot. How you present, and this is everything. How you present, how you dress. It says a lot about how you feel about yourself, and ultimately, again, the image important for you to project. And again, das. What are my dreams, my aspirations? Isn't the greatest challenge in life that sometimes you just get on that belt, you just get on that conveyor belt, and we just keep going. Like we keep trucking, right? We just go. We start like when we're 25, or like one day we're 85. Last night out the theater was we spoke to us, which was in the lobby. It's crazy. It was crazy. We had music like I was just like absolutely overwhelmingly beautiful. spoke about again that, like, there comes a day when you have to take stock of your life. There comes a day when you have to go and really contemplate, what you've done, and how you've lived. And I both say, okay, there's no need to talk about it, right? So there comes that day, there comes that point, and once you go through life and you just kind of get into a rhythm, I will tell you, like I mentioned, it's a different context. One of the most incredible things about being in a new building, one of the most incredible things is this overwhelming feeling of the sadness of like But everything is different. There's a newness, some kind of anxiety when you see every single chair in right? Or the spillage on the this, or the day. Okay, it's okay. I'm working on it. I'm working on it. I'm working on it. I'm gonna do the first job. I have no choice. Right? But the truth is, understand, where does that come from, right? I said to myself yesterday, like, I don't know, like, I'm not mocked it like house. Like, it's not like I didn't even moving to another. It wasn't mocked it like that. Like, so here, like, I literally feel like yelling at people, don't touch the walls. Right? Don't touch the walls, right? Be careful. I did actually did do it. And yesterday, I usually don't make enemies. Yesterday, I made enemies with the guys in study on Kodesh, which is not finished. I literally was giving them instructions. And I'm pretty sure they cursed me in Spanish, right? And they essentially said, loose translation, who the heck is this guy, right? Don't tell us what to do, right? Anyone who walks around with his top button clearly doesn't get his hands dirty in construction, right? So step away, go do your Jew thing, right? And leave us alone. Because it's not finished. We made a number of mistakes. I'm just going to point it out. They're going to come back and correct it on Monday and get that check. Don't say, but what is it? It's the newness. It's the newness. And when you're surrounded by newness, there's a distraction. There's just something exciting about it. And you see, like, wow, if this could look new and beautiful and pure and pristine, I could look new and pure and pristine, right? If I could bring a newness as well, I don't have to be the same old person in this thinking. I don't have to be the same, however old I am, structure. I could renew my own structure. I could build a new building. I could become someone new and someone different as well. My davening doesn't have to be the same. My learning doesn't have to be the same. My marriage doesn't have to be the same. But everything has the ability to become new. That's the issue of new surroundings. If walls can become new, which are inanimate, Allah has come to become I can become new. That's the das. So let's say, do I have the same das that I had 20 years ago? Or is my das still like that? Says the Gemara. Adam nivra me'erev Shabbos. Wow. Adam nivra me'erev Shabbos. Okay. How crazy is it to have an Erev Shabbos Gemara on Erev Shabbos? I'm sorry. This is ridiculous. Adam nivra me'erev Shabbos. Man was taken on Friday Erev Shabbos. Certainly was that man was created earlier than man. Then what would happen? People can erroneously think that man was helping that Kadosh Baruch Hu in the creation. So if man's created on Friday, the end of creation, so no one could pay that Kadosh Baruch Hu had a partner in my civilization. You want to that, if man gets carried away with himself, overload, Yitush Kadma Kavanai was incredible. If man decides to become arrogant, so what happens? Because Baruch will calm down, not so great. And gnats were created before you in the order of creation. Okay, it's pretty humbling. So when it says she comes the mitzvah miyad. Other possibilities, why is that created on Erev Shabbos? So that he should enter into mitzvahs immediately. That was which mitzvah? Shabbos, which is actually quite beautiful. That the entire intention of the brief was that from far we want our first mitzvah to be Shabbos Kodesh. What a beautiful you went for an Arab Shabbos. It's overwhelming. First, I want to feed you, and again, kind of get your bearings a little bit, and then after you get your bearings, we're going right into Shabbos together. Next, the Akar, Kadeshi, Kanis, receiving them now. Other populations, want the other show to go right into the suit. And now it's also Shabbos. I mean, if we wanted the Harvard to find everything set, like a set table. The world was organized. Organization came to a fully finished product. We do not have to live through construction. Much of the process of Damshah, Hafler, Rishik, Lundis, Rakak, Hickman's Arthur. We prepared for the king who first palace, organized it, he did all the finishes, and then after the finishes were complete, then he invited his guests. And the Israel was beautiful. So the Odo Shalom wanted to invite us into the finished world. He did not want us to have to live through construction. And I will say, this is incredibly important, right? Because only the Quran will give you that. But it's incredibly important because at the end of the day, what it also says is like this. The Quran will invite us into a perfect world, into a good world, into a complete world, which means that even when it looks imperfect, unfinished, or under construction, it's important to understand it's only because we don't the full plan. I should invite you to be part of something that is perfect. And at the end of the day, because when it looks imperfect, it's only because of our inability to see the perfection and to see the wholeness inside it. Incredible. Let's go back to it. Shema says as follows. Shema Chachman Sabisa Chachman Sheba. Dark Batifka Mas Vayina Shulchanah. Shulchanah Yourself. Tikra Aga. Says more attachment to possible. Shabbat's cover only some of the top. The entire world of top will give them Chatzma on his ass. He carved out his pillars. He wants to say Shiva. It was Shiva DNA creation. 7 is creation. Thought must Hayina Aparka Shop. We now let's start here almost. We use the first to see the river. Shout out exactly. The other the Kaba. Archai Merome Terrace. What is the name here? Archai, we lived on the height of the city. When Rabbi Banakana Ramiksi Agape, Upsiva Kis, does man sit on the height or does man sit on the chair? Petila Agape, Ulubasofa Kise. Originally, man dwelled in the heights of the world. And then, unfortunately, sin, he was relegated again to a Kise. Nikas, Yasamina, Kasoleva, Nakudish Baraku, Nisa Olazas. Who likes man to sin? Isha. Again, it was Kavan. I'm the one who said, no, it's not possible. It was interesting, but at the end of the day, there is great responsibility to take Adonai. But again, the Gemara points out that Adam is sin, but of course, Adam is really held responsible for the action to the events, or ultimately, again, the action after he realized that he made a mistake. Okay, so what was at the time? How does he make it? other Rishon Chala'olam Chutzpar Afro Shne'emar Galmi Ro'o Elecha Uksikinei Hashem Yisrael Kol Kechala. That's what said. This is incredible Gemara. Other Rishon, remember again, is made from dust, made from dirt. Remember again, where was the dirt collected from? So the Gemara says dirt was collected from all four corners of the earth. Right? Again, literally, Afro Shne'emar Kala Olam Kulo Tzpar Afro. So literally, his dust made him up was collected from all four corners, all four parts of the world. It was like, what's the shot with that? What's the shot? It's to show you that Allah for myself, Adam comes from everywhere. See that wherever Adam Harishon is, wherever he is, he can be successful. See, that's the sometimes we think you can only be successful in certain circumstances. Right? I can only be successful in certain places, in certain situations. So the idea is that the other that you showed is being referred to wherever Adam finds himself geographically, he has the ability to find success. This is the Rothschild area. So who's having the right in the beginning of the Torah says that they learned the Torah. The air they take is 70 languages. Every entire Torah is 70 languages. I asked the why if I taught 7 languages, like the Hebrew and Midbar, they only spoke 2 languages. What do they speak? Like Hebrew and Yiddish. You don't spoke 2 parts, right? Right? So it's right. So why do you need 7? Why do you need 7 new languages? 22 languages. And maybe it's says because Rabbi knew that there was going to be Gavos. He was afraid that even within the Jews would say, where could a Jew connect with Torah? Only in Eretz Yisrael. Where could a Jew connect with God? Only in Eretz Yisrael. Obviously, Eretz Yisrael presents a unique connection that cannot be replicated anywhere else. Like the strength of our people is the ability to be steeped in Torah and religion wherever we are. So whatever language you're in, whatever language you are speaking, a relationship with Hashem Baruch is always possible. That's, and again, preferably that's the other nation is made up of dust from all over the world. Why other? You are from everywhere. If you're from everywhere, you can be successful anywhere. You're successful anywhere. Remember that. Who from the Baba Rosh Hashanah? This is beautiful. Adam Arishon, his body is from Babel, his head is Israel, the Ibarah Mishras, and his wings are from other lands. On both sides, his backside, Adam Achal, me Akher the Adma. The place called Akher the Adma. That was, I just say something amazing. So something, which tells you that what Chazal thought about Akher the Adma. And obviously, not the destination of this. And I said, but something absolutely amazing to this. It's this idea. Body is from Babel, head is Eretz Yisrael. So what does that tell you? It tells you is, you know what? There's a lot of Gashmias in Chutz. It's like the body, which represents Gashmias. Gashmias comes from Chutz. Where's the head? Right? Head, what's the other again? The head is not just, the head is not just, you feel like the head and the shovels in the head, which is with this from. Again, can we have Rothschilds here? Absolutely. Of course we can. That's the moment that we just saw. But if you want to know ultimately again, so the body is from Babel, but the head, and what's it, the beauty of it is, so that means for us also, in other words, that means we're descendants of other nation, which means, even though we're here in Chutz, right, there's a piece of our head that is like a shtick Eretz Yisrael, because that's part of our DNA. Our head was fashioned from dirt of Eretz Yisrael. We have, by definition, embedded inside of each of us is made up of a piece of Eretz Yisrael. Our head is a piece of Eretz Yisrael. So beautiful. I mean, look at American English. Shells come out of us. Also, this is a wild tomorrow. Wild tomorrow. Shema shells. High popping iron. It was in there 12 hours in a day. So when I was going to give us the best of the first day of Adam Rishon in this world, how did Adam spend his days? Shut showed up with Afro. Hour number 1 collected the fragment. NASA Golem. Nowadays was needed to a mass, a lifeless mass, which is in the play about an hour again. His rings were full. The Diaz is the one, so 4 hours a day. And the Shama was put into his body. Kamish's Amadal Adwa. 5th hour of the day, Operation stood up. Shishis Karashim was 6th hour. He started the names to all the more study different things. He is Nizdakul Chaba, 7th hour of the day. He was interested in Chaba. Right? Shminis, well, Mrs. Very married, right? Nizdakul Chaba. Shminis Halulita. The 8th hour they had a relation. Halulita Shnayim, the Yardu Arba. They went into the bed as 2 and they came out as 4. So as I said, obviously you understand. These hours are not regular hours, right? Because time is a human construct. And Sheish Nevish, 6 days of Sheish, do not give a human construct of time. Right? They will say a construct of time. So the point over here is hour number 8, that relations with Chava. Literally, again, they went into the bed of 2 days, which means they co-created kind of level. There you are, she is established a lot in the in the 9th hour, they were commanded not to eat from the tree. Asiris Salah, the 10th hour, they ate from the tree. We'll see how crazy is that. The 9th hour, they were commanded don't eat from the tree. As in the 10th hour, they ate from the tree. The Salah, Achat Esrei, Nido, in the 11th hour, they were judged. Shtem Esrei, Mitzvah, Bahalachov. In the 12th hour of the day, they were exiled. So what's inside? Adam Vikar Sai Yomi. The man, right? Adam Vikar, the man doesn't stay over. Right? He doesn't stay over. He doesn't. Shall never stayed overnight. And he got it. He was there, spent 12 hours there, and never stayed over. So it was also true, by the way. And you wouldn't necessarily get this from the Polish just because it's Kayan were born in Nunavut. And Kayan had been banished for at least a couple of hours. They were then exiled together with Tori, because the way the story is structured is it's just Mechava. Like there's no mention of Kayan Hedel, but they are exiled from Nunavut. Now don't say all of this is in one day. I'll just point out this and then amazing. What do you think of the Gemara? Someone says first there's a lot of like the part of it is Hashem is the person everything in front of them and throw it all away for what appears to be really nothing. Now, it's always easy to sit back in judgment of other people and say, I don't know how good your friend is, but we do this all the time as well. It's not supposed to, to me, it's supposed to come to you out. Let's say, if you notice the way, what do you see about the first day of adoration? What's that? It's just like, what do you see about it? What do you see about it? Highly scheduled. It's highly scheduled. So I'll say the secret of time management. And time management is the secret to life success. Is time, it is scheduling. So like the PhD that spoke about this in the Rothschild program. Right? So the idea is whatever you want to do in life, whatever you want to do every day, schedule it. You want to hang out with your friends? How much time? You have a meal with your family? How much time? You relax for a walk? How much time? You learn Torah? How much time? Everything needs to be scheduled. Because if it's scheduled, number one, you'll maximize time, and number two, if it's scheduled, you'll act at it. Also, you know this. It's not scheduled, time just evaporates. I think part of it was a hospital over here. Once more, trust me, the first day of the every single hour, because you have time to that day, you try to look a little bit like how you spend the day, and you have time that you can't account for it. Not shy. I was in my office. I'm not sure exactly what happened during that time. It's frustrating. Chances are, if you can't for the time, chances are it was not used productively and successfully. Says the Biajasta, but even before the Biajasta, says the Ibama Shaloma. The key to successful time management is scheduling, and again, time management allows for productive days. It's really productive days, and productive living. Incredible. All right, says Kabaiker. Says the Gemara. Amar Rabbi Bar in Chayel and the a wild animal cannot go ahead and adversely attack the person unless, of course, the person himself becomes like an animal. Incredible. When Hashem wanted to create man, he created first a group of angels. So we're going to see one of the things that Rothschild does is he tries to work collaboratively. Even though he does not need to work collaboratively, he tries to see created a group of malachim. And he says to them, he says, I'm alive, with some kind of nasa, he says, no, should we make man? Should we make man? I'm in the front of the people, so the malachim say, okay. Tell us, what is man? What is this? Tell us about man. What are his actions? Some of the massive response. Okay, he does this. He does that. Before Shabbos, he says, man can do a lot of good stuff, but he doesn't do a lot of bad stuff. That's just the nature of man. Ben Adam pieces together, and they said, don't do that as well, it's not worth it. Oh shit, it's both. He kind of he goes there and he extended his little finger, his sarfam, and he is this group of angels. I don't like what they had to say, because the thing catch Shnia. Same thing happened with the second group of angels. What happened? Catch this is he purchased a group of angels. So what happens? Third group says, what do you guys think about creating man? Third group says, God, right? Right? Come on. You have the first two groups that thing also. Sometimes happen that you do collaborative work, but you're not actually interested in anyone else's opinion. Right? Instead, you know what you want to do, but you have to go through the optics of asking other people their opinion. So what happens? The US is the group says, you previous to your opinion. You didn't like it. You didn't like it. You incinerated them. So come on. So let's see what they say. They say, come on, chew yourself up. Come on, I have to learn to laugh and fall enough off. I said, so you know what? So you know, it's very good sense of boss. You're the boss. You're the boss. Do it better idea. Do what you want. What you want, and we support you. Right there. Now that's collaborative. Right. Do what you want. Do what you want. We support you. So it's not what I would say, again, I have to say on this email also, what is happening here, but again, we'll go back a little bit. So what happened? We have to say some email, I can find. So, let's go create man. Even the I'm going to find a reverse from the farmer and show them what I thought. Now, when man engages in his down cycle, right? And man and ends up sitting and going a floodation of the floodation of Mito, so that Mama can come back to the state of listen, God, told you so, right? Because we can say, perhaps the earlier two groups had a good point. And it goes, that's a beautiful I'm going to add, that Zikna Anihu, that same at Espo. Which Baruch said, listen to this, until they grow old, I am Hashem, and until they become Seva, I will tell it. And I will say it's the most beautiful illustration in the world. So Baruch said, you're not right. You're still not right. God says, look how beautiful this is. Because even though my children are messed up so terribly, I believe it. I am patient. And I will wait until they get their act together. And I say, is this not the most beautiful and overwhelming moment? There are times in life where we act in a certain way, and if we're probably looking down and so profoundly disappointed, so profoundly disappointed, when the Malachim are saying, I told you so, why did you create them? They're not worth it. And Lord Hashemah said, Lord Hashem just says, just wait. Promise you, they're going to turn it around. They're going to pull it out. They're going to affect change. This is the faith that HaKadosh Baruch Hu has for us. A willingness to wait until we get our stuff together. A willingness to wait no matter how long it takes in order for us to become the best version of ourselves. Hashem loves us. I'm going to give you the I don't usually suffer. So literally again of us is so big, so tall, so large. From one end of the world to the other end of the world. ومن اليوم الشباب أضف على الأرض من الشمال بعد سياشرين. Sarah, once she made it, but once she said, we have to 12 years old, we are told. Hashem placed his hand on top of other and literally again diminished the stature. Our offer the Katani. Bakashas alai katachal. I'm going to say, I'm going to show me the artist. I'm going to hear how y'all existed again from the earth. All the things. Shemar, looking hayon, Ashepara, Elokim, Adam, Avaret, who was the Tiashanite. Stephen Shasar, once I'm in the state. Right, one thing. I love him. Placed his hand on him and Kevin Sarkani. I thought he's doing that to each other. He tried to do no, it's the same measurement. It's just ultimately again illustrating it in different ways. Looks I'll just point out something absolutely beautiful. What is this idea? The adoration again was literally again from one end of the world to the other end of the world. What is he representing? Potential. When adoration was created in this world, what was his potential? His potential was limitless. Literally, again, he existed from the heavens to the earth, from one end of the world to the other end of the world. His potential literally was limitless. But then he sinned. And what happened when he sinned? He was diminished. The Lord said, what does sin do? Sin diminishes. So now it's not forever. Because I can regain that potential. But that's it. Other show was beginning from heaven to earth. And then afterwards, after maybe after taking the sin, his stature was diminished. Like a little bit. I'm not going to go around. I'm going to show Rabbi Seeker, show spoke Aramaic, Shemar, Li, Man, Nikru, Re'echo. El. So I guess might be that Seeker told us all the Shabbat himself with Darvadar. The Shabbat should already show all the features generations. He's showing you like the generations to come. The Gemara says, once a generation saw the generation of Rabbi Akiva, and he saw again from Rabbi Akiva, when he saw the death and suffering of Rabbi Akiva, he was saddened. Amar believe Mayikure Echael. I'm not reading that, but I was going to say it's fascinating. But again, out of all the generations, all the suffering, what impacted a generation most. Right? Out of all the suffering, so okay, not enough friends here. I'll go and show you the middle. I just, now, but now you might take a very sharp turn here, which is actually fantastic. I'll go and show you the heretic. Now again. More explanation for this. Like Shem says to Adam, Ayaka, where are you? So he says, where did your heart go? Where did your heart go? So it's like, we're going to stop over here for today. But again, I'm going to go on the cliffhanger. So I say, understand, these Gemaras now are going to focus on a little bit different. They're essentially calling into doubt Adam Arishon's commitment to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Now, how to understand those Gemaras and what it really means, and you have to tomorrow side. So tomorrow we'll learn that Yom together here in our big Medrash. First Shabbos of the daf. We're going to do it together, man. It's going to be fantastic. It's going to be incredible. Another ridiculous Haggadah Gemara tomorrow. It's going to be great. One side, might as well talk about the beginning of first week here in our new big Medrash and how the Bible should be something to come. Daf Yom is going to be here. It's going to be here, not in the name, standing here, man. Have a wonderful Shabbos, everyone. And I just saw Florida, Baltimore, I guess it's one with it here. Enjoy it. All right, Shabbos, good job.
That's being ridiculous. He's a man who served his country. He's still in uniform. He's still like a military guy. So he's quote unquote. They were a Democrat-elected government, and step by step dismantled democracy once they went down. And the fascinating thing about this character, the way he played him is in the beginning, he seems like a guy on opinions because he's like so relaxed about everything. You know, it's like he doesn't seem to be carrying the weight of what's happened to him.
All right, we'll say good morning.
And then there's darkness, particularly during the trial.
Today, Today's daf is on the test. We're actually very concerned with Shantel is going to finish the fourth paragraph. We are up on the test for you to try to put yourself in mind. And specifically, we are taking
terrific figures history.
Actually, I'm going to it's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 lines up to the bottom. Bible Testament, 38. Last 2 words. Remember again, this we're continuing on theme that I was on yesterday. That know what to respond to afterwards. There's somebody who's ahead of you, confronts you with some type of work, understanding or interpretation of the Torah. So you have to know how to answer. In order to go ahead and be solid in your beliefs, you have to know how to defend your beliefs. This is continuing stories on that same level. How to answer heretics like your thought, then you should answer. Visual, low bodies. But if you're not as proficient as to do this, then you shouldn't get involved. It's another interesting idea, which is don't get involved in answering up the heretics unless you manage to know yourself. Because once you know who doesn't know how to do this, so one thing you have to do is incredible credit or two things. Number one, you're passionate, and number two, they know their stuff. Now, it's wrong. It's meaning we believe it's wrong. You have to be able to enter into a meaningful dialogue. I mean, if you're going to engage, you know how to engage. You don't know how to do this, But don't get it. You don't know the Hadith. I'm going to know Rabbi. This is my give an example. There was a particular heretic. One such Rabbi. This Ksiv, Al Moshe Amar Ale Al. So, the Pasuk says, and God said, rise to God, or ascend to God. Now, what the movement was trying to do was to show that God. You see, there are two, the one who's speaking to God, and it's the one who's speaking to, you should go up to God, you should go up to Hashem, as if the speaker is one deity, and Hashem is one. So the Gemara says, she just said a sentence, Amalei, which Rabbi said, then the Tachon, Shishmo Kishim Rado. This refers to the Tachon, the Malach of Tachon, whose name, Tachon's name is Tachon is literally called HaKadosh Baruch Hu or Hashem as well. But saves, you need to be careful. Because when the first Tachon, the Pasuk says, because my God is saying my Hashem is saying my name, if that is why we worship the Tachon as well. Worship the Tachon as well. Save Amerbo. Because the Pasuk says, we need not Baruch Hu for any other deity, you can even more in pain. So that means, like the Pasuk needs to say, that's the Tachon will not go ahead and forgive your sins. If you can't pray to the Tachon, you can't supplicate to the Tachon. The Tachon is not going to forgive my sins. Which the mercy of Allah, if we use funded in the new Subia God, the Tarvan God, Nani Lo Kabli. He will say, the greatest the Tachon is, Klal Yisrael wouldn't even accept the Tachon as a messenger of Allah. See, Vayomer Elohim Panef Ahokim. Then the Egel, the Rothschild says, I'm not going to lead you myself. Instead, I'm going to send messengers. One of my Malach is going to, and the Malach he was raised was the Tachon, whose name, the Tachon has the name of the Baruch Hu within him. Yet Klal Yisrael says, no thank you. If we can't have you, we can't have you, then we don't want anyone. Even the Tachon. You are the Polygon. Siv. But it says, the Pasuk says that Hashem called this out. God is literally fire and salt. Fire and salt. So why does it say Me'is Hashem? It should say Me'ito, but in nerves, God is already mentioned in the Pasuk. You don't have to tell Hashem again. I'm going to listen to this. I'm going to have a kubes. This is a heretic. Was engaging at Yishma. So I'm going to have Kobe's, so it was a particular number. Like marriage is not like metaphor, like the money like this. This means he was a little longer, it was a Kobe's. So there was this guy who overheard this exchange. He says that Yishma, okay, I'm the Mahakala. I got this. Let me you see, the Yom says, this is by Hashem. Shema Kol Shei Lemach. It says he was saying Lemach was talking to his wives. So it says, Vayom Lemach ben Hashem. Lemach to his wives. Agav Shema Kol Shei Lemach. Listen to my voice. The wife Lemach. The shy wife. Why does it say wives of Lemach? It should have just said wives. Listen to me, my wives. To which the Kobe said, this is how the Pasuk speaks. Sometimes again, the speaker, the main character of the Pasuk, will sometimes refer to himself as third person. It's true by human being, and it's true by HaKadosh Baruch Hu as well. So the Shmuel is very key. He says to the one who are new, where do you know this from? To which the man responded, Pirkei Rabbi Meir. I heard it in Shir. Which was the importance of paying attention in Shir. Right? I heard it in Shir, and I was able to go ahead and take it with me and use it to someone else. Listen to this. Shir Rabbi Yochanan, it's actually quite beautiful. When Rabbi Meir would give Shir, this is amazing. It's also music from just a teaching perspective. He would split Shir into different parts. He said, he would do the following. He would do one halacha, Tilsa Gadata, 1/3 Agadata, Tilsa must 1/3 Asharim, parables. Which I will say is an incredible yisod, because you made it understood that to keep the attention of individuals, again, it's not changed all that. It's hard sometimes to remain engaged. when it's just straight halacha, or it's just straight details. So this is very speaking clear. We're speaking, hey, one third halacha, one third mashalim, one incredible. Mashalos, surely, Rabbi Meir said Rabbi Meir had 300 fox parables. It looks like, there's a lot of parables, a lot of mashalim which get to deal with the fox. And the fox represent many different things. Some represent the slide in Sahara, some represent the issues of the world. It always represents what we're trying to undermine. Rabbi Meir had 300 fox mashalim. But unknown, ain't Lana Ella Shalosh. We only have three. We have three remaining Kappa festivals, right? Those mashallah, those which we're going to see, mashallah, are really one marshal, big parts of one marshal, are based on the following three shooting. Number one, Kappa Bangladesh. Avos Yochlu Osar, Vishine Banabis will eat sour grapes and literally that. Ma'azme Tadek Ka'avne Tadek, you should have just weighted measures. And Sarah Nekla Bayavo Rothschild, Bayavo Rothschild, the Tzaddik will be saved only against the Tsar, and the Rothschild will keep his face. We'll say, what's the most? Take a look at Rashi. This is why I wanted to start this today. Take a look at Rashi. Listen to this. Stop Rashi. Avos Yochlu Bosa. Moshel b'moshel. Sherima Hashua L'Chadev. Yikonim L'Chatzah Yehudim Shabbos. There was once a story of a fox who could a wolf to enter into the Jewish courtyard in Eretz Shabbos. When the cat came to mind and started to Shabbos, so what the wolf was saying to the Christian. Call me Shitara Erev Shabbos. So the wolf, here's what you need to do. Go into the Jewish courtyard, offer your assistance to help them prepare for Shabbos, and they will Shabbos. They will like to become on Shabbos. What happens? You can show them the when the wolf came into the courtyard, so what happened? They attacked the wolf. The wolf walked in, and the resident of the courtyard attacked him. The wolf badly speaks Hebrew, comes back. He comes to kill the fox. The wolf, so the fox says to the wolf, because of your father. One time the father offered to help Jews set up the Shabbos, helping them set up, he ended up eating all of the food. Because of my father's action, I should, on my own name, which ultimately, again, so the first part of the mashal was that sometimes the children are impacted by the misdeeds of the father. This is one. Next, about body, but the mashal goes on. About body, but the fox says to the wolf, come with me. I'll show you a place where you eat, satiated. So what happens? The fox brings the wolf to a well. And there's a board across the well that's supporting the whole system in two buckets. What happens? The yard of the maka, so you should have also being a lack of the herald must have so the fox goes in. Wolf cries down to the fox, why did you go into the well? So the fox responds, there's plenty of food. So the wolf said, let me see. So he showed the wolf a chip of the food in the water, which looks like a wheel of cheese. So he tried to pretend that there's beer in the well. So I'm alone, hey. So the wolf says, how should I get it? I'm going to be Nicholas, the yard sleep. Bashua, I'm like, hey, I need all that. What happened? The wolf goes in, and of course, the police system. The wolf goes down. The fox comes up. The wolf realizes he's down there. How do I get back up? I'm alone. Sadik meets our Mechlot, the Yabo Russia Takto. Siv, Nails, and Zedek. Never, obviously, you can. Sadik, you're the Russia, you're safe from the well. These will be leftover mashallah here and 300 fresh fox mashallah these live together. Again, we'll say each of these mashallah in and of their stories. Message number one, that we have to be careful with actions that not only they can tell us, but they can impact the next generation. Message number two, don't get fooled by the reflection of water. Sometimes a certain way. Check this matter. What it is you're doing in life, how you're living, the decisions you make, not just following some reflection of the moon and the water and thinking that it's Jesus. And number three, that sometimes ultimately, again, this part of the muscle, the muscle, one of the business issues, right? There must be more. But the third part of the muscle is ultimately, again, that the scales of justice are always equal. And that in the Polish will always right the scale with the human mission. Good, right. I'm going to go for the Gambiel. So there was no particular heretic who said for the Gambiel, your God is a thief. So what happens? The pasuk says, Adam fall asleep, and then he took Adam's ribs and he fashioned Adam. So Moses said, your God is a heretic, is not a heretic. Your God is a thief. Your God is a thief. He steals ribs from sleeping people. Amalek Barthe is his daughter. This is not Leo's daughter. The Pashtos is the daughter of the heretic. So Amalek Barthe. So the daughter said, let me ask this. So she said to her father, can you provide a judge? Upright judge. So she said to her, why do you need a judge? So listen to what she says, listen, because last night the house was broken into. And what happened? But these women, they stole our silver pitcher, and they left the gold one in its place. Amar Allah to the father responds to her, right? Halavai, you shall have nothing, the child who shall break it like that every single night. Listen to this, below Yafas, which the girl responds, so the girl responds to her father, was it not good ultimately again, not good for Adam Arisha to have a rib taken from it? The word choice over here is quite interesting. It's quite interesting. But also, let's say if understands some Jewish girl. This is a non-Jew. I take that back because of the culture is Jewish. Again, there are different conceptions of marriage, and there are different conceptions of relationships, and there are different conceptions of people get out of marriage. Who knows? Very telling, by the way. You want to know how your children think about marriage? You want to know what your children's perception of marriage is based on your marriage, right? So who knows what this girl saw in her home, and who knows how her father treated her mother. But obviously, the way she viewed a wife and a husband was a shifcha, the master. But whatever, we're not getting into that right now. And anyway, the point that she was making, father, was what? The point that she was making was, it's true, God took a rib, but he gave Adam Harishon Chava. Amar come you up. And the father responded, I know Adam got a good deal, got a wife, I got it. But why did it have to be done while Adam was sleeping? Well, his body is closer. We kind of have to come like further. Why does that come quietly, sneakily? Why can't you take it from Adam while Adam is awake? Listen to this. Amalek, which the girl responded, I saw the unsa of this way. He bring me a raw meat. A raw piece of meat. They brought the raw meat. Also to say about so the way roast meat is, they would cook the meat with coals and ash. They would roast it like that. Took the piece of meat, she roasted it, and then after Amrle, father, she says, eat here. Amrle, you eat sweet. He said, it's disgusting. You smell that meat when it was raw, and even though now that it's unappetizing. Amrle, va'atam harisha nadi. We have a shuttless bahadeh, habamitis. Which the girl responds, had Adam Arisha been away while the rib was removed and the rib was fashioned to a human being, it should be that Adam Arisha might have been repulsed and misused by his son. In order to ultimately again that Adam should only have angels distraction. Means that action goal is like one process. Incredible. I really told you. Yeah, that Alakai Sab is Jewish. It's actually a very moving Gemara. There was a particular kofer who said to the Gamliel, I know what your God is doing. The Hechon Yosef, where exactly he is. I know exactly what your God is doing where he is. It's not it's not. Rabbi Gamliel, I'm going to lay my height, which is the said why you sign. I'm going to lay Echad Yeshli the Krat Hayam, the Yesh Haguim. Allah. Rabbi Gamliel is overseas. And I had such a dream, I had such a yearning. I hadn't seen him in time, and I wish such yearning to see him. But even Machlis blame you. Can you show me, or can you tell me where he is? Show me where he is. You know everything. Show me where he is. Amar, Mia Kana Haven. How should I know? The Kofer says, how should I know where your son is? Where someone on the earth is. You know where he I'm really confident of Gamliel. He wants to before he touched by his Gemara. He has a son overseas. He doesn't know where he is. It's such incredible. So, you know, you never know what a you're in Gamliel, you're battling all of these characters. And yet, there's a piece of very personal pain that obviously is on the guy that who even know that he had a son overseas. They have not obviously trying to exclude but in this incredible moment of vulnerability. It's incredible idea. Gemara goes like Sid, Mona Nisma. Says that the emotional counts. My Rabbi said that the Kofer says, what's the big deal? You don't make over. I don't count the stars. Right? As well, you know, what's the big trap that God counts the stars? So the Gemara says, I see Rabbi Gamliel comes along. I see Shadinu Ba'adiyah. Come on, so Rabbi Gamliel built filled with princes, and he started shaking it around. And he said, I'm going to know. He said to the bunch of the fast, and still I'll be able to count them. I'm going to Nami Haki. So the Gemara says, you know, the heavens are also constantly moving. So if you can't go ahead and count princes in the basket, chances are you can't count the stars. How many talking Amalek, Maneuli code, which another version is that the Kofer I can count all of the stars. Amalek, 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 culture the Shinaya Kamahar. Which Emil said to the man, tell me how many teeth and how many boulders do you have? Shadat Yadelu Sule, the Kamani Lulu. So the guy puts the Kofer, they can put his hands on his mouth and literally begins counting off his teeth. Wait, you don't know how many teeth you have in your right? So you're telling me now you know how many stars there are in the heavens. I'm going to talk about the So there was another quote, plus saying that whether all of this is like the same movement or it's multiple, you know, they go from Yishbol, you know, so, maybe, I don't know if it's the same guy or multiple people. So you might supposed to say, by the way, you understand some silly is quite helpful, silly all of these statements are. So the one thing that is incredible to say, I think from the aspect of this is that what's called you see one time, what's it? I know the fact. But don't you see one time? You never see what so I had to have the idea is that sometimes it happens that a person may by chance have to deal with difficulty. Could happen. And the most important piece so the difficulty versus don't let them get under your skin. The person get under your skin. The moment you react play, you're done. You're done. You've lost every the great this is so stupid. This is no truth. This is so stupid. The head of child so doing with his goodness. And if you notice, again, each and every time is measured, polite, he was careful yourself. All right, anyway, we must be following. We got to create it. Now, we didn't create the word Shem. Because most of the Torah uses in Amos two different Lashonas. You see from here that since it's two different words, therefore again it must be two different creators as well. So maybe you're going to say by Marisha also, since it says by Yivra and by Yitzhak, so maybe again that means that two different gods created man as well. To which the Gemara says, here's the problem. The problem is, how would you then divide up? Sometimes within man, you could have two workers in close proximity to each other. There's not a top that doesn't have something on the body. So am I going to say that there's one created? This one I got to agree with that. In Yotza Ayin Ala Yom. Amalei in to which the God said yes, it could multiple gods created. Could be that multiple gods man as well. Amalei Shasta Kula Spicy. Tell me, how is it that when next all the body are shut down? Are you telling me then that all the divine partners in the creation of man all agree at the same time, which are become therefore this the assertion of the over, and that is created by different gods. I'm only have one Magusha, La Neymar. There was Amagusha. What's that? Amagusha is a source for since he said La Neymar. You held off from Eloi, the hormones. The upper part of your body, the hormones. Hormones Vashtak was a shape. The Pasoi, the hormones. The bottom part of the body, right from the middle to the bottom, ruled by Alpha. Alpha means HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So he's ruled by a shape. Part of your body is ruled by God. I'm like, hey, if he shove it, the hormones are great. But if that's the case, then only again, how does a hormones rule more part of the body? Allow hormones to rule the other part of the body to go ahead and allow liquid to pass through everything that's ingested into the mouth. Like is excreted through the lower part of the body. So why is it that the ruler of the lower part of the body will allow that which is in the upper part of the body to flow through it? So the Gemara says, Amalei, amazing myself. The seed of such every time. Let's all become one nation. Let's become one united people. So what happens? Let's become one united people. Chat, so the Gemara says, L'chaim, to which Rabbi Khan is beautiful. Absolutely. It's actually a good conversation. The seed was actually a good all the nations become united. Let's become one united nation. That says sounds great. But here's the issue. We who are circumcised cannot become like you. You who are not circumcised could become like us. That says, so here's the Caesar. You said good. You said good. However, Miu, Kahaki, the Zaki, the Mount, the Shajur, the Beaver, joining the den of lions. Now, again, anyone who was considered to be front to best the Caesar, so he comes from you because you're so right to get the lions. So what happens? Shajur, the Beaver, but the lions did not eat them. Amaleo Humino, was a particular heretic who was so happy to see that he had thrown in the den of lions. He said, here's the problem. That the reason they didn't eat them is because of how we fed the animal lately. They're not hungry. So what do? Shajua Leilibike. They threw the heretic in there, and they ate the heretic. And apparently the lions were hungry. Right? But again, it's not very heretic. You say that wherever there are 10 Jews assembled, Shekhinah rests his presence there. So how much Shekhinah do you got? I don't understand. How many Shekhinahs are there? The Shekhinah could be every every single place we are attention to doesn't make sense. So which you might listen to this. So Gamliel Tari the Shabbos. So Gamliel called over the Shabbos of this particular code. Hit the Shabbos in the neck. In other words, he struck. Our leg. And my ocean should say the kofer. Why do you allow sunlight into the home of the kofer? I'm really shimsha. So the kofer is what he does. The Shabbos said, the Shabbos said, what are you talking about? The sun shines everywhere. The sun shines everywhere. And all of the rays of the sun entering into the home. Exactly. It's just one of the many thousand creations I think for Barak Baruch yet shines on the entire world. Shruta Baruch Allah has come. So China in this case is present all over the world. So particularly heritage Rabbi your God is like a bad, like a daftar. Your God is a jester, meaning he makes fun of people. He makes fun of people. How so? So the Gemara says, "The commonly leave Cheskel, Shav Hatzib Chaskel." Because first says to Nabi Cheskel, sleep on your left side. And he says to Cheskel, sleep on your right side. So he says, so saying your God is telling me, why are you doing that to Cheskel? As this is occurring. Asa Utamida. Amalei, my time is Shiyas. So let's say, as this is doing, this time is Kasish Rabbi Abba. One of the things that Rabbi Abba comes along is Rabbi, why is it that we have Shiyas? Why do we have Shiyas? Amalei, Hashka Aminu Lesh the shadow of the eyes. Rabbi Abba responds, this is amazing. I'm going to give you one answer that answers both of the questions. The Lynn's question as to why God is telling President Yechezkel sleep on this side, sleep on that side, as well as the answer as to what did people do to sheep and the Amar Baruch Baruch Yisrael. Baruch is a big Yisrael. Zaru Sheish. I want you to work the land for 6 years. Yeshem. And I want you to observe a sabbatical year on the 7th. Kadesh Tedu Sha'aret Sheli. In order that you should know that the land ultimately belongs. Okay, this is one of the reasons for governments because we do not properly observe Shita. Also, we govern. Instead, we sin, we didn't observe Shita, and then Minhagos Shagolam, but them should start on us. So the Minhag Olam is when it comes to an earthly king, if the kingdom rebelled against him, if the king is cruel, he'll wipe out the entire kingdom. If he's compassionate, he'll kill half of the kingdom. If he's truly compassionate, then and what will he do? He'll afflict his gratefulness. He'll afflict, meaning he'll give afflictions to the leaders, representing that by punishing the leaders, that will atone ultimately again for the rest of the populace. Because it shows the same with the Ribono Shel Olam. Ultimately, again, the Rothschild was afflicting Yechezkel. This idea of sleep on the right, sleep on the left, making Yechezkel twist and turn, was suffering for Yechezkel. For what purpose? Ultimately, to atone for Klal Yisrael, for the fact that they did not observe the Shmiras. So there was a thing that means that God is a Kohen. God is a Kohen. The equally Truma. Because the pasuk says the Cholichma, you should take the meat true. See, God is going to carry the motion, the McDonald's. So that's the case. Baruch was a Kohen. The emotional, very Moshe Rabbi. The Baruch was a Kohen. That means he was coming to us. What did he do? Right? How did he purify himself? If he came of a Maya, maybe he immersed himself in water. All the waters of the world, Yeah, in other words, there are no water that could contain extra. Beside the ocean, there's Malay, so the Shmuel who immersed himself in fire. Immersed in fire. Siv, Kine Hashem Ba'ish Yavo. Moshe comes in fire. Misalka, Tefillah in fire. Amalei Adra. Yavo responded, yes, of course. Adra, but Iker Tefillah Sabidura. The actually primary immersion of Ba'ish, Ta'ab B'Mayin. It's only ultimately again that cannot be by fire, or not the other by water. Listen, obviously, just responding to the name, ultimately just to shut down his. He says, but Rabbi not letting you finish. Dr. Feldman has me. Shuma, he's not talking about Shuma. He's not talking about the Shuma that is a macro schooner. He's talking about Shuma's Hamish. Nevertheless, Rabbi Avoch is not incredibly so sometimes a person is saying something nonsensical. Sometimes some of that videos demand that you respond to the person, that you just give them an answer, that you give them a personal character to have the conversation. Incredible lessons in needs. Gemara goes like, I'm going to see if we can place our bottoms. Says, who is like Khazral, the singular nation of the world? Why is Khali so better than anyone else? You're a nation of the nation. All of them are like nothing against Hashem Baruch Hu. So ultimately, you seek to reckon like everyone else. Relay to which Rabbi Abino responded, even your own prophets testify that we are unique. A reference to Bilam, the Sid, the Sid by Koyim Moshe. As well as the Pasuk ultimately says that Kali Shabbat, they will not be reckoned. Rabbi Elazar Rami Sid. Rabbi Elazar says on one hand, God is protecting Hashem L'Kol. The Kodesh Baruch Hu is used for those Kol Vav that means for those who so which one is it? Is God good to everyone? Or shall I also choose for kindness? He said to a person of the when he watered the orchard, he watered the whole thing. When he does extra yard work, extra in the parties, don't does the extra work for the trees, for the plants that are ultimately going to go ahead and really provide your food. So too again, HaKadosh Baruch Hu is good to everyone. Or it's therefore the reward of the entire orchard. But the extra gives only to those trees who yearn for so by Yava Harina was it. We're transitioning now a little bit. This is about the death of Achim. Achim was the messenger after the death of Shlomo HaMelech, the son of the king. The Chava follows the advice of his young king, 5 years, and then ultimately used to split in Malchus Yisrael. Malchus is still governed by Davidic kings. Malchus Rabbi ben Nevat started off as a tzaddik. It goes up to them in a dramatically terrible way, and then it's run by a series of evil kings. One of the worst of them is Achim. So the consequence here says by Yom HaRiyah is after the death of Achim, he was rejoicing in the camp. But although the Yishaim, because when the wicked are lost, then only there's seen to the Avot Achim ben Amri. When Achim ben Amri was killed, there was sins. When Yichadi could show from my boss and Shine, because God rejoiced over the downfall of the wicked. After all, Achim, which says with now, go over the holy Shem, Rama Yonasan, Neymar, Neymar, Bahova, of you, told, with each Shemina Kadishbar, who surrendered my whole Shine. So what's the ultimate beginning of Achim is us downfall of the wicked? How do I Hashem? But it doesn't say Kito. It doesn't say it's good. Why? Because it does not rejoice on the downfall of the wicked. No, looks like they're saying that the Torah refers much more to the downfall of the wicked, and that is the truth. Like that people change, that people are wrong. So that people don't think God doesn't want anyone to fail. God doesn't want anyone to fall. problem is, like, my sin, the Lokana that what does it mean? The Pasuk said, do not approach each other the entire word. Was it talking about the entire soul of teachers? And remember again, this is right by Yam Sof and Yam Sof, they're right at the banks of the sea. They cannot receive any part of what happens. They use the fire together this night. And they don't put it on the entire night. So they're going to say what happens. So the rest of the story, Touch Baruch splits the sea, Touch goes through, water down onto the sky. What's the shot? When the mission of drowning the sea, ultimately again, ultimately, Malach HaShai wanted to secure the Shalom over the deck of the mission. So I'm going to hand up the story. Ma'as like Kobe the problems in my creation that drowning in the sea, you want to see so we haven't cornered the market back in Sparrow. The Russian man of mass love people. That's not having people absolutely. The fact that these relationships is not coming out of love, and therefore we must rejoice over the downfall of shun. But the devoted one has an incredible and profound sense of humor, because the those who shun are some weakness and fear or obliterated, those who show. So the Malachim want to see Shia. The Malachim says, no, I'm not losing my Sanino. Who ain't no son? It's true. God doesn't rejoice when the wicked perish about a healing of masses. But others do rejoice. Others do rejoice. Man does. Man who is a prophet does rejoice when his enemy is done. Take another sit. Your sis, look, sit, your sis. The Lord says, that is justice, doesn't ultimately again. The other will rejoice, but it doesn't say your sis. But God's wrong. So we'll say, so the concept of here, this is by the death of Aaron. The concept says, by Yishov Echad, a great Hashemah, by a local Aklavan Echad, so as we'll see, the one who was killed in battle. He was killed by actually sticking up, quote unquote, I wrote by a straight arrow. The picture discusses that his chariot was drenched in blood. His chariot was drenched in blood, ultimately again, and ultimately the chariot washed on the fountain, and the law happens up to the law. So Russian that the prosecution is Godzonos Rothschild. They went ahead and the biographer from the most Godzonos Rothschild. Literally, zonos are big or what? What is that? I'm not really sure. The Maoric state has zonos. Zonos on the other side is a short form of zonos for visions. That's Achot, two visions together. Achot Shavi, Achot Shavi. One is the vision of I know one is the vision of radio. Hayotzi, in Shol Kashol Shama, the Hashem. So the Nadi Mishachot, he keeps from that battle. You don't die in this battle, then God doesn't shoot you. If Yod said, the Malcolm has a Malcolm to have nothing but stuff doubles. And if Yod prophesies that he said the same place where it was licked out with blood of doubles, remember again, the other story of doubles. Lots of one which doubles his property. He has doubles, actually. Several has doubles brought up on false charges. Doubles and his Rabbi prophesies the same place where the dog licks the blood of doubles, will lick your blood as well. Rabbi Amar, Vish Mashach Bekeshet Tumo. Rabbi said the Rabbi discusses how is that killed. There was just an archer, one of the enemy archers, just indiscriminately pulled back his bow. Ended up killing Rabbi Rothschild Amar,
it's all about, like,
oh, thank you. Rabbi Amar, no one ever sorry. I can skip a whole chapter. I can skip a this. Rabbi says, Zonos Mavish. Rabbi says, the Zonos of Yevos are not Zonos, but rather literally means Zonos Mavish. What is this? Achot Zonos Mavish. Russian. Achot was very cool. Also, that's happening. Apparently, I don't know. We can have a drive into the father is right. But also, Salome they Surah so his wife had sleeping on it. Two, I guess, lustful images of the Shira on son be a son. In order also to be the then become a it says that we should also think about it again, just the bravery of people kind of publicize type of thing. So Adam's blood was still covered with the results. Being much applications so the bag was getting referred to the cold back. Now what is big tumor means on that? The feet tumor. The feet tumor is with the new because what it means is it wasn't really sometimes archers, they would fall and they would just fire. They fired together, not aiming at someone specific. So these artists wasn't aiming for because he was just shooting arrows at the army and the end of the Rava Amar Kamein Shtei Katora Kayo Akashayo. There was enough said the people to go ahead and fulfill the two prophecies of the Kayo. We'll say now that the structure a little bit more. Like that, we'll say story, flicker of Akab has an incredible disease that tends to want to control. One of the people that happened, he had a righteous servant who maintained his house, a man by the name of Obed. And I go, so listen, this is stage of David. Like Yikra Akab Elavago, Asher Alabais. So Akab called Obadiah, and Obadiah was in charge of the house of Rachel. But Obadiah, Hayar Yori Hashem, Obadiah feared God exceedingly. So you must like him. A lot of times can't say that on the way to see you like that. I'm ready to listen to this. I'm ready. After said, Yaakov sitting in the Yaakov by Lavan. So Lavan says, Yaakov says you're righteous and you're in my house. I'll bless you. Therefore, God has blessed me. The Yosef city Hashem has so again, when Yosef was in the house of Potiphar, because when you see even evil people, when there are just people in their house, the house gets blessed. And against the Rabbi, based on the Rabbi, go have a nibra. Akam said, listen, we've got Rabbi. Shema L'Durei Elohim Akam. What's that? Do you understand what just happened over here? But Akam says, God is not showering bracha on our house. Rabbi, tell me. We haven't come on with that. Right? I mean, the problem is obvious to you, right? Because you are the token righteous guy, right? And God, evil people, and they have the token righteous guy. So obviously, you are not, get it together. You're not putting your race. Why are we getting brother? Just as a basketball, Basketball compares Obadiah is just fine. About Jason shall Akab consume the path with your house. The problem ultimately again is with your house. This Gemara is such a profound result. Because so many times in life we have two things in a state of disrepair. And the place we look for the problem is elsewhere. Who's not doing their job? Not pulling their weight. Not doing what they're supposed to do. They're realizing that there's this repair my home. Chances are it's not my wife, and it's not my kids, and it's not this, and it's not this. It's just like you believe you have to do it on Albacha. So Albacha is not righteous enough. What about you? How about the album? Those are sure about Albacha. You'll see that you mention them about Albacha. There's greater faith given to Albacha. I'm not going to say Ba'od, right? It just says, you Elohim Hata, that you fear God, but it doesn't say Ba'od. But about no mode, we have our life says, Rei Hashem Ba'od. Other people, if they not something about children, listen, why did Allah put marriage in the cross? What did he do? I mean, see, at the marriage, what did he do to marriage in the cross? So they think, Shehefim Me'ah Levim Ba'ad. Listen, they understand. Under Akab and Sarah, Akab has a back of his bag, his wife is 10 times worse. Sarah made it her business to go ahead and kill out every single Rabbi Hashem. That was done. She killed out all the Rabbi. Obadiah hid 100 prophets. Hid 100 Indian kids. Shneimar, Vayibahafis Zevel Esnavi Hashem, Vayikach Ovajo, Mea Neviim, Vayachviim Chamishim Ish Va'ar. So what happens? Goes ahead and Ovajo takes 100 prophets and hides them 50 into two, right? 50. Why did you hide them 50 days? Oh no, so Yaakov brother, Shneimar, Vayamach Malay Mishal. So what's it like? Why did you hide all 101 kids? I hide 50 kids, 50 for so understand the one thus that's in dire circumstances, you have to plan for someone else. That's the right for someone else. The other contingencies are going to be lost. How does family really are? But Yahweh he says, couldn't find a cave more than 50. As if he happened to find 2 caves that held 50. Kazona Vajo, Kama Shalakim Lado. So remember, then the Navi says that the Navi will be according to the passage. Some of the Rabbi that Kazona Vajo, Vajo has a vision. So Vajo, the Jewish prophet, becomes the mouthpiece of God's creation of Edom, telling Edom what's going to happen to them. So the Gemara says, why is Ovadio the messenger to Edom? Why is he like, sorry, Javo Ovadio, Hadar Bein Shnei HaRishon. So what happens? Ovadio, who was a righteous man, who lived between 2 evil people. Who were the 2 evil people? Achon and Zerah. He lived between 2 evil people, and yet he never learned from their deeds. You know they are Isa Harash, and let him deliver prophecy about the issue of Shedar Shnei Tzadikim below Ma'amad Raseh. Esau lived amongst 2 righteous people. Who are the 2 righteous people? His parents, Yitzchak and Rivka, and yet unfortunately he never learned from their ways. Over by himself, let me just say Ovadia, Ger and Gobi. Ovadia was a convert. Now we understand why he was chosen. Ultimately, again, to give prophecy behind the Armenian. They married them. That it is very far that come to handle for as the expression. From the very forest itself comes the handle from the axe. And from the very roots of the Edom comes the prophet ultimately again prophesies about their demise. Vayach es Moab, Vayigodei Bechero, Hashkim Osam Arzo. So what's the first in small page? Governor Mara and his wife is out in the beach delivered to Polo. I'm going to go to Yokohama. So why was it Governor Mara who was chosen to go ahead and wipe out the Shepard? This is what people say. The forest. It is from the very forest itself. Basil Bay America comes to handle the axe to go ahead and cut down the forest. Because of the Amar, Yara Uzoka Masahis. So ultimately again, so in this different interpretation, he said when you have like a piece of little flower, when it rots from the it's really smashed. Actually, Uzoka Masahis, Kufa, when we go Uya Masio Hansirko. There was this ultimately meaning so that sometimes destruction comes from here. So the Rabbi prophesies the downfall of Edom. Ultimately, again, is kind of Edom. David HaMelech destroyed the nation of Moab. He itself is descendant of Moab. It's fine. So it's not like and ends up in the interesting story. You don't have a question. You don't have to. But Ola Halakhah. What says the Rebbe here tells us a very disturbing story. Again, in the Rothschild, a shot the king of Moab. Basically, the king of Moab took his firstborn son and he offered him a burnt offering on the wall of the city. Sacrifice his firstborn son. I was like, child sacrifice, unfortunately, was very average. The king of Moab This first one was represented what? Was represented by, so the Gemara says, Rabbi Shmuel. So there's a focus as to what Mesha's intention. Chaz al Shamayim, the Chaz al Shemzorah. One says that Mesha's intentions, Rosh Hashem Shamayim, was that obviously what to do, but the Shaila did was the motivation. Because he was trying to do something that he wasn't or was doing somewhere else. His matters. One says what he did as a Amish to God. Broad, highly broad, but that's a sign of Amish to God. Because he knows some about the Hashem Shamayim, so the country is highly considered like a lot of Amish. So what's a country who says that he shows the potential of the shape of value. But he always gets very upset about this. Why? Because he sees the dedication of nature, and that same level of dedication doesn't exist like life. He also doesn't have the sacrifice, but he sees an incredible love, an incredible passion from nature, that it doesn't seem like common skill. And therefore, again, what the dedication of the Moabite kings ultimately sparks God's spirit against common skill. So, I don't observe my bike yet, but according to what that we did this for idolatry, and why does this happen? Spark God against us. So, they're surely contracts as well as the Sid, who they had very much as Loasis. And one of it says, and the ways of nations who surround you. As last conducted since we finished, but they had very much suicide, right? As he said, the edit says, in accordance to suicide, we have so which one is that we conducting ourselves like the lead on us or not, which we find King to Sheba, Loas, King to Colin Sheba, as the only evidence of the life in the when they are doing that which is to look at Rashi, can we just call Shabahan? Go nation and of God, secret to no level, the half of the songs. Over also Shanis Shabahan, about Shahayu, that name of God. On hand, the funny thing because was also doing and therefore, again, there is what to be learned from the Umos Sa'olam. Positive way, still to learn those lessons. All you see to take from the nations of the world is the more bankrupt, negative that you have. By Yisru and Allah, by the Shubala, that's also ultimately again by Yisru, little blessing. By Yisru, application goes in a certain kills his son. By Yisru and Allah, they literally descended from they what they like. By Shubala, they're saying to the right. I'm going to be coming to my papa, but also Shah, Yardu, Shem, Shem, Yisrael, about Jega Kappa. And this person is telling us that how this world ascended to such a low point of negative spirituality. Fine, once I was Harry was interestingly enough, totally unrelated way. So the kingdom hired a nurse for him. A young woman was beautiful by the name of Isha. Is the essence of she wanted to marry Never not want to marry players. The boss said that she was exceedingly beautiful. As beautiful as she did not measure past of the beauty of starry moon. How do we know that? It's below mode. So let's say so it says that he was the so when we know his action is Admo means exceedingly beautiful. The word's action is she was beautiful as old. But up until we have below Admo up until but not including results in the field included that exceedingly sugars that really belongs to ultimately you're going to study the sort of the most Hajjin Allah Echad Mazatlan and Nert Hashem Tomorrow Hashem Dom the Sami begin Parents
Casino and Resort in Kansas has their own major tax may apply in Illinois. 21 and over age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Restrictions apply. That must win to receive bonus bets which expire in 7 days. Minimum odds required. NBA League Pass auto renews until canceled. Additional terms at dkng.co/audio. Limited time offer. So you're freaking out because you find out.
All right, so I'll say good morning. Let us begin. I think we got through all of our speeches for this morning. Should just take our commentary sponsors for your Touching Hey. The Toast Mishbach. You know, I realize that sometimes I regret to thank our commentary sponsors. They don't just definitely sponsor all this year, but somehow I only end up mentioning it over of course it's not filming, but to thank our annual commentary sponsors, the Toast Mishbach. We're dedicating all the Shuman Drushos in this close of the Soros Tovos and Yisrael. We hope that Emir Hashem is going to be a Shabbos with additional hostages returned. Emir Hashem, a Shabbos in which we see additional families reunited. And I wish we Zoch, Emir Hashem, so we thank Toast Mishpach. Our commentary sponsors for the month of Teves, Abba Ali Latova, Kelman family, in memory of Amit Ben David. Ladies, in front of the Bracha, Itai Rabbi, who was killed in Gaza on the first night. Everybody hopes in America that's coming to the Shama have Nalia and the family. Let us we have a lot today, Baruch Hashem, a lot to accomplish. Today's daf is Emeres Hashem daf Lamed Tes 38, and we are picking up on Lamed Zayin of the days. We left off right? Yeah, excellent. So in the white lines on the bottom, three lines. Okay, so let's begin. Says the humor as follows. So, how are you? I'm ready to go. Great. Here, but Lamin also kind of had holds off it. Chaburos, seals, Shelo Hayo Yogea Mehefan Yeshama Yotza. So an incredibly tragic turn over here. That when Cain killed Hevel, remember again, there was never an act of bloodshed beforehand. So remember when Cain killed Hevel, so Cain had no idea how to kill Hevel. He went ahead and he hit him, he struck multiple times. I'd shake his Havara until he got to his neck. And when he got to his neck, then he was looking to strike him and kill him. Rabbi, who the very good from the day that the earth opened up and swallowed up the blood of Hevel, Shublo Pascha. The earth never opened its mouth again. Svi Tzadi. Nafa Aretz, well, only P Aretz. It's this year of this year is the catch. Is that true? That the earth never opened its mouth again after swallowed up the blood of Hevel? The Pasuk says that the Pasuk says that the earth opened up its mouth. This is by Korach. It opened up its mouth to swallow up Korach and his followers. Amalei, the Ra Pascha, the Tova Lo Pascha. The earth opened up its mouth for negative things, for terrible things, for punishment, for punitive things, but never went ahead and opened its mouth for something positive again. Galus has the ability to atone for half of one's sins. They can't sit and see now the nod. Like Cain originally, it says, after he killed Hevel, what's the punishment? I'm going to be not the nod. I'm going to be a wanderer. Sid, Vayeshe the Eretz Nod. Then again, if you notice again, it says that Cain lived in Eretz Nod. So you guys understanding over here that it took away half of the punishment. He was supposed to be not the Nod, but it turns out that he's only going to be in Eretz Nod. I'm Rabbi Yehuda. Galus, exile, has the ability to atone for three things. Gemara says, Shene Emar, Ko Amar Hashem, Hayoshe Be'i Hazos Yomos Bacherev Bara'av U'Bedever. Vayotzi, right? Vayotzi V'Nafa Al Achastin, Hatzor Marech So the idea is the Mardarshins that Golas has the ability to be mechaber for war, for love, for famine, and for demon, for pestilence. Yochanan says, Golas mechaperes ala kol. Golas mechaper on everything. Golas mechaper on everything. In other words, it looks like the evil of Golas is so cute, right? And the Abba is so profound that it is literally mechaper on everything. Kol Amar Hashem, Kisva Sa'isha Sa'aviri. Never lo yitzvach yamav, lo yitzvach nizar ish yoshi lakis David, u'moshe od bihuda. Basar the Gavak Siv, Meyechanya, Shaltiel, Beno. Okay, fine, so we'll get that in just a moment. So the Gemara Darshan based on these speaking by Yechanya, that you see over here, that halacha Mesa Galas is on everything. I just point out how profound and how important this is for us. You know, there's something in everything we experience in life. And even in Golos, which is so sad and so overwhelming and so profound, yet you find the chama in the fact that Golos is mechaber. Right? Here, in these 2,000 years diaspora, the quote-unquote good news is that very good which has the ability to atone all of our averos, both national as well as individual. Incredible. So the Gemara says, what about Yechanya? Why is his name Aser? His mother became pregnant with him while she was incarcerated. So Asir's parents, Yechanya and his wife, were incarcerated together. His mother became pregnant during incarceration. So the Gemara Shaltiel. Why is his name Shaltiel? Because his mother was pregnant with him in a way, in an unnatural way. What is an unnatural way? So the Gemara says, community, because we have a tradition, that a woman cannot become pregnant from an act of relations which occurs standing up. Top of Manuchas 38a. Behinis Abram Umad, and yet again, Shaltiel's mother became pregnant when she was standing up. So he actually points out over here that Shaltiel's mother, who was Yechanya's wife, Yechanya and his wife were incarcerated together in like a narrow dungeon. So they were there together, so they had relations. So she became pregnant in this particular fashion, which the Gemara understands was a little bit miraculous. So the Gemara says this: Shaltiel, why was he called Shaltiel? Shenishal al olaso. Because ultimately, again, HaKadosh Baruch Hu released him from his oath. Now, not from his oath, but ultimately, again, there was HaKadosh Baruch Hu went ahead and made a promise that Yechanya was not going to have a child. But again, HaKadosh Baruch Hu released him from that vow, and he had a child. All right, why is he called Shubadal? Sheniz Badal. Because his mother became pregnant with him in Babel. What is the actual name of Shubadal? Now it says Nechanya ben Chacham. It not be Nechanya. Yehuda ben Chizkiah ben Rabbi Chia. So what's this big story? Yehuda and Chizkiah were the sons of Rabbi Chia. So they sat in a Suda. They were having this is a beautiful Gemara. They were sitting at a Suda in front of Rabbi. And they didn't anything. They weren't sharing any Torah at the table. It's again, this is a good Muslim. You're at someone's table. So what happens? Incredible. So Yehuda and Chizkiah, the sons of Rabbi Chia, come to the Suda, come to the table of Rabbi, and they'll give a Torah. So the Gemara says, Agagu Kamra Adardiki, Hechi Delemrim Lesa. So again, Kevin Dixon. So sorry. So essentially, that is what did you drink too much? You drank too much, you don't have the ability to say Dvar Torah. Give some pots. So when they did drink a little bit too much, they said a Dvar Torah. This one was a doozy. Listen to the Dvar Torah. They said, Ein Baki Avos Mi Yisrael. Mashiach won't literally again to cease to exist within Klal Yisrael. Who are these two families? Ge'elim, Rosh Hagolah, the Reish Galusa family, Sheba Badal, the Nasi Sheba Eretz Yisrael, and the Nasi's family in Eretz Yisrael. Mashiach will only come once these two families cease to exist. שנאמר, והיה למקדש, ולאבן נגע ולצום את שלוש נבטים. So that was the Vart. Rabbi was Rothschild from the family of the Rabbi says, right? What are you doing? You're putting thorns in my eyes. Putting thorns in my eyes. After all, again, you're essentially telling me that the only way Mashiach is if my family is a man, my family doesn't have this. I must say, and by the way, as an aside, what exactly does this mean? That Mashiach only comes when these families cease to exist. So the idea of the push of Shach is that understand that these two families, meaning the families of the Nasi and the families of the Reish Charusa, represent Jewish leadership. Right? At the end of the day, so remember, it's important to understand, Mashiach comes, he's going to replace those two families. He's going to become the leader, and again, he's going to replace previously established leadership. It doesn't have to mean that those families are going to cease to exist. What it means is their authority is going to be usurped by the Mashiach. There's going to be a recalibration of power or of authority within Israel. So I was very distressed by the Vart. Everyone has this experience. We've asked one to do the Torah at your table, and then afterwards, like, oh, that was a very bad idea, right? So now, like, this was one of those company faux pas, right? You ask one person to share apart. Right? So then what happens? So Rabbi's obviously very distressed. I'm going to be here. So Rabbi Chia, father of these boys, says, Rabbi, don't get upset. Don't be upset. After all, again, Nitan b'shivim osios, v'sod nitan b'shivim osios. Right. So again, Rashi says over here, Yayin b'shivim osios. The gematria of Yayin is 70. Right. Yod and Yod, and Sod nitan b'shivim osios, and the gematria of Sod, which means secret, is also 70. What do we learn from here? Nichnas Yayin yatsa Sod. That when the wine comes in, the secrets come out. What is this mean? So ultimately, again, on a possible, but if you're saying is, let's say, you know how some people who say, like they say certain things and they say, I just have to say what's on my mind. Like, you ever hear that? Someone says, I just have to say what's on my mind. What's the response when someone says, I just have to say what's on my mind? The response? No, you don't. You actually don't have to say what's on your mind. You do not share that because there are certain things that are on your mind that should absolutely stay in and not shared with other people. That's it. Not everything needs to be said. Not everything needs to be shared. So the idea over here is what so one of Rabbi Yehuda was saying was correct. That's absolutely correct. What should have been said? It was only going to create a certain sense of sadness, a certain sense of despair, and that's fundamentally and totally unnecessary to be said. But yet again, what ends up happening? Nichnas Yayin Yatsa Sod. So it's like the power of Yayin is we all put up barriers. So sometimes again, wine comes in, what ends up happening? Barriers come down, and the barriers, certain things that are normally a little bit closer to the chest, now come flowing out. So it's going to be beautiful. So when Avikia's sons had a little too much to drink, what came out? Yeah. That was like the Gemara says, you can tell a lot about a person in 3 ways. Koso, Kiso, Kaso. What does a person do when they drink? How does a person spend their money? And does a person get angry? How do they behave when they get angry? When you look at those 3 things, you know a lot about a person. So there's something beautiful over here that when these boys, these young men, drank a little too much, what comes out? A discussion about granted, a little bit of the wrong discussion considering which we spoke about the cessation of certain mishpachos, but again, that's what's out when you dug deep, right? A little bit of wine came in, the desire and the want for Mashiach, for Geula, came out again. So tell a lot about a person when they drink a little bit. What comes out? All types of silliness and foolishness. I mentioned on this Torah, it's singing, it's Vegas, it's I love everyone, whatever it is, but the inner really comes out with a little bit of yayin or a lot of yayin. Good stuff. Darsh Mari Bartman. What's the meaning of the pasuk? Mari, what's the pasuk? From Daniel. Vayishkot Hashem al ha'arah, vayivi'ei alinu, ki tzadik Hashem Elokim. Ultimately, I guess, literally translated, he sinned evil upon us because Hashem is the tzaddik. Gemara. Mishum tzadik shkot Hashem al ha'arah, vayivi'ei alinu, because Hashem is tzaddik, he hastened the evil and brought it upon us. What does that mean? So it says, in tzedakah asar HaKadosh Baruch Hu in Yisrael, shehik Tim Galus Tzidkiyah. So say this is incredible. HaKadosh Baruch Hu did a chesed with us, and that he hastened the Galus of Tzidkiyah. Remember again about so Yechanya and Tzidkiyah, just historically, you understand, beginning of Megillah Esther, when Megillah introduces us to Mordechai, what does it say? Where did Mordechai come? So again, Yechanya again is first place on the Mikdash, together with Kiyod. That's why again, Megillah Esther happens in between the first and the second place on Mikdash. So the chesed that HaKadosh Baruch Hu did, the chesed that he did, is that he hastened the exile of Tzidkiyah. So again, we'll see why that's the chesed in just a moment. Because again, at that point when Tzidkiyah was exiled, Yechanya was still alive in Bava. Still alive in Bava. So where it says, Galus Yechanya, the city of Galus Yechanya was the first white line. HaCharash, Mahamasker, Alaf Charash. Okay, so sorry, so what happens? Because the passage talks about again the craftsmen and the gatekeepers. Charash, why does it call him Charash? So this is talking about again. This is talking about the Chanya. Keva Sheposkin Hakol Nasek Charash. Chanya was such a big chacham that whenever he opened his mouth, everyone else almost just became mute. Masker. He was a gatekeeper. Keva Shesokin Bahalacha Shuk Impose. Once they determined a particular matter in halacha, the matter was closed. The matter was closed. There's nothing else to talk about. The how much for that? Tell us. Ula Amar Sheikh Sharmula Shanta. Ula says, no. Exiled 2 years before the numerical value of Shanta. The positive talking about over here is he's so much Shantan fathers. You will have children and grandchildren that are Shantan, and they will go as he's talking about when Claudia does not do the right thing. Vishchasem, Va'asisem, Esa Tmunas, Va'asisem Ba'inei Hashem, Lokach HaLach. So it's talking about goats. So the problem is, so then again, this is like items. So the idea is, here's what's fascinating. Baruch Hu brought about the punishment earlier than it was supposed to happen. Because had he waited, he would have been so he expedited the exile, or I should say hastened the exile by a little bit, in order to mitigate the effects of the exile. So the Gemara says, what do you see here? That the definition of quit, right, of peace, with that, Kadosh Baruch Hu is 852 years. That's the numerical value of Shanta. So I said it's really a trust skill that sometimes the of the Ribono Shel Olam manifests itself, and sometimes bringing about the punishment a little bit earlier than right? Kadosh Baruch Hu see, regardless of the Ribono Shel Olam, that is able to see everything that is going to occur. Right? So when he sees, if I allow things to continue on, they're going to go down an irreversible path. Where I extract punishment now, and there's a chance of rehabilitation, there's a chance ultimately I can achieve that. And it looks like as human beings, because we're so limited, all we see is the punishment, right? All we see is the negativity, is the hurt, is the pain. We don't get to see the entire picture of it. Yet, Allah, and I said that the Ribono Shel Olam does. Really, it equals to Haskell in terms of how we just have to view how we have to, our circumstances and our situation. Here we go. Back to Adam Rishon. Adam Yechid Yinivra. Adam Rishon, that's a singular being. When we pay man, why not create an Adam Mischava from the outset? So the Gemara says, in heretics should not mean that there are many different gods. In other words, that had more human beings been created at the same time, like what people have said, people might say, this God is creating his guy, and this is creating his guy. So the Prophet creates one man, human being. That's the first. In order that there should be God, there is only one Ribon Shalom. You know, it's Dabra. If Nia said he could marry beautiful because he can show you at Tzaddik Omrim Anu B'nei Tzaddik or Rishayim Omrim Anu. Why? Let's say why one person? So that the Tzaddik would say, oh, we're the descendants of the Tzaddik, and the Rishayim would say, oh, we're the descendants of the Rasha. I was saying, why does this matter? If you took a quick look at Rashi, it's actually really profound. Rashi says over here, Anu B'nei Tzaddik, describing person in those short lines of Rashi. Avinu Tzaddik Nivra, the Fichach Ligim, the Ein Anu Tzrichim L'Srachek Neveira. So a person would say, we're the sons of Tzaddikim, so we're inherently righteous. There's no need for us to face additional precautionary measures in life, because hey, we are all children of Tzaddikim. And again, all of the children of Hashem say, Anu B'nei Rasha, the Ein Anu Zukukim B'tshuva, so it's Tzaddik below Yoel. It's incredible. So, and the children will say, for us, no point in trying to do tshuva, since we are the children of a Rasha, there is no way for us to rehabilitate ourselves. So also, do you hear this? In other words, how does the Baruch create two human beings to start out? So one fellow would say, we're the descendants of the Tzaddik, we're the descendants of the Rasha. Descendants of the Tzaddik would say, we're impervious to sin, we're good to go, we're golden. There's nothing wrong, we don't have to do anything, we're fine. And the children of the Rasha would say, we're shutting in our DNA. And because we're shutting in our DNA, there's nothing that is going to help us do tshuva. Therefore, as Baruch will do, as Baruch makes us all the descendants of one person. So no one could say, I'm the descendant of the Rasha, I'm the descendant of Tzaddik. We're all the descendants of Adoration. So what was Adoration? Was he a Tzaddik? Was he a Rasha? What was he? He was a Tzaddik. The Tzaddik who made mistakes. Like every single tzaddik who makes mistakes. And just like again, when a tzaddik makes a mistake, in that moment when I make a mistake, maybe I'm a shtik rasha in that moment. But when I see the rehabilitated himself afterwards, we all trace ourselves to an original ancestor who was about tshuva. Started out a tzaddik, made a mistake, and then became about tshuva. So I'll say, so effectively, we're all about tshuva. That's really what it comes down to. Our ancestry is that we are about tshuva. It's incredible. Is great. We'll say, why is Kadosh Baruch Hu doing us back to one ancestor? Because of fighting that goes on because of yichus. So what happens? Can you imagine if there are multiple original people, right? Multiple originals, right? Multiple other originals. What would happen? This mishpacha would say, I trace close to this one, and this one would say, I trace my close to this one. And what ends up happening? Uma achad shenivra yochid miskaros. So let's imagine we see all the fighting that goes on about yichus, right? Who has a better yichus? Right? What kind of yichus? Even though we all trace ourselves to the same exact ancestor, right? We all go back to the same person, and yet there's still so much machlokes about yichus. Alachas kama v'kama. Uma'ach shnever yachid miskaros. Nirushnayim alachas kama v'kama. Davrachar de'akazon de'akamas. We'll say, why? Because God will trace us one central ancestor in order to go ahead and avoid because London and Chama, the thieves. Rashi says, if there were multiple originals, so what would happen? This guy would say, this land originally belonged to my ancestor. And this one would say, this land originally belonged to my ancestor. So it follows. By the way, even though now we have one ancestor, even that focus that exists regarding, what belongs to what, and if it compares itself to one central, can you imagine the focus that would exist if we had multiple original ancestors? Incredible. Okay, so Lahagi to loss. Lahagi to loss. Shama Mafia. What is the church? Listen to this. Adam Tovea Kama Mafia. So listen to this. A person could mint a number of different coins. And what happened? What's incredible is the Kulam Domen Lazer, right? First they mint a whole bunch of coins, and amazingly enough, every single coin to come out the same. I would say every single penny looks the same. Like every quarter, everything. Avala Kadosh Baruch Hu B'Ve'ah Kol Adam B'Chol Somash Lo Adam Alon. Ve'ein Echad Hem Dom L'Chaveros. Incredible. The Baruch Hu makes every human being in the image of adoration. Right? Adoration is the original human being, and every human being is minted, so to speak, in that model. Yet with that, Shnei Ma'at is not faith to form a person. We that's with the bush. And yet, interestingly enough, yet again, at the end of the day, yet even though all man is minted in the same way, none of us look alike. None of us look alike. Why? This is incredible. Adam Dirana, the Ishana, this is incredible. What would happen if it's alike? What would happen? Just say it's alike. And so like Ruben saw Shimon's wife. He said, "Oh, I'd like to be married to her." Like Ruben saw Shimon's house. He said, "I'd like that." Well, if Ruben looked just like Shimon, then what could happen? Ruben could assume Shimon's identity. Ruben could say, "Hey, it's mine. How can you disprove it? Right? I look like the owner." Everybody look like each other. We get into these very difficult situations. Tanya, Haramir says, there are three ways. Every person is different from the other. The call, the voice, that is interesting, right? Voice differs from person to one person to another. The Mara, appearance, das. Das means can mean your intellect, but really this is your feelings, your emotions. So the kolabara mishum erva. So it makes sense that a person has to be different than his with kol, with voice, with mara, and with his wife, in order not to lead to any type of immorality. Because what could happen if people sounded the same? It would be easy for people to engage with immorality and not knowing, being able to deceive someone else, into an act of immorality. Okay? What about again with feelings or with knowledge? So listen to this. Let's say if all of us shared the same knowledge, then what? You would know where I hide my goals, right? And I know where I hide my goals, right? If you knew my das, you would know where I hide my goals, and you'd be able to go ahead and so let's say there's also an incredible idea. You know, there's the three ways in which we differ, distinguish ourselves. Whole could also mean in the way that we really present. So it really says a lot about who we are. Mara doesn't just mean about our appearance or how we look, but it also means like how we present. How does a person present themselves? How does a person present to others? And das, so I'll say das is what are my days? Das doesn't just have to mean my secrets, doesn't just have to mean where my gold is. My das represents my goals, my dreams, my aspirations. What do I want to be like? What do I want to do when I grow up? How do I want to? Who do I want to be? So I'll say these three things you can tell a lot about a person in these three things. Call, how does a person speak? Mara, how does a person play? This is so incredibly important. You know, I was saying, we like to say that externalities don't matter. Externalities mean a lot. How you present, and this is everything. How you present, how you dress, it says a lot about how you feel about yourself. And ultimately, again, the image that's important for you to project. And again, what are my dreams, my goals, my aspirations? Who do I want to? Let's say the greatest challenge in life is sometimes you just conveyor belt. You just get on that conveyor belt and you just keep going. Like you keep trucking, right? You just go. You start like when we're 5. We wake up one day and we're 85. Last night's like south of 0. Just hopeless. Just in the lobby. It's crazy. It's everything. So it was just, I was just like absolutely overwhelmingly beautiful. Spoke about it. Comes a day when you have to take stock of your life. Comes a day when you have to go and really contemplate, what you've done, and how you live. And I will say, okay, there's no need to talk about it. There comes that day, comes that point, and once you go through life and just kind of get into a rhythm, I will tell you, I connect in a different context. One of the most incredible things about being in a new building, one of the most incredible things is this overwhelming feeling of conscious, like renewal. That's different. There's a newness. So sometimes, again, it's a little anxiety provoking. We see every single track we are, right? Or the skill is, or the right? It's okay. I can learn to let go. I'm working on it. Though. It's just gonna happen after the first class. I'm gonna have no choice, right? But this one, I will say, we're right. I was thinking to myself yesterday, like I'm not like that in my house. Like it's not like that. And even when I moved it wasn't like I would not be like that. But here, like, I literally feel like yelling at you. Don't touch the walls. Right? Don't touch the walls. Right? Be careful. I did that actually. I actually did do it. Right? And yesterday, I really don't make enemies. Today, I made enemies with the girl in the Iron Kodesh, which is not finished. I'm literally giving them instructions, and I'm pretty sure they cursed Spanish. And they essentially said, loose translation, who the heck is this guy, right? Don't tell us what to do, right? Anyone that's around with his top button clearly doesn't get his head dirty in construction, right? So step away, go do your thing, right? And leave us it's not finished. And they made a number of mistakes. I'm just going to point out, whatever. They're going to come back and correct it on them. I'll say, but what is it? What is it? It's the newness. It's the newness. By newness. It's conscious. I think about it. When you see yourself like, wow, if this could look new and beautiful and pure and pristine, I could look new and pure and pristine, right? I could bring a newness into myself as well. I don't have to be the same old personalistic building. I don't have to be the same, however old I am, structure. I could renew my own structure. I could build a new building. I could become someone new and someone different as well. My davening doesn't have to be the same. Mine doesn't have to be the same. My marriage doesn't have to be the same. My meals don't have to be the same. My interaction, everything has the ability to become new. That's the inspiration of new surroundings. If walls could become new, which are inanimate, Allah has come up, I could become new. That's the das. That's the das. So I will say, do I have the same that I had 20 years ago? Or is my das new, constantly renewing at every different stage? All right, let's go back to it. Says the Gemara. Adam ni Erev Shabbos. Wow. Adam ni Erev Shabbos. Okay. How crazy is it to have an Erev Shabbos? I'm sorry. This is ridiculous. Adam ni Erev Shabbos. Man was created on Friday Erev Shabbos. Why? Should have my celebrations. Concern was man was created earlier than man. What would happen? People can erroneously think that man was told that Kodesh Baruch Hu in the creation. But if a man's created on Friday, the end of creation, so no one can know that Kodesh Baruch Hu had a partner in my celebrations. Incredible. You want to stop Shim Tazuach Dalav, that if man gets carried away with himself, Omerlo, Yitush Kadmach my separation. It was incredible. If man decides to become arrogant, so what happens? The Baruch Hu say, hey, calm down, you're not so great. A gnat, right? Gnats were created before you in the order of creation. Okay? It's pretty humbling. So Gemara says, Davar Akar, Kadeshi Kanis the Mitzvah Miyad. Other possibilities, why was man created on Erev Shabbos? So that he should enter into mitzvahs immediately. I will say, which mitzvah? Shabbos. Beautiful that the entire intention of Biyah was that Kodesh Baruch Hu wanted our first mitzvah to be Shabbos Kodesh. But just want to be beautiful, you might learn Erev Shabbos. It's overwhelming. First, Kodesh Baruch Hu says, I want to create you, and again, kind of get your bearings a little bit, and then you have to get your bearings, we're going right into Shabbos together. That's the Ra'achar Kadesh is the Suda Miyad. Other possibilities, Kodesh Baruch Hu Adon Yishon to go right into the Suda. The Suda, Kodesh Baruch Hu wanted them to find everything set, like a set table. The world was organized. Adam came into a fully finished product. They did not have to live through construction. To be compared to a king who first built a palace, organized everything, did all the furnishings, and then after he finished the work complete, then his guests. This beautiful. The Rebbe Shalom wanted to invite us into finished world. He did not want us to have to live through construction. And I will say this is incredibly important. Right? Only the front will be there. I will say, but it's incredibly important because at the end of the day, what it also says is like this. Baruch Hu invited us into a perfect world, which means that even when it looks in construction, it's important to understand that it's only because we don't see the full plan. Hashem invited us to be part of something that is perfect. And at the end of the day, sometimes when it looks imperfect, it's only because of our inability to see the perfection and to see the wholeness inside of it. Incredible. Let's go back there. So the Gemara says as follows: Shneimar Achmas Ban Sabesa Chatzon Ordash Shiva. Tav Chatifka Mas Vayina Af Urcha Shulchan Shulchan Arosel Dikra Agape Merome Karash. Chachma Ban Sabesa. So again, more attached to the pasuk. What does it mean when it says wisdom? Built a home. Zumi does a shai Kadosh Baruch Hu. Shebaras Kala Olam Shalom Chachma. Kadosh Baruch Hu created the entire world with Chachma, with wisdom. Chatzva Amudah. He carved out its pillars. So when it says Shiva, Elu Shiva's being made gracious. 7 days creation. Ta Mas Chayena Afar Chashva Elu Yamim B'Nam Sarche Olam. Ultimately, this refers to the seas, the river, into the world. Shalchan Arasat Tikra Ze Adam Bechava Agap Merome Keres. Meaning again that the roots on the heights of the city. So you might say Rabbi Barakana Rami Ksiv Agape Uksiva Kis. Which one is the person that sit on the heights, sit on the chair? Betchila Agape Ulubasofa Kisher. Originally man dwelled in the heights of the world. And then unfortunately after the sin, he was relegated all again to a kise. Mikasi, Yasvahina Chasvan Mado, Amra Kodesh Baruch Hu, Mi Pasaola, who enticed man to sin. Ultimately again, it was Chava. Someone said, Amrlo Tichsiv Noif Isha Chasva. It's interesting that at the end of the day, there is joint responsibility fate of Adam Arishon. But again, the Gemara points out that at the end of the day, of course, again, Adam is really responsible for his reactions, or ultimately, again, after he realized that he made a mistake. Okay, Gemara was like the Tanya, Adam Arishon Kala Olam Chutzbar Afro Shneimar Beinecha Uksitinene Hashem Mishol Kos B'Cholas. Well said. This is incredible. Adam Arishon, remember again, is made from dust, made from dirt. Remember again, where's the dirt collected from? The Gemara says dirt was collected from all 4 corners of the earth. Right? Again, literally, Afro Shneimar says Kala Olam Kulo Chutzbar Afro. So literally, again, his dirt, his dust that made him was collected from all 4 corners of the earth. What's the pshat? What's the pshat? It's to show you that halacha myself, Adam comes from everywhere, which tells you that wherever Adam Harishon is, wherever he is, he can be successful. See, that's the metaphor over here. That sometimes we think I can only be successful in certain circumstances, right? I can only be successful in certain cases, in certain situations. So the idea is that whenever Adam finds himself geographically, he has the ability to find success. This is the part so Husayah writes in the beginning of Chumash Devar, the Torah says, they wrote the Torah, the air, the tape, in 70 languages. It's only 70 languages. Why do you have to try 70 languages? Like the Jews in the Midbar spoke 2 languages. What do they speak? Like Hebrew and Yiddish. Jews always spoke. That's right. So why do you need 70 languages? Rabbi Yitzchak says because Moshe Rabbeinu knew that there was going to be Galus, and he was afraid that he didn't look into deeper things. Where could a Jew connect with Torah? Only in Eretz Yisrael. Where could a Jew connect with God? Only in Arizona. Obviously, Eretz Yisrael presents a unique connection that cannot be replicated anywhere else. Like the strength of our people is the ability to speak in Torah as the Bishop of HaKadosh Baruch Hu wherever we are. So whatever land you're in, the language you are speaking, a relationship with that Baruch Hu is always that's, and again, even before the basic fancy Gemara, Adam Rishon is made up from dust, collected from all over the world. Why Adam? You are from everywhere. If you're from everywhere, you're successful, and if you're from everywhere, you can be successful anywhere. Gemara goes like, Adam Rishon was 7 days. This is beautiful. Adam Rishon, his body is from Babel, his head is from Eretz Yisrael, the Ibarah is Shar Aratzos. And ultimately again, and his wings are from other lands. On both of his backside, Akra the Atma, a place called Akra the Atma, that was facing amazing. So which tells you about what Chazal thought about Akra the Atma, and obviously not high in destiny. And I was like, this idea. Body is from Babel, head is from Eretz Yisrael. So what does that tell you? It tells you is, you know what? There's a lot of Gashmius in Tzlaris. And if I write the body, which represents Gashmius comes from Tzlaris. Where's the head? Right, as head of us, remember again, the head is not dead. The head is not dead. People like head. The Shama is also in the head. Where's Ruchnius from? Bill Ruchnius. Again, can we have Ruchnius here? Absolutely. Of course we can. That's the that we just. But if you want to know ultimately against the body, like the head, and what's it? The beauty of it is, so that means for us also. In other words, that means we're this other issue, which means even though we're here, right, there's a piece of our head that is like a shtick. Our head was fashioned, but by definition, embedded inside of each of us is made up of a piece of Eretz Yisrael. Our head is a piece of Eretz Yisrael. So beautiful. Famous way, showers, this is a wild phenomenon. Famous way shows how was it 12 hours in a day. So man, I was going to give us a digest of the first day of Adam Rishon in this world. Adam's day these days. Here we go. Shar Rishon puts Afro. Hour number 1, the dirt was collected to form Shnia Nas and Golem. A second hour, a Golem, a mass, a light mass. Lucius moved to play Golem. Third hour, again, his dreams were formed. The Vias is with the water. So 4 hours a day, the Shama was blown to his body. Kamisha, Adam Rishon stood up. Shishis, Karashimos, 6th hour. He started calling names to all the animals, all the different things. Shli is Dakulachava, 7th hour, he was introduced. Like Shminis, they married, right? He's not paired with Chava. Shminis Alulunita. The 8th hour, they had a relationship. The Shnayim, the yard, they went into the bed as 2, and they came out as 4. So you understand, these hours are not regular hours, right? And Shminis, 6 days of creation did not work. Right? They worked in a different construct of time. So the point of the year is hour number 8, the relationship of Kaaba. Literally again, they went into the bed at 2 and here are the Arba. So she is established all that from that regard. In the 9th hour, they were commanded not to. Asiris Sarach, the 10th hour, they ate from the tree. I must say, how crazy is that? The 9th hour, they were commanded don't eat from the tree. Okay, last an hour. The 10th hour, they ate from the tree. The 11th hour, they were judged. In the 12th hour of the day, they were exiled. So what's exiled? Adam Bikar Bayomin. The man, right? Adam Bikar Bayomin. Man doesn't stay over. Right? Doesn't stay over. He doesn't stay overnight. Adam Rishon never stayed overnight in Gan Eden. He was born there, spent 12 hours there, and you wouldn't necessarily get this from the Polish. Cain and Hevel were born in Gan Eden. right? And kind of have a lived in that, at least quote unquote, talking about together with the even if we take it from the story, because the way the story in the finished structure is, it's just Adam and Chava, right? There's no mention of Cain and Abel until after they are exiled in Babylon. I will say all of this is in one day. I'm already talking about how English was. I'll just point out over something amazing. What do you think from a Gemara like this? So first of all, there's a lot of like most Gemaras. But part of it is sometimes a person could have everything in front of them and yet throw it all away. For what appears to be really nothing. Now, it's always easy to sit back in judgment of other people as Adam and Chava, how could you have done this? But we do this one time as well. Because to me, it's much helpful to this Gemara. Let's say if you notice, by the way, you see about the first thing about adoration. What is that first adoration? Just like what do you see about it? It's highly scheduled. It's highly scheduled. The secret is time management. And time management is the secret to life success. Is time. It is scheduling. Said like the GHS spoke about this. The idea is whatever you want to do in life, whatever you want to do with your day, schedule. You want to hang out with your friends? How much time? You have dinner with your family? How much time? You relax going for a walk? How much time? You're learning Torah? How much time? Everything schedule. Number one, you maximize your time, and number two, it's scheduled. Most of you know this. When there's not a schedule, time just evaporates. I think that's part of the most what is the process of the first little hour could be a controversy. You ever have a day where you try to look back a little bit like how you spent your day and you have time that you can't account for, like that trash. I know I was in my office. I'm not sure exactly what happened. It's frustrating. Chances are, if you can't account for the time, chances are it was not used productively and successfully. Says the DHS, but even the word says scheduling, and again, work productively. Try to make sense of the idea. Says the Gemara, right? I'm a Rabbi Ismail a wild animal cannot go ahead and adversely impact the person. Of course, the person himself becomes like an animal. And I shall have a most incredible. When Hashem wanted to create man, first a group of angels. We're going to see things that does. If he tries to work collaboratively, even though he does not need to work collaboratively, he tries to create a group of malachim. And he says to them, he says, I'm a plan with so intense NASA, he says, should we man? Should we make man? I'm going to find the Rebbe man NASA. So the malachim say, okay, so tell us, what is man going to do? What is this? Tell us about that. What are his actions? Some of the okay. Because they see that's actually foreshadows. He's going to do a lot of good stuff. Or he's just going to do a lot of bad stuff. That's just the nature of man. So I'm going to find a bunch of so I said, I'm going to find a bunch of my energy is good. So they said, don't do this on purpose. It's not work. Oh shit, it's called you kind of it. He goes and he extended his little finger, the sarfam, and he incinerated this group of angels. Right? You don't like what they had to say? This way. The thing caused Shula. The same thing happened with the 7 group of angels. What happened? Touch this, then he approaches the group of angels. The fun of the bonus show, so what happened? The third group of angels. The other angels, what do you think about creating that? The group says, God, the bonus show, right? Come on. You ask the first group also. So, sometimes it happens that you engage in collaborative work, but you're not actually interested in anyone else's opinion. Right? Instead, you know what you want to do, you have to go to the opposite. of asking other people their opinion. What happens? He says, well, the previous two groups, he didn't like it. He did like it. You incinerated them. So come on, so listen to what they say. They say, I say, so you know what? So you know what the third group says? You're the boss. You're the boss. You have a better idea. Do what you want. Do what you want, and we support you. Right there. That's collaboration. Right. Do what you want. We'll support you. So it's not what happens. No, come on ahead. I was saying, again, there's a lot to say on this Gemara also. What is happening over here? But okay, we'll go back a little bit. So what happened? Nabo says she's not like a fine. So let's go for each man. Given she give I should grab my I should grab Maga, Shema Sema to come. I'm going to find every bunch of my Yafa, I'm already showing the fun. So what happened? Now when man ultimately engages in his downward spiral, right? And man goes ahead and ends up sinning. The Mabel, the flood, the creation of the flood, creation of the mikvah, blah, blah. So the Malachim will come back to the Torah. They say to him, listen, God, I don't want to say told you so, right? Because he didn't say anything. Third group said nothing. But perhaps the earlier two had a good point. Until they grow old, I am still Hashem, and until they become Seva, I will tolerate them. I will say it's the most beautiful answer in the world. Krishna says, you're not right. You're still not right. This isn't how beautiful this is. Even though my children are messed up so terribly, I believe them. I am patient, and I will wait until they get their act together. I will say, this is now the most beautiful, overwhelming tomorrow. There are times in life where we act in a certain way, and Hakadosh Baruch Hu is looking down, and he's so profoundly disappointed. So profoundly disappointed. And the Malachim are saying, I told you so, why did you create them? They're not worth it. But he says, just wait. So I'm assuming they're going to throw it off. This is the faith that Hakadosh Baruch Hu has in us. A willingness to wait until we get our stuff together. A willingness to wait no matter how long it takes in order for us to become the best version of ourselves. That's how much Hashem loves us. I'm not even talking about Adam Rishon little game of us. It was so big. So tall, so large, and he existed from one end of the world to the other end of the world. Once he made his mistake, once he sinned, Hashem placed his hand on top of Adam Rishon and again diminished his stature. Rabbi says, Rishon existed again from the earth all the way until the heavens. Once Rishon made a mistake, right? Once you sin, Hashem placed his hand on him and diminished him. I Kasha pride that we didn't to each other. So the Gemara says, it's the same measurement. It's just ultimately again illustrating it different ways. So just point out something absolutely beautiful. What is this idea that Adam and again was little bit again from one end of the world to the other end of the world? What is it representing? Potential. So when Adam was created in this world, what was his potential? His potential was limitless. Literally, he existed from the heaven to the earth, from the other end of the world. His potential literally was what happened when he sinned. It was diminished. It was like, what does sin do? Sin diminishes potential. Now, it's not forever, because I can always regain that potential. But that's it. Evolution was beginning from heaven to earth, and then afterwards, after he committed the sin, his stature was diminished. Let's go back a little bit. From Rabbi Adam Rishon spoke Aramaic. Says Sefer told us all the future generations. He showed them like all generations to come. So the Gemara says, in this Asin of Mitzvah. Once, Adoration saw the generation of Rabbi Akiva, and he saw the Torah of Rabbi Akiva, he rejoiced. When he saw the pains of death and suffering of Rabbi Akiva, he was saddened. Omar Bali Mayikure Afala. Rabbi Yehuda, what I was supposed to say, it's fascinating that again, out of the generation, all the suffering, what impacted adoration, both. Out of all the suffering, he saw was Rabbi Akiva. Not my friend. All right, adoration. I suppose now the Gemara takes a very sharp turn over here, which is actually fantastic. Adoration was a heretic. Now again, more explanation for this. Like Minhaya Shne'emar Vayikra Shemar Kim Alad. Ayeka, where are you? Gemara says, Nata Lipecha, where did your heart go? So it's like, you're not good for today. But again, I'm going to love other person. So let's understand, these Gemaras now are going to focus on a little bit different. Essentially, calling into doubt Adam Arishon's commitment to Hashemah. Now, how to understand those Gemaras and what it means? And so tomorrow we'll be together. Here they Medrash, first Shabbos of the Dak. We're going to do it together. It's going to be fantastic. Another ridiculous Agadah Gemara tomorrow. It's going to be great. Side, Mazel Tov, continue the first week here in a new base Medrash and Halavai, which will be for many years to come. Daf Yomi is going to be here. It's going to be here, not in the main show. It's going to be here in the main show. All right, have a wonderful Shabbos. Everyone. And it's strong in Florida, in Baltimore, anywhere I guess is warmer than here. All right, enjoy it.
Before I ever trained anything at all, like in my mind, I was like, I had to be tough. And I had to go prove that I was the toughest guy. Like, I was at a bar, dude, I can beat up anybody in this bar. I can beat up anybody. I was a fat fucking just a golf kid. But you also, as a walk the New York streets, but you kind of have to feel yourself as some kind of I'm not the guy. I'm not the guy that you go.
All right, Bill, so good morning. We don't have a microphone for today. So the speakers are here. We just don't have the microphone for today. So I'll have the microphone for tomorrow. We say it was tremendous short spot Hashem to be here. Which in our base of Knesset, within our base of Knesset, such a tremendous spot Hashem, such a beautiful first year ever in this new and beautiful and incredible space. So as I spoke about the coming days will be change and changes are beautiful, changes are incredible because they ultimately beautiful and incredible. Amongst the changes I want to just say about these expectations is we're getting the old shul, there was another extra space. So here, we're not seeing everything every seat in Southwest. Please do not put your personal luggage on the middle seat for a day. So just know, especially for gathering, the seats are going to be used. So again, for sure, I'm sure it's fine. But just also just be mindful. Just look around. If you see people, we don't have enough people here with these luggage. So you want to make sure that everyone has the opportunity to be able to sit. And I'm not going to sit at the table to be able to learn properly. So just be mindful in terms of where you're putting your personal belongings that no one feels boxed out. And that's especially going to be true in Yetz Hashem for gathering as well. And it's just, and again, for many different things in the new building, it's folks that I can find out really a little bit. Certain things may not be fully set up, certain things, may have to pay a little bit. So apologizing for any turbulence that may occur over the course of this move. But Baruch Hashem, what a gift it is to be able to be here in such a holy and beautiful, magnificent place. Also, as you can see, our Sfarim are not yet they're putting in the Aron Kodesh. So just that it was just how we moved around again. So Yetz Hashem this week or so will hopefully have everything set up mostly as it should be. Hashem, what is supposed to be an aesthetically beautiful place is in Yetz Hashem. Now the aesthetic beauty is here. And Yetz Hashem, now our goal is to fill it with spiritual beauty as well. No doubt that we will be built as we do Yetz Hashem in the coming years. Also, because we do have a sound system, so we will be more tapped into it, but the acoustics in your great. I want to get the regardless at any point I'm not speaking loud enough just to let you know. And what's with that? Shachianu, let's begin the first daf of many daf in Holy State Medrash. I begin by thanking all of our sponsors. Thank our Talmud sponsor, Fortune Pay 5785. Rabbi Tosin for the Shiurim and Drushos here. Tosin Mishpach of Merit. As a source, for all of Am Yisrael. Our Talmud sponsors for the month of Payday Sabbath in the Republic of Talmud Mishpach in memory of Amit ben David Rabbi, the brother of Itai Rabbi, who was killed fighting in Gaza on the first night of Hanukkah. We hope that we know about his precious Nisham will have an Aliyah and his family in Yochama. And Sa'ida Sinai for dedicating the shir today in honor of our new Makom Kodesh, which should be Ezra Hashem. I think we should be Ezra Hashem run out of space even faster than our old building. No. Good. And next Hashem, the next rabbi will have incredible hatzlacha. Next Hashem, don't be next building. You should be with incredible mazel. I'll take the drop off. Maybe running out of space in the basement and have you move into the shul. I don't think that's it. I think that day is coming probably sooner than you think. And in next Hashem, we should be zocha that this mikdash match should serve us for many years to come until we are zocha and next Hashem to move it together with Mashiach and next Hashem Paris to serve Rabbi Amin. Also with that, let us begin with an incredible daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Lamed Zayin 37, and we are picking up in next Hashem. We are picking up two dots. Right? So remember again, not everyone is fit to adjudicate capital cases. So remember again, what is the issue with capital cases? So remember again, the halacha over here by capital cases was that you need a Sanhedrin. Sanhedrin has to not only be comprised of 23 people, but also has to be comprised of people who are genealogically fit. So the Gemara says, my time, well, what's the reason? So the Gemara says, my time, well, the Gemara will say, Kishin Shebeit and Yukim B'Tzedek, can't be looking at the same that basis has to be free from any spiritual blemishes. So to again, basin has to be free from any other mum. Now, mum, you might understand what it means. Mum means genealogical blemish. It doesn't have to be free from any genealogical blemish. Now, says, my crop, what's the pasuk? Kulok Yasif Umum in Bach. Everything about you, my beloved, is beautiful, and there is no mum in you. You know, just this is a reference to the Sanhedrin, and the mum is a genealogical one. You know what mum manish, maybe it refers to an actual mum, maybe it's not a genealogical mum. So maybe in fact it is an actual mum. The Torah is saying, or the Mishnah is saying, that halacha is members of Sanhedrin can't have a physical mum. This Yatshan Ima, what the pasuk says by Moshe Rabbeinu, when Moshe Rabbeinu went ahead and Moshe Rabbeinu goes ahead and collects the 70 of the kingdom, the pasuk says, they will stand there with you, Ima. So the Mardash is this means that when you remember the Sanhedrin, they should be like you. In which sense? Well, I'm not suggesting in which sense, but the same Moshe Rabbeinu, you are not genetically blemished. You are genealogically intact and whole. So to again, but with you, other Dayanim will be intact and whole. Or maybe what it means over there is Moshe Rabbeinu the same way that they're there in the Shema. So to the other judges who stand there, the Shema should be with them as well. Again, they will shoulder the responsibility with those who are compared to you, meaning Moshe, you are genealogically intact. So then, those who go ahead magically intact. So an incredible Gemara. So the close is therefore you're not effort in the functions for capital cases, unblemished. Beautiful. Says the Mishnah. Imagine how you have to go and what's really a beautiful Gemara. The Sanhedrin in a semicircle. Gemara says, she wrote in order that they would be able to see each other. Right? You want to live this and have them deliberate to be able to see each other. So then you would be choosing one on the right, one on the left. The codes they give in the Chayv and they give in the Zaki. And they were right on there. It was a course. They were not just doing it with courts, but they were the stenographers. And as the stenographers, they recorded everything that happened in the proceedings. Again, when they were right, the opinion of the judges who were looking to exonerate, and the opinion of the judges who were looking to find guilty. That he don't use such shlosha. So that could be three stenographers. So one would go ahead and write the opinions of the exonerators. The echad is Jibrei HaMechayim, and one would write the words of the indictors. We'll call it Kosev Jibrei HaMezakim HaMechayim. The third stenographer, including will record all the opinions. Right? So you have one who was dedicated to the opinions of the exonerators, one to the opinion of the and then one who was kind of collecting all of the we have like a backup. But it's interesting. If you take a look at Rashi, Rashi says over here, Rashi says, Shlosha, Habu Shenitot, Torah Hatanim, Shiyar Ba'aleim, Yitu B'davar, Hamazakim, Be'echad Kosev Jibrei HaMechayim, Ba'adim Kosev Jibrei Kulav, Umitok Shen Torah Rak Aleim, Or Yitu B'davar, B'yit Echa Mehen Yochiach B'sat Shlosh Lishi. So it's interesting. So this way, again, we want to make sure that we have accurate court records. So how do you do that? So if you have one guy focusing on one opinion, one guy focusing on one school, another focusing on another school of opinion, and then a third party kind of taking everything into account. So Allah says again, between all of them, we will have a complete record for the Beis. Tash of Lamed Zayin, 37. The Shalosh Shulos. There were 3 rows of Talmidei Chacham who were in front of the Beis. So just keep your mind, right? So the Beis is seated in a semicircle, and in front of them 3 rows of Talmidim. So the says, "Kol echad ve'echad makiyas mekomo." Now, interestingly enough, we'll see Rashi says over here, Shashuos. Rashi says, "Echad Kamim Sanhedrin and each row had 23 students in it." The idea over here is these rows, kind of like the Sanhedrin stuff, by this, what do they keep? Is it this was right. This is where. So these rows were comprised of Talmidim again with the future yearning of Klal Yisrael. What was happening over here. So therefore, again, we're going to see something very interesting. That depending on which row you were seated by station. So row one goes with the upper Talmidim. Row 2, there were 2 Talmidim, and row 3 were 3 Talmidim. So you didn't just choose to seat wherever you wanted to. At the end of the day, again, you were seated in accordance with your station. Everyone knew their place. So we had this theme already in yesterday's back as well, which is to say, sometimes in life we feel we acknowledge what we're not. But the truth is, it's only when I acknowledge what I'm not that I'm really able to go ahead and memorize what I am. So there's nothing wrong with being a third row Talmud. There's nothing wrong with third row Talmud in the Sanhedrin. That we're holding right now. But again, the beautiful part is there's no glass ceiling. The beautiful part is there's always the opportunity and ability to dance. So what happens? Let's go to smoke. So let's say you're going to have to pull someone out of row 1. And again, we'll discuss exactly what the particular issue is over here. But so let's say they have to go ahead and pull someone out of row 1. So what do you do? So if they have to convince sneak off to someone in row 1. So what won't happen in that type of situation? Gemara says, so something coming right. So if you have to, so let's say Daisy now, the Sanhedrin needs another diamond. Where you pull the other diamond from? Row 1. That's where the diamond comes from. So Gemara says, so what happens after a hundred of smoke? So after Ashnia follow, we showed up. After coming Ashnia, follow the Shnia. And also now remember that after all this happens, so now Sanhedrin pulls a new diamond from row 1. Now what occurs now, there's a vacant house, there's a vacancy in row 1. There are vacancies in row 1. I just want to point out this is right. You come to find real estate. Right? So it's so it's like what is the pattern? So when we have a row, so now that sets off that direction. Then someone from row 2, and that's someone. Remember again, this is highly choreographed because into row 1 is a significant move. So that means someone now that there's a vacancy, someone from row 2 moves up to row 1, which now also means what? Someone from row 3 moves to 2. And again, it's a highly choreographed process. So the mother was like that. So if I follow and then what happens now? There's a vacancy in row 3. Now there's a vacancy in row 3, what happens? You need to borrow my hand on how. We need to go ahead and put someone out of general assembly. ומושיב הנושאים, ולא היושב במקומו של ראשון, אבל יושב במקום הראשון. So you would have thought, well, in row 1, just choose. No, that's not the way it happens. It's not the way that choose someone from the Gila, then row 3, someone from goes into row 2, and so 2 ultimately goes to row 1. That's the way it happens. So the Gemara goes at it again. So now anyway, what's it, where do we know this? Now, the first thing we might focus on over here is the semicircle. But where do we know that this in a semicircle? So I'm going to go outside about something like the Amar 12. So, let's say it's actually taken before. Because it's over here close to Shira. Shirei Agan Hasar Ayasar Hamazar. So literally translated, Shirei means your navel. It's like the basin of the moon. Right, I just say the navel is shaped like the moon. Al Yasar Hamazar. Do not diminish the dilution ratio. Alright, so we'll discuss what this means. So Shirei is a Sanhedrin. So let's say Shirei, the Gemara refers to as the stomach, right? The stomach, that is the Sanhedrin. Why is the Sanhedrin called Shirei? It's the Jiburo Shalom. Because the Sanhedrin sits literally again in the center of the world. What does it mean that it sits in the center of the world? That's the Jiburo Shalom. The base Hamikdash, the Eretz Shalom. The base Hamikdash is in the middle of the world. We'll say, so profound that we were doing this today. As much as Baruch Hashem, we build. It's so important to always remember that we're building in Galus. We're building in Galus. And at the end of the day, Galus is not where we are supposed to be. At the end of the day, we have one home and one home only, and that is Eretz. And that home literally is in the center of the world. It's the centrality to it. Now again, we said so many times, Baruch Hashem, that beauty of investment buildings of Kedusha is that in Eretz Hashem, they come with us. Like they come with us. And it's so to recognize it as successful and as happy and as settled and as accomplished as we are, this drastically, this is not where we belong. We belong in the center of the world, where the Sanhedrin is. So it is Hamikdash. So ultimately it's called the Sanhedrin. It's like the stomach was the center, so too. So the Sanhedrin is the center. Adan, so what is Adan? What is it? Sanhedrin protects the entire world. As-Sahar, what does it mean that it's like the moon? Sanhedrin is like comparable to the moon, just like the moon goes ahead and radiates light. So Rashi says over here, Ba'agula. So it's not the light. Rashi says over here, it's the semicircle. Like just like the moon throughout much of the month is like a semicircle or circular. So the Sanhedrin sits in Ashtar. Beautiful. Yasar Hamazar. What does it mean to diminish the dilution? If someone from the side needs to leave, take care of the person who needs to use the restroom, you can't leave unless there are 23 people there. Right? Just fascinating. You can't leave unless there are 23 people there. So what's it great? Think about that. Like, so sorry, yes, you're not going to get saved. So again, you mentioned what's the number of the Sanhedrin? You need to go to the bathroom. If there are 22 people there, you can go to the bathroom. If there are 22 people there, you can't go. Anyway, so someone comes in. What's the chapter was saying? It's incredible. What does it take to be a member of the Sanhedrin? What's the member of the Sanhedrin? What is it? What leadership positions? Achrais. Achrais. What is it? Strong bladder? Strong bladder. Yeah, strong bladder. Yeah, so true also. Not incorrect. Not incorrect. Right? What is it? Achrais. Achrais. So listen, so often in life, right? You do stuff, and like if it doesn't get done, it doesn't get done. Or someone else will say, what does it mean to be a member of church? What does it mean to be a person who has leadership responsibility? Achrais. The buck stops with you. If you are a member of the Sanhedrin, you have an achrais towards Klal Yisrael. The achrais complete. And by the way, if you need a break because you have to go to the bathroom, no problem. You can take your break as long as there's someone else who's standing in for you for the couple of minutes you're going to be gone. Because the advice, the responsibility, always has to be taken. Okay, maybe you can't be the same person who's taking that advice himself all of the time. That is possible. That's absolutely possible. But Lamai said, again, even if you do it, you have to ensure that someone else can. Incredible. Let's go right there. So the is beautiful. So another passage that refers to the Sanhedrin, pile of meat. Now, again, this is all showing us that Shimon is supposed to be 12 calories between Rabbi and Rothschild. His stomach is like a pile of meat. What is that meat? Not everyone speaking like cold men, just like a pile of meat, everyone gets benefits. Sanhedrin are called men in the Sanhedrin also everyone benefits from a reason, right? When the Sanhedrin espouses the reason for this particular meetings, everyone benefits. Next, Shoshan. What does it mean when it says like a row of roses? Shafiru Kisuga Shoshan will refer to the process. Israel wants to do the right thing. Wants to protect the carrier, even if all it is a barrier of roses. Now let's say now the past a barrier of roses. Barrier of roses is a barrier. Roses is in general not significant, not very significant barrier. So halach for myself is so diligent and vigilant and loving of his words. I don't need the whole protective wall to keep you from sin. All I need is right. All I need is a little row of roses to go ahead and keep you from committing others, and I respect that. So beautiful. I'm going to have a little of time. That's what's incredible. Listen to this. It's simple. Like this meeting. You're someone who just is a heritage. So, guys, the meeting wants to turn off. Nida should be a fruit of the Haggad. Listen to this. He said, you right? That when a woman is in Nida, but how do we allow, how to allow for a woman to be alone with her husband? Actually, the fire takes hold, and it does. In other words, what this guy was asking from the Ghana was that aren't we concerned, right? Aren't we concerned that Kalach saw if a man is alone with his wife who is in that the years are adding to sin, to which the Gemara is Kamalei HaTorah. First of all, the first one, right? HaTorah Igalenu Suba Bashoshan Mashafi Suba Kishoshan Mo Yifetsu Bahikwashi. So the Torah says Klal Yisrael is so respectful of halakha, so mindful of halakha, that even just a low oasis, like even just very simple protective defense is enough to protect us from sin. But it happens to be a different reason. It's a good shaila. Like isn't it a yichud? Like you learn that it's a yichud. So if it's a yichud, which means a man is not allowed to be alone with anyone who is an heir. How is a man allowed to be alone with his wife when she is a nida? I'm going to ask the shaila, and the answer is pas b'salo. Literally, again, bread in the basket. This idea that since a husband knows that his wife is going to become mutter to him, but and not so long from that, he's able to control himself and restrain himself in the right place. Okay, incredible. It's like somebody says in here, it's not like how you know, like I said, this is beautiful. The passage says, like a section of the pomegranates are your temples, like I said, your temples. My God, I feel they're coming to shut such me, even though they come in, even those who are empty, ultimately again, filled with mitzvahs, like Rabbi here, once it says again, the smell, the clothing of Yaakov. This is the miracle pretending to be Esau. So he smelled the scent clothing. Don't read as the God of his clothing, rather read it as both God, those who rebel against it. What is it? It's beautiful. Even those who rebel against HaKadosh Baruch Hu have a beautiful scent. Have a beautiful scent. Meaning, even people who commit Averis still have so much good associated with them. And incredibly profound and important to so. I know Beryonis, where it tells a story. I always have a certain people Beryonis. Beryonim are, they transition as like a real good mix. A group of guys who are not doing the right thing. So the word is Beryonim. And again, reading like usually Rashi comments over here. Beryonim preaching Russian word. So often it can be immoral people, very unrefined febra. So another Beryonim, the Habit is using every day. So let's say, so there was this group of Beryonim. People who lived in the neighborhood of Rabbi Zera. Listen to this. Rabbi Zera was encouraging them so beautiful. Rabbi Zera was encouraging them. Rabbi Zera felt, why should you write anyone off? So he got a position in the title of this rush. So he made it in a hard with them. Why? He thought of them close. Like he imposed a better culture that the Shuvah. So the rabbis felt that Rabbi Zera was doing the wrong thing. That was like a Zera. These are not the kind of people to keep it close. These are the kind of people you should write off. Write them off. Whatever. Not say that Zera died on me, so listen to this. These Bayonim said, Ata Ibna, have a Khalifa cotton, Saki, to have a vine, Ale Lachat. So until now, the man with the short seal referred to Rabbi Zera. There's a story, remember when we took actually 25 for Rabbi Zera, wanted to test his height to see if he was holding on the right level. He went and he sat in an oven, and it turned out that his legs got singed. So he was known as the man with the singed, he wanted to start now, but that's it. I just want to say, so again, he was known as the man with the singed legs. So when Rabbi Zera died, Bayonim said, you know, up until now, Rabbi Zera always died for us. He was advocating for us. He was always taking care of us. So the Gemara says, now who is going to advocate for us? Who's going to dive for us? Sure enough, what happened? They went ahead and they felt in their hearts, right? They had this hero tshuva, which means they had these thoughts of tshuva, and ultimately again they came to do tshuva. So it is such a prayer with so many profound lessons. First of all, the power of believing in someone. The power of believing in someone. It's so often in your life, someone, you give them the power to believe in themselves. You know that on him, they wrote off. They wrote off this chabra. And one point that's really incredible, Rabbi Zera believed in them. That if you miss, by the way, what did these guys do when Rabbi Zera was alive? What did they do? Nothing. Like, they didn't do anything. Like, they didn't affect any change. They didn't start coming to the Torah, putting on children, putting on Muslims. None of that stuff. Nothing happened while Rabbi Zera was alive. But he stood something beside them. So that when he died, they're like, this Rabbi Zera, he cared about us so much. He cared enough to believe in us. He's not here anymore to believe in us. If he's not here anymore to believe in us, then you know what? It's time for us to believe in ourselves. The power of believing in others, giving them the ability to believe in themselves. That's lesson number one. Lesson number two is this last piece over here, which is so incredibly profound. Lesson number two really is sometimes we think that just because we can't sing, that we have an effect to change. But you guys have Zera. What do you think? Did you succeed with these guys? No. I guarantee you, Zera said, no, tried, but nothing. Yeah, but didn't move the needle at all. But he did. When he was alive, he moved it. But as soon as he died, so often in life we believe, it's just the investor, put in the effort, put in the cold. It's like sometimes even in our own effort to do things, and we don't actually see the results. The results are always, sometimes they become invisible now, sometimes they don't, so it's actually only generations later. But Zera probably thought that he failed, and he was resounding success. Lesson number three, they also the first step to tshuva. First step to tshuva, anything you do. The first step to tshuva is something you do. Tshuva as a small sefer called Pirkei Tshuva. He writes right on the Rabbi Rothschild, he writes about this idea. Pirkei Tshuva is that in life. That moment in life, you take a step back and say to yourself, I want to live differently. How, what, where, that I'm not sure about. But I know that I want things to be different. Did I change anything in my life? Not a thing. Did anything alter? Not at all. But here, I know that I want something to be different. I was like, thinking about this last night, I was looking at the dot, and actually, I was looking at the coffee, like the coffee machine over here. I was looking at the coffee, and I was looking at this. And I thought to myself, this is incredible. What's the most incredible thing about coming to a new space? The most incredible thing, besides the most incredible thing, is whenever you have like something new in life, it's an opportunity for conscious, opportunity for renewal. There's something new happening over there. So now, I could do something new as well. And again, all of us have something we have to change in life. Now, it's an opportunity to say, okay, life as I knew it came to a stop. There's something new. So what I want to do with this? And today is a profound bit of humor. Maybe you want to do something different. Maybe you want to do something different in my family. You want to do something different in my look I don't know, whatever it is. But it's such whenever something new occurs around you, opportunity for humor. I'm not doing anything new yet, but I want to think about how do I want to be different. Incredible. Oh, let's go back to Shalosh. Shalosh, remember again, what did the Mishnah say? The Mishnah said that halach l'maisa again, there are 3 rows of students in front of the basement.
Yeah, I'm trying to get drunk.
The Mishnah says, Rabbi, Shlamina, the Kulinaisi. There's Rabbi said, what do you see from here? Why? Because what ends up happening when they couldn't get the first row, what happens? Someone from row number 2 goes to someone from row number 3 goes to row number 2. From the key comes through. So you see from here that after one person makes movement, everybody makes movement. Both sides, by the way, another tremendous skill. Like, Echad Naidi Kulinaidi. I would say you never underestimate the power of your hearer and the power of your movement on other people. When people see you move, they are inspired to do the same. People see you push yourself, people see you take on more, people see you be happy, they want to do the same. When one moves, you all move. So one second, here's the issue. So it's never again, it didn't matter. Not only did it which row you were, but apparently there were also rings on where row, right? On one is the front and the back of the row. But being in front of the row was very frustrating. Being in the back of the row was not a discussion. So here's the problem. So that's one scenario. Right? You pull someone from row 1, which means now someone from row 2 comes into row 1. And not just someone, remember, it's like a thing about who comes to row 1, the first guy in the row 1. But where does he come to row 1? Where's one row 1? He comes to the back of the row. The row 2 guys say, listen, you know what? I think I'd rather be a big fish in a little pond. Like, in other words, but at the end of the day, I was a rowhead. You never know, isn't a rowhead? Like, that's like big stuff. So I was the row head in row number 2. Now what am I? Now I'm a guy in row number 1. I'm the end of row number 1. I think I'd rather go back. To row number 1. To row number 2. To which we went on Rabbi, he's telling, Tamile Haki, Haki Serf, La'arayos, La'aki Los B'Shulam. It is better to be a tail to lions than it is to be it is better to be a tail for lions than it is to be a head of foxes. Right, so the idea of this is, you're right, essentially it's better to be a small fish in a big pond than it is to be a big fish in a small pond. So better to be in row 1 at the end of the row than to be at the head of row. It's incredible. Let's go back to Mishnah. What's that incredible Mishnah? Kate said, so how do we go ahead and now literally means intimidate. But again, so what is this like? Allah wants witness intimidation. Yes. But again, where is this? This is capital cases. So remember, I said, don't make any secret about it. Capital cases, what's the goal? Go by capital cases leads to, that's the goal. So therefore, again, we do want to do anything that there is, in fact, acceleration. So the Martin's case of Indian officials, how you might also. I don't know why we bring in the witnesses. We say to them, Shabbat and Shmuel 88, so again, the witnesses tell us, where do you have your information from? Maybe again, we'll say means circumstantial evidence. Maybe it's circumstantial evidence, heard about it from someone else, or someone who's trustworthy. Something that lived up as a magician of Akira. Perhaps you didn't know, by the way, that you're going to be subject to a very rigorous cross-examination. So let me give you a moment. It's certainly going to seem a question. Just know monetary law, the capital law, is not like monetary law. Give me a moment. That's other than the same level of the But monetary law, if you get it wrong, and you adjudicate the case incorrectly, so what's the worst case scenario? You have to pay back money. But again, in Israel, the Rothschild double the downside also to reading what so Allah testified wrongly in capital case. So his punishment will be exacted from you and from generations to come. That iniquity will hover over your family for generations to come. Ad sofa Allah. Literally again until the end of the world. Because again, killed Rabbi. And what happens when Cain killed Rabbi? So the Pasuk says, it may affect so Akim. Let's say, so the Pasuk says, the bloods, plural, the bloods of your brother are calling out. It doesn't say the blood of your brother, rather, the may attack of your brother. The Dama is out also. So Cain was held accountable not only for the death of Cain, but at the time of what? All the creations that had a life to preserve and make a life, not only in the taking the life of the individual, but one is taking the life ultimately again of all the future generations who could have come from that individual as well. The other possibility is the Ne'achachah. What is it between the end of the Ne'achachah? Shahaya Dama Mushah Azim. First Apostle, remember, talking about this, Cain did not know as such that we know that it's a life before as such. Struck him multiple times. So unfortunately, had those lost everywhere. That's why the told you the lesson of the May, plural. Neither other individual. If I want to say a person who was created in the fashion, was a created man, created Adam as a singular being. To tell us what we're on that part, Shekala Ma'avid Nefesh Achas Yisrael, Ma'ala Arava Kazav, Ki'ilu Ibeit Olam Molek. So just like the world is built from one person, so therefore taking of one life is like if someone would have killed Adam, the world would have ended. So to any time one person is dead, any time someone takes a life, it's as if he has destroyed the entire world. We'll talk more about this from the kind of Nefesh Achas Yisrael. But again, the kind of is also true. If you go out and you save a life, or I will say the kind doesn't even have to be saved, but the kind also means what? Uphold or establish or sustain one life. It's as if a person has sustained the entire world. When we create Shalom Abriyos, I will say ultimately again, all of this is to maintain peace. Like in Cloud Yisrael, with the right to the Yoma Adon Lekabero, Abba, Gogo Le'adika. This is another reason why this is part of the movement, that all of humanity chases itself to one place to Adon. There shouldn't be any geological conflict. That all of us trace ourselves to the same first person adoration. If there was more than one person, so then people say, oh, there must be different gods. This guy created his God, and this guy created his guy, right? They created their own God. And also to tell us the meanings of Sha'adam Torah, Kama Mateos, the Kosen Echad, Kulan and Dom and Zelazan. You know, the person is to mint a coin. So actually, a person can mint a coin, and you can make it that every single coin looks exactly the same. Every coin looks the same. None of them is biased. Starbucks is so much obvious, and yet all are created in the Adam. Like Adam was first as the model, sort of created in the Adam. They have Dominic Cabello. They will say, no two people are alike. So two people are alike. Right? Even though again, created, so to speak, like in the form of the image of Adam, no two people are exactly alike. This of us again, because no two of us are alike. Every person is obligated to say, the world was created for me. So the Trotsky thing is like Trotsky said a person has pockets. Like in one pocket you carry with you the phrase, the mantra, this is the meaning of the whole. The world is created for me. And the other pocket you have to carry the mantra, Ba'anoki Afar Be'evel. I'm nothing but dust. Trotsky says, this is the two pockets of the world. On one hand, I know my world was created for me. In other words, what's like, if I am alive, that means the world needs me. If I'm here, that means somehow humanity needed the world needs me. Maybe that's what this kind of world. But I'm here for something. I mean, I don't such thing as purpose life. So the world was created for me, not to serve me. The world was created for me to do some tremendous things. But that's a tremendous thing as well. And then for the other part, I know the FRA. I come from South, again, I go back to that's incredible. The Shemacom was once I said, I remember, so it's not like that. But if you totally lose yourself, like in this service, right? What is it? So now, what was the point of hiring this? The point of this was to go ahead and witnesses. See, I said, remember, Shema told me all the days. Shema told me all the days. So the witnesses, can you imagine? You're a witness, and what are you going to say to yourself? You're going to say afterwards, you know what? Forget it. Right? Good job. Right? Good job. I'm out. Right? What do I need this for at all? So I said, hello, Karnama. So no, that's a bunch. Because you have testimony. Ultimately, again, you have an obligation to share it. The Shema Domer. Ma Rona Rocha V'Damo Shazak. Hello, Karnama. This is what we're showing you. So again, I was like, we vote for mitzvah to wipe out the wicked. So you say, if the person is guilty, the person is culpable, ultimately, again, there is reason to go ahead and wipe out the wicked as well. So again, you do such a good job at immigration that no one wants to go and participate in anything. That's what we remind. First of all, testimony is an obligation, is a responsibility. So make sure to do the testimony. Furthermore, it's a mitzvah to remove people from the Torah. It's also a tremendous mitzvah. So sometimes in life, when something becomes too difficult, we're like, what do I need this for? What do I need this for? That's not how life works. If there's a responsibility, there's a responsibility. Just because it's difficult does not give me the sense to myself of that responsibility. So testimony, it's hard, the trend might be wrong, but just because it's hard and difficult doesn't mean you're allowed to walk away. Incredible. So let's go. Is it possible that you didn't really see moving but rather again, kind of basing the category of circumstantial evidence. What's an example of circumstantial evidence? Says the Gemara, Omer Lohan, Kafri Isem, if you saw the following says, Echad, Shurat Be'er L'Chodam, Stan Acharot, Umatzasa, Sayiv Bi'adot, the Dama Kafri, Baharat, and Kafri Isem, which is incredible. Look at this. I see Ruben running after Shimon. So I would see Ruben running after Shimon. So I run after Ruben, and you don't Shimon are in an isolated place. What happens? He is on the floor dying because someone stabbed him. Ruben's holding a knife with run out. So again, I'm back here at the doctor. I say to myself, what happened over here? Ruben killed Shimon. He says, if that's your testimony, that's circumstantial. In order to go ahead and testify in a capital case, I have to have seen Ruben actually plunge the knife into Shimon. If I didn't see, but again, now, that seems like pretty compelling circumstantial evidence. It is, but it's circumstantial nevertheless. So that would be an example of testimony based on circumstantial evidence. So find out, Amr Shimon Shatta, Erev and Chava. So Shimon Shatta says, again, Erev and Chava is like a lesson of Shua, like, I swear, Mola, Isu, Echad, Shirat, Echad, in the Chava. That's it. So Shimon Shatta, exactly, right? I saw someone run. I saw someone run running after somebody, running after shit, and this would isolate the place. But after me, but this is the other. I saw even holding the knife. I'm on the top cave, down in his blood dripping off the knife. But how does my friend and sitting is literally again like in the throes of that. But I'm and I said to Ruben, Russia, me our goal is that. Oh, and Ata. Listen to this. Shimon says, I said to Ruben, someone killed Shimon. And it's either me or you, because you're willing to be the leader. I'll tell you one thing, it wasn't me. It wasn't me. Right? I'm not she's done from us to be ugly. What can I do? What can I do? There's no testimony against you. Shaya Torah Amra, so again, continues. The Shem and Shabbat was saying the issue of here is being a that truth is again, Tosfos pointed out, even if he wasn't a and if there are two witnesses, it still wouldn't have been today. Why not? Why not? At most it's circumstantial. It's only circumstantial. Nevertheless, again, Kodesh Baruch Hu, who knows the thoughts of man, should ultimately again go ahead and should punish if he went ahead and he killed Shimon. So he didn't even move away until the snake came along and went ahead and bit Ruben and he died. So once the Rabbi said, here's something. The high bite of Hashem, but why isn't that a snake bite? Why isn't it a snake bite? After all, Rabbi Yosef, the king of the king time to the Kiskio, the young Shekara face on the rush, half of the Shabbat was some hedgy avenues of Slovakia. And the Vietnamese meters was destroyed, even though again, there is no sun. So because there's no Sanhedrin, there's no Dalavisos, right? No death penalties. And yet, again, the death penalties, the Arbamisos, they still apply. Whereas the Lobach, that's not true. They don't apply. There's no reason to carry them out. So it's incredible. Ella, Din Arbamisos Lobach. It's incredible enough. What it means is, if sometimes if a person is high one of the death penalties that Sanhedrin will only carry out, so the Kodesh Baruch carries them out in different ways. For example, Rishon is high schema. If somebody did something that would warrant skidas, what happens to such a person? So, or he's trampled upon by a wild animal. So this is schema-like. Schema-like. There's no schema in front of you. First you're thrown off, and then if that can be formed for you, then ultimately, again, they were stoned afterwards. So we should say, if somebody's high straight, already, so we'll normally be done. Again, we're going to talk about all of this before down is already individual. Oh, no problem. Oh, no, Makisha. Did you die in fire? Or ultimately, again, a snake bite. Once you see a snake bite, what do you call it? The venom. The venom is equivalent to straight up. So we should say, oh, no, we should high hariga. Somebody was high hariga, right? So the says, oh, this son of they'll be given over to the Marathi, which would only be beheaded. Oh, this thing, but in Allah, oh, they will be killed by listing. We should high harek, someone is high determination. Oh, to have an drowned, oh, you should see him, or that's suffering. What's a suffering will be disease, or the air will be restricted. What do you see from there? What do you see from there? So even though there's no Sanhedrin, the Bible finds ways to bring about the Dalim state. Also, that point there is even if you kill Shimon, the punishment for that ultimately would be beheaded. So I say that by snake bite, which is so far, hardly that we see her better. Apparently, Reuben had a lot of problems. But murder wasn't his only other ideas that he was, and those other ideas carry the penalty of strafa. Strafa is considered to be one of the most forms of execution. The other man is high. He says if somebody is high two forms of execution, he's given more severe of the two. So apparently this guy was high strafa and strafa and Kara. Again, he was given by the strafa. Incredible. Let's go back. The beginning of the Rosh Hashanah says, it's only by capital cases that we do not adjudicate based on circumstantial evidence. It's also good to hear that in minor cases, we would adjudicate based on circumstantial evidence. So what's going on over here? So the Gemara says as follows. So the Gemara says, what's the matter? The cover coming in for davening. You don't have to say about this, they take seats. There's plenty of seats by the tables. Make yourself comfortable.
wants to laugh about
So the Gemara says, "Kiman keba'acha, Kisanyo, but the Acha over Gomo Okamin and Bolit." What's this? If a camel is mating amongst other camels, so what's the halacha? The Rim said Gomo Holland Bitzido, and now after the whole mating Zach takes place, so what happens? So one of the camels is found dead. So apparently, again, camels get murdered when they mate. So what happens? So one of them now. So we find the dead camel next to the mating camel. So what's the halacha? So the Gemara said, we know that the mating camel must have, because again, camels could get later. So the Gemara says, so mostly now what is that? That's circumstantial evidence. That's circumstantial evidence. On the down edge, those are going to say, listen, 80 kind of beginning about Shasuwa, hard beginning about Mominus, also using that one with the switch from another witness, right? So Allah likes to get remember. We just said also, it was one with the switch from another witness. So that doesn't work by doing the partial. So Hashis would not work by doing Mominus. So the Gemara says, so Bahatian, if Amar Hu Amar Shani Chayev, so the Gemara says, right? We come and I say, you know what? Ruben told me $10,000 for shipping. Right? Owen told me that Ruben's high $1,000. What's Kavah? So he wants more of a clue. Such a statement is meaningless. The only kind of testimony from the new poll is if Ruben said in front of witnesses, I am chayiv to 200 zuz. This is the doesn't work. Alma, Abadat, which is the Mominus, and who is in the Russian. So what's the thing is right? You know what's the only way to do is there are certain qualifications by DNA Mominus. There's actually certain qualifications by DNA Russians that apply also by DNA Mominus. Just the data of the Mishnah is to state things explicitly by DNA Nefashos and not by DNA Mominus. So, for example, ABPA is explicitly stated that it doesn't work by DNA Nefashos, but it also doesn't work by DNA Mominus. Hashanami, Abagat, DNA Mominus, Amina will be DNA Nefashos. We'll say so over here, the Allah said, even though, right, even though it's true that even circumstantial evidence may not work by DNA Mominus, yet the Mishnah feels compelled to explicitly stated by DNA the flesh. You know what's up for today? Much sorry, we'll pass the end. Much more about the smell outside. Again, it's never coming. There's plenty of room. There are seats in it. Plenty of open spaces. Make yourself sit back. Make sure that your stuff is not taking place and you're picking up anything. One last housekeeping announcement. I apologize for this. I know it might sound a little bad. Just to request, or Hashem, for getting released cups, for the cups, just feel free if you'd like the extra insurance policy. If you'd like to use a lid, we would love to have you use them. Again, they're in the kitchen right as well. Strap everyone.
wow, she's fucking like she's not worried. She was security guard. She was always your face was better than like they're gonna figure it out. Stand up on my face and
All right, good morning. Good morning. Good morning. We don't have a microphone today, so I apologize. Yeah, no, Steve. We don't have the microphone for today. And so I have the microphone for tomorrow. It is tremendous little spot to be here in our base of Knesset, within our youth medrash. Such a small spot, such a beautiful this year. It's the only ever in this new and beautiful and incredible space. So, as I spoke about yesterday, I know that the coming days will be filled with changes, and changes are beautiful. Changes are incredible because they open the door for beautiful, incredible opportunities. Amongst the changes, I want to just set everybody's expectations is, you know, when we were down in the old shul, there was a lot of extra space. Here, in Eretz, we're going to be utilizing every seat. So I feel like the Southwest, please do not put your personal luggage on the middle seat, you know, for a day. So just know, like, especially for davening, the seats are going to be used. So again, for sure, it's fine. But just be mindful. Just look around if you see people that, you know, it's not going to have enough people here in the base. So you want to make sure that everyone has the opportunity to be able to sit at a mukbang, to sit at the table, to be able to learn properly. So just be mindful in terms of where you're putting a person belongings that no one feels boxed out. And that's especially going to be true in Yirtzeh Hashem for God as well. And we'll see, and again, for many different things in the new building, we're still trying to find our way a little bit. Certain things may not be fully set up. Certain things, may have to give it a little bit. So apologize in advance for any turbulence that may occur over the course of this move. But Baruch Hashem, what is it is to be able to be here in such a holy and beautiful, magnificent place. Also, you see our Svarim are not in it because today they're putting in the Ardesh. So just everything's going to get a little bit dusty. How we move around again. So Hashem, we have everything set up mostly as it should be. But Baruch Hashem, what it is to be an aesthetically beautiful. Now the aesthetic beauty is here. Now our avoda is spiritual beauty as well, which I have no doubt that deserves to be Hashem in the coming years. Also, as we love the sound system, so beginning tomorrow, Hashem will be more tapped into it, Hashem, but the acoustics in here, I will endeavor to speak a little bit louder. If at any point I'm not speaking loud enough, just let me know. And I will say with that, let us begin the first daf of many dafs during this case measures by beginning by thanking all of our sponsors. Thank our sponsors for Section 57 of Naftali Tosin for dedicating all of the shiurim and drushos this year, Tosin Mishpach of Eretz Israel, as a schus. For all of our commentator sponsors for the month of memory of Alit Ben David Levy, the brother of Levy, who was killed fighting in Gaza on the first night of Hanukkah. We hope that in the merit of our Torah, his precious Nisham and his family and Sayyid Simahakin for dedicating the shir today in of our new Makom college. We should be Ezra Hashem. We should be Ezra Hashem run out of space even faster than our old building. No. Good. The next rabbi will have incredible haslach. Hashem. The next building is to be with incredible mazel. I'll take the bracha of maybe running out of space in the and having to move into the new shul. That how probably. But I'm sure that Tashma should serve us for many years. Hashem to move it together with the Mashiach and Hashem. Rabbi. Once with that, we have an incredible daf ahead of us. Today's daf is Lam Zayin 37, and we are picking up in Hashem. We are picking up. Right, so remember again, not every case capital cases. So remember again, capital cases. So remember again, the halacha over here about capital cases was that you need a Sanhedrin. Sanhedrin comprised of 23 people, but also has comprised the people who are geologically fit. So the Gemara says, my time, what reason? The Gemara says, my time, defender of Yosef, Jason, Menukin, B'tzadek, Kach, Menukin, Mikombo. The same way that Jason has to be free from any spiritual blemishes, so too again, Basin has to be free from any other mum. Now, mum, the Gemara understand what here means. Mum means geological blemish. Basin has to be free from any geological blemish. Amar says, Mikra, what's the pasuk? Kulach yafech ra'yasim, mum in bach. Thing about you, my beloved, is beautiful, and there is no mum in you. So the Gemara says, the Gemara is over here. This is a reference to the Sanhedrin. And the mom is a genealogical one. Mom of Manish, maybe it refers to mom, or maybe it's not a genealogical mom. But in fact, it is an actual mom. As the Torah is saying, or the Pasuk is saying, that remember the Sanhedrin can't have a physical mom. The Gemara says, so the Pasuk says by Moshe Rabbeinu, when Moshe Rabbeinu went ahead and Moshe Rabbeinu goes ahead and collects the 70s of Canaan, it says, they will stand there with Mach. So the Mergash Mach means that when you assemble the numbers of us, they should be like you. In which sense? That Halacha L'Maisa, well, the Gemara suggests in which sense that the same way Moshe Rabbeinu, you are not genealogically blemished. You are genealogically intact and whole. So to are with you, other dimensions should also be intact and whole. I feel my heart. Yishum Shechina. And maybe what it means over there is Moshe Rabbeinu, the same way that you're there and the Shechina is with you. So to the other judges who stand there, the Shechina should be with them as well. They will the responsibility of you with those who are compared to you, meaning Moshe Rabbeinu, you are genealogically intact. So too, again, those who go ahead and adjudicate with you should also be genealogically intact. Again, I'll say, so an incredible Gemara. Good. So the process, therefore, again, that's the raya. That for the nefashos for capital cases, halacha l'maisa. Again, we have to have people who are genealogically unblemished. Beautiful. Says the Mishnah. Sanhedrin Haisa Kichatzi Goren Agula. Well, it's really a beautiful Gemara. The Sanhedrin sat in a semicircle. So the Gemara says, Kadeshi Rowan Zezeh, in order that they would be able to see each other. Like the members of the Sanhedrin, when they deliberate, to be able to see each other. So then there would be two scribes in the days, one on the right, one on the left. The Kosvin giving the Chai, giving the Zakir. And they would write on there, they would record. They were not supposed to mean they were the scribes, they were the stenographers. And the stenographers, they recorded everything that happened in the proceedings. And they would, again, what they would write, the opinion of the judges who are looking for the opinion of the judges who are looking for Rabbi Yehuda really saw. So that should be three stenographers. So one would go ahead and write the opinions of the examinators. And one would write the word of the indictors. The third stenographer, interestingly enough, would record all of the opinions. Right? So you had one who was dedicated to the opinions of the examinators, one to the opinion of the indictors, and then one who was kind of collecting all of the information as a whole. So we have like a backup. Good. It's interesting. If you take a look at Rashi says over here, Rashi says, Shlosha, Havu Shenitoch Torah Chatanim Shiyar Ba'aleim Yitu B'davar, Ela Echad Kosev Divrei HaDakim V'Echad Kosev Divrei HaMachim. V'Agimel Kosev Divrei Knitoch Shin Torah Chras Alem Lo Yikzu B'davar, V'Im Yite Echa Mehem Yopiach K'sav Shlish. So it's interesting. So this way, again, we want to make sure that we have accurate source records. So how do you do that? So again, if you have one guy focusing on one opinion, one guy or one school of opinion, the other focusing on the other school of opinion, and then the third party kind of takes everything into account. So all we will have this record for the days. Top of line sign 37A. There are 3 rows of Talmidei Chachamim who were in front of the basin. So just you can imagine, right? So the basin is seated in a semicircle, and in front of them 3 rows of Talmidim. So the Gemara says, now, interesting enough, we'll see Rashi says over here, Shalosh Churos. Rashi says, Sanhedrin, each row, 23 students in it. These rows kind of like the Sanhedrin by baseball. What is it? Bullpen. This was right. This is where these rows were comprised of Talmidei Chachamim, who again were the Dayanim of Klal. That's what was happening over here. So therefore, again, the whole Echad Echad Mekomo. That was the organizing thing. That which row you were seated by station. So row one again goes with upper Talmidim. Row 2 were row 2 Talmidim, and row 3 were row 3 Talmidim. So you didn't just choose to seat wherever you wanted to sit. At the end of the day, again, you were seated in accordance with your station. Everyone knew their place. So we had this theme already as well, which is this idea that sometimes in life we feel inadequate when we acknowledge what we're not. But the truth is, it's only when I acknowledge what I'm not that I'm really able to go ahead and maximize what I am. So there's nothing wrong with being a third row Talmud. There's nothing wrong with being a third row Talmud in the Sanhedrin. That's where you're holding right now. The beautiful part is there's no glass ceiling. The beautiful part is there's always the opportunity and ability to advance. So what happens? Push the smoke. So let's say again they had to pull someone out of row one. And again, we'll discuss exactly. We'll discuss what the particular issue is over here. But let's say they had to go ahead and pull someone out of row one. So the Russian uses they have to use smicha in row one. What would happen in that type of situation? So the Gemara says, someone come in our show. So we'll say, so if you have, let's say, based now, the Sanhedrin needs another dime. Where do you pull another dime from? You pull another dime from row one. That's where the dime comes from. So the Gemara says, so what happens after Huzrach the smoke? So the Rishona, Echad min Hashniya Balo to the Rishona, Echad min Hashlish Balo l'Shniya. Now remember again, after all this, so now Sanhedrin pulled a new dime from row. So what happens now? What occurred now? There's a vacancy in row one. So what happens when there's a vacancy in row one? By the way, there are vacancies in row one. I just want to point out what this is, right? So become primarily, right? So it says, so Lamaisa, now what ends up happening? So when they pull someone out of row one, so now that sets off a progression. Then someone from row two, and not someone. Remember again, this is highly choreographed because the move to row one is a significant move. So that means someone from row, now that there's a vacancy in row one, someone from row two moves up to row one, which now also means what? Someone from row three moves up to row two. And again, this is a highly choreographed process. So the Gemara goes like this. So right, and then what happens? Now there's a vacancy in row three. Now that it's in row three, what happens? We need to borrow the hand on Echad min Hashkal. We need to go ahead and pull someone out of general assembly. The Gila, Moshiv also Bishlishes. The Lo Hayim Kamo Shalishon, the Yoshi, the Makom Los. You would have won. Just choose someone from the Kehillah. That's not the way it happens. That's the way it happens. You choose someone from the Kehillah, he goes into row 3. Someone from row 3 goes into row 2. And someone from row 2 ultimately goes into row 1. That's the way it happens. So Gemara goes like that. So now, let's say, from where do we know this? Now, the person Gemara is focusing on over here is the center circle. From where do we know that Beis Din sits in the circle? So I'm going to go Amar Kra. So, actually quite beautiful. The pasuk over here quotes from Shir Hashirim. Sharech agan hasar al yachsar hamazal. So literally translated, so Sharech, your navel, your stomach, is like a basin of the moon. Right? Or I should say, your navel is shaped like the moon. Al yachsar hamazal. Do not diminish the digestion ratio. We'll discuss what this means. So Shirarech is the Sanhedrin. So Shirarech, which refers to as the stomach, right? The stomach, that is the Sanhedrin. Why is the Sanhedrin called Shirarech? So beautiful. Because the Sanhedrin sits literally again in the center of the world. What does it mean that it sits in the center of the world? Rashi says, so this Hamikdash is in the middle of the world. So, to me it was so profound that we were reading this Gemara today. As much as Baruch Hashem, we build. It's so important to always remember that we're building in Galus. And at the end of the day, right, Galus is not where we are supposed to be. At the end of the day, we have one home and one home only, and that is our Israel. And that home literally is in the center of the world. Now, here, I've said so many times, Baruch Hashem, that's why the beauty of investing in buildings of Kedusha is that in Eretz Hashem, they come with us. Right? They come with us. But it's so important to recognize that as successful and as happy and as settled and as Kaddish as this geographically, this is not the belong. We belong in the center of where the Sanhedrin is, the Hamikdash is. So ultimately, the stomach, just like the stomach is the center, so too So to the Beis Hamikdash is the center. Agan. So what does it mean? Agan. So the Sanhedrin protect Ahar. What does it mean that it's like that the Sanhedrin is like ultimately to the mouth? That just like the moon goes ahead and reads. Rashi says over here, so it's not the layout. Rashi says over here, circle, right? Just like throughout much of the month, it's like a semicircle or circular. So the Sanhedrin sits in this circular fashion as well. Beautiful. Al yaksar hamazal doesn't mean don't diminish the dilution. Shim putzrach echa mehem lotzeis loin inish esun ushloshe kineged Sanhedrin gitanis. Interesting. If someone from the Sanhedrin needs to leave, at least take care of his personal needs. Use the restroom. You can't leave unless there are 23 people. Fascinating. You can't leave unless there are 23 people there. So we'll say, by the way, about that, like, right? Sometimes you kind of you'll say, say if so again, can you imagine someone say you're a member of the Sanhedrin, you need to go to the bathroom? If there are 23 people there, you can go to the bathroom. If there are 23 people there, you can't go to the bathroom. You gotta wait until someone comes in. What's the shot that we're saying? It's incredible. What does it take to be a member of the Sanhedrin? What's to be a member of the Sanhedrin? What does it take in general when we have leadership positions? Achrayus. Achrayus. What are you going to say? Strong bladder? Strong bladder. Yeah, strong bladder. Yeah, strong bladder. Well, so not incorrect, right? Well, I say achrayus. Achrayus. So we'll say, so often in life, right, we do stuff, and like if it doesn't get done, or someone else will do it. Listen, what if you be a member of the what if you be a person who has leadership responsibility? Achrayus. The buck stops with you. If you are a member of the Sanhedrin, you have an achrayus towards Klal. The achrayus doesn't take a break. There's never a break. And by the way, if you need a break because you had to go to the bathroom, don't break a break. As long as what? There's someone else who's standing in for you for the couple of minutes that you're going to be gone. Because the achrayus, the responsibility, always has to be taken. Okay, maybe it can't be the same person who's taking that advice himself all of the time. That is possible. That's absolutely possible. But Lamaisa, again, even if you can't do it, you have to ensure that there is someone else who can. Incredible. All right, weiter. So this is beautiful. So another passage that refers to the Sanhedrin, your stomach is like a pile of wheat. Now, again, I'll say, so this is all Shalom Aleichem and Shiva Shirin, which is supposed to be this love ballad between Klal Yisrael and HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So your stomach is like a pile of wheat. What does that mean? Just like a pile of wheat, everyone gets benefit from it. Sanhedrin also, everyone benefits from their reasoning, right? When the Sanhedrin espouses the reasoning for their particular rulings, so everyone benefits from that. Next, Suga Bashoshanim. What does it mean when it says like a row of or like a fence of roses? This is beautiful. Shafilu kisuga shoshanan lo yifrutu b'haglasos. Klal Yisrael wants to do the right thing, even if there is not a strong protective barrier, even if all there is a barrier of roses. I will say that the Pashtos, a barrier of roses is a barrier of roses is in general not a very significant barrier. So Halacha L'Maisa, Israel is so diligent and vigilant and loving HaKadosh Baruch Hu's words. I don't need a hope from seeing. I need is what? A little row of roses to go ahead and keep Averas, and I'll respect that. So beautiful. It's incredible. Listen to this. This certain min, right? This min means someone who just is perfect, doesn't believe. So a guy who's a min once said to Rav Kahana, Amisa, Nida, Shari, the Yehuda, Bahade Gabra. Listen to this. He said, I heard you Jews, right? That when we go, she's allowed to be a husband. But how does the halacha allow for a woman who's in need to be alone? After all, Ish bin Uras, if fire take hold and consume. Meaning, in other words, what this guy was asking from Kahana was that aren't we concerned that the Maisa, if a man alone with his wife who is in Nida, that they're going to go ahead and come to sin? To which the Gemara says, first white line, I'll say, end of the first white line, so someone says, Klal Yisrael is so halacha that even just a row of roses, like even just a very simple protective fence is enough to protect us from stealing. But there have to be a different reason. That's the good shaila. Like there isn't Isra Yichud. Like we learned, so if there's an Isra Yichud, it means a man is not allowed to participate. How is a man allowed to be alone with his wife when she is a Mika? It's a good shaila. That's the shaila. And the answer is, pass the salo. Literally, again, bread in the basket. This idea that this husband knows that his wife is going to become mutter to him, permitted to him, and not so long from now, he's able to control himself and restrain himself in the right way. Okay, incredible. This is beautiful. Like a section of the pomegranate are your temples. Like I say, these are your temples. You might actually say, I feel the Reikanim Shabbat, they miss us for you. Words, even the Reikanim, even those who are empty, ultimately again are filled with mitzvahs like a rimon. Rabbi Zera says from here, by Yisriach Begadov. Once again said that literally Yitzchak Avinu when Yaakov came in pretending to be Esau. So he smelled the scent of his clothing. Don't read it as Begadov, as Bogdav, those who rebel against. Even those who rebel against the Baruch have a beautiful scent. Meaning, even people who commit profound and important yisod. I know Biryonim. Somebody tells a story. I don't say the street people Biryonim. Biryonim are, we translate them as like no good mix. That's not you understand. Like a group of guys who are really not doing the right thing. So there were these Biryonim, and again, really like usually Rashi comments over here. Biryoni Fritzim. So often it can mean immoral people, very unrefined fedra. So Hanar Biryoni, the Habit Bishu, Rabbi Zera. So what says there was this group of Bayonim, who lived in the neighborhood of Rabbi Zera. Listen to this. Rabbi Zera was Makarev them. So beautiful. Rabbi Zera was Makarev them. Rabbi Zera felt why should he went off. So he went out of Makarev this Chavra. Why? Because if close, they'll do tshuva. People close is a better passion like their tshuva. Rabbis that Rabbi Zera is doing wrong for. Rabbis of Rabbi Zera, these are not the kind of people that you should be keeping close. These are the kind of people you should write off. Write them off. What happens? Rabbi Zera died. So listen to this. These Bayonim, listen to this what it says. These Bayonim said, so until now, the man with the short, thin legs, that's how they refer to Rabbi Zera. So I say this was a story. Remember when we saw Rashi 25, the story of Rabbi Zera wanted to test his piety to see if he was holding on the right level. He went and he sat in an oven, and it turned out that his legs got singed. So he was known as the man with the singed, what's the story? Not the Proverbs say that's it. And so I say again, he was known as the man with the singed legs. So when Rabbi Zera died, these Bayonim said, up until now, Rabbi was always davening for us. He was always advocating for us. He was always taking care of us. So the Gemara says, Hashta man ba'i alei rachmi. Now, who is going to advocate for us? Who's going to daven for us? Sure, they went ahead and they thought in their hearts, right? They had this hero tshuva, which means they had these thoughts of tshuva, and ultimately again they came to do tshuva. So it was like it is such a profound story with so many profound lessons. First of all, the power of believing in someone. So often in life, if you believe in someone, you give them the power to believe in themselves. These other Rabbanim, they wrote off this Tzava. And I want to point out incredible. Rabbi Zera believed in them. If you notice, by the way, what this guy is doing, Rabbi Zera was alive. What did they do? Nothing. Right? They didn't do anything. Right? Didn't affect any change. Didn't affect coming Torah, putting on mitzvahs. Right? None of that stuff. Nothing happened while Rabbi Zera was alive. But he still so that when he died, they're like, this Rabbi Zera, he cared about us so much. He cared enough to believe in us. He's not here anymore to believe in us. If he's not here anymore to believe in us, then you know what? It's time for us to ourselves. The power of believing in other people, giving the ability to believe in themselves. That's lesson number one. Lesson number two is this last piece over here, which is really profound. Lesson number two really is sometimes see change that we have an effective change. Right? You asked Rabbi Zera, what do you think? Did you succeed with these guys or not? I guarantee Rabbi Zera would have said, no, I tried, but nothing happened. Didn't move the needle at all. But he did. When he was alive, he couldn't see the movement. But as soon as he died, so often in life you have to believe, but just invest the effort. Just put in the effort. Put in the cohorts. We'll say sometimes even in our own lives, we put in the effort to do things and we don't necessarily see the results are always there. Sometimes they don't have it invisible now. Sometimes only later on. Sometimes that's also then generations later. But Zero probably thought to fail, but he was resounding success. Lesson number three. Noah said the first step to tshuva. The first step to tshuva is not anything you do. The first step to tshuva is something you feel. The Salvation writes about this gift as a small sefer called Hirurei Tshuva. He writes right around Lalanot Tshuva. He writes about this idea of Hirur Tshuva. Hirur Tshuva is that moment in life. That moment in life when you take a step back and you say to yourself, I want to live differently. How, what, where, that I'm not sure about. But I know that I want things to be different. Did I change anything in my life? Not a thing. Did anything alter? Not at all. But here, I know that I want something to be different. I was like, thinking about this last night. I was looking at the daf, and actually, I was making the coffee. We had like the coffee running team over here late at night. I was making the coffee, I was praying the daf. I was looking at this, and I thought to myself, this is incredible. Was it, do you know what the most incredible thing about coming to a new space is? The most incredible thing, besides the aesthetics, the most incredible thing is whenever you have like something new in life, it's an opportunity for hischachus. It's an opportunity. In other words, something new happening. Now, I could do something new as well. And again, all of us have something we have to change in life. Now, I say, like, it's easy to say, okay, life as I knew it came to a stop. Now there's something new. So what do I want to do with this newness? And today, I think it's a profound day of hearing. Maybe you want to do something different in my learning. They want to do something different in my davening. They want to do something different in my benant chavod. I don't know, whatever it is. But whenever something new occurs around you, there's this opportunity for hearing. I'm not doing anything new yet, but I want to think about how do I want life to be different. Incredible. Now let's go back there. Shoshuros. Remember again, what did the Mishnah say? We just said that halacha l'maisa again. There are three rows of students in front of the basement. The Mishnah says, Rabbi, Shmamino, Naidi, Kulu Naidi. Then Shalom said, what do you see from here? When one person moves, everyone moves. Right? Why? Because what ends up happening when they pull a student out of the first row, what happens? Someone row number 2 goes to row number 1. Someone from row number 3 goes to row number 2. And then someone from the kilo comes to row. So you see from here that whenever one person makes mint, everybody makes mint. By the way, another tremendous muscle. Like echad ikulunaiti. Say never underestimate the power of your hearer and the power of your movement on people. When people see you move, they are inspired to do the same. People see you push yourself. People see you take on more. People see you be mechadish. They want to do the same. When one moves, we all move. So one second. Here's the issue. So remember again, not only did it matter which road we're in, but apparently there were also rankings on where in the row, right? On one end, right, there was a front and a back of the row. So like being in front of the row was very special. Being in back of the row was not as special. So here's the problem. So right, they pull someone from row 1. So now someone from row 2 comes into row 1, and not just someone. Remember, it's like a conveyor. Who comes from row 2 into row 1? The first guy in the row of row 2 comes to row 1. So where does he come on row 1? Where does he come on row 1? He comes to the back of the row, at the end of the row, row 1. So row 2 guy says, listen, you know what? I'd rather be a big fish in a little pond. Like, in other words, that at the end of the day, I was a row head. You know, you see a row head? Like, that's like big stuff. So I was the row head in row number 2. Now what am I? Now the guy in row number one. I'm the end of the row number one. I think I'd rather go back. To row number one, to row number two. To which the Rabbi, we tell him, it's better to be a tail to lions than it is to be it is better to be better to be a tail to lions than it is to be foxes. Right? So the idea over here is right, it's better to be a fish in a big pond than it is to be a big fish in a small pond. So better must be again to be at the head of road two. Let's go back to Mishnah. Kate said, so how do we go ahead and now literally means intimidate. But again, understand what is this like? Halacha wants witness intimidation. The answer is yes. Right? Where is this? This is capital cases. Because remember, again, we don't make any secret about it. By capital cases, what's the goal? The goal by capital cases is to exonerate. That's the goal. So therefore, again, we want to do anything and everything in our power to ensure that there is, in fact, exoneration. So the Gemara says, "Case of ma'ayin esa'idin, eidin nefashos, hayu machnisin also, u'ma'ayin alayim." This is what we do. We bring in the witnesses. We say to them, "Shema to'omru omed, u'mishmua id mipi eid, u'mipi adam namash." Right. So again, we ask the witnesses, tell us, where do you have your information from? Maybe again, umad. We'll say umad means like circumstantial evidence. Maybe you have circumstantial evidence. Maybe you heard about it from someone else, or even from someone who's trustworthy. Shema iyata yodu shesafenu livdo as fakira. Perhaps you didn't know, by the way, that you're going to be subject to a very rigorous cross-examination. How do you do? Just know monetary law, or capital law, monetary law. Monetary law, if you get it wrong, and you adjudicate the case incorrectly, so what's the worst case scenario? You have to pay back money. But again, if you testify wrongly in capital cases, so punishment will be exacted from you and from generations to come. That iniquity will hover over your family to become ad sofa olam. Literally again until the end of the world. Because again, Cain killed Havel. And what happens when Cain killed Havel? So the pasuk says, so the pasuk said the bloods, plural, the bloods of your brother are calling out. It doesn't say the blood of your brother, rather, the bloods of your brother. Damo, Damo, so Cain was held accountable not only for the death of Cain, but what? All the generations that Hannah produced. So in order to not only in taking life individual, but one is take life ultimately again of all the generations who could have come from that individual as well. Davar Acher, the other possibility is the Me'achacha. What does it mean again, the Me'achacha? Shahaya Dama Mushtaf al Izim Ba'abanis. It's also possible that, remember, we're talking about this. Cain did not know how to kill Hevel. As such, the life before, as such, multiple times. So Hevel's blood, that's why the Torah uses Rothschild to made plural. So Tichach, Nim Yechidi. Therefore, I will say it was created in a singular, or as a first created man, he created Adam as a singular being. To tell us what Shekala Ma'abin Nefesh Yisrael, Ma'a Alav HaKosav Ki Ilu Beit Olam Molet. We'll say, so just like the world was built from one person, so therefore, taking of one life is like, you imagine if someone would have killed him on Rishon, the world would. So to any one person is lost. Anytime someone takes a life, it's as if he has destroyed an entire world. So we'll talk more about this. But again, the converse is also true. If you go out and you save a life, or as well say, the kind doesn't have to be saved. But the kind also means what? Uphold or establish one life. It's as if a person has sustained an entire world. Again, all of this is to maintain peace, right within Klal Yisrael, right within the Shema Yomar Adam B'Chaneiro, Abba Gadol Me'avicha. This is another reason why did Baruch Hu make it that all of humanity traces itself to one person to Adam. So there shouldn't be any deal out of all of us trace ourselves to the same first person Adam Rishon. Furthermore, if there was more than one person, so what would end up happening? People would say, "Oh, there must be different gods. This God created his God, and this guy created his God, right? And everybody created their own God." Listen to this, and also to tell us the greatness of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Sha'adam tovea kama mateos b'chosen echad, kulan dome zelazeh. A person wants to make a coin, so what could happen? A person can mint a coin that every single coin looks exactly the same. Every coin looks the same. Yet all men are created in the image of Adam. Right? Adam is the model. Woman created in the image of Adam. They ain't mehen dom l'chaveira. No two people are alike. No two people are alike. Right? Even though again we're all created, so to speak, like in the form and the image of Adam, no two people are exactly alike. Because no two of us are alike, every person is obligated to say, the world was created. What's the famous verse of the cuts? Cuts said a person has got two pockets, right? In one pocket, you carry with you the phrase, the mantra, the world was created for me. And on the other hand, you have to carry the mantra, Anochi afar ve'efer. I am nothing but dust. That's what it says when I said this is the pockets of the world. On one hand, again, right, the world was created for me. In other words, we'll say, if I am alive, that means the world needs me. If I'm here, that means somehow the world needs me. Maybe I have to take care for it, but I'm here for something. Christless life. So, Kala Olam Nishvili, the world was created for me, not to serve me. The world was created for me. But that can, unfortunately, a tremendous sense of aiva as well. And therefore, the other category I have, Anochi Afaycha. I come from dust, and ultimately, again, I go back to dust. Incredible. The Shemakom was also saying, now remember, there's no point out. You could totally lose yourself, like in a Mishnah like this, right? What is this about, this entire discussion? The point of this was to go ahead and intimidate witnesses. So now it says the Amud days. So the witnesses, can you imagine? You're a witness in Bezdin. What are you going to say to yourself? What are you going to say afterwards? You know what? Forget it. Right? Good job. Right? Good job. I'm out. Right? And others, what do I need this for at all? So now that's the question. Because if you have testimony, ultimately again you have an obligation to share it. Again, I would say there's also a mitzvah to wipe out the wicked. So in other words, he said, if a person is guilty, a person is culpable, ultimately, again, there is reason to go ahead and wipe out the wicked as well. So again, you could do such a good job of intimidation that no one wants to go ahead and participate in anything. That's what we remind them. First of all, testimony is an obligation. So make sure to do your testimony. Furthermore, Allah it is a mitzvah people from this world. Sometimes something becomes too difficult. We're like, what do I need this for? We'll say, that's not how life works. If there's a responsibility, there's responsibility. Just because it's difficult does not give me the right to exempt myself from that dramatic responsibility. See, right, giving testimony, it's hard. There's a chance you might be wrong. But again, just because it's difficult doesn't mean you're allowed to walk away. Incredible. Let's go. What does it mean? Right? One of the things we asked is it possible you didn't really see Shimon, but rather you're kind of basing your testimony on circumstantial evidence? What's an example of such? Says the Gemara, maybe you saw the following scenario. ורצתם אחריו, מצא סייף ביד, וגם בתחתי, בהר מפרפר, he said, Lord, this is incredible. Imagine that scenario. I see women running after Shimon. right? So I've been running after Shimon. So I run after Ruvain, and I walk in, and Ruvain is isolated place. What happens? Shimon is on the floor dying because someone stabbed him. Ruvain's holding a knife with blood on it. So again, I connect the dots and I say to myself, and over here, Ruvain killed Shimon. The Gemara says, if that's your testimony, that's substantial. Or to go ahead and testify in a capital case, I have to have seen Ruvain actually plunge the knife into Shimon. If I didn't see, but again, now that seems like pretty compelling circumstantial evidence. It is, but it's circumstantial nevertheless. So that would be an example of testimony based on circumstances. So Tanya, I'm going to be back. Erev in a Chava. So it says, again, Erev in a Chava is a collection of Shua, like Sweat and Laura. That's the Sabbath. Right? I saw someone running after. I saw Reuben running after Shimon. They went into an isolated place. That's the Acharov, and I ran after. But I see sight. So Reuben holding the knife. The Damo B'Taftei, and his blood is dripping off the knife. Behind Farfar, and Shimon is again like in the throes of death. And I said to Reuben, Russia, how is that? Oh, Neo Ata. This is this. There was a Shimon Shemrat says, I said to Reuben, killed Shimon. And it's either me or you, because we're going to people here. I'll say one thing, it wasn't me. Right? About said, what can I do? There's no testimony against you. So again, it's easy. So Shem Meshetach was saying the issue over here is, I'm only in 8 echad. That shit is again, so Scotch point out, even if he wasn't 8 echad, and if there are 2 witnesses, it still wouldn't have been good. Why not? At most, it's circumstantial. It's only circumstantial. But nevertheless, Hayodea Machshavos, but again, Chodesh Baruch Hu, who knows the thoughts of man, should ultimately again go ahead and collect punish Ruvain if you went ahead and you killed Shimon. Amrulos doesn't be shot at Shabanach. They literally again didn't even move away until the snake came along. The snake came along and went ahead and bit Ruvain, and he died. This is interesting. The high bar Nachashu. Why would he die by snake bite? Why would he die by snake bite? After all, Bamar Yosef, the king Tani did his skill. Yom Shara case on the brush. After Shabbat was some hedge armies. So the snake was destroyed. Even though, again, there is no Sanhedrin, there's no Dalit, right? There are no death penalties, but yet, again, death penalties that are apply. There's no apply. There's no basis to carry out. Those are incredible. Ella, Green Arbon, those are incredible. What it means is that sometimes if a person is carrying the death penalties that Sanhedrin had to carry out, so the Chodesh Baruch Hu carries them out in different ways. For example, Misha is Chai Skiva. If somebody did something that would warrant skila, so what happens to such a person? So, Onofam and Agag, Ochaya Dar, he falls off a roof, or he's trampled upon a wild animal. So this is skila-like. This way skila was done is first you're thrown off a roof, and then if that thing fall didn't kill you, then ultimately again, they would. So Mishnah is chayiv straight. If somebody is chayiv straight, all right, so we're going to be done. Again, molten lead. We're going to talk about all of this before down to the well. Oh, no, for the leka. Oh, here, or ultimately again a snake bite. So you're supposed to say, so you see a snake bite, the what do you call it? The venom. Thank you. The venom is equivalent to streifa. So Mishnah says, oh, no, for the leka. Oh no, Mishnah is chayiv hariga. Somebody was chayiv hariga, right? Says, oh, they'll be given over to the Marathis, which are normally be beheaded. All this in Allah, or they will be killed by listing. Mission is chayiv connect, someone who is chayiv for strangulation. Also, and he drowns, or he's sick, or he dies of sickness. Also, there's this disease where the airway constricts. So what do you see from here? That even though there's no Sanhedrin, Kodesh Baruch Hu finds ways to bring about the Dalit Miso space. Also, that point of here is Reuben indeed killed Shimon for that. Ultimately, it would be Cherem. So let me see, why did he die by which is straight? Apparently, Reuben had a lot of problems, right? Murder wasn't his only big thing. He had other averas that he was chayiv for, and those other averas carried a penalty of streifa. Streifa is considered to be one of the hummer forms of execution. The Amar Man usually is chayiv shtei misos nida b'chamura. Because we learned that in general, if somebody is chayiv two different forms of execution by Beis Din, he's given the more severe of the two. So this guy was chayiv streifa and streifa charev, and therefore Allah again is killed by the streifa. Incredible. Let's go back. The din in the fashion similar to the din in the fashion is go amdina. Now it's easier to say. It's only by capital cases that we cannot adjudicate based on circumstantial evidence. But it sounds like over here that in monetary cases we would adjudicate based on circumstantial evidence. So what's going on over here? So the Gemara says as follows: by the way, the Chaver coming in for davening, feel free to take seats. Plenty of seats by the tables. Make yourself comfortable. So the Gemara says, Disanya, the Acha Omer, if it's meeting amongst the other, so what's the and now after the whole meeting, Zach takes place, so what happens? So one of the camels is found dead. So apparently, again, camels get lazy when they meet. So what happens? So one of them now. So we find the dead camel next to the mating camel. So what's the halacha? So the Gemara says, we know that the mating camel must have killed the other camels, right? Because again, camels could get lazy. So the Gemara says. So go say now, what is that? That's circumstantial evidence. Also, according to the same reason, also using that same logic, right? If one witness hears from another witness, right? So Allah might again remember, we just said also, aid me P8, which is one witness hears from another witness. So that doesn't work by Dina the Pashas, but the Pashas would that work by Dina the Mamis. So the Gemara says, so Bahatnan, in Amar Li Shani Chayev, Lo Ish Ploni Shu Chayev, Lo Amar Klom. So the Gemara says, so you have right? We come and I say, you know what? Reuben told me that he's chayiv, right? Or someone told me that Reuben's chayiv $1,000. What's the law? So the Gemara just saying it is meaningless. Ash Yomer Befanim sciences. The only time the testimony is going to be meaningful if Reuben says, I am chayiv to 200 children. So you see that EBP8 doesn't work. You're right. All the words suggesting over here is certain disqualifications by Dine. Certain disqualifications by Dine Nefashas that apply also by Dine Mamas. Just the derech of the Mishnah is to state certain things explicitly by Dine Nefashas and not by Dine Mamas. So, for example, aid is explicitly stated and it doesn't work by Dine Nefashas. But it also doesn't work by Dina Mamas. So we'll say so over here, even though it's true that even circumstantial evidence may not work by Dina Mamas, yet the Mishnah feels compelled to be stated by Dina by touch. So that was for today. Sorry, we're going a little fast again. Much more about Shabbosai. Again, Kevin coming in, there's plenty of room, there are seats on the tables, plenty of open spaces. Make yourself better, sit by the proper welcome. Never make sure that your stuff is not taking up any other decisions. One last housekeeping announcement, and I apologize for this. I know it might sound a little bit petty. Just a request. Hashem, take shkach to Ari for getting lids for the cups. Just feel free if you'd like. Actually, we would love to have you use them. Again, the kitchen right by the cups as well. Yeah, we're going to get back everyone. It's like, once meets on second it seems like that's a very rapid change of minds. It's very weird, especially they're going to go to anything right away. He committed suicide at home. He does not know or anything. No. It seems pretty fucked up.
up. And, the idea that a whistleblower for an enormous AI company that's worth billions of dollars might get whacked, that's not outside the pale. I get straight out of a movie. Right out of a movie, but right out of a movie is real sometimes. Yeah, right. Exactly. It's a little weird, but I think they should do a proper investigation.
All right, so it's like good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning cheer. To thank our comical sponsors for the year of touching the Lady Coaching Papa, dedicating all the German brothels as we record. From Source Public to Andy Services, continue to see. So, this is pretty bad. It's closer together. It's like a lot more, we should continue to see. All right, now it's really enough. Now it's enough. And now it's enough. So quiet down. It is a small sponsorship to continue to go to sell us almost a couple of coffee services. Okay, see what we continue in the days ahead. Our Coca-Cola sponsors for the month of pages, the coming in memory of Amit Ben Rabbi, who was killed, died on the first night of Hanukkah, because someone having a real family in Hanukkah. But with that, we have a lot to do today, so we need tomorrow today as we embark. Another encounter. Those are the books. So today's not involved. Capital punishment. That says but the idea of do this is that the person is noticing that capital punishment is close to Apple. So if I was to say that we established that capital punishment is capital punishment does not satisfy Apple. The capital now the general again, Apple sets aside Shabbos and sees that people service. Not Shabbos, and we have over here, even though Shabbos is built to Apple, we have capital punishment and not built for Shabbos. Sacrifice of those rights. In that kind of case, capital punishment will be built as the karma. But in another general sense, it is often other karmas that are not personal karmas. Ultimately, again, so it seems capital punishment will not be built at that avodah. And the value to that is because that type of personal karma is not Doka Shabbos. So this is very important to know this. When we say that Avoda is Doka Shabbos, right? That Avoda sets aside a Trump Shabbos. So remember again, what does that mean? What does that mean? That's human sacrifices. Like you can't offer up your personal kabbalah. And chatas and hasham and sabab and the davis. Like you can't do those things on Shabbos. So maybe this Bechitika Lamos is talking about a carbon yakin. If a coin is tied for a capital punishment, we'll go ahead and it's between a personal cover, then it's the that's not Shabbos either. Which did you mind? Rabbi Rabbi said, no. The truth is, capital punishment shouldn't even be built on carbon dioxide for the capital punishment. Rabbi wants to suggest that even if a Kohen is offering up a private carbon, halacha l'maisa, capital punishment should not override his ability to do so. What's the capital punishment? 36a. Young kids need something to cover young kids. So now young kids is set aside by even personal kabbalas. Now, we're going to talk about this is a main debate. The Rabbi is espousing it as fact, which is that on Yom Tov you could even offer up private kabbalas. For example, again, we'll say this is actually a very important halacha because the person comes to me saying this for a reason. I don't. It's actually so this so what happens? Aside all of my personal kabbalas that I have to bring. Right? Mazar and Dav is different things like that. So that is on Yom Tov, your personal kabbalas. So yes, aim to see the also, but yet, but capital punishment cannot be carried out on Yom Tov. So capital punishment can't be built on Yom Tov. So he says, Rabbi Yaakov should go past the Yom Tov. In addition, also. So essentially like this. If Rabbi Yaakov to be built on Yom Tov and capital punishment is not built on Yom Tov, so the capital punishment should even be built on carbon Yom Tov. So the solid switch was at that time, the 100 number so again, the previous understanding works well if you hold that personal kabbalas can offer up on Yom Tov. But if you hold them offer up on Yom Tov, then what do you do with Rabbi said? Rabbi said, let me buy you so I'll say, so Rabbi says, it goes without saying that according to the opinion that says that Yarn and Adavis can be offered up on Yom Tov. So then again, you have a problem with understanding what the government is not kind of lamos. Even according to the opinion says that you can't offer up karbanos, private karbanos on Yom Tov. The Sid says it was as Hoksid, what do you do with that? To which the Gemara answers, it means that if a Kohen is going ahead and doing the avodah, which avodah? If you notice what I will say, it doesn't say Ne'im HaMizbeach Tika Chanulamos. If a Kohen is involved in avodah, you should even take it from him to be executed. Rather, what does it say? Ne'im Mizbeach Tika Chanulamos. Ultimately, again, taken from my Mizbeach. What's my Mizbeach? It says Tommy. My name is Tommy. So let's say, so what is it exactly that the Torah is referring to? It seems like it's even if involved in my Mizbeach. For example, my Mizbeach, to carbon Tommy, offerings, communal offerings, even if he's involved in communal offerings, so even with that, we go and take him from his back ultimately again to be executed. Okay, so I'll say, so a takeaway from this is that halacha execution is the Docha Shabbos and it's not the Dochtiv. It is Docha Avoda that even a Kohen is actively involved with a sacrificial service, tie the capital punishment. We will take him from the Sunday church and execute it. But that's presupposing this country now, he has not yet started the avodah. He's started and seems to be that would finish, not to execute it. If he is engaged but has not yet actually begun, he's just to the occasion. He's ready to go, but he has not really begun, then ultimately we'll pull him out and execute him like that. Incredible. All right, let's go back to it. Do you need a moment? That's near Sarkaros. So what's his memory again? If you remember, The Mishnah said like this: when it comes to being on this monetary law, halach l'maisa, when you start telling the judges from their opinions, you start with the greatest judge first. The most most heavily regarded judge first, get his opinion, then work your way to the we'll call it the regular federal. In doing practice, in capital cases, we start with Kum Hatzat. That's from the side. From the side, the lesser known judges, the lesser, excuse me, the lesser. Junior, thank you. Excellent, good. The junior judges, right? Sounds very country, right? I put the junior judges. From being a okay, so it says let's analyze. Some of that, I have like in the other debate. So that's like this. I was part of the basin of Rabbi. I was part of the basin of Rabbi. Sorry. I'm so listen to this. I was part of the basin of Rabbi, and in Dina Mamanis, they always started with me. They always started like they always asked my opinion first. They says, wow, Baha, and masculine, not God, that's not. But that doesn't make any sense. It says in Mishnah that by Dina Mamanis, we always start with the greatest of the judges, bless you. And Rab was not the greatest of the judges' court. So I'm going to absolutely amazing what's happening over there. Right? So like what just occurred. So Mishnah says, when it comes to we start with the greatest judge and then Rab says, I sat on Rabbi's Bezdin with me, with Dina Mamanis. What is Rab essentially saying? What is essentially saying? Right? So Mishnah, I guess Mishnah is not always Mishnah. Because I am not the greatest Mamanis, I'm not telling you, they always ask my opinion first. But there's a tremendous muscle skill in life. In life, it is important to know what I am and what I'm not. And there's no shame in knowing what you're not. You know, sometimes you feel very inadequate when you acknowledge what, because it's like shameful. I should be everything. I should be this. I should be not. No person is different. No person a la Milas, no person has all the qualities, no person has all the knowledge skill sets, no person is everything. The simple, most incredible thing in the path of actualization is to know what you are, but it's also to know what you're not. Because when I know what I know what my deficiencies are, I know what my weaknesses are, and I know exactly where I need other people. Sometimes we like to put on the image that we're like full service. I'm a full service human being. Anything and everything that is needed, I can, but I can't. And none of us can. So we have to profundity in this, right? God is saying, hey, I'm a good guy. I'm a good guy. But I also have the certainty I am not the greatest person on these days. And that's okay. And that's okay. I don't have the greatest person on these days. I just have to be the greatest Rav. That's what to be the greatest Rav. That's such an embarrassment. Such an we spend so much trying to pretend that we came to everyone. But I can't be. I know what I am, know what I'm not, and maximize my personalistic identity. So profound. I'm a Rabbi. So let's go on over here. But how do we reconcile this? So Rabbi, Rabbi came up, Rabbi Balas, shining in the Rabbi, the cooler in the Rabbi, the big son of Rabbi was different. Why was the big son of Rabbi different? The big son of Rabbi was different because Rabbi was in trouble. So, Rabbi, obviously, this was the big son of Rabbi, which means, who is the rank on the big son of Rabbi? Well, yes, right, Rabbi. Yet, in all of the cases of Rabbi always started from the junior judges. That's what he did. That was an exercise in Rabbi's humility. It actually says over here, Rabbi was exceedingly humble, so therefore he always started in every case, even monetary cases, with the junior judges. That's why God says, again, I sat on Rabbi's Bezdin, and when I saw it, he always started with me. most incredible Gemara. We start talking about Rebbe a little bit. Rebbe's based in. So the Gemara says it's always Mimos, Moshe, Va'ad Rebbe, Lematzim Torah U'Gedula B'Makom Echad. Listen to this. From the days of Moshe Rabbeinu until the days of Rebbe Yudanasi, we never found individuals who had both Torah and Gedula in one place. Now, what does that mean? Take a look at Rashi. Rashi is right across the Makom Echad. Rashi says, Torah U'Gedula. So Torah, I understand. What is it? Because they do a she'en comes to the coastal, the Torah is the Gedula, to go Moshe, Shaya Godel al Kol Yisrael, the Malchus of the Torah. So what it means is like this. Gedula means authority. It means authority, like Malchus. So what the point of this, let's talk Moshe Rabbeinu. What do you mean by Moshe Rabbeinu? Moshe Rabbeinu has this sense, we've seen this before. Moshe Rabbeinu's status, not only the Navi, like he had the status of a Melech. So the status of the king, that's why Moshe Rabbeinu's interest so when was regarded the nation, he was Trump, as I say, he was for a king. When Moshe Rabbeinu died, he put away the Chatzot. Yoshua did not use the Chatzot. So the Moshe Rabbeinu was a Melech. See, he was a Rabbi, and he was a Melech, right? See, he was the Torah authority, but he was also the authority figure. So generally, you don't have those two things consolidated in the same person. By the way, this is often by design. This is with the show, right? Whose authority? Whose authority? Spiritual authority, who's Torah? Right? So it's interesting. And by the way, this is design, by design, points this out, that by design, in what we call religious leadership, and what we call I guess authority or political leader, right? There's a split that's there. But unless you find in the Ramban Kappa, this is what was unique about the story, that the Hashmonaim, who were the cops of the king. Whether or not that was a good thing or bad thing, interesting historical reference, but was the first thing that authority in the hands of spiritual leadership as well. So he just points out over here that rarely do you find individuals who have both Torah and Gedula, ranking Torah authority and also again final authority on everything else. So there were two people who had it, and I think you had it. And in between the two of them, listen to this, there was another person who considered like these two seats of authority in one identity. It's got much below. Yoshua, right? Yoshua was the ranking Torah sage, and the Pashtas, he was also like the Melech, he was also the king. So he went to there was the Kohen Gadol. The Kohen Gadol. So again, Yoshua had a lot of authority, but it wasn't singular authority. What about Pinchas? How was the king of the elders? Shaul. What about Shaul? Shaul was the first king. He was also great Talmud Chacham. So he must have a Shmuel. Rabbi. Nach Shaidu. But Shmuel died. Right? Shmuel died. Which the Gemara says, Kula Shani Kami. It means all the days of one's authority that they had consolidated authority. In other words, all of the days that Moshe Rabbeinu was an authority figure, he had both Torah authority and what we call absolute authority. All of these is ready. Yet Torah authority was never shared during any point of his lifetime. Quite incredible. David Malcolm Mashiach, Hava Ira Hayiri. There was Ira Hayiri. Who's Ira Hayiri? So if you look at Rashi, Ira Hayiri, the more you cut it on the Havi Masmir Rabbanon Agabi Karbi Kistos, the David Haya Manhigo Arav Lurosh. So he was one of David's rebellion. One of David's rebellion, Ira Hayiri. So it was very incredible that even David and Noah did not have this idea of consolidated authority, of Torah authority, political authority, or absolute authority all in one, which is incredible. So most but Ira Hayiri died. So there was a point in time, there was some time that David and Noah had both the Torah and Gedula. Kulu Shani Kamina. It means all of the years. What's unique about Moshe Rabbeinu and Rebbe is that all of the years in which they were in a leadership capacity, they had this absolute Torah and what we call political authority. No one else had it all of the years of their leadership. Shlomo HaMelech, Haba Shimi Ben Gera. Mengira, the Hawk caught late, but yeah, the Shlomo actually Mengira executed. Once again, Kula Shani Kamina. It means ultimately, again, all of the days of leadership. Again, we're looking at the unique part of here that Moshe and Rebbe, all the days in which they were leaders, there is absolute authority. I ha the Chizkiyo, we saw the Chizkiyo, so we know that Chizkiyo. Hava, Shebna. Remember, we just had this story just a little while ago. It seems like Yerushalayim. Shebna, remember, again, had even a bigger share. 120,000 people training with him. So there was Shebna. It goes for Shebna was killed. Right? Shebna was killed. To which the Lord says, no. Once again, Kula Shania Kamina. We're talking about people who enjoyed absolute authority all of the days of their leadership. Hava Ezra. But again, there was Ezra. So the Gemara said, Nechemia ben Kalya. All right, Ezra also had Nechemia. So let's say, it's just a fascinating insight over here. That again, you don't really have one person who has all of the tools of leadership at his disposal. But what was unique is so between Moshe and Rebbe, again, there were no two other people, right? Moshe and Rebbe were unique. There were no two other people who had all of the tools of leadership at during all of the years, both Torah as well as Gibula, between Moshe and Rebbe, which I will say is very important. It's historically fascinating. But what does it matter to us? What exactly is the impact of this? So I think there is an incredible profundity in which is what it shows you is from a leadership capacity, a person doesn't have to have all of the tools at their disposal in order to be successful. Right, so if you notice again, so if you look at it, like Moshe has all the tools, right? To have that level of absolute leadership means you can control all of the pieces on the board. Right? You can control all the pieces on the board. What you begin to see is in life, you don't have to control all of the pieces on the board to be successful. There's an ability to exercise your influence in the areas in which your influence can be felt and be profoundly successful in all of these other personalities. So apparently, David did not have absolute authority. He had total authority and he had absolute authority during certain stages of his life, but not during all stages. So apparently, you could be the founder of a dynastic monarchy and the father of the messianic line, even if you don't have all of the tools at your disposal. So often, or we accuse non-accomplishment and non-self-actualization because we think, I don't have all of the necessary ingredients, tools, and we give ourselves a pass, or we don't push ourselves as much. And here, Gemara comes along and says, you can accomplish a lot with whatever tools you have at your disposal. You have a lot, you have a little, take the toolbox that God has given you and do something great with it. Incredible. So the Gemara says, I also want to add something here. Most Rebbe, between the days of Rebbe and Rashi, so now what we're going through is the generations over here. So between Moshe Rabbeinu and Rebbe, we never found two other people other than those two, who had both Torah and Gibula in one place. So the Gemara actually says, by the way, Abba says, in the days of Rebbe until Ashi, we also see Torah and Gibula. We never find again two other individuals who both have time Gibula, concentrate on personality below. To which the Gemara says, Huna Bar Nosson make up Habakayit with Rashi. Huna Bar Nosson ultimately again was subservient to Rashi, so he did not have Torah to do in one place. So we'll say, so again, just fascinating Gemara, takeaway lesson from both of these Gemaras, from the Moshe to Rebbe Gemara, as well as from the Rav Gemara on the basin of Rebbe, is that halacha said you don't know person thing. There are certain people maybe who are everything, have the full package. Most of us are not. But take the tools that the Torah has given you, know what you have, know what you don't, take them given and accomplish great. Incredible factor. So I remember again in capital cases, we got to start from the junior judges. Now again, there's a good logic for that. In a capital case, what's going to happen if you start with this judge? What's going to happen? If you're a junior judge, you see the senior judge asking in a certain way, I'm not going to this. That's not a capital case. That is the stakes. The stakes are too high. So the problem just is, you'll never really end up getting the actual opinions of the junior judges. So instead, what we do is back by capital cases, we start with junior judges and make our way to the senior judges. That's the so we know how to make. Where do we know this? The pasuk says, "Lo sa'ane al-riv, lo sa'ane al-rav." What it means is like this: "Lo sa'ane al-rav." What does sa'ane al-riv mean? So again, so the version of the pasuk is. Literally again, do not get involved by linkos to slander. Now we'll see exactly what it is. For our purposes over here, the Gemara is darshaning Losana al-Rav. Do not do about contradicting someone who is greater than you. Losana al-Rav, because remember, Riv is written cross without the Losana al-Rav. Taklok al-Mufla shal-Bezdin. It may not be the best idea to get into an argument with the senior judge. Hook up, Lomas Kalina Mine, Doma Pazole Cover, Umasilo Minatzak, so ultimately again, so therefore, the Margach is Sana, don't put a person in an uncomfortable position where they are arguing ultimately again with the senior judge. Okay, so what's in Rabbi I'm going to go help us. This is bearable. But you know what so David said to his guys, said to his men, Chigru ish eskarbo, yakru ish eskarbo. So David says literally again, my favorite biblical words. Good. I think it's usable in so many different contexts, right? Right? Children gird yourselves, we're getting in the car, right? You know, whatever you get. So again, gird yourselves with your sword. Now, again, what's like? The word doctrine over here, it sounds like I'm ready for battle. In fact, the Gemara points out they're actually getting ready for judgment. Not enough is getting ready to adjudicate the case. So he says, go ahead and gird yourself with your swords. And then it's David Gamschar Karbo. David Amalek also went ahead and girded himself with the sword. What do you see from here? Girding yourself with a reference to judgment. David essentially said to the other guys, go ahead and judge first, and then I'll judge afterwards. Okay, so the man goes right there. Good. I'm going to show our little time. This was right? So now we've established, we've just wrote a biblical source for this concept that when it comes to capital cases, we go ahead and we start what we call minat sad. Because literally again, from the side, but of course from the side being from the judges. I'm going to show you Tamilo, the done from the beginning of Fasha. So a very distinct case here. So that says a person could teach something to his student and then adjudicate with him even in the capital case. Now what does this mean? Take a look at Rashi. Shown Advot Tamilo, 3 lines up before it gets wide. Umar of one of the schools from the Kova, the Silkadim, the done emo, the Midna emo, always a chus on the Kova. Umatin Hadin Apia on the Kacham and Address. Listen to this. So it's a you have a basin, and on the basin is a Rabbi and his Talmud. The Rabbi can help the Talmud understand certain concepts, but yes, the Talmud then is empowered to go ahead and put forward an opinion, and his opinion is counted. What's the novelty here? I would have thought that if Rabbi and the Talmud are on the basin, which is fine by itself, but if the Rebbe is like educating the Talmud in the course of this process, doesn't that sound like the Rebbe is potentially slanting the opinion of the Talmud? Right? Because obviously the Rebbe said, oh, I'm going to tell you our reading is really chayiv to show you So again, it's fantastic. He's teaching the Talmud, but I don't know that teaching the Talmud that should take place in the context of the Great Torah for dealing with questions or dealing with this. Yeah, the Gemara says it's okay. Even if the Rebbe is teaching his Talmud how to go out and adjudicate this particular case, the Talmud's opinion is still counted. So what he really makes when it comes to paskin on Taurus and Timaeus. So a father and a son, or Rabbi and his Talmud did like 2 opinions. They both say, now the truth is, that's not a novelty. Remember again, what do you need to pass in on Taurus and Timaeus? What do you need? You don't need a basement. You just need a Rav or Talmud Chacham. You just need someone who knows what they're talking about. So the Gemara says, of course, the father and the son Rabbi and Talmud should pass on Tumah and Paradox, because Tumah doesn't need a basement. Tumah can be passed by one. On the other hand, Dinei Mamanis and Dinei Nefashis, the Dinei Makas, but again, monetary law, capital law, Malchus, any cases involving lashes, Kiddush HaChol, the sanctification of the new month, Yidei B'Shana, intercalation of the year, right, leap year, Avu B'no, Harav V'Tamido, Ein Morin Lahed Ela Echad. In those cases, if a father and a son are together, or Rebbe and the Talmud are together, their opinion is only counted as one. Right? They are counted as one. They cannot count as two distinct opinions. This contradicts what Rab just said before. Like Rab said that if you have a Rebbe and a Talmud together on a Beis Din, even if the Rebbe is not just teaching the Talmud as they're going through the Din Torah, their opinions count as two opinions. It basically indicates that if a Rebbe and a Talmud are sitting on a Beis Din, whether it's monetary law or capital law, their opinions only count as one. So what's going on here? I'm a Beis Din, both sides. I'm a Beis. He come around when Rab said that a Rebbe and Talmud, their opinions are counted. He come around, Rav Kahano, the Rav Asi, the Lidmerei, the Rav Habutzichi, or the Savrei, the Rav Lo Habutzichi. So ultimately, again, so the Lord says, you're right. What are we talking about? What was that talking about? Asi. But kind of Asi needed the Rebbe. Now, why did they need the Rebbe? Because the Rebbe gave them information. But they did not need the Rebbe for analysis. So in this kind of case, where the Rebbe provides information, but not analysis, right? Analysis is not necessary. Then ultimately, again, that's where halacha l'maisa, the Rebbe can count as two, right? It makes sense because here, all the Rebbe is giving change, but the processing, analyzing of that information is coming from the Rebbe. That's coming from the Talmud. That's where the Rebbe and Talmud can count as two distinct opinions. When the Rebbe is providing information and analysis, that's halacha l'maisa again, where the Rebbe and Talmud count as one opinion. Fascinating. It says again, the Lidmerei Rav Habutzichi, they needed the input from the Rebbe, or the side the Rav Lo Habutzichi, but they did not do analysis. Analysis came from their premises like this: Asar Devarim, Yesh Ben Gimel Orthodox Reflections. So similar again, Rabbi also like this. Based on Mishnah, we saw the Mishnah really espouse 10 distinctions, 10 differences between Dinei Mammos and Dinei Nefashos, right? 10 differences between monetary law and capital law. All right, so the Gemara says, "V'kulan ein noagim b'shah niskal chutz me'esu mishlosha." But interesting that the Lord say none of these distinctions do not apply to a shar niskal. Again, what's a shar niskal? Shar niskal is a shar that killed someone, and therefore itself is going to be executed. So again, halacha, even though shar niskal would seem to into the Dinei Nefashos category, but all of the distinctions between Dinei Mammos and Dinei Nefashos don't apply to shar niskal, except for the fact that shar niskal is indicated by a base 23. That's halacha by base 23. So he wants to know from where do we know this? If you look at Rashi, says that Kulan in the shar niskal, the Shavla Dinei Nefashos, Apati Shawana Barakamon, the Inyan Esr Shlosha, Kimisas Bailam Kakmi. So it looks like here's what's interesting. We start versus back on days and Dalek. We got it. So again, back on days and Dalek, what did we see? That halacha l'maisa shar niskal is treated like a capital case. We treat the shar would treat its like we would treat its owner. So just like if its owner was liable for that penalty, would be tried by a reason of 23. So to the shar niskal is judged by a reason of 20. But halacha l'maisa, that's kind of where the comparison ends. That's where the comparisons end. So we're not having it. So where do we know this? Do not go ahead and really alter or slant the judgment of the impoverished person, the rebel, during his fight. Mishpat Evyon Chadi Atamata, so you can't go ahead and be mati, you can't go ahead and slant the Mishpat of an Evyon. Atamata Mishpat Shal Shurhan Niskal. Ultimately, again, but you can slant the judgment of a shar niskal. Now, what does that mean? Take a look at Rashi again. Rashi says Lo Sata. So it's again, what it means is Lo Sata means like this. We've seen this before. When it's adjudicating a capital case, remember again, capital cases cannot be decided based on a majority of one. You need a minimum majority of 2 in order to convict someone in a capital case. So that's what of Lo Sata. Do not slant the judgment of the Evyon Ribo. In other words, you cannot convict someone in a capital case on a majority of 1. But you can go ahead and do that for shar niskal. So in other words, but the word is funny, I don't hear is that even though shar niskal, right, the ox that's going to be killed because he killed someone, is a capital case in certain respects, namely that it's adjudicated by days of 23. It's not treated like a capital case in other respects. So, for example, whereas normally you need a majority in order to go ahead and convict someone in a capital case, by shyness, you only need the of one. Okay, so Rashi can example where Rashi says, right, fine, so let's go back there. So 1 second. Asara, you just pointed out that there are 10 distinctions ultimately again between Dina Nominus and Dina Nefashis. Is that so? Is that so that there are 10? So the Gemara says, Ha Tes Habu. There are only 9. There are only 9 distinctions to which the Gemara says, Ha, no, it's not true. It indicates 10. So I say 9. You shouldn't get in a cult sharing the estimation of Shachri. Because we're going to see the notion that not everyone is fit to adjudicate a capital case, right? Which, by the way, we're going to see really excludes a mamzer, right? That a mamzer is not fit to go ahead and adjudicate a capital case, and the obligation to have a basin of 23 are really laid out from the same source. So because those two are learned out from the same source, on one hand, they're reckoned as 2, right? But they really also looked at as 1 because they derive from the same source. Chadri. So the Gemara says as follows. If you take a look, good, fine. So, good. Chadri, and the Rashi. Java, so what's the 100 pads at the kitchen of the hot meat to the I the country on test having shown the in your culture chain. That's the social card. The nighttime of mamzer possibly in the butchers. So when we say that not everyone is fit to adjudicate a capital case, who are you referring to? We're excluding a list. Why is a mamzer not fit to adjudicate a capital case? You shouldn't be like, you know, coffee more behind the Sanhedrin. But the Sanhedrin cannot suit if you're not suited. So we're going to see, because again, it's only 23. 23 is called the Sanhedrin must be made up of people who are genealogically fit. We'll see. Yeah, we see that we saw already. We'll do this again. So that's what I'm going to say. It's the same process. The same process that teaches me that 23 for a capital case is also the same process that I need someone who's genealogically fit, and therefore it's good to mamzer. So because you have 2 out of the 10 that are effectively learning the source, it's tempting to say that the 2 are really 1. That's why some will say the Mishnah lists 10 distinctions, others say that the Mishnah lists 9 distinctions. Okay. So the Gemara says as follows. Actually, see, the Lord said, but 1 second, there is another distinction, right? The other situation is that another person, another distinction between being righteous and real, right? The Mishnah said that there are 10 distinctions between maritime capital law. The Gemara wants to suggest there's really 11. What's the 11? There's another person, another group who are fit for monetary law, but not fit for capital cases. Who are those individuals? And the sign here that we go is fascinating. Any Moshivim Sanhedrin, you cannot follow the people, cannot serve on a Sanhedrin. When these men serve on a Sanhedrin, what does that mean? What does that mean? Can't adjudicate capital cases. That's what we need Sanhedrin for. I mean, in this Sanhedrin for other things. Following people can't sit in a Sanhedrin. Who? Zakein, someone who's old. Swiss, right? Someone who's sterile. Rish'in or burning, someone who doesn't have children. So we'll say, so what's the shot over here? What's wrong with these individuals? So we take a look at Rashi. This is incredible. Rashi says, Zakein, Sheshaka, Kivar, Sar, Gigul Burning, Inolach money. So let's say someone who's old, has forgotten what it's like to have young children. Rabbi said, what is the key quality one must possess when they have young children? Key quality? Right, some people live it out there. You know, so is forgiveness. Because children do stuff all of the time, and a parent has to learn to be forgiving. It's not patience. When once you get that patience all the time in life, so much to be because that's why people say patience is a virtue. Patience is not a virtue, it's a necessity. Forgiveness is the dominant quality because kids are doing stuff, breaking stuff. Lucas Abayis, this is again, what a beautiful. So this little kid comes to the shore from the social hall with a plate piled. It must have been like 6 inches high. 6 inches high. I'm so happy, so this, and I'm watching it. And it was like, you know, one of those like slow motion moments. But first, the piece of chicken falls on the carpet, right? And again, it was like one of those also where you know, like this little like things like bounce up and down and up and down, and then the first item falls off, and it's like the leaning tower of a commission. You know, it was like, you know, then the next and this and that. And the kids are going, he's like, oh, you know, and literally, I'm ready to run over. Like, what is kids' parents? What is it? And the truth is, it's managed just a kid having a good time. It's the reborn of Rothschild and the reborn of a new home, which was clean without 3 minutes beforehand. And again, you know what? So it's like, so with little children, the most important quality is forgiveness. If the judge doesn't possess the ability to have this need of forgiveness instilled within him, then again, and it's forgiveness, it's really, maybe it's even the wrong word forgiveness, it's really understanding. Understanding. If you don't have that need of understanding, you can't be a judge. You can't be a judge, right? In other words, so that's the problem. After sometimes when a person doesn't have that need of understanding, everything has to be their way, right? Everything has to go their way. I need it the way I want it. I need it the way it has to be this. So if you don't have that need of understanding, if you're rigid and everything just has to be the way that you want, Dutch really would be right on the mesa, that level of rigidity, it's not good. We can't have that. We need people to be understanding. We need people to be forgiving. We need people to be a little bit knowledgeable and understand different circumstances in different ways. So therefore, again, resulting, you haven't had young kids in your house for a long time, don't be a judge, because you're probably going to be too rigid, too set in your ways. It's probably not a good idea to have you on the daily stage. Switch to my get person that had trouble with my son. You shouldn't know about him. But you need the most things together. We got to add over here. Sorry. Someone who's cool, right? Or just cool is a strong word. Just someone who has just like a very cold and a different temperament. And that's right? Someone again who just is very very almost stoic, emotionless. Again, it's an incredible thing. On one hand, judgment needs to be dispassionate. This is very important. Judgment needs to be dispassionate. But at the end of the day, I really can never question it. I have that ability to look at things in an analytical, look at facts. But facts divorced from emotion, that's not the way of the Jew. Nothing is divorced from emotion. Emotion has to be there for everything. So for judge, is a shtickle like he's a little bit indifferent, but a little bit passionate. It's emotionless. So don't be judged. There are other places for you. Don't be a judge. But interestingly enough, if you play in the Maces, those are the exact opposite of true the Maces. We always see this. Right? What's the Maces? Maces is the guy who tries to get other people to be ordered on Bizarre. So that person, we throw the book in him. So for him, each have the most cruel and different judges. Let's understand. For him, we don't need the other judges because remember again, the whole system is in capital cases. The system is rigged, not rigged, but the system is positioned to exonerate the defendant. That's our goal. If we can get them, that's our goal. When it comes to the Maces, like when it comes to someone who recites by Bodhisattva, it's just the opposite. The system is there in order to indict him. Everyone is fit to monetary creatures. Then we'll say, what is Hakol? What is everyone? Read that coming to a group. I'm review the Lasim manager. Review the manager. We'll say, this is not a descriptive manager, this is a genealogical manager, right? So the idea over here is, so the idea is somebody who's a genealogical manager, so even he's not fit for capital cases, because remember again, capital cases require Sanhedrin. Sanhedrin requires genealogically fit people, but for monetary cases, he's absolutely fit. So let's look at the earnings ready. How to make the Kaddish enough? All right. Anyone who is fit for capital cases is fit for monetary cases. But there are some people who are fit for monetary cases. They ain't allowed to Muslim dealing with fascists, but they're not fit to adjudicate capital cases. We said we that. Who is the person who is fit for monetary cases but not fit for a capital case? last year. Ultimately, again, to go ahead and include a mamzer. So the says, you're right, last year, ger, last year mamzer. In reality, again, one teaching was to include a ger, the other was to include a mamzer. And I've also, it's tricky, I'll tell you, I've also to say both the ger and the mamzer are both fit for monetary law, but not fit for capital cases. Now, why not? It's tricky. Yes, we know ger. If you would have just told me that a ger ultimately is fit for monetary cases, do I love a cow? Because a ger had no marriage restrictions. So he's a full-fledged Jew in terms of his marriage abilities. About mamzer, in the law. But a mamzer can't marry into the General Assembly, so maybe a mamzer is unfit even for monetary cases. Yes, we need a mamzer. If we just said mamzer, we'll probably keep a chair discussing. We'll say a mamzer comes from an illicit relationship. But as much as an illicit relationship, who are his parents? For his parents? Two Jews. Two Jews. Right? So it's Yiddish blood. It's incredible. Two Jews. But his parents are Jews. She comes over again from a kosher drop about here. The local people here, right? You know, but again, who doesn't from right comes from non-Jewish parents. But that perhaps he's not even from monetary law. Therefore, again, it's tzricha. So let's say one comes to teach me that I love, one might say, yeah, the other part comes to Allah, you can teach me that. The mamzer, both are fit for monetary law, but neither are fit for capital cases. So let's say, stop with it today, just the logistical aspect. At the end of the chat, we just ask if you could take your chair and just put it whatever you grab the chair you use, or the one next to you, just put it against the wall. If you're coming to pick up the chair, so today is our last share in this case of Francis. Hopefully, we'll be back in we will be in the usual stay tuned in Red Hashem for that. So let's say, just setting expectations. Changes always difficult, and especially again, settle into a certain schedule, a certain atmosphere, a certain framework. Years, any change, even if it's a better change, always comes with some level of turbulence. I don't necessarily have the seat that I wanted. I don't necessarily have the stender, right? The perfect setup that I had for myself, is now no longer. And it's sometimes when that happens to feel like the sky is falling. Those say change always has turbulence. That's the way that it is. So you have a choice in life. The choice in life is don't change, never have any turbulence, and just stay where you are. Embrace the change, lead to the change. Recognize at the beginning, it's a little rocky, and maybe even a little but it's going to open incredibly beautiful magnificence. It's going to take a little bit of time to find the muscles, to find their place. And at first, you may not be happy with the muckle that you get, and the good news is, just come earlier the next morning, right? And there's no set seats, so whoever call them Zuckerberg, whatever you get, and it's good. And it doesn't even if somebody else has their stuff in the shelf there, because you have to do again, it's open seating, it's like Southwest, right? It's, right? So again, and I will say again, I know I get a lot of this gender policy. I got it. I understand. And people like it, people don't like it. So listen, we have such a source ahead of us. That tonight, we're going to be gathering in a brand new big spectrum. A brand new big spectrum that is beautiful, that is magnificent, that is incredible. Listen, do we have your attention just for 30 seconds? 30 seconds. Let's say it is so important for us to be able to take a step back and say, we literally have a mini crush over there for us. Does it check? Does it give every single person every single thing they need? And I know everyone's going to have comments and critiques and suggestions and it's all welcome. It's all welcome. Menachem cannot wait to hear them from you in your session. Right? All welcome. Sometimes it's just this is Zachim. We've been housed in this discussion at this kiva for close to 7 years. And the walls and the roof and the units, everything is surplus to the best up there built tonight. I sometimes think that like when you complain about this is not working, he's not working, everything's not working, I feel like the building had a voice. This new picture had a voice. You know what she would say? She said, I promise you, I'm trying my best. I'm trying my best. I'm giving you 150%. 150% of a 70-year-old building is only going to get you so far. She has given us her best years. her best years for close to 7 decades. Now, Baruch Hashem, we're about to go to a new mother. We're about to go to a new Nishma'at. So let's treat her well. Let's love her. Let's embrace her. Let's enjoy our time with her. And if we get in the beginning, there's no bits or whatever, and maybe there's maybe peace and you're just, oh, just go back to what was. That's Yitzhahara talking. Because there's only one direction for a youth, and that's forward. So something beautiful is waiting for us. How did I answer by me come out of tonight? I apologize in advance for any of the inconveniences that may occur. But know that the inconveniences are only temporary, they're only episodic, they're short-lived, and they will pave the way for something incredibly great. It has been a source to be able to go through Shas two and a half times here in this case Haknessas. 2.5 times in this case Haknessas. We should be so clear when we come tomorrow morning we continue our Daf journey. Next door, we should be so clear to complete cycle many times together. Shibaya. All right, everyone's in the
It says the victim told police he confronted the suspect was starting to eat.
all right, good morning, let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's shir, to thank our Talmud Torah sponsors for the year of Tavshin Pehei, the Tosim Mishpacha, for dedicating all the Sherman drushos as a zuchus for the Soros Tavos for Am Yisrael b'Shem Yizroch and Yerzushin to continue. This is great, by the way. Everybody's closer together, so there's like a lot more. So we should continue to see. All right, now it's really enough. Now it's enough. Okay, quiet down. Hey, so it is a spot for them to continue to see those Soros Tavos unfolding for Klal Yisrael b'Shem Yizroch and Yerzushin. See them continue in the days ahead. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Teves, the Kalman Mishpacha, in memory of Amit ben David Levi, brother of Itai Levi, who was killed fighting in Gaza on the first night of Hanukkah. We welcome the merit of our Talmud Torah is the precious Shem will have an Aliyah and the family in Chava. Also, with that, let us begin with a lot to do today. Some really great Gemara today as we embark. Yeah, upon Baruch Hashem, another incredible journey. Let's go. So today's chapter is Lamed Vav, 36. We're actually going to Meretz Hashem on Lamed Hey on the days 35b. And I believe we left off with Amar Abaye, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 lines up in the bottom. So Abaye says this also. Abaye, Hashda Amrit in Ritzicha Doches HaShabbos. So remember again, very interesting, really good discussion yesterday's daf about the Ritzicha. Capital punishment is not Doches Shabbos. So based in cannot execute someone on Shabbos. Now that we've established that, remember again, that was the last drasha of yesterday's daf of Moshe Seitan. So the Gemara says, now that we've established that, so the Gemara says, I'm sorry, so Abaye says we should be able to make an additional limud that tells us that capital punishment is not don't avoid the evil. Now again, what does that mean? That capital punishment there's an explicit that says that a person will go ahead. The person will intentionally kill someone else. Which really means from my altar, you shall take them to die. Now, what is that referring to? That's referring to a kohen who kills someone. And even if a kohen who kills someone is doing the avodah, we go ahead and we take him from the base, we take him from the Mizbeach, and we go ahead and we execute him. Now, we saw that it's not exactly like that, that more is as if he's about to do the avodah, we stop him from doing the avodah. If he's engaged in the avodah, we'll discuss in certain sense where we let him finish the avodah. But the idea over here is that the Gemara is going to start that it's capital punishment is docha avodah. So now, Abaye wants to say, now we've established that capital punishment is not docha Shabbos. We should also be able to learn that capital punishment does not set aside avodah. The capital punishment, what's capital punishment? Also, now in general again, avodah sets aside Shabbos. Right? do sacrificial service. Do is make the service on Shabbos. Shumash Shabbos, when they have all the also. So on one hand, even though Shabbos is docha avoda, but yet capital punishment is not docha Shabbos. So you must therefore avoda should docha Shabbos. Ain't no good to hate with Sikha docha also. So that's again avoda, which is docha Shabbos. So capital punishment should not be docha avoda. That's the Kavachomer. Hello, Hasiksiv. So what do you, I hear the Kavachomer. I definitely hear the Kavachomer. But what do you do with the pasuk? Because the pasuk definitely that capital punishment is docha avoda. So when you look at carbon yochid, the low docha shabbos. Also, what is that talking about? When do we say the imshiti kachana levels? If the kohen was involved in offering up a private sacrifice, a personal sacrifice, in that kind of case, so it's capital punishment will be docha the carbon. But in a general sense, if he's involved in other carbonos, personal carbonos, all different again, so it's capital punishment will not be docha that avodah. And the riot that is because that type of carbon, a personal carbon, is not docha Shabbos. Those are we notice. When we say that avodah is docha Shabbos, right? That avodah sets aside from Shabbos. So remember, what does that mean? What does that mean? Communal sacrifices. Like, you can't offer up your personal carbon, atas and asham, regarding the dollars, like you can't do those Shabbos. So maybe Nicholas is talking about a carbon. If the coin is high for capital punishment, we'll go ahead and try to include a first carbon, then it's equal to there. That's not Docha Shabbos either. To which the Gemara says, in the Rabbi Yochid, the Docha Shabbos, Rabbi says, no. The truth is, capital punishment shouldn't even be docha carbon yochid from a carbon. Now, what does this mean? Rabbi wants to suggest that even if a kohen is offering up the private carbon, capital punishment should not override his ability to do so. What's the capital on the above 36a? My yontif shouldn't carbon yochid. So you go say now yontif is set aside by even personal carbonos. Now we're going to talk about this is a raging debate. The Rabbi is espousing it as fact, which is that on Yom Tov you can even offer up private carbonos. For example, again, we'll say this is actually a very important halacha because the person comes to this English for a leader, right? On Pesach, Shavuos, Sukkot, I will be Zocheh, Master Shemira, so what happens? So I have all of my personal carbonos that I have to bring, right? Dara and Zavis, things like that. So Rabbi says on Yom Tov you're allowed to bring personal carbonos. So yet, ain ritzicha docha. So yet, Yom Tov, but capital punishment cannot be carried out on Yom Tov. So capital punishment can't be docha Yom Tov. So it says, Rabbi Yochid should docha say Yom Tov. Ino din shlote ritzicha docha also. So it says essentially like this: if Rabbi Yochid can be docha Yom Tov, right, and capital punishment is not docha Yom Tov, then capital punishment shouldn't even be docha carbon yochid. Salad people. First where it says that's fine, but honey for so again, the previous understanding works well if you hold that personal carbon cannot be offered by Yom Tov. But if you hold that they can be offered up by Yom Tov, what do you do with Rabbi's culture? Ella, Amarava, boy, the man, the Amin Dominus can be Yom Tov, the Hall kind of is the Wow. So let's say, so Rabbi says like this, he goes without saying that according to the evening that says that independent Davis can be offered up on Yom Tov. So then again, you have a problem with understanding the concept of Bechiti Kachar Alamos. Ella, Fidaman, Damin, and Davis, including Yom Tov. So according to the opinion that says that you can't offer up carbonos on Yom Tov. The Sid says, Haksiv, Me'im Mizbechi. What do you do with that pasuk? To which the Gemara answers, Me'im Mizbechi. It means that if a kohen is going ahead and doing the avodah, which avodah? So I will say, it doesn't say me'im hamizbeach tikachenu lavos. Right? If a kohen is involved in avodah, you should even take it from his death. Yes. What does it say? Me'im migachenu lavos. Again, take it from my mizbeach. So what's my mizbeach? The Gemara says, Tommy. My name is Tommy. Vamracha, me'im mizbechi tikachenu lavos. So what is it exactly what the Torah is referring to? It seems like this, even if the Kohen was the example of my carbon tummy, communal offerings. Even if he's involved in communal offering, even with that, go ahead and take him from the path ultimately again to be executed. Okay, so takeaway from all of this is that halacha l'maisa execution is not built for Shabbos and it's not the Yom Tov. It is docha avoda, so that even if you have a kohen who's actively involved in avoda and sacrificial service, and he's high the capital punishment, he will take him from the base of and execute. But that's presupposing, as what we're seeing now, he has not yet started the avoda. If he's started in the middle, it seems to be that we will let him finish, then pull him out to execute. If he is engaged but has not yet actually begun, meaning it's just for the occasion, he's ready to go, but he has not yet actually done, then ultimately we'll pull him out to execute him like that. Incredible. All right, let's go back there. So let's remember again. If you remember, the Mishnah said like this, but it comes to when it's monetary law, so when you start telling the judges their opinions, you start with the greatest judge first, the most most highly regarded first, get his opinion, then work your way to the called the regular capital. In Dinei Nefashos, in capital cases, we start with what's called minhat. And that side means on the side. The side means the lesser known judges, right? The lesser. In the traditional sense. Good. The junior judge, right? Sounds very condescending, right? I swear, we're the junior judges. We start from there from Dinei Nefashos. It says the Gemara. Let's analyze. Samarad, Ana Havai B'Minyan Be'Red. Rav says like this: I was part of the base of Rabbi. I was part of the base of Rabbi. Ana Havai B'Minyan Be'Red. Uminoi Diti Havamas Liberation. So listen to this. Rav said, I was part of Rabbi, and in Dinei it always started with me. They always started like they always asked my opinion first. The Gemara says, wow, but that doesn't make any sense. It says in the Mishnah that by Dinei Mamanis, we always start with the greatest of the judges, bless you. And Rav was not the greatest of the judges in Rabbi's court. So Amarava, great Rav will say, it's going to point out something absolutely amazing what's happening over here. Right? Do you understand like what just occurred over here? So the Mishnah says, when it comes to Dinei Mamanis, we always start with the greatest judge when we're in a decision. Rav says, I sat on Rabbi's Beis Din, and they always started with me for Dinei Mamanis. What is Rav essentially saying? Right? That the Mishnah, I guess the Mishnah is not, obviously we don't follow the Mishnah, because I am not the greatest judge on Rabbi's court. Yet by Dinei Mamanis, I'm not aware of they always ask me my opinion first. Because there is a tremendous Musar skill in life. In life, it is important to know what I am and what I'm not. And there's shame in knowing what you're not. Times we feel very inadequate when we acknowledge what we're not. It's like shameful. I should be everything. I should be this. I should not. No person is everything. No person has Allah milas. No person has all the qualities. No person has necessary skill sets. No person is everything. And sometimes the most incredible thing in the path to self-actualization is not only to know what you are, but it's also to know what you're not. Because when I know what I'm not, I know what my deficiencies are, I know what my weaknesses are, and I know exactly where I need other people. Sometimes we like to put on the image that like full service. I'm a full service routine. Anything and everything that is needed, I can provide. But none of us. There's such a profundity in this, right? Rabbi is saying, and I know I'm a good guy, but I also know with absolute certainty I am not the greatest person on Rabbi's Beis Din. And that's okay. I don't have to be the greatest person on Rabbi's Beis Din. I just have to be the greatest Rav. Rav has to be the greatest Rav. That's all people. Such an we spend so much time trying to pretend that we are everything to everyone. But I can't be. Instead, know what I am, know what I'm not, and maximize my personalistic identity. So profound. I'm a rabbi. So what's going on over here? But the Shiloh's how to reconcile this. So Amar Rabba, Braid Rabbi, he came up, Rabbi Hillel, Braid Rabbi Valis, Shiny Minyanat Rabbi, Shiny Minyanat de Rabbi, the Kulu Minyanayam in Sat Halamasri. The basin of Rabbi was different. Why was the basin of Rabbi different? The basin of Rabbi was different because Rabbi was incredibly humble. So even though Rabbi obviously was the basin of Rabbi, which means who is the ranking sage on the basin of Rabbi? Well, yes, right, Rabbi. Yet in all of the cases of Rabbi always started from the junior studies. That was an exercise in Rebbe's humility. Rashi says, Rebbe was exceedingly humble, therefore he always started every case, even monetary cases, with the junior judge. That's why Rav says, again, I got done Rebbe's based in, and Halacha L'Maisa, and always started with me. Incredible. Rabbi Braid Rabbi became Rabbi Braid Rabbalis. Most of us incredible. So now we start talking about Rebbe a little bit, and so the Gemara tells me most Moshe ad Rebbe lo matz Torah u'kedula b'makom. Listen to this. From the days of Moshe Rabbeinu until it's of Rebbe Yehuda Nasi, we never found individuals that both Torah and Kedula in one place. Now, what does that mean? Take a look at Rashi. Rashi is right across the Makom Echad. Rashi says, Torasan u'Gedulasan Shlai Yisrael Makom Echad. So Torah, I understand. Torah, what does Kedula mean? So Rashi says over here, She'ein kamoso v'chol Yisrael, the Torah u'Gedula, kigon Moshe, Shaya Gadol al Kol Yisrael, b'Malchus u'B'Torah. So what it means is like this. Kedula means authority. Kedula means authority, like Malchus. So what we might point out like this. Let's start with Moshe Rabbeinu. What was mean by Moshe Rabbeinu? Moshe Rabbeinu has this. We've seen this before. Moshe Rabbeinu had the status not only of a Navi, right? He had the status of a Melech. The status of a king. That's why Moshe Rabbeinu, interestingly enough, used chatzos. Right? When he went to the nation, they used trumpets like they would use for a king. And when he died, they put away the chatzos. Yoshua used the chatzos. So he was a melech. See, so on one hand, he was a rebbe, and he was a melech. Right? See, he was the Torah authority, but he was only authority figure. Apparently, you don't have things consolidated in the same person. This is often by design. Who's authority? Right? Right? He's Yehuda, right? Yehuda is Malchus, right? Who's spiritual? Who's Torah? Levi. Right? So it's interesting. And by the way, this is by design. That Ramban points this out. That by design, there's often a split in what we'll call religious leadership and what we'll call like authority or political leadership. There's a split that's there. But nevertheless, you find the Ramban points out that this is what was unique about the Hanukkah story, that the Hashmonaim, who were the Kohanim, also became the kings. So whether or not that was a good thing or bad thing is an interesting historical approach. Yes, but the first time looks like a monarchy in the hands of spiritual leadership as well. So the Gemara just points out over here that rarely do you find an individual who has both Torah and Gedula, ranking Torah authority and also, again, final authority on everything else. So the Gemara says, from the days, so there were two people, Moshe Rabbeinu had it, and Rabbi Yehuda Nasi had it. And in between the two of them, listen to this, there was never another person who consolidated like these two seats of authority in one identity. It's called below Yoshua ben Nun. Right? Yoshua ben Nun was the ranking Torah sage, and the Pashto he was also like the Melech, he was also the king. So it's Hava Elazar. There was a lot of the Kohen Gadol. So again, Yoshua had a lot of authority, but it wasn't singular authority. I Bahava Pinchas. What about Pinchas? Hava was the king of the elders. Hava Shaul. What about Shaul? Shaul was the first king who was going to become Chacham. So we must just put Shmuel. Hava Nach Shayu. But Shmuel died. Right? Shmuel died. Which the Gemara says, Kula Shani Kamin. It means all the days of one's authority that he had consolidated authority. In other words, all of the days that Moshe Rabbeinu was an authority figure, he had both Torah authority and what we'll call absolute authority. All the days of Rebbe, he had Torah authority. He was never shared during any point of his lifetime. Quite incredible. David Hava Ira Hayi. It was Ira Hayi. He's Ira Hayi. So if you look at Rashi, Ira Hayi. the more Katan Aminan Das Master who Rabbanon Agabi Karmi Kistos, David Haya Man Rosh. So he was one of David's Rebbe Ira Hayiri. So it was rather, isn't that incredible? Even David HaMelech did not have this idea of consolidated authority, of Torah authority, political authority, or Atzuk authority all in one, which is incredible. So much died. So there was a point in time where sometimes that David HaMelech had both Torah and Gidullah. Kulu Shanye Kamina. It means all of the what's unique about Moshe Rabbeinu and Rabbi is that all of the years in which they were in a leadership capacity, they had this absolute Torah and what we'll call political authority. No one else had it all of the years of their leadership. I Baha Shlomo HaMelech, Haba Shimi Ben Gera. You were Shem and Gera, Baha Kadlay, but yeah, but Shlomo had Shem and Gera executed. Once again, Kula Shanye Kamina. It means ultimately, again, all of the days of leadership. Again, we're looking at the unique part of Moshe and Rabbi, all the days in which they were leaders, they had this absolute authority. I ha B'Chizkiyo, we started about Chizkiyo, so we learned about Chizkiyo. Hava Shevna. Remember, again, once we just had this story just a little while ago with the siege on Yerushalayim. Shevna, remember, had even a bigger share, and even a bigger share, 120,000 people learning with him. So there was Shevna. I Baha killed. Right, Shevna was killed. Which the one said, no. Once again, Kula Shanga Kamina. Talking about people who enjoyed absolute authority all of the days of their leadership. But again, there was so the Gemara says, all right, Ezra also had Nehemiah. So we'll say, just again, you don't really have one person who has all of the disposal. But what was unique is between Moshe and Rabbi, again, there were no two other people, right? Moshe and Rabbi were unique. There were no two other people who had all of the tools of leadership at their during all of the years, both Torah as well as love. Between Moshe and Rabbi, no one else had it. Which I will say tells you something very important. He asked himself, and it's historic, doesn't matter to us. What is the impact of this? So there is I think that there is an incredible profundity in this, which is what it shows you is from a leadership capacity, a person doesn't have to have all of their disposal in order to be successful. Like I said, if you notice again, so if you look at Moshe Rabbeinu, right, Moshe Rabbeinu has all the tools, right? To have that level of absolute leadership means you could control all of the pieces on the board. Right? You can control all the pieces on the board. If you begin to see in life, you have to control all of the pieces on the board to be successful. There's an ability to exercise your influence in the areas in which your influence can be felt and be felt successful. All of these other personalities. David HaMelech. So apparently, David HaMelech did not have absolute authority. He had Torah authority and he had absolute authority during certain stages of his life, but not during all stages. So apparently, you could be the founder of a monarchy and of the messianic law, even if you don't have all of the tools at your disposal. So often we think, or we non-accomplishment and non-self-actualization, because we think, I don't have all of the necessary ingredients, I don't have all the necessary tools, and we give ourselves a pass, right? Or we don't push ourselves as much. And the Gemara comes along and says, you can accomplish a lot with whatever tools you have at your disposal. You have a lot, you have a little, take the toolbox that the Shemara was giving you and do something great with it. Incredible. So the Gemara says, I also want to add something over here. Afani Omer, most Rabbi, between the days of Rabbi and Rashi, Lomatzinu Torah Ugidula B'Makom. So we'll say, so now what we're going through is the generations over here. So between Moshe Rabbeinu and Rabbi, we never found two other people other than those two, but both Torah and Gidul in one place. So the Gemara says, and now comes on Rashi. Rashi says, by the way, Rabbi Bar Abba says, in the days of Rabbi and Torah, and we also we never find again two other individuals who both have Torah and Gidula concentrated in one personality. Below, really, Vaha Hava Huna Baran Basan. What about Huna Bar Nasan? To which the Gemara says, Huna Bar Nasan make of Habakayif Rashi. Huna Bar Nasan ultimately again was subservient to Ravashi, so you do not have Torah to do at one point. So most so again, just fascinating. Gemara take away lesson from both of these Gemaras, from the Moshe to Rebbe Gemara, as well as from the Rav Gemara on the basis of Rebbe, is that halacha l'maisa, no person is everything. There are certain people maybe who are everything, the full package. Most of us are not. But take the time Baruch was giving you, know what you have, know what you don't. Take what you've been given and do something great. Incredible. Let's go. So on the other hand, we're again in capital cases, we have to start from the junior judges. Now again, there's a good logic for that. What's the logic for that? In a capital case, what's going to happen if you start with the senior judge? What's going to happen? If you're a junior judge and you see the senior judge asking, in a certain way, I'm not going against that. Not in a capital case. Not in a capital case. The stakes are too high. So the problem is you'll never really end up getting the actual opinions of the junior judges. So instead, what you do is by capital cases, we start from the junior judges and make our way to the senior judges. Says the Gemara. So where do we know this? Papa Omar, the pasuk says, "Lo sa'ane al riv, lo sa'ane al rav." It's like lo sa'ane. What is lo sa'ane al riv? So literally again, so the lashon of the pasuk is. Literally again, to get involved in a fight, lintos. So for our purposes over here, the Gemara is darshaning lone al rav. But do be careful about punishing someone who is greater than you. Rashi says over here, losane al rav, because remember, riv is written chaser without the yud. Losane al rav, below yud, mashma lo tachlok al mufla shel bezdin. In general, it may not be the best idea to get into an argument with your judge. Again, don't put a person where they are arguing ultimately again with the senior judge. Okay, so Marcus Rabbi Bar said to his guys, said to his men, so David said again, biblical words. Gird. It's useful in different contexts, right? Children, gird yourselves. We're getting it right. Whatever you can. So right now, what's like? With the Shemar doctrines over here, it sounds like he's actually getting ready for judgment. David is getting ready to adjudicate the case. So he says, "Go ahead, Harbo." David HaMelech also went ahead and girded himself. So it means, what do you see from here? Girding yourself is a reference to judgment. David essentially says to the other guys, "Go ahead, judge first, and then I'll judge afterwards." Incredible. Okay, so the Gemara goes right there. Good. Amarav. Shona al Tami. This was that's the first halakha. Right? So now we've established we just brought a biblical source for this concept that when it comes to capital cases, we go ahead and we start what we call minat sad. Literally again from the side, but of course from the side meaning from the junior judges. Amarav. Shona al Tamido is done in the question. So very interesting piece. So Rav says a person could teach something to a student and then adjudicate with him even in the capital case. Now, what does this mean? Take a look at Rashi. Shona Adon Tamido, it's 3 lines up from before it gets wide. Umarlo panim l'schus l'chova v'sochadin. V'don imo, v'nimna imo, always l'chus l'chova. Umatin hadin al piyat amr kacham. Listen to this. So it says, let's say you have a beis din. Beis din is a Rabbi and his Talmud. The Rabbi can help the Talmud understand certain concepts, but yet the Talmud then is empowered to go ahead and put forward an opinion, and his opinion counted. What's the novelty here? I would have thought that if putting a Talmud on the Beis Din is fine by itself, but if the Rebbe is like educating the Talmud in the course of the process, doesn't that sound like the Rebbe is potentially slanting the opinion of the Talmud? Because obviously the Rebbe is saying, "Oh, to tell you everything is really chayiv." So again, it's fantastic to teach Talmud, but I don't know that teaching the Talmud is that should place in the context context of within Torah, the Pashas or Dinei Mamas. Yet the Gemara says it's okay. Even if Rabbi is in his Talmud how to go ahead and indicate this particular case, the Talmud's opinion is still counted. So the Gemara says, really? Mesvei, Hetat Meos Ha'avu B'no Ha'rabu Tamid Ha'modul and Shnayim. So when it comes to Peskin and Taros and Tameos, so a father and a son, or Rabbi and his Talmud are counted like two opinions. They both say. Now the truth is, that's not a novelty. Remember again, what do you need to Peskin on Taros and Tameos? What do you need? You don't need a basin. You just need a Rav or a Talmud Chacham. You just need someone who knows what they're talking about. So the Gemara says, so of course, the father and the son, Rabbi and the Talmud, the Paskin on Tumah and Tara, the Tumah doesn't need a basin. Tumah Tara can be passed by one. On the other hand, Dinei Mamanis, Dinei Nefashis, Dinei Makas, but again, monetary law, capital law, Malchus, any cases involving lashes, Holy sanctification of the new month, the Iber Shana intercalation of the year, right? Leap year. Avu Beno, Harav Tamido, a Monin Lahed Ella Aswan. In those cases, if a father and son are together, or Rebbe and the Talmud are together, their opinion is only counted as one. They are counted as one. They cannot count as two distinct opinions. This contradicts what Rav just said before, right? Rav said that if you have a Rebbe and a Talmud together on him, even if the Rebbe is mamish teaching the Talmud as they're going through the Din Torah, their opinions count as two opinions. The Price clearly indicates to us that if the Rebbe Talmud are sitting on a basis, whether it's law or capital law, their opinion count as one. So what the other days will say, you come around when Rav said the end of Talmud, their opinions are counted as two. He come around, he go Rav Kahana, the Rav Asi, the Ligmer, the Rav Habutri, will separate the Rav Habutri. So ultimately, again, so the Gemara says, you're right. What are we talking about? What was Rav talking about? It's time of Rav Asi. Rav Asi, they need the Rebbe. Now, why do they need their Rebbe? Because the Rebbe gave them information. But they do not need their Rebbe for analysis. So in this kind of case, where the Rebbe provides information, but not analysis, right? Analysis is not necessary. Then ultimately, again, that's where Allah the Rabbi and the Talmud count is two, right? It makes sense. All the Rabbi is giving information, but the processing, analyzing of that information is not coming from the Rabbi. That's coming from the Talmud. That's where the Rabbi and Talmud can count as two distinct opinions. When the Rabbi is providing information and analysis, that's Allah again, where the Rabbi and Talmud count as one opinion. That's the English. So the Gemara says again, the Ligmari Rav Habutsuki, they needed the information from the Rabbi, but they did not need analysis. Analysis came on their own. I'm Rabbi Abel. The says like this: remember again, Rabbi Abel also like this. Based on our Mishnah, we saw the Mishnah really espouse 10 distinctions, 10 differences between Dinei Mamanis and Dinei, right? 10 differences between Manat and capital law. All right, so the Gemara says, "Kulon ein noagim b'shahar niskel, chutz me'esim mishlosha." But interesting enough, I will say, none of these distinctions do not apply to a shar niskel. Again, what's a shar niskel? Shar niskel is a shar that takes someone, and therefore itself is going to be like the executed. So again, halach l'maaseh. Even though Shah and Nisko would seem to fit in the Nefashis category, but all of the distinctions between Din and Nefashis don't apply to Go, except from Esrim Shlosh, except for the fact that a Shah and Nisko is also adjudicated by a basin of 20. That's the halacha by a basin of 23. So the Gemara says, from where do we know this? Rashi, by the way, Rashi says that Kulan Inogin within Sharnis, Elios, Shavla Dine Nefashas, Shaman Parakamon, Leinian Esmisha, Kimisas, Bailan Kaktasha. So we'll say, here's what's interesting. You start person is back on base of Aleph, incredible. So again, back on base of Aleph, what did we see? That Halacha L'Maisa, Shah Nisko is treated like a capital case. In other words, we treat the shark like we would treat its owner. So just like if its owner was liable to a death penalty, be tried by a basin of 23, so to the Shah Nisko is judged by a basin of 23. But Halacha L'Maisa, that's kind of where the comparisons end. So the comparisons end. So from where do you know this? The Pasuk says, not go ahead and literally alter or slant the judgment of the Evion, of the average person, the revolt during his fight. Mishpat and Yosfa Iyakamata, so you can't go ahead and be mad, you can't go ahead and slant the Mishpat of an Evion. About Atam Mishpat Shel Shurhan Yisrael. Ultimately, again, but you can slant the judgment of a Shurhan Yisrael. Now, what does that mean? So look at Rashi again. Rashi says, Lo Sata, Lo Ra'a Api Eidechad. So it says, remember again, what it means is Lo Sata means like this. We've seen this before. When adjudicating a capital case, remember again, capital cases cannot be decided based on a majority of one. You need a majority. Need a minimum majority of 2 in order to convict someone in a capital case. So that's the question of low step. Do not slam judgment of the revo. In other words, you cannot convict someone in a capital case on a majority of 1. But you can go ahead and do that for Shurhan Yisrael. So in other words, what is pointing out over here is that even though Shurhan Yisrael, right, the ox that's going to be killed because of someone, is treated like a capital case in certain respects. Namely, that it's adjudicated by a basin of 23, it's not treated like a capital case in other respects. So, for example, whereas normally you need a majority 2 in order to go ahead and convict someone in a capital case, by Shniskel, you only need a majority of 1. Okay. So Rashi finishes up over here. Rashi says, right, the Ra Api Edach, and the Ba'atamata Lechova Dina Shur Api Edach. And we have to come in the Kulu Maros to Loni Riki Chosmi Kafki. Fine? So let's go back there. So listen, 1 second. Sarah, you just pointed out that there are 10 distinctions ultimately again between Dine Mamanis and Dine. Is that so? Is that so that there are 10? So the Gemara says, Ha Tes Havu. There are only 9. There are only 9 distinctions. To which the Gemara says, but the Mishnah, it's not true. The Mishnah indicates 10. So why is saying 9? Because we're going to see the notion that not everyone is fit to adjudicate a capital case, right? And which, by the way, we're going to see really who's a mamzer, right? That a mamzer is not fit to go ahead and adjudicate a capital case. And the obligation to have a basin of 23 are really learned out from the same source. So because those 2 are learned out from the same source, and one they're reckoned as 2, right? But they really also get as 1 because they lie from the same source. The Gemara says as follows. If you take a look, good, fine. It's just. Take a look at Rashi. The nighttime of mamzer possibly giving the pashas. So when we say that not everyone is fit to adjudicate a capital case, who we refer to, we're excluding. Why is a mamzer not fit to adjudicate a capital case? We shouldn't divide even Gimel, the Hainu Sanhedrin. So we're going to see, because again, the capital case is only 23. 23 is called the Sanhedrin. Sanhedrin must be made up of people who are genealogically fit. We see that we saw this already. We'll do this again. So therefore, I'm going to say it's the same concept. The same concept that teaches me that I need capital case is also the same concept that I need someone who's genealogically fit, and therefore it's even non-fit. So because you have 2 out of the 10 that are effectively learned out from the same source, it's tempting to say that the 2 are really 1. That's why some will say the Mishnah lists 10 distinctions, others say that the Mishnah lists 9 distinctions. Okay. So the Gemara says as follows. So the Gemara says, I will say, but 1 second, there is another distinction, right? The other situation is that another person, or another distinction between Din and the Pashas and the Nomas, right? The Mishnah said that there are 10 distinctions between monetary law and capital law. The Gemara wants to suggest there's really 11. What's the 11? There's another person, another group who are fit for monetary law, but not fit for capital. Who are those individuals? The Gemara says, the sign here, where we go, is fascinating. Ain Moshivim B'Sanhedrin. Following people cannot serve on a Sanhedrin. Which means when we say can't serve on a Sanhedrin, what does that mean? Can't adjudicate capital cases. That's what we need a Sanhedrin for. I mean, in this sense, other things. Following people can't sit on a Sanhedrin. Zakeh, someone who's old. Slis, right? Someone who's sterile. Mishin no banim, someone who doesn't have children. So what's the pshat over here? What's wrong with these individuals? Take a look at Rashi. This is incredible. Rashi says, "Zakin sheshachach kivar sar gibur banim ve'eno rachmani." So let's say someone who's old, has forgotten what it's like young children. Now listen, what is the key quality one must possess when they have young children? Key quality. Right, speak that right. The key quality you need is forgiveness. It's forgiveness. Because children do stuff all of the time. And a parent has to learn to be forgiving. It's not patience. You have to have patience all of the time. People like to say patience is a virtue. Patience is not a virtue. Patience is a necessity. Forgiveness is the dominant quality because kids are doing stuff, breaking stuff at this time. And you guys have eyes. There's an eyes. Again, that's beautiful. See this little kid come into this world and say, he's a big child. He must have been like 6 inches high. And he's so happy, so good. And I'm watching it. And it was like, one of those like slow motion moments. But first, the piece of chicken falls on the carpet, right? And again, it was like one of those ones also like, like the slow motion, like things like bounce up and down and up and down. And then the first item falls off. It was like the leaning tower of like the machine. It was like, then the next thing, and this, and that. And he kept going, like, it's like, and literally, I'm ready to run. Where are these kids' parents? It's mamish just a kid. And he abolished all of child. And he abolished all of them. It was clean until about 3 minutes before, right? And again, you know what? So with little children, the most important quality is forgiveness. If the judge doesn't possess the ability to have this neediness instilled within him, then again, and it's forgiveness. It's really, maybe it's not word forgiveness. It's really understand. If you don't have that understanding, you can't be a judge. Right? In other words, it's a problem. After some person doesn't have that need of understanding, everything has to be there, right? Everything has to go there. I need it the way I want it. I need it the way there has to be like this. So if you don't have that need of understanding, you're rigid, and everything just has to be the way that you want. Don't be judged. Really, but don't be anything, right? Right? Balamaisa, that level of rigidity, it's not good. We can't have that. We need people to be understanding. We need people to be forgiving. We need people to be a little bit malleable and understand different circumstances in different ways. So therefore, again, the zakeh, you haven't had young kids in your house for a long time, don't be a judge, because you're probably going to be too rigid, too set in your ways. It's probably not a good idea to have you on the base. Same idea. Person never had children for that time. Rabbi Yehuda Moshe, Rabbi Yehuda also adds in over here, someone who's cruel. Or just cruel is even a strong word. Just someone who has just like a very cold and a different temperament. Right? In other words, someone again who just is very, very, very almost stoic, emotions. Again, it's an incredible thing. On one hand, judgment needs to be this is very important. Judgment needs to be dispassionate. But at the end of the day, I can never do this. I have to have the ability to look at things in political. I have to look at facts. Facts, divorce, that's not the truth. Nothing is the truth. Emotion has to be there for everything. So if a judge is the shtickle zari, right? He's a little different, a little bit passionless. So don't be a judge. There are other places for you. Don't be a judge. But interestingly enough, the chilufei and the mesis. Those are the exact opposite of true and mesis. In America, we always see this. Right? What's a mesis? Mesis is the guy who tries to get other people to be Ovid Avodah Zarah. So that person, you throw the book at him. So for him, he has the most cruel and different judges. But you understand, for him, we don't need the understanding of the judges because remember again, the whole system is in capital cases, the system is rigged. Not rigged, but the system is positioned to exonerate the defendant. That's our goal. If we can get them off, that's our goal. When it comes to Mrs., right? When it comes to somebody who says stuff on the Zara, it's just the opposite. The system is there in order to indict. Okay, incredible. We'll say. Okay, everyone is fit to adjudicate monetary cases. And we'll say, what is Hakol, by the way? What do you mean everyone? Who is that going to do? So the mamzer, we'll say, this is not a descriptive mamzer, this is a genealogical, right? So the idea over here is, somebody who's a typical mamzer, so even he's not fit for capital cases, right? Because remember again, capital cases require Sanhedrin. Sanhedrin requires genealogically fit people, but for monetary cases,